Chapter 98. Boom! While Kahn was searching for Kaido, Hancock and Sandersonia had already located the sailboat carrying King and Queen. Both women could fly and weren't about to wait for King and Queen to reach their boat, potentially endangering Viola and the Kuja warriors. After pinpointing King and Queen's location, Hancock and Sandersonia launched an attack. An invisible electric field enveloped the area. Before Hancock even arrived, deafening thunder echoed in the blue sky. Dazzling blue and white light, and a thick electric snake appeared above King and Queen's sailboat. In an instant, countless electric snakes and blue and white lights condensed into a massive blue and white light cluster. This light cluster was many times larger than any produced by Enel. When this huge light cluster transformed into a beam of light, it was enormous. Boom! The enormous light cluster quickly turned into a gigantic blue and white beam of light, falling towards the sailboat below. The beam of light was almost the size of half a large sailing ship. In this age of sail, everyone used wooden boats. Even if the thunder pillar was less than 1/3 the size of a large sailing ship, it was enough to destroy it. Lightning damage is secondary. The real terror is the electric heat. When wood ignites, it triggers flammables, gunpowder, and shells in the cabin, maximizing the power of the lightning strike. The momentum and power of Hancock's God's judgment were terrifying, truly like a divine judgment. Even the strongest haki users in the New World would be shocked when caught in the range of this attack. However, King, Queen, and the Beast's pirates' crew were undaunted. Especially the crew, who are confident in their commanders. In the next second, King acted. Standing at 6.13 meters, he drew his massive sword, several meters long. Utilizing his Lunarian abilities, he wrapped his flame around the sword, swinging a dragon-shaped flame towards the sky. The flame's temperature rivaled magma. The beam of light and the dragon-shaped flame collided midair. The thunder pillar failed to split the fire dragon emperor, but turned into an electric snake, while the fire dragon exploded into a sky full of flames, painting the sky in blue, white, orange, and other colors. Not good, jump off the ship quickly. Blocking Hancock's God's judgment with a single blow, King's expression changed under his black helmet before his subordinates could cheer. He immediately gave an order. Hearing this, Queen and the crew who had mastered observation haki also seemed to sense something, their expressions changing drastically. Boom! Before they could move, the sailboat beneath them erupted with a deafening explosion. The deck shook violently, and before they lost their balance, terrifying heat rose through the deck. From a distance, a horrifying scene unfolded. In the cabin of the sailboat, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in a certain room, and terrifying flames ignited the entire sailboat in just a few blinks of an eye. It was as if the whole sailboat was doused in gasoline and set ablaze under the sun. The culprit behind this inferno was Hancock, who used God's judgment to attract attention. While King swung his sword to block the thunder pillar and Queen and the others were distracted by the collision, Hancock teleported through an astonishingly large invisible electric field, bypassing all obstacles. She appeared in the cabin of the sailboat, found the ammunition depot, detonated all the shells, and released intense electric heat, setting the entire sailboat on fire. The terrifying sea of flames instantly engulfed the pirates on the sailboat. The speed was so fast that even the fire expert King couldn't react in time. Fortunately, the pirates accompanying the team this time were prepared to deal with Kuja warriors who had mastered haki. Many of them also had mastery over both types of haki. While some pirates were completely burnt out by the flames, others used haki to block the flames, then rushed to the side of the boat and jumped into the sea. I was careless. I didn't expect the Logia Rumble Fruit's teleportation to bypass all obstacles, King muttered, flying out of the flames in his Zoan, dragon fruit, model, pteranodon form. He glanced at the burning sailboat below, ignoring the crew members who jumped into the sea and were calling for help, regretting his slow reaction. Damn it, that woman plays dirty with sneak attacks. It's really shameless, Queen, standing at 6.12 meters tall and extremely fat, yelled. If it weren't for me preparing a floating device in advance, I would have been caught in an instant. If this bastard, king, sees me getting killed, how will I face anyone in the future? You fat pig, you're really noisy. A cold but pleasant female voice suddenly came from behind Queen. A flash of lightning appeared out of thin air, transforming into Hancock. She had swapped her black and white, made uniform for a black cheongsam with the Kuja logo since she was leading the soldiers. With a swift move, Hancock infused her long legs and special high-heeled shoes with lightning, delivering a powerful kick to Queen. In the next second, Queen, whose body was like a hill, immediately turned into a huge afterimage, falling toward the sky below. However, on the way down, Queen's body vanished. Phew! Before Hancock could react, the ear-piercing sound of something cutting through the air reached her ears. King, seeing Hancock kick Queen away, lengthened the sharp beak of his pteranodon form into a black spear imbued with armament haki and incredible piercing power, lunging toward Hancock. Simultaneously, a golden laser appeared out of thin air above the sea below. The golden laser shot into the sky, almost following the path of the black spear, aiming at Hancock. In response, Hancock transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared, reappearing somewhere in the electric field, effortlessly dodging the deadly attacks from King and the now invisible Queen. Before going invisible, Queen uses the floating device to attack Hancock, which leads to a shocking scene. Night Realm. An extremely ghostly figure quickly entered the battlefield, accurately finding Queen's hidden position. Releasing a thick black mist, the figure quickly formed a huge black ball, enveloping both Queen and the figure. The newcomer was Sandersonia, who had transformed from her beast form to her human beast form. Chapter 99. Just when the two sisters, Hancock and Sandersonia, faced two major disasters, King and Queen. At an altitude of 10,000 meters in the White Sea, Kahn also found Kaido. A battle of vice against vice, captain against captain, suddenly erupted above and below a certain sea area in the New World. Boom! Kahn did not rush to the top of the White Sea, letting Kaido find him first. They exchanged a few words before starting the battle. Before rushing out of the White Sea, Kahn, covered with telekinetic power and separated from the sea, transformed into a complete dragon. He clenched his fists to accumulate strength and blasted a huge shock wave towards the immense presence he felt. This attack was clearly one of the main weapons of the giant clan, the hero's gun. Kaido had hidden at an altitude of 10,000 meters, planning to float down quietly when Hancock and King were in a real fight. He intended to find Hancock's weaknesses for a sneak attack or even to kill her. Kahn didn't have to fight him openly. Just like Hancock's sneak attack, burning the opponent's sailboat, forcing King and Queen to lose their land advantage and engage in air combat with the sisters. Kahn unleashed a huge shock wave. When it rushed out of the sea, he immediately restrained Kaido with telekinesis, preventing him from flying away or using his abilities to counter it. However, just like the battle against super powerful Fist, Omar 3 years ago, Kahn's telekinetic power might be useful against Kaido in his normal form. But against Kaido in his perfect blue dragon form, it was broken in less than a second. Yet, this brief moment was enough for Kahn to achieve his goal. Kaido, who did not use future prediction, had an observation haki perception range far inferior to Kahn, Hancock, and Sandersonia. So he never realized that his plans and actions were already seen by Kahn's side, thanks to Paramisha's clairvoyance and insight into people's hearts. The opportunities he thought he would take were actually seized by Kahn. Therefore, when his body was restrained by telekinetic power, even Kaido, who was already among the superpowers, was caught off guard. Fortunately, he had entered his full-body form. Just releasing a little haki, Kaido broke free from the telekinetic power covering his body. But at this moment, an enormous and incredibly transparent white beam roared out from the pure white sea, engulfing Kaido's nearly 200-meter-long half-body, including the dragon's head. Roar! Kaido, hit by the shock wave, immediately let out a scream, spitting out dragon blood from his mouth. As one of the 3 weapons of glory for the giants to establish the world's most powerful country, the hero's spear, unleashed by the giants, was even more powerful than the king's fist. Even if the pirate emperor got hit, he would still be hurt. In addition to such martial secrets, the giants also have weapon secrets, like single-body Ikoku and combo skills Hakoku. Even a small island-level goldfish would be easily killed by them in seconds. But among the giants, more than one person has mastered these three weapons of glory. This shows why Charlotte Linlin covets the power of the giant race so much, but dares not lead her Totland Kingdom to attack the giants. Because the giants who defeated her didn't even use the three weapons of glory. And what she caused a fuss about when she was a child was just a giant village, a tribe of giants. The strongest place of the giant race is the town in the center of the island. This area is home to the mightiest giants, including the prince of the giant clan who was born there. When Charlotte Linlin attacked the giant kingdom, she was met by a large group of giants wielding the three guns of glory. Even with her natural destroyer physique, the shock waves from the three guns of glory made her steel balloon defense as fragile as thin paper. These shock waves, similar to advanced armament haki, can bypass external defenses and directly damage the inside of the body. If the physique is not strong enough, the shock wave can even create a huge hole in the target's body or shatter them to pieces. The island-level goldfish in the original story was blown apart by such power. So when Kaido, who ate the mythical Zoan Azure dragon form, was hit by Kahn's hero's spear in his dragon form, he sustained serious injuries similar to those inflicted by Kazuki Oden. Kaido, unable to dodge or defend with haki in time, was severely injured by the attack. However, this injury was nothing significant for Kaido. As long as the injury didn't worsen, his mythical Zoan recovery ability would soon heal him. Roar! After taking the hit, the dragon covered in dazzling blue light rushed out of the white sea, letting out a deafening roar as it charged towards Kahn. At this time, anyone watching from a distance would see a fantastical scene, likely leaving them paralyzed with fear. A western dragon, about 150 meters long, blue in color, with 2 wings and 4 legs, and an eastern dragon, nearly 200 meters long with only 2 claws, were fighting in the most primal way. Kahn transformed into a full-body dragon, flew with wings on his back and had anthropomorphic quadrupeds. Kaido, as the Azure Dragon, used flame clouds to fly and had only 2 claws. Kahn jumped up, hugging the long, snake-like Azure Dragon, grabbing its claws with his hands, clamping its body with his feet, and biting into its flesh. "Hey, Kahn, you stinky brat, let go." Just like when Momonosuke bit him in the original story, Kaido's proud defensive power was as fragile as thin paper against Kahn's sharp teeth. Kaido screamed and struggled frantically after being bit. But his body was tightly held by Kahn, and his only 2 claws were caught by Kahn's hands, leaving him no room to dodge except to revert to his normal or human beast form. Seeing that Kahn didn't let go but increased his strength, Kaido also opened his mouth to bite Kahn. Boom! But just as Kaido opened his mouth to bite Kahn, he hit an invisible wall. Kahn had created a telekinetic barrier to prevent Kaido from biting him. As Kaido tried to break through the barrier, Kahn suddenly opened his mouth. His dragon blood-stained mouth gathered transparent white light waves. Seeing this, Kaido ignored the pain and quickly wrapped his dragon tail in armament haki, striking Kahn with it. Kahn let go of Kaido, fanned his wings to create distance, and continued to gather his dragon breath. Kaido also opened his mouth, gathering heat for his attack. Soon, the 2 dragons, one western and one eastern, despite their different forms due to different fruits, used the same method to unleash dragon breath. Their breaths, each a different color, collided in a spectacular clash. Chapter 100. 2 breaths, one white and one red, collided at close range. Then, a white and red mixed energy ball immediately appeared above the white sea. The shocking explosion sound, as the energy ball turned into a huge firework, resounded all over the white sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters. When the terrifying flames dissipated, the 2 western dragons and eastern dragons, which had just been wrapped in the energy ball, reappeared above the white sea. It's just that the 2 dragons at this time looked a little embarrassed. Especially for Kaido, who was bitten by Kahn around the bleeding wound. There were more wounds, large or small, continuously overflowing with dragon blood. The dragon transformed by Kahn is still unharmed, but there are some stains left by the flames on his body. It can be seen that Kahn won the dragon's breath confrontation just now. There are two keys to Kahn's victory. One is that Kahn had more time to condense the dragon's breath than Kaido's hasty encounter. Second, after the energy ball exploded, Kaido was unable to cover his nearly 200-meter-long body with haki at an extremely fast speed, and his proud defensive power could only be immune to the power of fire in the power of wind and fire. But the power of wind, which is stronger than his bad wind, forcefully hit Kaido's body through continuous damage, tearing out some wounds. In contrast, Kahn is different. Facing the power of wind and fire, he only needed to cover a layer of psychic wave to block most of the energy. When the remaining energy could not break through the body of the natural destroyer dragon, Kahn just released the psychic wave, allowing the power of wind and fire to wash over his body, but they could not break through his defense. Boom, booms, boom. After the collision of the dragon's breath ended, Kahn pounced on Kaido again, clamped Kaido's dragon body with his feet again, and then wrapped his fists with flowing haki, hitting Kaido's head and body continuously. Roar, bad wind. Kaido was beaten again and screamed, then quickly spit out a large number of wind blades toward Kahn. It's a pity that just like hitting his head against a wall, all the wind blades that Kaido spat out were ejected by Kahn's psychic shield. Since his body was clamped by Kahn, Kaido couldn't support the 150-meter-long dragon, which was slightly lighter than him, to rotate. Kaido could only swing the dragon's tail again, infused with high-level armament haki, trying to break through the psychic shield and strike Kahn's body. However, Kahn, with the ability to read minds, saw Kaido's intentions clearly. As Kaido wrapped the high-level armament haki around his tail, Kahn released Kaido's body, flapped his wings, and used telekinesis to eliminate the air barrier. In an instant, he distanced himself from Kaido and successfully escaped Kaido's tail attack. Once the distance was set, Kahn opened his dragon mouth again, condensing transparent white light waves, and released the dragon's breath at Kaido. Due to his large size and the pure white sea below, Kaido could only gather red light waves as before and use heat to counterattack. Boom! The familiar energy ball once again enveloped the two eastern and western dragons, which were nearly 400 meters long, and then exploded with a shocking sound, turning into huge flames and bursting out. Booms, booms, boom. This time, before the flames dissipated, there was the sound of punches landing on flesh. Hey, you annoying brat, are you finished? Kaido flew out of the flames with Kahn constantly creating flame clouds. His huge body kept rolling in the air, trying to throw Kahn off. But Kahn's grip was too tight, and his whole body was covered with a psychic wave. Whether Kaido breathed fire or wind or rushed into the white sea with Kahn, it didn't hurt him at all. In his perfect form, Kaido's abilities are very diverse, using wind, fire, and thunder. His strength and defense are also the most enhanced among his forms. However, Kaido in full-body form is not the most versatile. The fire dragon form is not the strongest form either. Kaido's strongest form is his human beast form. Although this form doesn't have the same level of defense and power as his full-body form, it is the most balanced. In full-body form, Kaido can't wrap haki around his body quickly. When facing a large-scale attack that can break through his defense, Kaido will get injured. On the other hand, in human beast form, Kaido is still over 7 meters tall but moves with incredible speed. He can use weapons, and haki consumption is much lower than in full-body form. It is no exaggeration to say that Kaido's full-body form is actually the weakest when facing equally strong opponents. Similarly, Kahn's perfect form is also the weakest in certain situations. If someone is faster than him and can ignore Kahn's telekinetic restraint, then Kahn can only defend himself and get beaten. Of course, Kahn can also destroy the ground under his feet and push the enemy back, or use cataclysm to destroy entire islands and overwhelm his enemies with large-scale occult powers. But in their perfect forms, both Kahn and Kaido are in their weakest states. Kahn is now able to dominate because of his telekinesis. His superpowers are not as diverse as Kaido's, but they are very versatile. Using telekinetic power to eliminate the air barrier and separate the seawater from all attacks is why Kahn is currently overwhelming Kaido. Reading Kaido's mind to predict his next move, Kahn eliminates the air barrier to gain distance, uses the dragon's breath to force Kaido into battle, and then closes in to continue the fight. Kaido, who can fly with flame clouds only in his full-body form, cannot switch to his human beast form or normal state without losing the air combat advantage, which would put him in an even worse position. That's why Kahn waited for Kaido in the sea area instead of blocking him outside Onigashima. If Kaido finds a place to stand and turns into his human beast form, Kahn would be at a disadvantage. Foreseeing the future, advanced armament haki, Conqueror's infusion, and top-level speed and defense. This is the advantage of his human beast form. Hey, the fire dragon refuses. Kaido, constantly being beaten by Kahn, swung his tail again to force Kahn back. This time, he didn't use his breath to block Kahn's dragon's breath, but created a nearly 200-meter-long fire dragon with his heat to wrap around his body, transforming into a fire dragon form. Ascending Dragon 8 Flame Trigrams. In this form, Kaido directly stepped on the flame cloud. His body carried the flame and high temperature that melted everything, and his head was wrapped with Conqueror's haki at a different level. He crushed Kahn's dragon's breath and continued to charge at Kahn. Kaido, who had been beaten relentlessly, resorted to the strongest method of his full-body form. Chapter 101. Facing Kaido, who was in the form of a fire dragon and infused with Conqueror's haki, Kahn did not dodge, nor did he use the telekinetic force of Panacea to cover his fists to simulate Conqueror's infusion and fight Kaido in the air. Instead, on the huge dragon fist, there was a massive amount of flowing haki wrapped around it. Using armament haki's advanced application, external release, along with the power of the natural destroyer and the body of the dragon, he punched the impacting dragon head. Boom! However, Kahn's huge dragon fist, which could smash a hill with one punch, never touched Kaido's head. Just when the dragon fist was a little away from Kaido's head, a layer of invisible matter that could ignore the destruction inside armament haki blocked Kahn's fist. At the same time, that layer of intangible substance, like a giant bomb, was well controlled by Kaido, but it hit a huge wall and was squeezed and exploded on the spot, creating a deafening explosion. In front of this explosion, the dragon, which was about 150 meters long and weighed an unknown number of tons, was blasted into a dry shadow by the shock wave and flew out backwards. Kahn's fist, wrapped in advanced armament haki and defended by the body of a heavenly dragon and the body of a natural destroyer, was now covered with burn marks, with a little blood flowing out. Looking at the fire dragon below that blasted him away, then continued to create a cloud of flames and continued to attack him, Kahn finally showed horror. This is Conqueror's infusion, the power of another dimension. If it was just a simple explosion, even the explosion that destroyed whole Cake Island in the original story, or even the big explosion that caused huge damage to Charlotte Linlin on Onigashima, it's crucial to have the body of a natural destroyer plus the body of a dragon, the world's top physical fitness. Behind it, there's also a plus sign Kahn. It doesn't have much effect. The explosion just now, even the bomb that destroyed whole Cake Island, was not qualified to carry shoes. But it was such a low-level explosion that injured Kahn's fist wrapped in advanced armament haki. Not only that, Kahn's advanced armament haki just now couldn't even penetrate the invisible substance of the layer. It's as if that layer of invisible substance is the barrier of the Paramecia barrier fruit, which belongs to the power of rules. But in fact, that layer of invisible matter is indeed a different dimensional level of power. It is a symbol of superpower. Except for those who don't have armament haki, any super strong who has Conqueror's haki will basically master this method of another dimension. Therefore, this kind of airstrike also belongs to the greeting between the super strong and the super strong. Despite this confrontation, 99.999% of the people in this world cannot endure such a battle. Roar! Kahn, who finally experienced Conqueror's infusion, looked at the fire dragon charging at him and did not flinch. Instead, he continued to infuse his high-level armament haki without using his telekinetic power and went forward. At the same time, Kahn also released his observation haki with all his strength and began his own training. So, above the White Sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Kahn, who had relied on his telekinetic power and four-legged advantage to crush Kaido, who had only 2 claws, began to switch positions with Kaido. From attacker to defender. Boom! In the sound of repeated explosions, the huge and heavy Tianlong was blown up again and again and got up again and again. Even though there were more burn marks and more blood on his huge dragon fist, he didn't flinch at all. Unlike their master, who was at a disadvantage after being beaten violently, Hancock and Sonya, who successfully destroyed King and Queen's sailboats and forced these 2 big shots to fight with them in the blue sea below 10,000 meters, gained an absolute advantage. King's flying speed is very fast, but no matter how fast he is, he can't compare to Hancock, who can teleport freely within an invisible electric field that covers an unknown number of nautical miles. Just like Kahn started playing Kaido, Hancock didn't confront King head-on but kept attacking him, similar to how Kizaru did at the Sabayati archipelago 3 years ago. One second, she was releasing a lightning attack remotely, and the next second, she might teleport to King's side, using lightning kicks wrapped in high-level armament haki for a sneak attack. In the face of Hancock's speed and electric heat, and the ability to ignore external defense and directly damage the inside of the body, even Jae-hin's terrifying defense suffered serious injuries if he was kicked. Therefore, he didn't dare to take Hancock's attack head-on at all, but released his observation haki with all his strength, sensed Hancock's breath movement, and predicted her attack, either dodging or hard blocking, and then counterattacking. In the beginning, King is just like his big brother Kaido because he entered the beast form and is unable to use weapons, so he is attacked by Hancock again and again. But after entering the human beast form, Hancock, who succeeded in 1 out of 3 surprise attacks, could no longer hurt King. King, in his normal state, possesses amazing defensive power because of his rare race talent. After entering the human beast form, he gains the power and speed of the pterosaur, along with the talent of the gods. Plus, powerful armament haki and observation haki, and rich combat experience. Hancock, who has not yet mastered future sight, can't defeat King with only the power of thunder and high-level armament haki. Of course, King couldn't hurt the astonishingly fast Hancock, so he could only defend passively in the air. This is the speed type. To be precise, it is the most frustrating and difficult part of fighting a teleportation-type enemy. Relying on ultimate speed, Kizaru faces opponents of the same level, and if the opponent does not have the power to restrain his light element, he can easily play with them. When you are weaker, even if you face an enemy stronger than you can still hold your ground. Kizaru's advantage, Hancock, is also even greater than Kizaru's. Because Kizaru's teleportation has a wind-up, and with a certain attack speed and haki, his teleportation can be interrupted. However, Hancock's teleportation does not have any wind-up and can ignore all obstacles. This is why the Rumble fruit can be called the strongest Logia, not the sparkling fruit. Ah, my lifespin, give me my lifespin back. Just when Hancock kept attacking King from different angles and increased her strength little by little, increasing the lightning volts, she was ready to test Jae-hin's full strength and then resort to her strongest means. An old and hoarse voice suddenly came from Hancock and King's ears. "Queen!" Hearing this scream, King, who was calmly defending himself and looking for a chance to counterattack, suddenly changed his expression under his black helmet and quickly lowered his head to look at the black ball formed by the thick black mist floating below. Chapter 102. Among the 3 major disasters in the original story, Queen is actually the oldest. If it weren't for the King's superior talent and strength, the Queen would be the #1 sign. His experience is much richer than King's, who has been locked up in the laboratory for many years. He once belonged to the illegal scientific research team, MADS, led by Vegapunk, alongside Vegapunk, who has joined the world government, Vinsmoke Judge, who became one of the North Blue overlords, and Caesar Clown, who also joined the world government. These scientists were his colleagues. Therefore, Queen is also one of the best scientists in the world. For example, Vegapunk has mastered human transformation and laser technology, and Germa 66 has invisible black and floating devices. Queen has mastered them all, but he is not as proficient as Vegapunk and Vinsmoke Judge. Because what he is best at, and what he likes the most, are not these high technologies but viruses. He likes to study all kinds of viruses and use them to invent biochemical weapons. There is no doubt that Queen's biochemical weapon is the key to his bounty of 1.32 billion berries. Because this kind of thing, like Caesar Clown's ultimate weapon, PET is a strategic weapon. Once the biochemical weapon invented by Queen is used in a war, if the opponent is not prepared enough or has no medical personnel, it can basically declare their defeat and death. Of course, apart from the terrifying biochemical weapons, Queen's strength as a top cadre is only a certain distance from the Emperor's deputy. Queen, who has transformed himself into a cyborg, can generate a large number of mechanical weapons in his body, and can even launch lasers and achieve invisibility similar to the paramecia-type clear fruit. A strong man with terrifying strength, holding biological and chemical weapons, and the ability to be invisible, just thinking about it makes him shudder. But it is a pity that Queen, who can only fly with the help of a floating device, has lost the strongest land advantage just like his brother Kaido. Air combat made it impossible for Queen to display his full strength, especially since his opponent is a speedster, who can create a dark night that blocks vision and can use ultrasonic waves to sense the enemy's position, just countering Sanya, who has the ability to hide. If Kahn, who fought against Kaido, only had a little upper hand at the beginning, then fell into an absolute disadvantage after making Kaido angry and forcing him to use his strongest abilities. And in the battle between my sister and the opponent's deputy, relying on ultimate speed, she had a slight upper hand. Then, the battle between Sanya and the Queen was a unilateral instant kill. As long as the ability user who eats the devil fruit of the paramecia rule does not encounter a nemesis or a strong person who can offset his ability with haki, then no matter whether the opponent's comprehensive strength is weaker than themselves or infinitely stronger than themselves, once they hit their own trick, the result can only be killed in seconds. The most typical example is Luffy and Zoro, who were instantly killed by Perona with the negative ghosts. There are also Hancock's opponents who were defeated by her paramecia-type Love fruit, all strong people who were killed in seconds. This is where the paramecia rule class is the most unsolvable. The power of concepts is a more terrifying power area than rules. Paramecia's rule class ability has more than one way to be restrained. But the power of concept must be defended against with powerful haki immediately before being touched. If haki's strength is not enough, then the result will be the same as that of the current Queen. When the night shrouded the world in Queen's eyes, Sanya, who entered the human beast form, didn't give Queen a chance to escape from the night realm and appeared behind him at a ghostly speed. The purple sharp claws with red sharp nails grabbed Queen's body. Due to his large size and overconfidence in his own defense, Queen did not and could not arm his whole body immediately and was successfully touched by Sanya. Then the red light flashed, and Queen's body immediately changed from a 40-year-old strong man to a wrinkled and old elder at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the transformation, the human body functions that were still preserved became exhausted. Ruling the new world with massive strength, in a short period of time, all of it disappeared. If it wasn't for the fact that the floating device was a scientific prop and not his own flying ability, Queen would have already fallen toward the sea below. Ah, my lifespan, give me back my lifespan. Feeling that he had changed from a 40-year-old strong man to an old man with no fighting power, Queen immediately shouted in panic. Even his voice became old and hoarse, full of the powerlessness of the elderly. Sanya ignored Queen's begging for mercy, and after sucking 99% of his lifespan, she lay on Queen's back and bit Queen's neck from behind with her mouth open. The vampire's sharp teeth pierced through Queen's aged skin, which changed from indestructible to brittle as thin paper and began to suck blood. Claws can drain life, just like vampirism. So why did Sonya, who was about to drain Queen's life with her sharp claws, go to the extra effort to suck blood? Is it because of the influence of the mythical Zoan that she became bloodthirsty? No, not really. It was the development of the fruit ability during this period, and the use of some pirates to experiment with the power of her concept that made Sonya discover the hidden ability of the mythical Zoan vampire form. It can also absorb life. Compared with the bloodsucking that needs to catch the enemy and make the enemy unable to resist, biting the throat with sharp teeth to absorb life and also eat the enemy's blood. It is obviously not as good as sharp claws. You only need to touch or grab the enemy. You can absorb life more conveniently. Unless it is a psychological pervert, no one will choose the former. Sonya is not a psycho pervert. She did it because she discovered that vampires have a hidden ability. That is, in addition to absorbing life, vampires can also read the memory of the opponent by absorbing the blood of the enemy. Yes, the blood-sucking ability of the mythical Zoan vampire form does not turn the enemy into one's own servant, but can read the other's memory. It was also after discovering this that Kahn asked Robin to call Sonya over. When she was asked to help Hancock, he told her to go to Queen and read his memory, then put all the scientific information in his memory into blueprints for the family's future paramecia, weapon fruit ability users. Of course, Kahn said, let Sonya draw it. In fact, he wanted to wait for Sonya to read Queen's memory, and then use his observation haki to read Sonya's memory, transferring Queen's memory from Sonya's memory hard drive to himself. Soon, Sonya finished reading Queen's memory and drained all of Queen's blood. A generation of great scientists, one of the top cadres with a bounty of 1.32 billion berries, also completely lost his voice and left this world. Chapter 103. The moment Queen died, King outside the night domain immediately sensed his companion's aura change from strong to weak, from big to small, and finally disappear completely. When a person's breath disappears, there are only two possibilities. One is that the person is no longer in the real world. The second is that the person is dead. The black ball formed by the black mist below was obviously not a different space. After all, King could still sense Queen's breath just a moment ago. Now, Queen's aura didn't vanish into thin air, but gradually faded from strong to weak, indicating a process of death due to severe injuries. The night domain had just appeared, and Queen, who was shrouded in it, was almost instantly killed by the enemy. This speed, along with the mysterious power of the newcomer, made King shift from his human beast form to his full body without hesitation, then flew away from the sea area at an extremely fast speed. The death of his companion didn't make the King rage and seek revenge for the Queen. On the contrary, King chose to flee without looking back, because this was the most sensible course of action. He didn't know that his big brother Kaido had actually turned into a dragon and was secretly following them at an altitude of 10,000 meters after they set off. Queen's instant death allowed King to see the hidden combat power of the Cross Guild, and he suffered from insufficient information. The mysterious combatant below had the ability to kill almost as fast as his own. This implied the enemy's power could definitely harm him. King, who was unable to defeat Hancock and could only defend passively, would have a very low chance of escaping if the enemy joined forces with Hancock after eliminating Queen. Therefore, the grievance of nearly losing his entire team and the anger of his companion being killed were all suppressed by the extremely rational King, and he chose to escape the battlefield. Seeing King fleeing quickly, Hancock does not chase him or teleport to block his path, waiting for Sonya to join her to see if they can kill another top officer. There was no need to fight. Hancock knew the outcome. The strength of that black pterosaur was not comparable to that fat man. Even without using the strongest techniques she had developed over the past 3 years, she could only break the defense of the opponent's Zoan ancient species devil fruit and armament haki with a 300 million-volt lightning strike and advanced armament haki. Sanya was able to instantly kill Queen because he underestimated her due to a lack of information and believed that being invisible would make him undetectable. As everyone knows, Sanya's ultrasonic waves can counteract invisibility. When King learns that Sanya has very deadly means, he will be extremely vigilant, not giving her a chance to break through his haki defense. Therefore, even if they teamed up to hunt and kill King, it would take a long time, maybe several days, to exhaust each other's energy. But the pursuit over these days would definitely make Hancock and the others stay away from the large sailing ship, leaving Viola and the other girls in the sea area, regardless of their fate. Alternatively, the leader of the opposing faction, Kaido, one of the 3 calamities of the Beast Pirates, might discover Queen's death through the life card. Then, he could immediately come to support based on King's life card. If they meet and join forces with King halfway, Hancock is confident that even if she faces the Overlord of the Sea, she can escape easily, but her sister would find it difficult to leave. Hancock, who is one-on-one with the enemy's boss at an altitude of 10,000 meters, might appear irritable and arrogant, but she is actually extremely rational. She is a very qualified queen. So, Hancock and Sanya, who had lifted the night domain, returned in the direction of the large sailing ship. At the same time, Kahn, who was fighting and being beaten, suddenly showed a ferocious smile on his dragon face. Kahn, who has observation haki and can even see meteorites in outer space and pull them down with telekinetic power, had been paying attention to the battlefield below. And the results of the battle below were naturally seen from his perspective. After seeing Queen being ruthlessly killed in seconds, Kahn looked at the fire dragon, who didn't know how many times it had been hit, and finally spoke to Kaido. Kaido, from now on, we are the same size. Come over anytime. Amazon Lily Kingdom Revenge Chinese letter. As the last sentence fell, the blue sky dragon shone with blue light all over, and then the huge body with a length of 150 meters disappeared out of thin air as if using sorrow. In reality, the dragon did not use sorrow in the air. It was just using telekinetic power to eliminate the air barrier, flapping its wings to cooperate with the telekinetic power to float, and flying away at an extremely fast speed. Even so, the exaggerated speed was not something the bulky Kaido could catch up with. So he wrapped his dragon strike around Conqueror's haki, which also managed to miss. Kaido, who failed to attack, did not pursue Kahn but floated in the air and released the fire dragon form. That kid, what did he mean by what he just said? Kaido, who had recovered his blue dragon form, had an ominous premonition in his heart and immediately rushed down. When he couldn't find the king and queen below and saw that one of his left and right hands had been cut off, Kaido would undoubtedly cry bitterly. This crying is literal. The Beast Pirates quickly became one of the 3 top pirate crews because Kaido had the strength of a sea overlord. Besides him, there are 2 top officers and a huge force. This so-called huge force is actually the most important thing. The most important are Kaido's 2 major officers. The strength of King and Queen allows the Beast Pirates to fight against pirates of the same level without Kaido single-handedly challenging the opposing captains and officers, or even the entire pirate crew. Without King and Queen, the Beast Pirates cannot fight against pirates of the same level. Otherwise, the opponent's captain will fight Kaido one-on-one, and the remaining top officer will face the enemy's deputy and the joint efforts of other top officers. In this way, the Beast Pirates will undoubtedly lose. In the right and left hands of the Beast Pirates, King is the deputy on the bright side and the #1 signboard of the Beast Pirates. However, the person who has the greatest influence on the Beast Pirates is not the king but the queen. Queen's knowledge and inventions are the key to the Beast Pirates, quickly becoming one of the 3 top pirate crews through the resources taken from Wano in just a few years. Without Queen and without the help of Doflamingo and Caesar Clown, the future Beast Pirates will lack a lot of familiar faces from the original. For example, in the future, there will be fewer enhanced soldiers and modified humans. Therefore, the size of the current Beast Pirates is already at the same level as the Cross Guild. In the next decade or so, the Beast Pirates, having lost one of Queen's biggest helpers, will surely be surpassed by the Cross Guild and red-haired pirates. More fearsome, but also more pitiable. Chapter 104. Master, why are you here? When Kahn came down from the White Sea, he landed behind the sailboat where Hancock and the others were. A beautiful figure suddenly jumped into his arms. Seeing Hancock hugging Kahn's neck with both hands, he asked in surprise, "I came to see your performance." Stretching out his hand to hold Hancock's snake waist, Kahn smiled at the two women and said, "Hancock, Sonya, your performances are perfect." Hee. Both Hancock and Sonya laughed happily at Kahn's compliment. "Kahn is the dragon you fought with the governor of the Beast's pirates." At this time, Viola came over. She, who has been watching Kahn and Kaido's battle with clairvoyance, couldn't help asking with a worried expression. Kahn, who has natural observation haki, knew why Viola had such a look. "I saw him holding Hancock's snake waist with one hand and resting his other hand on Viola's head. He patted the girl, who was still about 1.6 meters tall, and comforted her. Don't worry, that guy has already lost an arm to us. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare come to our country to make trouble. Kaido has not yet been given the title of the strongest one-on-one, nor has he been called the world's strongest creature. Even the status of the overlord of the sea has not yet been fully stabilized, and many pirates in the New World are very dissatisfied with him. However, since no one can find Kaido's base camp, even if they do find it, they cannot enter the inner sea of Wano Kuni. As a result, the development of the Beast's pirates has not been challenged. It wasn't until Sea Circle Calendar 1510 that the Beast's pirates gradually became full-fledged, and Kaido began to create characters such as brainless brats, crazy suicides, and undead creatures. Gradually, Kaido was called the strongest one-on-one and the world's strongest creature, establishing his position as the overlord of the sea. But now the Beast's pirates are not yet full-fledged. Even Kaido's left and right hands, which he relies on the most, have been cut off by Kahn. Unless Kaido is lucky enough to pick up another scientist with a strength of at least 1 billion berries in 2 days and a scientist full of wisdom. Otherwise, Kaido does not know how many years it will take to recover from this blow. Even to occupy Wano Kuni, it is necessary to deceive Kazuki Oden for 5 years so that the opponent loses popular support in Wano Kuni. When the war starts, only the red scabbards and some samurai follow, allowing them to be defeated. Now that Kaido has lost his left hand, even with 100 times the courage, he will never dare to enter Amazon Lily alone. Not to mention leading his Beast's pirates to an all-out war with the Cross family for Queen. Kaido could only smash his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. However, he also held a grudge against Kahn. After the Beast's pirates regain their strength, they will definitely declare war on the Cross family immediately. In fact, it's the same as Kaido holding the idea that if he can get rid of Hancock, he will immediately go to war with the Cross family and eat all of Kahn's territory. Now, Kahn has cut off one of Kaido's arms, and if he can beat Kaido, then it is the best opportunity to declare war. With only one deputy left and Kaido with some troops, he couldn't stop Kahn, Hancock, the 3 giants Sonya, and the warriors of Amazon Lily. It's a pity that Kahn can only gain a little advantage when he is in full body. Once Kaido enters Fire Dragon form and uses Conqueror's haki, Kahn is no match for him. Not to mention the human beast form, Kahn is still weaker than Kaido. If it weren't for reading people's hearts, which are not weaker than predicting the future or even better than predicting the future, Kahn is actually 2 chips weaker than Kaido. The gap between him and the world's highest peak is still the symbol of the super strong, the symbol of the strong in another dimension, Conqueror's infusion. "Master, why does your palm hurt?" Leaning in Kahn's arms, Hancock glanced at Kahn's palm that smacked Viola. Her expression changed immediately. She grabbed Kahn's palm, covered with burn marks, and said angrily, "Did the governor of the Beast's pirates do this? It is unforgivable to dare hurt the master." "It's a lie. Can someone actually hurt the master?" Sonya, who was originally smiling, also showed consternation. "It's okay, it's just a small injury." Looking at Hancock, who was burning with anger, Kahn reached out and hugged her in his arms and comforted her with a smile. Compared to my little injury, Kaido's serious injury will take a long time to heal. Let's go home and celebrate the victory. Yes, Master. Master, I will bandage you personally. It took Kahn and his team 2 days to return to Amazon Lily. In the past 2 days, the whole world has been sensationalized. The protagonist of this sensational sea is not Cross Kahn nor Boa Hancock, but a member of the Cross family. The friction between the Beast's pirates and the Cross family is basically unknown except for Yumit, who was warned. Even Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin, who are also overlords, don't know that their little brother is at war with the representatives of the current new generation. But this does not include Morgans, who has spies all over the New World. Morgans, who saw the potential in Kahn and Hancock, even though Kahn and his group have been very low-key in the past 3 years, still arranged many spies to monitor them in Dressrosa and even in the sky. That's why Morgans got the first-hand information, and the news that Hydra was merged into the Cross family was reported. Likewise, Morgans is the second person, besides Yumit, to know about the friction between the Beast's pirates and the Cross family. When he heard the news, it was Hancock who led her Kuja pirates, drove the perfume Yuta, and attacked the Beast's pirates. When Morgans saw the pictures taken by Newsbird, he knew something big was going to happen. So he sent out more Newsbirds, keeping an eye on Amazon Lily and Dressrosa. The entire friction incident, except for the fact that Kahn and Kaido were fighting at an altitude of 10,000 meters, such as Hancock versus King, Sonya killing Queen in seconds, was all photographed by the Newsbird sent by Morgans. And it was Sonya killing Queen that shocked the whole world. To be precise, it was Sonya's bounty. In the New World, Queen is a very prestigious big pirate, and in the eyes of the world government and marine headquarters, he is also an extremely dangerous existence. This can be seen from the fact that he was offered a bounty of 1.32 billion berries in this era. Because Queen used to be a colleague of Vegapunk, good at researching chemical weapons. But in the first half of Grand Line and Four Seas, the world has no or little impression of Queen. Therefore, Morgan's operation was the same as before, first posting Queen's bounty in the newspaper, and then writing all the information about Queen that he had investigated in words. Although the world still has no impression of scientists, colleagues of Vegapunk, and members of organizations, they don't know what is going on. But they were extremely shocked. Because of Queen's bounty, there is a bit of presence. And for such a big pirate with a 10-figure bounty, the person who killed him was not the pirate empress, who had a higher bounty than him, but an unknown member of the Cross family, and he still killed him in a flash. It is such an unknown member, but she has eaten the same mythical Zoan and vampire form as the patriarch Cross Kahn and has the power to absorb life. There were 2 photos posted on the newspaper. One was a picture of a black ball floating in the air. In the second picture, the black ball disappeared, and it was a picture of a female vampire lying on an old corpse. Next to these 2 photos, Morgans verified the abilities of Zoan, bat fruit, mythical Zoan, and vampire form after investigation. In addition, Morgans also found out Sonya's identity. The other party is the sister of the pirate empress and the second child of the 3 Boa sisters. She is one of the top cadres of the Cross family, Boa Sandersonia. After touting this news, photos have been used as evidence. Marine headquarters, who determined that Queen was really dead, also issued a bounty for Sonya the next day. Vampire Boa Sandersonia, Zoan bat fruit mythical Zoan vampire form bounty, 1 billion berries, regardless of life or death. Since Sonya is far less dangerous than the Queen, who can invent biochemical weapons, her bounty is not as high as the Queen's. Even so, Sonya's mythical Zoan species, which is rarer than Logia, and the concept of absorbing lifespan still made her offer a bounty for the first time, skipping 8-digit and 9-digit bounties and becoming a 10-digit bounty pirate. Cavendish, in the original story, caused a sensation all over the world by offering a reward of 280 million. Sonya's first bounty, which exceeded 10 figures, shows how much sensation it brought to the world. Since then, counting the patriarch Cross Kahn, the Cross family has had 3 great pirates whose bounties exceeded 1 billion berries. At this moment, the Cross family has distanced themselves from the New World's big pirate group. In the big pirate group, it is almost the only one. It's just a short distance away from the overlord pirates. What is worse is not the top cadre, but the history of the captain. After the captain's strength is affirmed, it will be the time when a new sea overlord will be born. Chapter 105. Just like Kahn said, Kaido, who failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice, failed to cut off the opponent's right hand, but was cut off by the opponent's left hand. After learning from King's mouth that Queen was killed, he cried bitterly in Onigashima. However, he did not lose his mind and start a full-scale war with the Cross family, nor did he break into Amazon Lily alone to take revenge. Kaido, who looks reckless on the outside, is an extremely shrewd guy after all. The battle with Kahn made him understand that he was only better than Kahn, belonging to the level where he could fight, but couldn't kill the opponent unless he and the enemy didn't run away, and the opponent couldn't fight but could escape. The high-speed flight that eliminates the air barrier is also a speed that Kaido's Azure Dragon form does not possess. If there is only Kahn on the opposite side, Kaido would definitely have avenged Queen. Unfortunately, besides Kahn, there is also the pirate empress Boa Hancock, who is not weaker than Kahn. And the one who killed Queen in seconds, just like him and Kahn, who ate the bat fruit, mythical Zoan vampire model Boa Sanderson. The current Cross family is equivalent to the previous Beast Pirates, the big 3 with the captain and the left and right hands. The Beast Pirates, which originally had the captain and the left and right hands, became the previous Cross family, leaving only the captain and the right hand. If it weren't for Kaido's strength, having already stepped on the highest peak in the world, and like the handful of people on the top of the mountain, they are all superpowers standing at the top of the world. With his background, he would have fallen out of the top 3 monsters a long time ago. The ranks were replaced by the Cross family. As Kahn said, the current Cross family is already the same size as the Beast Pirates. If the captain does not participate in the battle, the overall strength is even stronger than the Beast Pirates. With this breath, Kaido didn't know how long it would take to recover. Fortunately, Onigashima is located in the inland sea of Wano country. Even if the Beast Pirates lost a top cadre, it was the weakest existence among the 3 monsters, and now its strength has been greatly reduced, but the other 2 monsters and the Pirate Alliance still did not go to attack Onigashima. As long as Kaido keeps a low profile for a few years and works hard to collect powerful devil fruits, or is lucky enough to recruit a strong man with 10-figure bounties like Queen, the Beast Pirates will be able to recover. While the Beast Pirates were recovering, it was time for the Cross family to take off completely and surpass the Beast Pirates. When the big news and bounty posters made by Sandersonia spread all over the world, the New World, which has always been very lively, became very quiet for a long time. All eyes are on Amazon Lily and Dressrosa, wanting to know whether the Beast Pirates will attack Amazon Lily to avenge their top cadre queen. Until the Sea Circle calendar was thoroughly searched in 1506, and no Beast Pirates action was found, some pirates who were not very convinced by Kaido looked down on this new sea overlord even more. As the Emperor of the Sea, but he doesn't even have the courage to go to war with a junior, this guy is nothing more than that. This perception had a great impact on Kaido, and is definitely the biggest black history since he became a pirate. This record also completely set off a butterfly storm and changed Kaido's future. Based on this dark history, when Kaido regains his strength and is completely full-fledged, he will not be able to create a brainless brash and the strongest single-handed character design since the original work, so he is called the strongest creature in the world by the world. Because he doesn't even have the courage to start an all-out war with a junior. How can such a coward have the right to be called the strongest creature in the world? After Kahn reaches the highest peak in the world and becomes one of the strongest people in the world, the possibility of him being called the strongest creature in the world is definitely much higher than that of Kaido. Kaido's acknowledgement brought peace to the already turbulent New World. At the same time, Kahn also has a higher opinion of Kaido. He would rather lose his own reputation and the reputation in the hearts of the crew than fight Kahn. Kaido, who has not yet become full-fledged, has the same character as Blackbeard, who has not yet become a Yonko. Once such a person rises completely, then the first person to take revenge will definitely be the one who brought him shame. Without thinking too much, Kahn knew that the person Kaido hated most now must be him. The Cross family and the Beast Pirates have no possibility of becoming allies from now on, and one of them must be completely defeated or perish. The rare haki power in the world, Kaido has occupied Wano country, and Kahn has occupied Amazon Lily. Now they are all on the same starting line. It depends on who develops faster. In this regard, Kahn, who is a time traveler, is far ahead of Kaido. From the moment Kaido confessed, he had already lost half. However, until his strength can defeat Kaido, Kahn is still not at ease. Because he knows the relationship between Kaido and Big Mom. If this shrewd guy sees that he can't catch up with the Cross family, and suddenly makes a plan to join forces with Big Mom to share the Cross family, cake, then Kahn can only take his forces and temporarily escape from the New World. Although the possibility of this happening is very low, there is still a little pressure in Kahn's heart. This is the disadvantage of being a time traveler. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a good thing. Only when he and Hancock become superpowers will Kahn be completely at ease and will not be afraid, even in the face of the combination of two Yonko. Therefore, Kahn, who made Kaido suffer a lot, did not relax. He still spent 12 hours a day practicing, 6 hours sleeping, and the remaining 6 hours cultivating relationships with Robin and the girls and busy with business. In the previous 12 hours of practice, Kahn allocated it very well. 1/3 of the time was for practicing haki, 1/3 was for developing fruit abilities, and 1/3 was for practicing body skills. Now, 2/3 of Kahn's 12 hours are spent practicing haki, and the remaining 1/3 is divided into 2 halves, used to develop fruit abilities and practice physical skills. Kahn has set himself a goal of mastering Conqueror's infusion within the next 3 years. It's really a disadvantage if you don't learn how to fight from a distance and fight with those super strong players who have mastered how to fight from a distance. Despite Kahn's observation haki, it is also possible to simulate Conqueror's infusion and perform air combat with the enemy's Conqueror's infusion. But in this case, Kahn will consume too much energy. The opponent only consumes the haki, the number of which is 1. If Kahn wants to resist, he needs to consume the physical energy of the number 10 or even the number 100. Such consumption, even if Kahn's physical strength is as vast as the sea, can't last much. Only by mastering the means of another dimension can Kahn use his physical advantage to forcefully consume the 4th guy who is at the same level as him. Chapter 106. Time flies, and the sea circle calendar comes to 1509 in the blink of an eye. 3 years have passed since Queen's death. In the past 3 years, several major events have occurred on the sea. The first big event, of course, was at the end of Sea Circle Calendar 1506, when Sanya killed Beast's pirate's queen, and the first bounty offered broke through the 10-figure mark, which became big news for one of the giants of the Cross family. As the saying goes, Sanya became famous all over the world in one fell swoop, and the extremely low-key Sanya only took 1 battle and 1 instant kill to become one of the world-recognized big pirates. It was also because of her existence and the power of the concept of killing Queen in seconds that Kaido lost one of his arms. Kaido had to admit defeat, and his reputation was seriously damaged. He lost the title of World's Strongest Creature. The second big event happened on the Sea Circle Calendar in 1507, and it is also one of the biggest events in the past 800 years. That was a fishman named Fisher Tiger, who climbed onto Mariewa with his bare hands and made a big disturbance in the Holy Land, releasing thousands of slaves of different races. This incident was called by Morgans the Mariewa Arson Incident and the Slave Emancipation Movement. As the leader of the slave liberation movement and the protagonist of the Mariewa Arson Incident, Fisher Tiger was also called a hero by the world. The name of the hero tiger has officially spread throughout the world. Although this hero was only offered a reward of 230 million berries by the world government, he is a well-known figure whether it is in the New World, the first half of the Grand Line, or even the world. He was the first person to make a big fuss about Mariewa, and he was also the first person to dare to challenge the world government. Although smart people have been able to see the end of Fisher Tiger, they are still full of admiration for this fishman hero. Even the Marines, after the Sun Pirates were established, let him escape many times. The person responsible for capturing Fisher Tiger and the Sun Pirates is Fleet Admiral Sengoku's subordinate Borsalino, who is known as the Monster Vice Admiral and one of the Admiral candidates, the fastest man in the world. But Fisher Tiger froze in Sea Circle Calendar 1509 and was never caught. If the historical trend had not changed, then Fisher Tiger still chose to refuse the transfusion of human blood and chose to die of blood loss. That is to say, until the target died, Borsalino did not personally take action to catch him. This is ambiguous justice. In addition to the above two major events, a major event also occurred in the Sea Circle Calendar in 1508. Tom's Workers has devoted 10 years of hard work and finally created a legendary vehicle that can travel on the sea, called the Sea Train. This is a great invention, an epoch-making masterpiece in the sea of the Age of Sail. Therefore, Master Tom, the world's #1 shipbuilder who was originally sentenced to death for building a ship for the Pirate King, was also pardoned. But because the CP organization suspected that he had the Pluton design on him, in order to get the Pluton design, Spandam stole the Frankie combat number, invented by Frankie, and used it to attack the Anais lobby sailboat. Then, Master Tom, in order to save his disciples, chose to build a sea train to offset Frankie's attack on the Anais lobby sailboat, which was then taken to Anais lobby to be executed. These are the 3 big news stories that have caused a sensation in the world in the past 3 years. However, as a time traveler, I already knew when I was a child that when I grew up, I would become vaguer and vaguer about the plot. So Kahn, who sorted out the timeline in advance, knows that many unknown events have occurred in the past 3 years. For example, in the Sea Circle Calendar 1507, Doflamingo sent out Virgo, who successfully went undercover into Marine headquarters and was trying to climb up. In 1508, Corazon took Trafalgar Law, whose time was running out to seek medical treatment, searched all the hospitals in North Blue, and redeemed Law, who was twisted in his heart and full of hatred for the world. And in the Sea Circle Calendar 1509, the now invincible red-haired pirates, who still haven't entered the Grand Line, began to station in the windmill village of Goa Kingdom in East Blue. The Son of Destiny finally met his guide. Also in this year, a certain devil fruit worth 5 billion berries, known as the ultimate devil fruit, will be released soon. Sea Circle Calendar May 15, 1509, New World. The Cross family, who challenged the newly promoted Sea Overlord 3 years ago and successfully cut off an arm of the opponent, became Loki again just like 6 years ago. However, the Loki 6 years ago was because the Cross family only had the strongest twin stars, Cross Kahn and Boa Hancock, and then there were only a few unknown posts. Even the influence of the first-class forces is achieved by the unique drug business. Once the strongest twin stars do not cause trouble, not many people will pay attention to the Cross family. Therefore, the neglected Cross family successfully passed the 3-year precipitation period. The precipitation period had just ended, and Kahn immediately moved the legendary Amazon Lily from the Calm Belt back to the New World, making up for the lack of troops in an instant and becoming a veritable first-class force. As the Empress of the powerful Haki country, Hancock's bounty soared to 1.5 billion berries, becoming the veritable second head of the Cross family and the world's strongest woman. After cutting off an arm of the newly promoted Overlord of the Sea, the Cross family once again exposed a mythical Zoan ability user, which made the world more sure that none of the personal maids around Cross Kahn would be simple. If we talk about the Loki 6 years ago, it is the deliberate Loki of Cross Kahn. The Loki of the past 3 years is the Loki that no one dares to provoke. One is to deliberately lower one's sense of existence so that others don't pay attention to one's low profile. The other is to do nothing. One does not take the initiative to cause trouble, and others dare not provoke one's low profile. The status of the world is indeed the only existence under the Overlord. In the past 3 years, the Cross family has also officially started to take off. 3 years ago, the largest business of the Cross family was the unique drug trade. In the past 3 years, the arms business, which could only be shipped to West Blue and North Blue for sale due to a lack of high-quality products, has also caught up with the unique drug business and has become the second-largest cash cow of the Cross family. It took only 3 years for the arms trade, which was previously insignificant, to catch up with the unique drug trade, thanks to Queen's memory. As a scientist, Queen had mastered high-tech floating devices, stealth technology, and laser technology, among other thermal weapons. Sonya, who read all his memories, and Kahn, who quietly accessed Queen's memories from Sonya, digested these memories and also mastered Queen's decades of scientific research results. Although they have no ability to innovate, these achievements of the Queen are enough to make the Cross family an arms tycoon in the New World and even the whole world. Chapter 107. After becoming an arms tycoon, Kahn's cooperation with the world government deepened. Even the world government needs to buy weapons on the black market. It's not that the world government and Marines don't produce weapons. On the contrary, they have the best scientists in the world and the largest arms production base. But even if they can produce their own weapons, they can't supply the front and back halves of the Grand Line, as well as Marine branches all over the world. In this era of great pirates, piracy has become a mainstream profession. Every day, the bullets consumed by Marine training and combat, along with the waste weapons, are enormous. Even in large bases with weapon production facilities, the world government and Marines still don't have enough weapons. So they produce weapons while also buying from the black market. In the original story, Kaido and Kurizumi Orochi reached long-term cooperation with the world government through Doflamingo, making Wano Country a supplier of arms and seastone for the world government. But now, the Cross family arms are becoming more high quality. The 5 elders, not wanting to be scammed by the black market, also use Den Den Mushi to bargain with Kahn, making the Cross family a supplier of hot weapons and medicines for the world government. As for the cold weapon supplier, it's still the Beast's pirates. Throughout the entire world, there's no cold weapon better than those from Wano Country. Just like the unique pharmaceutical business of the Cross family, the cold weapons produced by Wano Country are also unmatched. Counting the supply of seastone, the Beast's pirates is not far behind the Cross family on the surface, having reached long-term cooperation with the world government for 2 businesses. In reality, the Beast's pirates have fallen far behind the Cross family. Because arms and medicine will soon no longer be the most profitable business of the Cross family. After 3 years, the 3 island ships jointly built by the 7 largest shipbuilding companies in the shipbuilding Holy Land and the world's top shipbuilder team were finally completed in April of 1509 on the Sea Circle calendar. The 3 island ships were all named Grandine by Kahn. But the full names are Grandine New World, Grandine Paradise, and Grandine West Blue. Among them, Grandine New World is the gold version. As the name suggests, this island ship is gilded just like the original Gillen Tezelo. To build this golden giant ship, Nami, who will become a family member in the future, can control a large amount of gold in the Grantony New World, as soon as she eats the Paramecia golden fruit and exerts powerful force. Due to his strength, Kahn not only used up the legendary Golden Land, but also spent an unknown number of billions of berries to acquire gold from all over the world. The crazy acquisitions in the past 3 years led to a continuous premium on gold, allowing countless forces with a large amount of gold to make a lot of money. It is no exaggeration to say that Kahn invested most of the munitions and medicines, as well as the Capone family of West Blue and the Don Quixote family of North Blue, the berries they earned for the Cross family into the 3 Grantony New World. As for how Kahn built the golden version of the ship without the help of Paramecia Golden Fruit's ability user, of course, it was because of Hancock's electric heating. Moreover, the gold version of the island ship was not specially prepared for Nami, and there are also reasons for Hancock in it. Gold conducts electricity, and Hancock's ability in the Grandine New World, second only to the Logia Thunder fruit on the Island of Thunder, will be strengthened at an epic level. Hancock was also appointed as the head of the Grandine New World by Kahn before Nami joined. The fact that Kahn dismantled an uninhabited island and turned it into 3 island ships was seen by the people of Dressrosa, as well as countless outsiders. So naturally, they couldn't hide it from the whole world. Especially after the completion of the gold version of the Grandine New World, the entire body gold-plated, even the dragon on the bow no longer blue but golden, which became one of the big stories in the Sea Circle calendar in 1509, reported by Morgans. The whole world knows that Cross Kahn, the walking scourge, built an island ship full of gold, but they don't know what he intends to use it for. Kahn, who also saw the news, took the opportunity to contact Morgans and asked Morgans to help him place an advertisement in the daily newspaper. In return, Kahn gave Morgans his purpose for building the 3 island ships, as well as his friendship. Morgans responded with sudden excitement. With Kahn's friendship, this superstar, on the brink of becoming a sea overlord, would now provide first-hand information for any disturbance. So Morgans not only advertised Kahn, but did so with headlines. Of course, Morgans didn't advertise so blatantly for the sake of newspapers' reputation. Instead, he cleverly took advantage of the hype, claiming that after his own hard work and investigation, he finally discovered why Cross Kahn built 3 island ships and why he had been buying superstar gold worldwide for the past 3 years. According to the newspaper's report, the storm of the mobile entertainment city immediately swept the whole world and caused a sensation across the seas. For a time, countless people were looking forward to the launch of the 3 Grandine ships. People, wealthy businessmen and nobles in East Blue, South Blue, and North Blue were cursing Kahn, wondering if he looked down on them. They were all over the world, so why did West Blue get the island boats? Could it be because West Blue is his hometown? No way, there's too little entertainment in this world. For example, the entertainment of the nobles involves playing with slaves or watching slaves duel. The entertainment of ordinary people is basically gambling. As for the 3 Grandine ships, they were just an entertainment introduction filled with 2 full pages of newspapers. To sum up, you can find all kinds of entertainment on the Grandine ships. Even if there is no entertainment in this world, it belongs to the original creation of Grandine and was actually carried over by Kahn from his previous life. In addition, the 3 Grandine ships also have a large number of stores waiting for major companies to settle in. Before opening, the front and back halves of the Grand Line, as well as the people of the world in West Blue, were full of expectations for the Grandine. You sneaky cat, trying to defeat this empress, it's been a long time coming. On this day, on the training ground behind the Amazon Lily's Island Palace, Hancock was ruthlessly mocking the peerless beauty who, despite being covered in stains, still exuded amazing charm. Hancock continued with such taunts for 2 years. If you read carefully, you will find that Hancock's sarcasm is full of bitterness and envy. It doesn't matter, I didn't expect to surpass you in terms of strength. For Hancock's ridicule, Scarlet had gone from resignation to complacency over the past 2 years. Scarlet, now 22 years old, is slightly inferior to Hancock in height and figure, but not in appearance and charm. After calming her short breath, she suddenly wiped her pink hair, looking at Hancock's red lips and slightly raised. As long as I beat you on the other hand, and you can't beat me again, that's fine. You sneaky cat, die. Hearing this, Hancock suddenly became furious, with blue and white lightning flashing all over her body. She teleported behind Scarlet, ready to kick her away with a sweeping kick. However, Scarlet, who was dripping with sweat, reacted in time and raised her foot to block Hancock's kick. Terrifying airwaves immediately burst out from their long legs. From Scarlett's ability to block Hancock's kick, it was clear she had mastered armament haki. Scarlett had already mastered not only armament haki, but even observation haki. After 6 years of training, haki's cultivation method still comes from Amazon Lily Island, one of the most complete haki systems. Her potential has been enhanced by paramecia, love fruit, and she receives retaliatory guidance from the jealous Hancock. At 22 years old, if Scarlett couldn't master the two-color haki, it would be truly mediocre. As for why she was called a sneaky cat by Hancock, and why Hancock was so jealous, it stemmed from an accident 2 years ago. It was in that accident that Kahn lost the most precious thing in his life, and got Scarlett's most precious thing, becoming each other's 10th man and woman. Coincidentally, their fight was discovered by Hancock, who immediately exploded in jealousy. Then Scarlett was abused by Hancock for 2 full years. Chapter 108. Kahn is an LSB, but he has a bottom line. Although Robin and Boa Hancock's 3 sisters were all grown using his paramecia fruit, which can ripen anything, transforming them from children to 18-year-olds, Kahn refrained from any inappropriate behavior. In his eyes, they remained the young girls they originally were. His steadfast principle was to wait until they reached the actual age of 18 before considering anything romantic. This bottom line allowed Scarlett to seize an opportunity and become Kahn's first woman, preceding his maids. Over the years, Scarlett fell deeply in love with Kahn. 2 years ago, during Kahn's 19th birthday celebration at the Maiden Island Palace, she mustered the courage to give him a special gift. While everyone else was cleaning up, Scarlett sneaked into the bathhouse, but Kahn caught her. On that day, Kahn, having had some wine, was unprepared for the effects of Scarlett's sweet fruit, which rendered him powerless. Hancock, intending to assist Kahn with his bath, stumbled upon the scene and became infuriated. As a maid, Hancock directed her anger at Scarlett, believing she seduced Kahn. Consequently, Hancock subjected Scarlett to rigorous haki and physical training, often leading to injuries, both minor and severe, with no mercy due to her paramecia healing fruit. Under Hancock's tough guidance, Scarlett's determination shone through. After 4 years of perseverance and 2 years of intense training, she finally mastered the two-color haki and marine 6 styles. By January 1509 of the Sea Circle calendar, Scarlett's situation improved as Hancock's age turned 18, making her eligible for Kahn's affections. Finally receiving the attention she longed for, Hancock ceased her harsh treatment of Scarlett, provided Scarlett didn't provoke her. Having won the hearts of 2 influential women, Kahn struggled to maintain the self-discipline he upheld for 19 years. Nights were spent either at his ship or Kuja Island, often staying up past midnight and barely waking up on time. Fortunately, Kahn's exceptional physical fitness and self-discipline meant he could maintain a rigorous schedule. Despite often staying up past midnight, he consistently woke up at 6 o'clock, ready for the day's challenges. His nightly routine of changing sleeping locations didn't go unnoticed by Robin, the first maid. Robin, with her sly and playful nature, often teased Kahn subtly. She would add spices to his breakfast milk or create visually appealing but terrible-tasting dishes, making Kahn force himself to eat them under her watchful and expectant gaze. Even their daily conversations were laced with hidden jabs. Understanding Robin's jealousy through his innate observation haki, Kahn knew he had to be careful. He took extra care to maintain a close relationship with Robin without overstepping boundaries. Unlike Scarlett and Hancock, Kahn's relationship with Robin remained platonic. He instead focused on helping Robin develop her paramecia flower fruit's potential, making her the most mature among the girls. Kahn's life seemed perfect, filled with daily practices and living a life many envied. However, on May 15, 1509, his peaceful existence was interrupted by a phone call. Purararu, Purararu, Purararu. Your Excellency Kahn, we have news about the paramecia apop fruit you've been searching for. The call from the North Blue black market leader excited Kahn. Did you secure it? No, we received a tip. Someone has the paramecia apop fruit and contacted me to discuss the trade. Kahn, eager to secure the fruit, responded, I'm heading to North Blue. Ensure the seller doesn't leak any information about the paramecia apop fruit. Offer him 10 billion berries in cash or through remittance and assure him we won't extort him. Mention the Cross family's reputation to reassure him. I understand, Your Excellency Kahn. As the call ended, Hancock, still half asleep and drooling slightly, climbed onto Kahn's chest. Master, are you going north? She asked groggily. Kahn nodded, gently pinching her cheeks. Yes, the op-hop fruit is crucial for our family's future. I need to get it quickly. He instructed Hancock, I'll be going alone. Stay here and protect Robin and the others with Scarlet. Understood, Master, Hancock replied, sensing the importance of the mission despite not fully grasping its significance. Kahn, using his telekinesis, wrapped the Grandine and quietly left Kuja Island. He soared through the sky, flying towards North Blue, determined to secure the Paramecia op-hop fruit for the family's next stage of development. Chapter 109. It is not difficult to see through the conversation between Kahn and the head of the North Blue black market. In the past 3 years, Kahn has been spreading news of the acquisition of the op-hop fruit on the black market, and the price is double the 5 billion berries purchased by the original world government. Counting the entrustment fee to the black market, if Kahn doesn't cheat, he will need to pay more than 10 billion berries to get the op-hop fruit. Kahn didn't even bat an eyelid at this. As long as he gets the op-hop fruit, let alone 10 billion, even if it is 20 billion, Kahn will make a lot of money. Just as Kahn said to Hancock, the op-hop fruit is related to the next development of the Cross family, and it is also the key to establishing their cross-family maritime supremacy. Therefore, Kahn, who knew that the op-hop fruit would be obtained by ex-Drake's father, spread the news and contact channels early, used 10 billion berries to get these barrels hooked, and secretly contacted the North Blue black market, trading with Kahn. As long as the opponent doesn't have the fruit, the op-hop fruit will definitely fall into Kahn's hands secretly. However, due to the theory of luck and fate in this world, Kahn decided to take a trip himself to prevent Law from eventually becoming the op-hop fruit user. In order to get the op-hop fruit as soon as possible, Kahn turned into a dragon, used telekinetic power to wrap their ship, and eliminated the air barrier, increasing the speed to ultimate, choosing the shortcut of the windless zone, which only took less than 2 days to arrive at North Blue from the New World. After arriving at North Blue, Kahn took out the Den Mushy and contacted the black market, and learned from the person in charge that these barrels chose to use the black market as an intermediary, and the two parties conducted transactions face-to-face. Although the Cross family had a guarantee of credibility, these barrels still didn't have the courage and guts to cross the black market to trade with Kahn. Therefore, he chose to pay 5% of the proceeds as a commission and let the black market act as an intermediary so that this transaction could be completed smoothly. For this, Kahn didn't bother to despise the coward. Anyway, the person who pays the commission is these barrels. He only needs to pay 10 billion berries, and there is an additional commission fee. The next day, Kahn came to the appointed place and successfully reached a deal with these barrels in the castle that was the stronghold of the black market. During this period, there was no third-party interception incident. Corazon and Law, in the original story, knew that the op-hop fruit was in the hands of these barrels because Doflamingo told them. The power of the op-hop fruit traded with these barrels in the original story is not the Don Quixote family, but the naval headquarters representing the world government. The reason why Doflamingo knew this news was that these barrels was disturbed by the pirates' deal with the Marine, so he planned to entrust Doflamingo, who was a dark intermediary, to help him sell the op-hop fruit to the Marine. As everyone knows, after Doflamingo learned that the op-hop fruit was in the hands of these barrels, he immediately thought of robbing. As a result, Corazon took the first step and snatched the op-hop fruit, making Law the new op-hop fruit ability user. But now, Kahn spread the news of the acquisition of the op-hop fruit in the black market around the world 3 years in advance, and the purchase price was 10 billion berries, and any black market stronghold had channels to contact the person in charge of the black market. In this transaction, except for the person in charge of the black market, Kahn and these barrels, the news did not leak out. The person in charge of the black market, did not dare to offend the future maritime overlord in the slightest, and even less dared to have an opinion. Therefore, Kahn got the op-hop fruit very smoothly. After paying 10 billion berries and the entrustment fee of the black market, Kahn rejected the banquet invitation from the person in charge of the black market, left the island where the stronghold was located that day, took out his den mushi, and contacted Doflamingo. Blue, 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 blue. I'm Doflamingo. Doflamingo was quickly connected, as the den mushi called. I'm Kahn. Kahn asked straight to the point. Dover, do you know the location of Germa 66? CFFD. Kahn, are you coming to North Blue? Hearing this, Doflamingo immediately guessed where Kahn was. Came over to make a deal. Kahn nodded and said, now the transaction is complete. I want to visit the overlord of North Blue. Zixixixi, the Kingdom of Germa is the only maritime country in the world that has no fixed land. Their whereabouts are erratic. Even I need a certain amount of time to get to their location. Doflamingo smiled evilly. Before that, why don't you come to my stronghold for a sit-down? We haven't seen each other for several years. Okay, give me an address. Kahn didn't say no. After getting the current address of the Donquixote family, Kahn immediately set off on his ship. 2 days later, Kahn came to Doflamingo's temporary stronghold. Zixixixi, Kahn, long time no see, you have grown taller again. Kahn did not inform Doflamingo, but when the ship docked, he found that Doflamingo was already waiting for him at the pier. Seeing Kahn floating down from the boat, Doflamingo greeted him with his characteristic evil laugh. Kahn, who is 21 years old this year and whose height was fixed at 1.97 meters 2 years ago, replied with a smile. It seems that you have mastered observation haki. The butterfly flapped its wings again, and Kahn knew very well that Doflamingo, at this time in the original story, did not master observation haki at all, so he missed Law, who was hidden in the box. And now, Doflamingo has mastered observation haki ahead of time. If Dies Barreros hadn't entrusted Doflamingo with his focus on the op-hop fruit, Law's ending might have been different. Zixixixi, all of this is thanks to the haki manuscript you gave me. It is already very remarkable to have mastered observation haki through the haki handbook. The haki codex is a reward Kahn gave Doflamingo several years ago. If it weren't for Doflamingo, who helped him with ammunition and medicines, maximized his profits in North Blue, and helped him acquire a large amount of gold, the ship might not have been completed so quickly. After chatting for a while, Kahn used telekinesis to take down the treasure chest containing the op-hop fruit, and then went to the residence of the Donquixote family with Doflamingo. Looking at the treasure chest floating beside Kahn, the familiar size made Doflamingo narrow his eyes under the sunglasses and say, "Is this treasure chest the thing that made you come to North Blue to make a deal? If I guessed correctly, there should be a secret treasure of the sea hidden here, right?" Just as you thought. The corner of Kahn's mouth raised slightly, and he said without any concealment, "There is an ultimate devil fruit inside." Ultimate devil fruit. Hearing this, Doflamingo's eyes under the sunglasses widened slightly, staring at the treasure chest and saying, "Could it be that this devil fruit?" Yes, it's the op-hop fruit. Chapter 110. Doflamingo couldn't help but take a breath and say with a shocked expression, "In the past few years, you have bought the op-hop fruit on the black market for 10 billion berries." "That's right, it's me," Kahn nodded in acknowledgement. He's not afraid of Doflamingo thinking about his op-hop fruit. If the weak get the op-hop fruit, such as Dies Barreros, Doflamingo, who knows the ultimate power of the op-hop fruit, will definitely be full of excitement and have the idea of robbery. At this time, if Kahn snatches the op-hop fruit from D's barrels in advance before Doflamingo, even if Doflamingo didn't dare to get angry afterwards, his heart would be full of grudges. At that time, after the Donquixote family became a big force, Doflamingo would not work so hard to help Kahn make money. That's one of the reasons why Kahn was spreading the acquisition of the op-hop fruit on the black market 3 years in advance. In this way, even if Doflamingo is very jealous of the op-hop fruit, he dares not have any thoughts. On the contrary, he will have a deeper fear of Kahn and a greater dependence on him. Because Doflamingo, who has read the Devil Fruit illustrated book, knows why the Opop fruit is called the ultimate devil fruit. In addition to the ultimate ageless surgery, the ability of this fruit is also the top existence of paramecia. Just like the Opop fruit in terms of wisdom, the Opop fruit is definitely no one in medicine. The healing fruit, which is also a medicine, is not even qualified to give the Opop fruit a shoe. The healing fruit restores stumps and broken arms, but it reduces the lifespan of the ability user. As for Opop fruit users, they only need to expand the surgical field to bring back the severed arm. If the broken arm disappears, they can find an arm with the same length as their own to connect it, and it will be no different from their own arm. Anything spliced onto the body by the surgical field will become an organ of one's own body. This is the power of unreasonable rules in the field of surgery. After recovering, Doflamingo slightly sighed. If it's the Opop fruit, then it's really worth coming to North Blue to make a deal in person. This devil fruit is related to the next stage of development of the Cross family, Kahn explained briefly, and then changed the subject and asked, "This year is already C-Circle calendar 1509, and you are also 28 years old. Do you still plan to stay in North Blue?" "Zixixixi, I plan to leave North Blue next year," Doflamingo grinned with an evil smile. "I have a plan. Once it is realized, I will obtain the status of a legal pirate. As soon as I get the status of Shichibukai, I will enter the Grand Line and move to the New World with the Donquixote family. So if you need help, you can call me." As a time traveler, Kahn knows what Doflamingo's plan is even without observation haki. His plan is to rob the heavenly gold, and then use the heavenly gold to blackmail the world government. Since Doflamingo is a former celestial dragon, the Marine can only catch but not kill him, and since he knows the secret of the national treasure, they have no choice but to accept Doflamingo's conditions. Phew phew foo foo. Thank you, Kahn. With your support, I'm sure everything will go smoothly. Afraid that Kahn would ask about his plan, Doflamingo quickly changed the subject and said, "By the way, when will your 3 Grandine Island ships open?" "A mobile entertainment city, this is an unprecedented idea. Don't you plan to build a few more ships and develop the world?" "Forget it, 3 ships are already the limit," Kahn shook his head. "The gold version of the Grandine New World has almost exhausted all my savings. I will consider developing East Blue, South Blue, and North Blue when the funds return." I hope. During the chat, Kahn, led by Doflamingo, came to the residence of the Donquixote family in this temporary stronghold. On the way, Doflamingo couldn't help glancing at the treasure chest containing the Opop fruit. Kahn, with his natural observation of haki, noticed Doflamingo's interest, but wasn't concerned. He knew Doflamingo wouldn't make a move on his Opop fruit. Just like his previous evaluation, Doflamingo is a very witty and smart guy. He will covet the treasures in the hands of the weak, but for the treasure in the hands of the strong, he absolutely has no idea. Compared to the Opop fruit, Kahn's friendship is more important. Germa 66 is a military organization and the name of an army. It is almost a household name in North Blue. Everyone knows it, Doflamingo began, leading Kahn into a villa. They entered a study and sat opposite each other. This army belongs to the Kingdom of Germa, and the ruler is the Vinsmoke family. It's different from our Donquixote family and Cross family because the Kingdom of Germa is one of over 170 countries to join the world government. So the Vinsmoke family is also a royal family within it. The head of the Vinsmoke family is a man named Vinsmoke Judge, who is a very good scientist. In addition, the Kingdom of Germa is unique because it has no fixed territory but can participate in the World Summit. This country is composed of dozens of sailing ships. Usually, they act separately, accepting employment from various forces in North Blue to start or resolve wars. When dozens of sailing ships merge together, they become the temporary Kingdom of Germa. It will take some time to accurately find Vinsmoke Judge's warship among the dozens of ships operating separately. Kahn said, "Find him as soon as possible." "Zixixixi, no problem," Doflamingo nodded, not questioning why Kahn was in such a hurry to find Vinsmoke Judge. Without thinking too much, he knew it must be for the next stage of development of the Cross family. Chapter 111. With the help of the Donquixote family, Kahn got the location of Vinsmoke Judge after only waiting for 3 days. If it weren't for the traces of the Germa kingdom all over North Blue, Doflamingo would have actually found Vinsmoke Judge's location in just 1 day. Because the Germa kingdom is so famous in North Blue, the World Summit will only select 50 countries as representatives from more than 170 member countries. These 50 countries are also known as the 50 powers. As the name suggests, it refers to the 50 most powerful countries among the more than 170 member countries. The most powerful refers to the strongest in each field. For example, the Sakura Kingdom, which is only located on a medium-sized island, is also one of the top 50 countries, but this country does not have a strong military force. Instead, it is the world's #1 medical power. The Germa Kingdom can become one of the top 50 countries because of its terrifying clone army and leading high-tech weapons on the market. After Vinsmoke Judge left the illegal scientific research team, MADS, he used the blood factor to create a superstar clone army and revive Germa 66's brilliance. A few years ago, Vinsmoke Judge led Germa 66 and triggered a big event of killing the 4 North Blue countries, making Germa 66 once again the overlord of North Blue. Even without a fixed territory, they still became one of the top 50 countries able to participate in the World Summit. As one of the top 50 countries, Germa 66 has great privileges. For example, after Sanji was wanted in the original story, Vinsmoke Judge could even ask the Marines to mark that Sanji could be captured alive in his bounty. If the Germa Kingdom had a fixed territory, then the island where it was located would also become one of the most famous islands in North Blue. After getting the location of Vinsmoke Judge, Kahn bid farewell to Doflamingo and set sail on the Grandine. On the way, Kahn would receive a call from Doflamingo every once in a while to receive a new position from Vinsmoke Judge. I don't know if it's a coincidence or if the goddess of luck fell in love with Kahn. While Kahn was sailing alone, he sat on the side of the boat fishing while checking the map and compass to make sure his position was not off. On this day, since he couldn't perform it on the boat, he gave himself a holiday. Kahn, who didn't spend half a day practicing, was still sitting on the side of the boat and fishing. While waiting for the fish to take the bait, Kahn talked on the phone with Robin, Hancock, and Scarlet, who were far away in the New World, discussing the topic of Den Den Mushi. At this time, an ordinary sailing ship with the flag of a certain kingdom suddenly sailed past far in front of Kahn and just came into his sight. In the next second, Kahn was slightly taken aback, and then his eyes stared at the sky. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Kahn's expression at this time was perfectly imitated by the Den Den Mushi. Robin's slightly puzzled and surprised voice could not help but come from the Den Den Mushi. Since becoming Kahn's maid at the age of 9, Robin has rarely seen a more precocious master than herself, showing such an expression. Obviously, her master must have encountered something. "I suddenly had a windfall here. Let's not talk about it now. I will tell you when I get back to the New World." Pulled back to his senses by Robin's voice, the corner of Kahn's mouth twitched slightly. He replied casually and hung up the Den Den Mushi. Immediately afterwards, Kahn's body emitted a blue light, escaping gravity and floating into the air, flying towards the ordinary sailboat ahead. Ordinary sailboats flying the flag of a certain kingdom are refugee ships that can be seen everywhere in the North Blue, even in the 4 seas and both halves of the Grand Line. As the name suggests, such ships are used to carry refugees. In addition to more than 170 member countries, there are many kingdoms in the world that are not member countries, and the number of these non-member countries is much more than that of the member countries. These kingdoms are not protected by the Marines and are lawless areas where pirates like to rob and land. To gain marine protection and privileges granted by the world government, these kingdoms wage wars against other kingdoms, robbing each other's territories, treasures, and people. After collecting enough money, they become one of the member countries. These refugee ships often carry people from the enemy country, used by the victorious country. The ship ahead of Kahn is one of them. It wasn't any treasure on the ship that made Kahn act. It was his innate observation haki, which was on 24 hours a day, reading people's hearts and passively hearing the sound of the refugee ship. One of these voices was why Kahn acted. "Don't be afraid, Sugar. Sister will definitely protect you." This sentence made Kahn hang up the phone and act. Sugar, a name common even in North Blue. But Kahn was sure this Sugar was the person he was looking for. With his unique perception from God's perspective, he found the owner of the voice. A girl in dirty clothes, looking just grown up, with long grass-green hair, holding a little girl under 10 years old. The little girl was equally dirty, covered in dust and smudges, with short blue hair, shivering in the girl's arms. They are the sisters from the original work, Monet and Sugar. Kahn never expected to meet Monet and Sugar this way. He had planned to come to North Blue next year, helping the Donquixote family move to the New World, using Doflamingo's luck to find Monet and Sugar. Unexpectedly, the sisters came to him. This trip to North Blue seems full now. Boom! Kahn immediately released his Conqueror's haki. In front of Kahn's Conqueror's haki, except for Monet and Sugar, whom Kahn deliberately avoided, the other refugees and soldiers fell to the ground with rolling white eyes. Seeing the rows of falling figures, Monet holding Sugar and Sugar curled up in her sister's arms, all widened their beautiful eyes with different expressions. "Oh, can hold my haki." At this moment, a voice reached Monet and Sugar's ears. Looking towards the sound, they saw a young man with a faint blue light, surrounded by blue radiance, flying over the refugee boat, watching them from above. Kahn, who clearly avoided them with haki, slowly floated down from the sky, about a meter from the deck, looking at Monet and Sugar with interest. "What are your names?" My name is Monet." Seeing a flying human for the first time, Monet hugged Sugar, looked up at Kahn, and nervously introduced herself and her sister. "This is my sister. Her name is Sugar. Please help us." In the last sentence, Monet wanted to say, "Please don't hurt us." But she realized this big guy, who made everyone faint and could fly, could kill them as easily as trampling ants. If he wanted to kill them, begging would be meaningless. Seeing the interest on Kahn's face, Monet suddenly realized this might be a chance for her and her sister to escape their suffering. Although she didn't know why they didn't pass out, the other party likely took a fancy to them. So Monet changed her last sentence. Kahn saw her inner thoughts. Kahn admired Monet's ability to respond, as expected of a rational type like Robin. And she hadn't eaten a devil fruit, the rational type who didn't lock up her potential. Worth all the investment and cultivation. Under the head of the Cross family, there is a candidate for the third giant. Chapter 112. Monet and Sugar, nice names. After evaluating the names of the two sisters, Kahn, who was floating in the air, suddenly stretched out his palms to Monet and Sugar below and asked, "You have great potential. Do you want to come with me?" Hi. Seeing that Kahn really extended a helping hand to them, Monet immediately looked happy. She nodded without any hesitation and said excitedly, "We are willing. Please take us out of here." "Very good." Kahn nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at the fainted crowd around him and asked knowingly, "Do you have any family members here? Is there anyone else who needs me to take you away?" "No more, only us two sisters." Monet hesitated, then shook her head and said, although the people around her are from the same country, she doesn't know what will happen to them after they are transported to the victorious country. But having the big man in front of them take away the two sisters were already lucky, and she dared not make any other demands. "Wait, don't struggle or be afraid. I will use my fruit power to take you away." Kahn had no intention of helping these refugees further. After reminding Monet and Sugar, he used his telekinetic power to form a mask covering the two women and lifted them up to fly to the Grandine. "Go wash your body first." After taking the two girls back to the boat, Kahn led them to the entrance of the bathroom in the cabin and said, "I will put the clothes here at the entrance. After you take a bath and change your clothes, you can look for me on the deck." Before Monet could reply, Kahn went to the cloakroom, took two sets of maid outfits, and placed them at the door. In the cloakroom of the Grandine, there were maid outfits of various sizes. The small-sized maid outfits were all left by Mary. After putting the clothes down, Kahn returned to the deck to continue fishing. That. Not long after, a timid voice reached Kahn's ears. Looking sideways, his eyes suddenly brightened. The two dirty girls from before had disappeared. In their place were one big and one small, beautiful and cute maids dressed in black and white maid outfits. Just like the three Boya sisters back then, Monet and Sugar, who were captured due to the collapse of their country, looked timid. This was the reaction most weak people had when facing the strong for the first time. A word from Kahn would determine their future status. If Kahn was unhappy, he could take out collars and put them around their necks at any time, turning them into slaves without human rights. If he was in a good mood, he could treat them as younger sisters, changing their status from refugees to big shots all of a sudden. So, what Kahn said next was the trial of fate for Monet and Sugar. Reintroduce yourselves. Born with observation hacky, Kahn sensed the anxiety of the two girls. He turned to face them, raised his elegant legs, and said, "My name is Cross Kahn. I am 21 years old and from West Blue. How about you?" "My name is Monet. I am 17 years old and I am from North Blue." Monet hastily followed Kahn's introduction method, then introduced Sugar to Kahn. "This is my sister, her name is Sugar, and she is 9 years old. As a price for saving you, from now on, you will be my personal maids. Are you willing?" Kahn asked symbolically. "Willing we will." Hearing the words personal maid, Monet was slightly taken aback, then felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After secretly looking at Kahn, she glanced at the flag hanging on the mast and nodded excitedly. It was clear from Monet's reaction that she had recognized Kahn. When Monet first heard Cross Kahn's name, she didn't react because Kahn had kept a low profile for 3 years. But after hearing about becoming personal maids, Monet realized they were very lucky. Cross Kahn, a native of West Blue, is the current head of the Cross family, with a bounty of 1.555 billion berries. He is one of the great pirates of the New World. The Cross family is more famous than the Don Quixote family of North Blue and the Vinsmoke family of Germa 66. Not only because of the family's strength, but also because of the group of personal maids, including Cross Kahn and his group of personal maids, the most famous being the Pirate Empress, one of the most powerful women in the world. The maid profession has gained more fame due to this group over the years. The most beautiful woman in the world and one of the most powerful women in the world, the Pirate Empress, is a member of this maid team. There's also the vampire boa Sandersonia, with a bounty of 1 billion berries, and the son of the devil Nico Robin, all part of this maid group. Additionally, there are still a few unknown maids in this maid group, but the whole world believes they are definitely not as simple as ordinary maids. The personal maid team is the cadre team of the Cross family. The world-renowned Pirate Empress, Vampire, and Devil's Son are all top cadres. The unknown maids are all cadres, even hidden top cadres. Now, those who were supposed to be transported to the Victory Kingdom, whether sold as slaves or became the playthings of kingdom soldiers, nobles, or rich merchants, or were lucky enough to return to ordinary people, unexpectedly met a great pirate of the New World and were fortunate to become his personal maids. That is, the cadre of the Cross family. How lucky is that? Very well, then you will be responsible for my daily life. Seeing Monet's inner thoughts in his eyes again, Kahn nodded with satisfaction and said, "From now on, you will call me Master, and when I return to the New World, I will ask your senior Robin to teach you about maid etiquette." "Yes, Master." Monet bowed her head respectfully. Seeing that Monet was so sensible, Kahn was more determined to cultivate her ideas. He immediately turned his eyes to Sugar. Due to the great psychological shadow brought about by the war, she was now just like Mary back then. She didn't even have the courage to look directly at him. Kahn asked, "Are you called Sugar?" "And yes, it is." Sugar, who was asked, was slightly startled, subconsciously raising her head to look at Kahn, who was smiling gently. Then, she immediately lowered her head, responding as delicately as a mosquito. "Don't be afraid. You will be the closest people to me in the future, and I will not hurt you." Kahn stood up and came in front of Sugar, bent down and hugged her, comforting her with a smile. No matter which world you are in, beauty is justice. Under Kahn's handsome and gentle smile, Sugar seemed to feel Kahn's kindness, and her delicate body, which was trembling uncontrollably, gradually returned to normal. The fear of strangers in her heart dissipated quickly. Looking up at Kahn's face secretly and meeting those smiling red eyes, Sugar quickly lowered her head, lying in Kahn's arms and timidly responding. "Come, go fishing with Master." Kahn was amused by Sugar's reaction. He held Sugar and sat back on the chair, then picked up a fishing rod and cast it towards the sea in front of him. Next, Kahn picked up the fruit next to him and began to cultivate feelings with Sugar. Monet, who witnessed this scene, quickly dissipated her awe of Kahn. Instead, she felt a sense of security and warmth, finding a place to live. I believe it won't take long before Monet's sense of security and warmth turns into a sense of belonging to the Cross family and loyalty to the master in front of her, thanks to Cross Kahn's nurturing methods. Chapter 113. High coldness has its benefits, and Asahi has its own advantages. A cold person can seem hard to get along with. On the other hand, people like Asahi are easy to gain favor with and are pleasant to be around. Kahn is the Asahi type. Of course, this is only if you're useful to him. Then, you will see Kahn's Asahi side. If you are unfamiliar and useless to him, Kahn will be cold and ignore you like air. Monet and Sugar are obviously useful to Kahn. They are giants and cadres chosen by Kahn long ago. Therefore, Kahn was very patient in developing relationships with them. In the next few days, Kahn presented his best side to Monet and Sugar. He chatted with them about their families, learned about their pasts, and comforted them. Instead of rushing to instruct them and leading them into the world of superhumans, he even cooked meals with Monet and made some of Sugar's favorite desserts. After eating and drinking, they enjoyed the pool, court, shooting range, and various indoor entertainments in the Grandine cabin. If they were tired of indoor activities, they went fishing or rode a Sky Island speciality, the Veba. Monet and Sugar, having never seen these things before, were instantly addicted. For Kahn, who played these games with them, their affection grew daily. In just a few days, the shy Sugar started calling him Master smoothly. Monet did too. Every night these days, Monet would secretly rejoice in bed. She was glad to have met the master, thinking about how their lives could have been worse than pigs and dogs, used by soldiers or enemies to vent their anger, beaten, or humiliated to death. Kahn, with his natural observation haki, saw this pair of sisters growing affection for him, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. With this skyrocketing speed, he could give them devil fruits after returning to the New World. The time came to the end of May in 1509 on the sea circle calendar. After several days of sailing and changing directions, Kahn finally found the Germa battleship where Vinsmoke Judge was located, also known as the famous North Blue, Saint Germain. When the Grandine was tens of kilometers away from the Saint Germain, Kahn began to act. "Master, where are you going in this outfit?" Monet, not yet a qualified maid, asked curiously when she saw Kahn come out of the cabin wearing a black cloak, a hood covering his short blue hair, and a white mask on his face. "I'm going to meet someone. It's not convenient to show my face." Kahn squatted down, touched Sugar's head on his thigh, and told Monet, "Wait for me on the boat. Don't be afraid. You and the Grandine are within my perception range. My devil fruit ability can see you and protect you." After finishing speaking, Kahn gently pushed Sugar away, and a blue photon floated out of the cloak. Then, his figure soared into the sky. Using telekinesis to eliminate the air barrier, Kahn, wearing a black cloak, shot into the sky like a black meteor, disappearing from Monet and Sugar's sight in the blink of an eye. Immediately, Kahn seemed to reassure them that he was not lying. An apple wrapped in telekinetic power floated up from the fruit basket on the table and flew back and forth in front of the two women. Seeing this, the hearts of the two women immediately calmed. After comforting them from the air, Kahn quickly flew over the Saint Germain and then disappeared into an afterimage. Booms, bang, bang, bang. As Kahn's figure vanished, a domineering aura instantly enveloped the entire Saint Germain. Not only that, But this aura also turned into a blue mask visible only to those with awakened haki, forming a hemisphere that covered a radius of more than 10 miles. Within this range, everyone and every den mushy on the Saint Germain, along with the sea beasts in the translucent layer of the sea, rolled their eyes and passed out unconsciously. This included Vinsmoke Judge, the head of the Vinsmoke family. To stun him, Kahn unleashed his Conqueror's haki with all his might. This was the first time he used Conqueror's haki since awakening it at the age of 9. If this failed to stun Vinsmoke Judge, Kahn would have to resort to a sneak attack. Fortunately, Vinsmoke Judge was just a scientist, not very powerful. Or rather, his strength relied entirely on Germa's battle suit. Caught off guard by Kahn's full-power Conqueror's haki, Judge was defenseless and fell like everyone else. After stunning Vinsmoke Judge, Kahn, already inside the Saint Germain, quickly approached him. Crouching down and pressing Judge's head, Kahn used his natural observation haki to read his memory. Unlike before, when he only read some important memories, this time Kahn spent a lot of haki reading all of Judge's scientific research memories. Like watching a movie, Judge's scientific research experience played in Kahn's mind. Kahn did not immediately digest these foreign memories, but preserved them. Next, Kahn found the underground facility for manufacturing the clone army from Judge's memory. In this base, housing a huge facility for creating human clones, Kahn quickly opened a secret compartment containing several safes requiring passwords to open. After opening the safes, Kahn successfully obtained all of Judge's research materials and various blueprints. After a simple inspection, he used his telekinetic power to pack up the safes and take them away. If it hadn't been for the enormous size of this underground facility and the clones' bloodlines being programmed not to fear death and never betray Judge, Kahn would have moved it as well. However, after reading Judge's memory and taking away all the scientific research materials, Kahn found it a simple task to build a similar underground facility. Using telekinetic power to hold the safes, he left the Saint Germain and quickly returned to the Grandine. Kahn didn't kill Vinsmoke Judge. In Kahn's eyes, Judge was one of the most valuable people in the world. When he changed his job to be a scientist, if he encountered something he didn't understand, he could return to North Blue to ask Judge. Yes, Kahn came to North Blue this time, not only to trade for the Opop fruit, but also to obtain Judge's memory and scientific research data so he could become a scientist himself. Both were key to establishing the Cross family as the overlord of the sea. Chapter 114. After obtaining the Opop fruit, Vinsmoke Judge's memories, and scientific research materials, and successfully turning Monet and Sugar into his personal maids, Kahn's trip to North Blue had been highly rewarding. If nothing unexpected happened, Kahn would leave North Blue this time. Unless he encountered something he didn't understand in scientific research, he wouldn't step into this sea area again. Returning to the Grandine with several safes, Kahn set sail towards Reverse Mountain. Yes, Kahn chose not to return to the New World across the Calm Belt. He had high hopes for Monet and Sugar, and wanted them to be his loyal followers. Kahn intended to strengthen their relationship further before taking them back to the New World to be trained by Robin. So, Kahn took Monet and Sugar from Reverse Mountain to the first half of the Grand Line, continuing to develop their relationship while heading for Drum Island, the world's 10th largest medical country. Along the way, Kahn also stopped at an island on the same route as Drum Island, bought many drinks, and then turned towards Little Garden, reuniting with his good friends Dory and Brogy. The captains of the giant warrior pirates, from nearly 100 years ago, were also useful to Kahn. Although they had been fighting on Little Garden for almost a century, their status in Elbaf hadn't diminished much. Once they returned to Elbaf, even Prince Loki had to respect them. As a time traveler, Kahn knew the status and background of the giant race well. Befriending them could only be beneficial. After chatting with Dory and Brogy for a while and giving them all the drinks, Kahn left Little Garden with Monet and Sugar, who were amazed at seeing giants for the first time. A few days later, the three finally arrived at Drum Island. Drum Island, also known as Winter Island, was covered in snow all year round. When Kahn, Monet, and Sugar arrived, it was still snowing heavily. However, this environment was very beneficial to Kahn. After taking Monet and Sugar to the most luxurious hotel in the Drum Kingdom, Kahn focused on confirming the location of the doctors while chatting with the two girls. He planned to wait until after dark to visit these doctors one by one, read their memories, and update his understanding of medicine. If Kahn could choose between listening to the voice of all things and reading people's hearts, he would definitely choose the latter without hesitation. In Kahn's eyes, listening to the voice of all things was not as useful as reading people's hearts. While the former could hear non-human voices, it couldn't read memories. Reading people's hearts wasn't just about collecting information. The most powerful aspect of this ability was stealing others' knowledge by reading their memories. By digesting all the knowledge in a particular field, one could go from being a layman to an expert in an instant, or at the very least, an elite. With strong comprehension, one could even become a master in that field soon. Kahn had already been a master in medicine for a few years, but he wasn't interested in becoming a doctor and passing on the knowledge he stole to Mancherry. After reading Quinn's memory through Sonia, Kahn became interested in becoming a scientist. So, after obtaining the op-hop fruit, he deliberately searched for Germa 66 and read Vinsmoke Judge's memory. In the base camp, there are paramecia healing fruit users, and the strongest paramecia op-hop fruit users in the medical field will soon emerge. Kahn, possessing both of these medical abilities, naturally wants to update his understanding of medicine. During his trip to Drum Island, Kahn not only focused on the doctors of the Drum Kingdom, but also targeted Dr. Kureha, the witch known for curing incurable diseases. To be precise, Kahn's trip to Drum Island was specifically to gain Dr. Kureha's knowledge. At 128 years old, Dr. Kureha was still as energetic as a young person and often indulged in wine. She behaved like a pirate, and her strength in her younger days was formidable. Due to her mysterious nature, Kahn initially avoided targeting Dr. Kureha. But now, in need of better medical knowledge, Kahn couldn't ignore the most powerful doctor in the country. As night fell, Kahn went into action. He asked Monet to take care of the sleeping Sugar, donned his black cloak and white mask again, and disappeared from the hotel suite like an afterimage. On a snowy night, Kahn, like a killer, sneaked into the homes of doctors who were resting after work. He used Conqueror's haki to stun the doctors and their families. He then read their memories one by one, checking for important materials in their homes and stealing them if found. A person's memory is their treasure. However, important research materials are treasures that cannot be made by one person alone and belong to many people. For example, Vinsmoke Judge's bloodline factor and human transformation technology were the results of the collective efforts of MADS. These achievements were shared among all members. This is why Quinn has Vegapunk's laser technology, Judge's invisibility and floating devices, and why Judge has Quinn's human transformation technology and Vegapunk's cloning technology, among others. All three of them, even the weakest Caesar clown, mastered each other's skills. They all used their wisdom to advance these technologies. When Kahn fully digests Judge's memory and the scientific research materials from the safes, he will master all the research results of MADS. Whether he can advance them further remains to be seen. However, it is certain that Kahn will be deeply involved in medicine and science in the future. After mastering these fields, Kahn is confident he can help himself break through the limits of this world, complete dimensional evolution, and become a powerful being beyond the ceiling. The power of each world has its own limit. The person closest to this limit is called the strongest in the world. For example, in the world of Naruto, before the birth of 6 paths level powerhouses, the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, was the ceiling. 6 paths level powerhouses are beings beyond the ceiling of the world, considered gods outside the earth. The One Piece world also has its own ceiling. However, because Kahn traveled before the manga concluded, he doesn't know who represents the ceiling yet. What is certain is that Kahn will definitely become the ceiling of this world in the future. However, being the ceiling means being the person closest to the limit. Kahn's goal is not just to be close to the limit, but to become a transcendent being beyond it. Without the illogical cheats of a system, Kahn can only rely on himself. Chapter 115. As the world's largest medical power, the Sakura Kingdom, which is on Drum Island, has an astonishingly large number of doctors. Basically, the best doctors in the world gathered on this island. It is because of these doctors that the Sakura Kingdom became one of the top 50 nations able to participate in the World Summit. It is no exaggeration to say that these doctors are the king's cash cow and the foundation of this country. So Kahn was curious. What kind of idiot would drive the foundation of this country out of this country and issue orders that he can only treat his own illness? WEBNOVEL is definitely one of the most ridiculous things Kahn has ever seen. Due to the large number of doctors, and some doctors were still on the night shift, they did not go home to rest. Kahn didn't read all the doctors' memories in just one night, but planned to spend a little time reading all the doctors' memories before leaving the island. When the time came in the early morning, Kahn read another doctor's memory and flew towards the snow mountain where Kaido was. Flying to the top of the mountain, Kahn once again burst out with all his strength, Conqueror's haki. A blue hemispherical mask that can only be seen by those who have awakened haki immediately enveloped the entire mountaintop, stunning everything. Kahn, who fully released Conqueror's haki, also used his unique perception to see if Dr. Kaido had passed out. Soon, Kahn saw what he wanted to see. He saw that Dr. Kaido, who hadn't slept in the early hours of the morning and was still drinking, tilted her head slightly, and the whole person fell on the sofa, unconscious. The wine bottle also fell from her hand and landed on the floor, covered with expensive blankets. Kahn, who has natural observation haki and can see through people's hearts, was very clear that Dr. Kaido really passed out, rather than sensing that someone released haki and fainting on purpose to confuse outsiders. Her fainting also confirmed something for Kahn. This witch in her 20s, who is as energetic as a young person, can throw a large number of weapons in an instant but can perfectly control her head. Her current strength is either seriously degraded, or she only has this strength in the first place. No matter which one it is, as long as it can stun her. To prevent the witch from waking up soon, Kahn broke into Dr. Kaido's house at breakneck speed and began to read her memories. By the way, Dr. Kaido's residence is still a very normal house. It wasn't until 11 years later that WEBNOVEL was scared by Blackbeard and fled the country, and she was the only doctor left on the island. Dr. Kaido brought Chopper into the castle. And now, Dr. Kaido is still living alone and has not yet adopted Chopper. Dr. Kaido's memory is definitely the richest memory Kahn has ever read. Dory and Brogy don't count, because Kahn is only in their vast memory, looking for the cultivation method of the 3 guns of glory. None of their other memories were read by Kahn. Kahn needs to consume a certain amount of haki to read the memory. The memory he reads can be stored like a film, and when digested, it is like an edited movie. Therefore, even if Kahn watches other people's memories, he will not be affected by the others' memories, making himself confused. Dr. Kaido is a doctor. In her 128 years of life, at least 110 years, even from a few years old, about 120 years, were all related to medicine. As strong as Kahn, if you want to read her medical memory of more than 100 years, you also need to consume a large amount of haki. However, Dr. Kaido's medical memory alone is comparable to that of all the doctors in the entire Sakura Kingdom. Because her medical memory is a treasure that has been accumulated over several ages. Inside, there are countless folk remedies and secret medicines. As long as Kahn digests all her memories, even if he has no comprehension of medicine, he can become a medical expert who cannot be surpassed. After finally reading Dr. Kaido's medical memory, Kahn found the memory storing medical research materials in her vast life memory. Immediately, Kahn came to Dr. Kaido's laboratory and stole her medical information. Using telekinetic power to hold up all the things he wanted, the thief named Kahn just left the house. This behavior perfectly interprets what is called an exquisite egoist. He only cares about his own interests and never considers how much trouble he will cause the other party by stealing their things and achievements. 2 days later, Kahn stole all the achievements of the island doctors and Dr. Kureha, which did not cause much panic in the Sakura Kingdom. Only some doctors, after learning that other colleagues also fainted inexplicably, did not know about Conqueror's haki but set up a group to discuss this strange coma. As for Dr. Kureha, she didn't do anything and didn't search for Kahn all over the world. Obviously, she knew that a super strong man had entered this country and was eyeing her medical achievements. She has a mentality that one thing is worse than one thing less, so she chose to make money and eliminate disasters. On the contrary, she is now in the state of retirement in the Sakura Kingdom. After reading the memories of all the doctors, Kahn left Drum Island with Monet and his daughters. During this trip, Kahn's harvest was not insignificant. As long as this harvest is fully digested, not only will he become a master of science and medicine, but the background of the Cross family will also completely catch up with the other 3 monsters and become the #1 in the pirate world. At that time, the only ones who could surpass the Cross family were those with a background of about 800 years, still in control of Vegapunk's world government. Kahn, in a particularly happy mood, did not return directly to the New World with Monet and his 2 daughters. Instead, just like how he treated the Scarlet Sisters and Mancheri back then, he took the 2 sisters Monet and repeated his adventure, showing them the rare super-large island in the world, the oldest country of mankind, Alabasta, and then took them to the Sky Island above 10,000 meters, the world's #1 shipbuilding sanctuary, Water 7, the Sabyati Archipelago with only 78 small islands left, and the Fishman Island under the sea. As the sailing got closer to the Sabyati Archipelago, the Grandine with the flag of the Cross family caused quite a stir in the ports of various islands. After seeing the patriarch of the Cross family in person, the crowd in Water 7 and Sabyati Archipelago became even more excited. Especially in the Sabyati Archipelago. The ruined island has now become a huge lake and one of the most famous check-in points in the Sabyati Archipelago. After a few years, seeing Kahn come to Sabyati Archipelago again, those timid pirates and villains were afraid that Kahn would make trouble in Sabyati Archipelago again, which would attract another round of purges from the Marines, and fled the Sabyati Archipelago one after another. During this period, Kahn also went to the illegal area, found the existing Shaki's ripoff bar, drank a glass of wine there, and chatted with Shaki. She is the former empress of Amazon Lily. Hancock can rule Amazon Lily so easily thanks to her convincing her mother-in-law. With her powerful intelligence capabilities, she must know that Kahn has come to the Sabyati Archipelago. So, it would be rude for Kahn to come here and not pay a visit to this senior. When the time came to see Circle Calendar on July 1, 1509, Kahn, who played in the first half of North Blue and the Grand Line for a month and a half and cultivated feelings with the Monet sisters, finally returned to Amazon Lily in the New World. Chapter 116. Master, you're finally back. I missed you so much. The Grandine had just returned to the port of Amazon Lily when blue-white lightning appeared out of thin air on the lawn-like deck, turning into the most beautiful woman in the world. Hancock, who was wearing a white cheongsam, threw herself into Kahn's arms, her excited tone and expression showing the maids longing for her master. Except for the 3 years when she was the empress, Hancock was separated from Kahn for the first time in such a long time. Moreover, it hasn't been long since she became Kahn's woman, which makes Hancock feel extremely uncomfortable. If it weren't for the need to stay on the island and protect Robin and the other girls, as well as the 3 Grandine ships, Hancock would have followed Kahn to North Blue long ago. I missed you too. Hugging Hancock's snake-like waist, Kahn leaned over and kissed her unwrinkled red lips, then introduced the Monet sisters to her. These are the new members of the family I mentioned to you on the Den Mushi. The eldest is Monet, and the younger is Sugar. They are a pair of sisters. Hello, please take care of me. Monet greeted Hancock nervously. Except for superpowers like Charlotte Linlin and Vice Admiral Tsuru, any woman standing in front of Hancock will feel an invisible pressure. Weak and powerful women will feel the aura of strength in Hancock. Beautiful women will feel the history of peerless beauty in Hancock. Monet, whose strength and beauty are not as good as Hancock's, is no exception. Don't be afraid. As long as you become the master's personal maid, you are part of the family. Leaning in Kahn's arms, Hancock sized up the timid Monet and Sugar and said with a beautiful smile, "My name is Boa Hancock, and I am the head maid of the Cross family. You can call me Hancock, Sister Hancock, or Elder Sister." I see, Sister Hancock," Monet said quickly. "Sister, my lady." Sugar is called by the third name. "Well, please teach me more in the future." Hancock nodded slightly. After the brief introduction, Kahn used his telekinetic power to hold up the harvest of this trip and brought the three girls back to the palace. Just after returning to the palace, Robin and the others, like Hancock, put down their work and came to hug Kahn. Except for Sonia, who has grown to 3 meters 2 in the past 3 years. In the past 3 years, Kahn's height has been fixed at 1 pressure. Robin broke through her original height of 1.88 meters and was fixed at 1.92 meters. Hancock is fixed at 1.95 meters. Seeing the height of the two women, Kahn was speechless for a while. With bare feet, neither of them is as tall as himself. But women are creatures who like to wear high heels. After the two women put on 8-centimeter high heels, their height surpassed Kahn's directly. Marigold's height was fixed at 1.9 meters. Scarlet was also fixed at 1.75 meters. This year's special, the height is the same as the original 1.8 meters. Not only that, Viola, who has been trained by Amazon Lily Hackey since she was a child, is also like the young fighters on the island. At the age of 15, she has already mastered armament and observation Hackey. This aspect of talent is much stronger than that of her elder sister, Scarlet. Only Koala, who is 10 years old this year, is only 1.3 meters tall. As before, Kahn introduced the Monet sisters to Robin and the other girls. "We finally meet, Monet, Sugar. Please take care of us in the future." "Yes, Sister Robin." Unlike Hancock, Monet and Sugar have known Robin for a long time. Since Monet and Sugar will be managed by Robin in the future, during the 1.5-month voyage, Kahn had already introduced the Monet sisters to Robin through the Den Mushy and let them talk. After introducing themselves, Monet and Sugar could be considered to have truly joined the Cross family and become members of the personal maid group. Kahn, who had already had a good impression of the two women, decided to give Monet a devil fruit. Yes, just to Monet. He intended to give the paramecia-type childlike fruit to Sugar in a few years after she grew stronger both physically and mentally, and ideally, after she mastered the Kyuja's Haki. Once the childlike fruit is eaten, the eater will stop growing instantly. This cessation of growth may affect not only the body, but also the mind. Sugar, in the original story, ate the fruit at 10 years old. Even at 22, she looked and thought like a 10-year-old. Kahn is not Doflamingo. He wouldn't let the perverse ability of the childlike fruit embarrass a little girl. Similarly, if Scarlet didn't have the determination to become stronger, Kahn wouldn't have given her the sweet fruit, even though she's a super beauty, second only to Hancock. The childlike fruit is one of the most unique paramecia abilities. Giving this devil fruit to a genius like Hancock could create a warlord of the sea with ease. A warlord of the sea, even among the crews of the 3 great pirates, would be a top cadre, possibly even the right hand of an emperor. If Sugar cannot reach the level Kahn expects, he won't give her the childlike fruit. Instead, he'll find her an equally powerful devil fruit without its peculiar drawbacks. And the devil fruit Kahn gave to Monet was not the original Logia Snow fruit. He had given the Logia Snow fruit to 5-year-old Marguerite several years ago. She is also Kahn's designated vice captain of the Kyuja pirates. Except for the 3 Boa sisters, Kahn knew Marguerite's character the best. Rather than choosing an unfamiliar person, he would rather choose a familiar child and train her from scratch. Even if developed to its fullest, the Snow fruit isn't as powerful as Aokiji's ice abilities and isn't viable in high-level battles. Monet, being rational like Robin and an excellent talent with potential locked by a devil fruit, was an ideal candidate. In the original story, she is a prime example of unwavering loyalty. For Monet, Kahn felt completely reassured. He was 100% confident in cultivating Monet into his die-hard loyalist. Therefore, Kahn had already given Monet a devil fruit years ago. That was one of Paramisha's top abilities, and one of the top abilities among all devil fruits, the ultimate Paramisha-type Apop fruit. The Apop fruit was crucial for the next phase of the Cross family, and Kahn's plan to break through the world's ceiling. This ultimate devil fruit was so valuable that Kahn would have eaten it himself if he could safely consume 2 devil fruits. Kahn would never give the Apop fruit to anyone, but someone he trusted completely. Therefore, the Apop fruit was destined for Monet. Master, is such a precious devil fruit really going to be wasted on me? As early as 1.5 months ago, through phone calls with Kahn and Robin, Monet knew that the Apop fruit was worth 10 billion berries. Seeing Kahn give her a devil fruit worth 11 figures, Monet's tone trembled, and she lacked confidence. It's not a waste. Kahn reached out and touched Monet's head, cheering her up with a gentle touch, and said with a smile, "On the contrary, I think only the top devil fruit is worthy of your potential. Because I believe in you, I know you won't disappoint this devil fruit. From now on, you are one of the top cadres of the Cross family, the family's ship doctor, and the future #1 doctor in the world. Don't feel any pressure to eat it. I will help you develop it together." As he finished speaking, Kahn gently pinched Monet's little face. "Master." Monet, feeling overwhelmed with trust and affection, looked at him with tear-filled eyes. At that moment, Monet felt she had found her lifelong support and was willing to give everything for Kahn. As long as she could help him, whether it was becoming a bad person, doing bad things, or dying for him, Monet was willing. "Well, I will definitely not disappoint you, Master." With moist eyes, Monet took a deep breath, nodded firmly to Kahn, then took the heart-shaped Apop fruit and ate it without hesitation. This generation's Paramisha Apop fruit user was born. Chapter 117. Unlike the young Law, Monet is 17 years old this year and will be an adult next year. So she just ate the Apop fruit and soon felt the ultimate power in her body. With the help of Kahn, Monet successfully channeled the ultimate power from her body. On Monet's palm, a hemispherical shape appeared out of thin air, with an airflow constantly rotating, like a transparent white vortex. In the next second, the hemispherical transparent white mask immediately expanded into a field, covering a radius of more than 10 meters. This is the room created by the Apop fruit. In this field, Monet is like a god, mastering the power of various rules. She can ignore all mass and cut anything in the domain into 2 pieces or even multiple pieces. Unless it is a hacky stronger than Monet's, no matter how powerful the physical skill is, it is as fragile as thin paper. She can also exchange objects with herself and teleport freely within the field. In addition, Monet can also splice the cut object onto another object. The spliced object will become an organ of another object, as if it were born with such a deformity. For example, Monet cut off a person's head and spliced it on another person's buttocks, and the other person's butt really grew a head. Therefore, the body cut off by the Apop fruit ability user must reattach his body before the Apop fruit ability user can splice it on other people or objects. Otherwise, it will be very passive. Because apart from Apop fruit ability users, and some abilities that can restrain the Apop fruit, no one can restore the spliced objects to their original shape. It is also this perverse ability that makes Apop fruit users unmatched in surgical operations. Even if the body stumps and arms are broken, even if those stumps and arms are gone, all you need to do is find someone who is about the same size as you. And splicing the other party's limbs onto your body will be the same as your original body, without any difference. In addition to the power of these rules, the room even has the power of concepts. Things like the mind can be transferred through surgery. With various other abilities, the Apop fruit deserves to be the ultimate devil fruit. Using telekinesis to fetch a small knife, Kahn asked Monet to perform the 4 basic abilities of cutting, exchanging, splicing, and manipulating within the room. Satisfied, Kahn then sent her to Robin for training in maid etiquette. After Monet's training, Kahn will take Monet by his side, just like he did with Robin back then, and train her to become the world's #1 doctor. To complete the plan of breaking the limits, the sealing of the world, Kahn had to let Monet perform surgery on himself. In order to perform surgery on natural destroyers, Monet's strength must reach the level of a super strong, that is, fruit awakening. When the body and mind catch up with the ability, it can trigger the potential ability of the fruit, which is devil fruit awakening. At the same time, the awakening of a devil fruit is another power of another dimension, besides the Conqueror's infusion. Even if you haven't awakened Conqueror's haki or mastered Conqueror's infusion, as long as the devil fruit you eat has top-level abilities, then after you awaken the devil fruit, even if you face those superpowers who have mastered Conqueror's infusion, you still have a certain fighting power and the possibility of defeating the opponent. This is the case with Law and Kid in the original story. During the decisive battle on Onigashima, Law didn't have Conqueror's haki, and Kid didn't master Conqueror's infusion. Robin and Law, as well as Monet, are all rational talents. Law, who was born into a medical family, was able to awaken the Apop fruit. Having read the memories of Dr. Kureha and all the doctors in the Sakura Kingdom, Kahn, who has mastered the great secret treasure of the medical world, is also confident that Monet will become the world's #1 doctor, catch up with the fruit's ability physically and mentally, and awaken the power of another dimension. Even if she doesn't have the qualifications of a king. This year is the Sea Circle calendar 1509, and there are still 13 years to go before the Sea Circle calendar 1522 when the troubled times come. In the past 13 years, Kahn not only has the confidence to make Monet a superpower, but also has the confidence to make the Cross family the #1 overlord of the New World. After asking Monet to go to Robin to learn maid etiquette, Kahn also started the opening of the 3 Grandine Island ships. When Kahn was traveling for a month and a half, it wasn't that he didn't do anything. He talks on the phone with Robin's 3 daughters every day. Apart from flirting, he also often talks about serious matters. When Kahn was relaxing, Robin had already rented out all the shops of the 3 Grandine Island ships. In the past 1.5 months, companies from the Grand Line and West Blue have traveled thousands of miles to Dressrosa to reach a long-term cooperation with Robin, who represents Kahn's will. Even before it opened, the Grandine New World, which has been dubbed the world's #1 entertainment city, has already had many companies come to decorate its stores, and this golden giant ship with a gold-plated surface officially set sail. Due to his status, he has not yet reached the level of the Emperor of the Sea, and the custom of cutting the ribbon for openings is not popular in this world. So, without any nonsense, Kahn directly contacted Morgans and asked him to help publish the opening time of the 3 Grandine ships in the Shijing Daily. These 3 giant ships will all start their business on the same day, Sea Circle calendar August 8, 1509. Then Kahn contacted some of the largest nautical tool companies in the world through the black market and reached a long-term cooperation with them, allowing them to sell 3 Grandine Island ship versions of the Eternal Pose in the nautical tool shops in the front and rear halves of the 4 Seas and Grand Line. The 3 Grandine Island ship versions will sail in the 3 sea areas of West Blue and the front and rear halves of the Grand Line, but they will not sail on the same channel. So, there are only 2 ways to board the Grandine Island ship. One is to meet a passing island ship, and the other is to actively find the island ship through the Eternal Pose. After asking Morgans to help publicize the opening time and establishing cooperation with the largest sailing company, Kahn began to recruit talents from all over the world with the help of Morgans, Shijing newspaper, and black market channels. As the recruitment news of the Cross family spread all over the world, the eyes of the major forces suddenly brightened, and they began to move. Except for the Capone family of West Blue, only those with excellent intelligence capabilities will know that the Cross family has also reached long-term cooperation with the Don Quixote family of North Blue and secretly controls Dressrosa, one of the member countries of the world government. In addition to these two and a half-subordinate forces, the Cross family has only one Kuja island that outsiders cannot enter. Therefore, in addition to placing spies in Dressrosa, the major forces sent undercover agents to the Capone family and the Don Quixote family, which doesn't make any sense at all. Even if they set up spies in Dressrosa, they can only collect superficial information, and they can't collect really useful information at all. And now, the 3 Grandine Island ships are officially recruiting. This is undoubtedly an opportunity to place undercover agents and spies and mix in with the high-level members of the Cross family. The Grandine New World is especially made of gold. This is definitely the second stronghold of the Cross family besides Kuja Island. Once someone can become a high-level executive of this island ship, they will definitely be able to know important information about the Cross family. As a result, the forces of all parties could not help but act. In particular, the world government, which has reached an in-depth cooperation with the Cross family, has dispatched the best and most suitable agents. Chapter 118. The actions of various forces, as more and more talents came to apply, were all seen by Kahn. In this regard, Kahn sees through but does not say anything. At the same time, this is why Kahn secretly read people's hearts. Having the ability to see through people's hearts and read memories will be an absolute advantage at this time. Those forces sent people here as undercover agents to become high-level executives of the enterprises under the Cross family. It is best to be the deputy of the top cadres, to be able to follow behind Robin and the girls, and to obtain important information about the Cross family. Therefore, they will definitely send the best talents to come over as undercover agents. Moreover, some of these talents are women. It may be an exaggeration to say that it is the whole world, but everyone in the New World knows that Cross Khan's weakness is women. Except for women, no man can enter Amazon Lily Island. Amazon Lily Island is the stronghold of the Cross family. Even if you become the trusted deputy of the top cadres, if you are not a woman, you will not be able to enter the island. Therefore, most of the outstanding talents sent by these forces to be undercover agents are young and beautiful women. They may not only want these undercover agents to become the deputies of the top cadres, but they may also want to see if these undercover agents have a chance to be spotted by Cross Khan and become a member of the personal maid group. That is, the top of the Cross family, cadres and cadres. Once these undercover agents become the top cadres and cadres of the Cross family, they will be able to grasp all the decisions and movements of the Cross family in the future. Little did they know, they would only steal chickens without losing money and gave Kahn the outstanding talents they had cultivated so hard to grow the Cross family in vain. Kahn will not deal with these undercover agents immediately, but wait until they help the 3 Grandine Island ship versions get on track and let Monet take off their hearts once again, threatening them with their lives to continue to work for Grandine. Cross family, and at some point, transmit some wrong information to their superiors in order to teach those forces. The interviewers responsible for interviewing talents are Robin and Sonia. But Kahn and Viola are secretly using their natural observation Haki and Paramecia glare fruit to see through people's hearts, to see how many undercover agents are among the talents who come to interview, and who are the undercover agents. For the next week, I was interviewing talents who kept coming to Dressrosa. Among these talents, Kahn saw 2 familiar figures. One is that the reason why he built the golden ship so quickly was for the lucky girl who attracted her, the Baccarat who ate the Paramecia lucky fruit. Kahn never tried to reach out to Baccarat because he knew it wouldn't work. Paramecia lucky fruit is one of the abilities of rules. As long as capable people store luck, no matter what situation they encounter, they will turn bad luck into good fortune. For example, if Baccarat has enough luck, then even if she strays into the tsunami set off by Whitebeard, the islands dropped by Shiki, or the catastrophe scene created by Kahn, she will end up with no danger. If a bad person wants to find her, then Baccarat will coincidentally leave for other reasons just before the other party finds her. Therefore, before the location of Baccarat cannot be determined, even Kahn, who has the only perception, cannot find Baccarat in the New World and the whole world. There was only one way Kahn wanted to get Baccarat. That is to use other things to attract Baccarat. Baccarat longs for a life without worrying about food and clothing and under the protection of the strong. Following the Cross family's recruitment announcement, the 18-year-old Baccarat really took the bait. Before long, Kahn could start looking for pure gold that was said to be able to buy the whole world. And another familiar figure is 14 years old this year. He is not yet an adult. He gives people a serious, capable, and very reliable feeling. He also has a resume that has worked in many companies. In fact, he is an agent of CP9, Khalifa. Obviously, Khalifa is a pawn inserted by the world government. Khalifa, whose father is a spy of CP9, is different from Spandam, whose son inherited his father's job. She joined CP9 by virtue of her qualifications and strength. For her loyalty and ability, the world government trusts her very much. Kahn is equally trusting. So Kahn will not let Monet take away Khalifa's heart, but will make her one of the top executives of the Grantine New World. Hit the workers. After catching the lucky girl, causing a butterfly storm, and beheading Iceberg's secretary, Kahn was in a very happy mood. Therefore, he entrusted Viola with the task of finding an undercover agent, turned into a perfect body, celestial dragon, picked up a normal version of the Grandine Island ship version with telekinetic power, and flew towards West Blue. Outside the windless zone on the left and right sides of the New World are North Blue and West Blue, respectively. So Kahn didn't need to spend a lot of time flying from the New World back to the first half of the Grand Line, and then back to West Blue from the first half. In less than 2 days, Kahn returned to West Blue with the Grandine West Blue. Kahn then threw the Grandine West Blue to Capone Bijet. Capone Bijet is undoubtedly a winner in this life. As an exquisite egoist, Kahn will be very indifferent and cruel to people who can't bring him benefits, that is, useless people. But if he can bring benefits to himself, that is, people who are useful to him, Kahn will also be very generous. For example, Diaz Barreros, he brought himself the Paramecia Opop fruit. Even if Kahn has little savings, he is willing to give him 10 billion berries, and he will not go black and eat black. For example, after killing the celestial dragons, Kahn also remitted money to the owner of the auction house, Berries, who bought 3 devil fruits. Even if he is so generous to outsiders, Kahn will naturally not be mean to his own people. Back then, Kahn promised to find a powerful devil fruit for Capone Bijet, and then he asked the black market and Doflamingo to help him acquire a rare devil fruit. 2 years ago, Kahn got a familiar devil fruit. That is the Paramecia explosion fruit eaten by Mr. Five. A senior agent of Baroque works in the original story, Mr. Five. This devil fruit is indeed a very rare and powerful devil fruit. Using it on Mr. Five's body is undoubtedly wasteful. So Kahn bestowed it on Capone Bijet. Not only that, Kahn also bestowed the training method of Marine 6 styles and a hacky manuscript to Capone Bijet. Among the guards of Kuja Island, 2 Kuja warriors who are rough in size but powerful in strength are selected to serve as bodyguards for Capone Bijet. The current Capone Bijet is the undisputed overlord of West Blue. Joining countries and non-joining countries to fight both need to buy arms from him. Because of the banner of Cross family, the Marines of West Blue dare not trouble Capone Bijet and the Capone family. The strongest franchise countries in the 4 seas and the Marine dare not take action against the Capone family, and those West Blue pirates are even more disregarded by Capone Bijet. Even without him making a move, the Kuja warrior who served as his bodyguard can easily crush all enemies. In the waters of West Blue, probably only the 8 treasures navy of the Country of Flowers can threaten the status of Capone Bijet. Therefore, Kahn handed over the Grandine West Blue to Capone Bijet with confidence and let him become the head of the Grandine West Blue. Capone Bijet, who originally controlled West Blue's largest gangster, arms and drug business, now controls West Blue's largest entertainment city, and his West Blue supremacy will become more stable. Dominating one of the 4 largest sea areas in the world and controlling the most profitable arms, pharmaceuticals, and entertainment industries, Capone Bije's annual blood transfusion to the Cross family will be astonishingly large. Just like what Doflamingo said, it didn't take long for Kahn to fully heal. Chapter 119. After giving the Grandine West Blue to Capone Bije, Kahn explained some things to him and asked him to negotiate with the companies that leased the Grandine West Blue stores. After a while, Kahn will let Amidst transport fleet bring a group of talents, as well as Kuja guards, to help manage and protect the Grandine West Blue. After the explanation, Kahn stayed to have a meal with Capone Bije and then turned into a dragon and returned to the New World. 2 days later, Kahn arrived at Paradise. Then he called Sanya. Sanya, in the next few years, I will trouble you to stay in Paradise. Looking at Sanya, who is more than 3 meters tall, Kahn said seriously, I don't feel comfortable handing over the Grandine Paradise to anyone else besides you, so I hope that you will be the master of the Grand South Star Paradise. I see, master. For Kahn's arrangement, Sanya did not have any objection but nodded obediently and assured him with a firm expression, Leave it to me, I will definitely protect the Grandine Paradise. Thanks a lot. Kahn patted Sanya's arm, looked up and said, This trip to Paradise, remember to take Margaret there and train her well. You can go home when she grows up. Yes, master. Since then, the heads of the 3 Grandine Island ships have been determined. The head of the Grandine West Blue is Capone Bije. The person in charge of Grandine 163 Paradise is Boa Sandersonia. The person in charge of Grandine New World is Boa Hancock. These 3 people have top-level strengths in their respective sea areas. Even if Kahn is not on the 3 island ships, they can easily deal with the enemy. On the island ship with all gold-plated appearances, Hancock's Logia Rumble fruit will also get amazing boosts. Even if the super strong invade the Grandine New World, Hancock is still fearless. Therefore, Kahn handed over the 3 island ships to them with confidence. As for himself, he began to change his career as a scientist, training Monet to become the world's #1 doctor. On the 2nd day, Kahn reincarnated into the perfect body, Celestial Dragon, and brought the Grandine Paradise, Sanya, Margaret, and members of the Kuja pirates to the first half of the Grand Line. After a while, he will ask Umit to transport a group of talents there. Sanya and the others can also continue to recruit in Paradise. After sending 2 ordinary island ships to West Blue and the first half of the Grand Line, Kahn returned to Daughter Island again and began to act as a hands-off shopkeeper, handing over the Grandine New World to Law, Hancock, and the others to handle. He started to digest the memories of Vinsmoke Judge and Dr. Kureha. After digesting their memories, Kahn began to look at the research data of MADS, as well as the medical data accumulated by Dr. Kureha for several eras. A master of science and medicine is being born. That's when Kahn became an otaku, turning other people's knowledge into his own. The time soon came to August 8th of 1509 in the Sea Circle calendar. On this day, the front and rear sections of the Grand Line and the long-awaited 3 island ships from West Blue officially set sail. When Morgans announced the news in the World Economy newspaper, those who had already bought the 3 sea areas eternal poses set off for the Grandine Island ships. Among them, rich people, nobles, and even celestial dragons from all over the world came to the Grandine New World from a long distance. As Morgans concluded, on the Grandine New World, you can find all kinds of entertainment. As a popular entertainment arena, it is no exception. Moreover, there is more than one kind of arena in the Grandine New World. In addition to human arenas, there are also arenas for beasts. For this reason, Kahn also especially took Koala to a windless area and used the ability of the Paramecia Tuanzi fruit to control the beasts on Ruskana, the 48-season island, and bring them all back. Moreover, the strength of these ferocious beasts is a bit terrifying. Those overlord-level ferocious beasts have a bounty of more than 300 million berries. So Kahn specially asked Morgans to help promote it and instantly made the Arena of Beasts one of the most popular entertainments on the Grandine Island ships. Many wealthy merchants, nobles, and celestial dragons came to watch the battle of these beasts. Not only that, the Beast Arena is also linked with the casino, allowing the audience to place bets. This arena will also become one of Kahn's biggest cash cows. Because these beasts all ate the glutinous rice, dumplings from the paramecia millet fruit. They all follow Koala's orders. Koala only needs one sentence to make them play counterfeit matches. These beasts from Ruskana were sent to 3 island ships. Then, every week, Koala produces some glutinous rice balls, which are sent to Amidst's transport fleet to the first half of West Blue and the Grand Line to prevent these beasts from suddenly moving after the 1-month effect has passed. Incidentally, due to the in-depth cooperation between the Cross family and the world government, the 3 Boa sisters and Koala did not become slaves of the celestial dragons. So, for the arrival of the celestial dragons, Kahn and his gang don't mind. And there was an incident of celestial dragons being killed that year. Those celestial dragons who came to play will be reminded to restrain their temper and know that the Grantine New World is not the Sabyati archipelago. Kahn wasn't going to let them down. With the arms and medicines of the Cross family, becoming the giants and overlords in these 2 fields, the world government has gained too many benefits. These benefits are so great that unless the patriarchs or elders of the 19 royal families are killed, 1 or 2 celestial dragons will be lost, and the 5 elders are not willing to tear themselves apart with Kahn. Kahn's current privileges are so great that even the fleets of Marine Admiral and Vice Admiral can only see the sailing ships flying the Cross family flag. Even the jealous Akinu is the same. Because he is still a Vice Admiral, he still dares not violate the orders given by Fleet Admiral Kong. If he sinks the Cross family ship and Kahn goes to make a small report to the world government, then he has offended the 5 elders. After offending the 5 elders and leaving a bad impression, it will be difficult to be promoted to admiral in the future, as well as the future Marine Fleet Admiral. That's the privilege Kahn now has. With the continuous influx of tourists into the 3 Grandine Island ships, the Golden City and 2 entertainment cities instantly became popular all over the world. Those who have visited the entertainment cities' casinos, golf courses, racing tracks, arenas for warriors, arenas for beasts, opera houses, shopping streets, world speciality areas, etc., are all addicted and linger. Countless wealthy people immediately booked rooms in the Grandine Hotel, which was named the world's largest hotel by Morgans, and planned to spend some time there. Countless berries and countless taxes flowed into Kahn's hands from every corner of the 3 Grandine Island ships, every place where there were people. Kahn, who spent almost all his savings to build these 3 gadgets, also began to recover wealth at an extremely fast rate. After the wealth is recovered, the Cross family will skyrocket by 1 point every day. I believe that it won't be long before Kahn becomes the richest person in the world. That is, the richest man in the world. Chapter 120. After 3 years, the storm named Cross family once again swept the whole world. 6 years ago, the Cross family was just a West Blue king. Except for the high popularity in West Blue, few people had heard of this family in other sea areas and the front and rear halves of the Grand Line. It wasn't until Cross Kahn marched into the Grand Line with the title of the strongest supernova in history that the Cross family started to be known worldwide. In the same year, Cross Kahn gained a firm foothold in the New World, killed celestial dragons in Sabyati archipelago, fought undefeated against a marine admiral, and finally destroyed a small island. He also revealed that the maid beside him was a Logia rumble fruit user. This officially made the Cross family famous all over the world. 3 years ago, thanks to the strongest Gemini and their exclusive drug business, the Cross family became a first-class force in the New World. The one arm of the Overlord has officially become the only existence of the first-class forces under the Overlord. Now, the Cross family, which has been settled for 3 years, seems to be announcing to the whole world that the 4th Maritime Overlord will soon be born. When the forces of all parties in the world look back on the past 6 years, they can't help but feel a burst of horror. In just 6 years, the Cross family, which made their fortune in West Blue, has become a first-class force in the New World. Their business has spread all over the 4 sea areas of the New World: Paradise, West Blue, and North Blue. Related to this family, as well as affiliated forces, are North Blue's Donquixote family, West Blue's Overlord Capone family, New World's Dressrosa, and the Amazon Lily Kingdom. 2 families, 2 kingdoms. The Cross family, with power spread across the 3 sea areas, now has channels and troops. Therefore, the unique medicines produced by this family, as well as high-quality and high-tech thermal weapons, are among the top 5 best-selling items in the Dark World. They heal the world, but also make war. Countless people were saved by their medicines, but countless people died because of their arms. This family is a combination of angels and devils. In this era where wars are constantly raging, and pirates are the mainstream, arms and medicines are undoubtedly 2 of the most profitable businesses. The Cross family, which has become a giant in these 2 fields, is undoubtedly the richest family in the world. Among the big forces in the New World, only the Charlotte family, with the most troops and territory, is probably richer than the Cross family at present. Because the Cross family is just a new family, and the Charlotte family is one of the 3 monsters. It has developed from the Rocks era to the present and has accumulated decades of heritage. The Whitebeard pirates and Beasts pirates, both of which are the 3 major monsters, are not as rich as the Cross family. The former is a rough man, full of loyalty. The money he earns is either sent back to his hometown, or he doesn't charge protection fees, and his son's money is spent on drinking. The latter will make money, but not as much as the Cross family and Charlotte family. After comparison, you will find that the Cross family is not weaker than the 3 overlords and even stronger than the 2 overlords in terms of making money. With the opening of 3 island boats, the Cross family has become a powerhouse in the entertainment field. It won't be long before the 3 overlords combined may not be as rich as the Cross family. As long as the patriarch of the Cross family, the walking scourge, Cross Kahn, proves his strength again, Morgans will definitely help him immediately, pushing him to the highest peak in the world and declaring the birth of the 4th Sea Overlord. It was a moment Morgans had been looking forward to. When that day comes, the situation in the New World will officially change from a tripartite confrontation to a pattern ruled by the 4 emperors. Morgans and his Big News, agency, daily newspaper, will be key players in marking this era's transformation. This is undoubtedly the dream of Morgans, very representative, super big news. However, the emperor was not in a hurry, and the eunuch was. Morgans dreamed of waiting for that day to come, but Kahn, who was only 1 step away from the world's highest peak, was not in a hurry. 3 island ships were opened, yet Kahn did not board the Grandie New World to see how successful the gold ship business was. Instead, he stayed in the palace of Amazon Lily, continuing to digest 2 treasures while using his den mushy to contact the black market, and trusting them to help him buy a large amount of equipment and materials. Kahn planned to build a huge underground base under the palace for scientific research and medical experiments. Once the underground base was completed, Kahn intended to produce a large number of replica soldiers, allowing the Cross family to surpass the other 3 overlords in strength. He would then try to create the original Pacifista and Seraphim. If unsuccessful, he would seek a discussion with Vegapunk. Vinsmoke Judge's memory, along with the scientific research materials in the safe, included complete designs for replica soldiers and their machines. Kahn only needed the equipment and materials to start manufacturing. But a 20-year-old replica soldier needs 5 years. In other words, it will take at least 5 years for the Cross family to surpass the 3 overlords, including the Big Mom pirates with the largest military strength. However, Kahn couldn't wait 5 years. 5 years later, the New World would surely enter the era of Cross Kahn. So, after ordering the necessary equipment and materials through the black market, Kahn continued to digest the memories of the Vinsmoke Judge and Dr. Kureha while reviewing the stolen materials from the 2 major fields. It wasn't until a week later, when the Granny New World had made a small circle in the New World and was about to pass Dressrosa, that Kahn instructed Mary to store all the information in the castle. He then finally boarded the Granine New World. Several years ago, Kahn decided to build the Golden City. After moving Amazon Lily to the New World, he did not renovate the island so that outsiders could not enter, allowing it to retain its original culture. Few knew that one of Kahn's maids possessed the strong city fruit, a paramecia ability. Kahn stored all valuable items in Mary's castle, not in the palace on Amazon Lily, nor in the villas belonging to the Cross family in the Golden City. Mary, like Koala beside Robin, stayed close to Hancock for protection. With the pirate empress's protection, few in the world could harm Mary. Additionally, the Kuja pirates followed Sonya to the first half of the Grand Line, leaving only a few Grandmaster Haki guards and ordinary citizens on Amazon Lily. Even if someone could avoid the guards' observation Haki and sneak onto Amazon Lily, they would gain nothing. Moreover, Kahn left 4 beast kings who had eaten glutinous rice dumplings to guard the island's 4 regions, southeast, north, and west. These beast kings, all supernovas from Rusukana, had bounties of at least 300 million berries. If any spies or undercover agents thought they could easily infiltrate Amazon Lily after Kahn and his crew left, they were gravely mistaken. Finally, Kahn even asked Viola to use her clairvoyance to check for intruders on Amazon Lily periodically. If any were found, Scarlet would deal with them. Kahn did not plan to stay on the Grandy New World for long. The reason for boarding the Golden City this time was that the underground base wasn't built yet, and he wanted to relax while gaining the favor of the lucky girl. As long as he won Baccarat's favor, Kahn could start searching for pure gold. Chapter 121. It is extremely difficult to find the pure gold that is said to be able to buy the whole world in the vast sea. Even if you know that pure gold is inside a lanternfish, and that lanternfish is as big as an island, it's still the same. The legend of pure gold has been passed down for 200 years. In the past 200 years, countless people have tried to find lanternfish. But in the end, no one succeeded, including the world government, which has an 800-year heritage. So, if you want to find the lanternfish, you have to rely on luck. There is a theory of luck and fate in this world. Luffy met the legendary lanternfish, relying on the luck of Destiny's son. Kahn wants to find the lanternfish, and there are only 2 ways. One is to wait for Luffy to grow up and go out to sea. After the Straw Hat Pirates entered the New World in Sea Circle Calendar 1522, they could follow or monitor him all the way until they encountered the lanternfish. The second is to improve his own luck, so that he can become the husband of the goddess of luck. You are so lucky that you can find money when you go out, buy fruits, find the top devil fruit, and fly at low altitudes over the sea with a lantern at night. Just to the extent that the lanternfish is attracted. Starting this year, Kahn will use the second method. If the lanternfish is not found by Sea Circle Calendar 1522, Kahn will use the first method, with the help of Luffy's unparalleled luck, to help him find the lanternfish. Make me a maid, is it true or not? On this day, next to the rockery behind the Grandine Hotel, like Amazon Lily, only members of the Cross family and Kuja warriors can enter the villa. Baccarat, who was brought in front of Kahn, couldn't help but point at herself and ask with surprise and astonishment. Yes, surprise. Being invited to be his maid. If the person who said this was someone else, Baccarat would definitely feel insulted. But when the words came from Kahn, Baccarat was pleasantly surprised. Who in the world does not know that, in the Cross family, except for the patriarch Cross Kahn, the cadres and top cadres of the family are all his maids. To be Cross Khan's handmaid means, at worst, to be an ordinary Cross family member. Kahn's invitation is undoubtedly telling Baccarat, do you want to join the Cross family and become a cadre of the Cross family? How could this kind of opportunity not surprise Baccarat? Wait, why me? Immediately, Baccarat seemed to think of something, suddenly woke up and looked at Kahn suspiciously. From applying in July to the current August 15th, it has only been a little over a month since Baccarat joined the Granine New World. In more than a month, Baccarat also met the head of the Cross family for the first time. If she didn't know the big man in front of her, if he wanted to attack her, no matter how much she resisted, it would be useless. Faced with such a sudden opportunity, Bakura had long been wary of Kahn. Because of your ability. My ability. Bakura raised her finger again and pointed at herself. Seeing Bakura's puzzled face, Kahn smiled and said, "It seems that you don't fully understand the power of your devil fruit." My ability, isn't it luck? Bakura tilted her head and asked curiously, "Aside from making myself lucky and making others unlucky, is there any other purpose for my devil fruit?" It's just this usage, and it's scary enough. That's why I'm inviting you, Kahn said unhurriedly. Your understanding of this world is not deep enough because your strength is too weak and you only stay in the world of the weak. After you ate the Paramecia lucky fruit, you only used this ability for minor troubles. With luck, you've been safe and have not been targeted by anyone serious. In fact, when you enter the world of the strong, you'll discover the truth of the world and realize how terrifying your fruit ability is. After finishing, Kahn didn't wait for Bakura to continue asking with doubts and then said, "Bakura, do you know about pure gold?" Pure gold? The question that just came to her throat stopped slightly, and Bakura seemed to think of something. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened as she looked at Kahn and said in surprise, "Could it be that the pure gold that can buy the whole world is real?" Yes, Kahn nodded and said. The pure gold is not only real, but it's also hidden inside a giant sea king, but the location of this sea king is hard to find. So that's why you want to use my fruit ability to help you find the sea king. Bakura suddenly understood why Kahn invited her. Yes, Kahn nodded again and promised. The location of pure gold is one of the biggest secrets that our cross family holds, and you can only know this secret if you become one of us. And pure gold will also be the third benefit for our family members. As long as you become my maid and use your ability to help me find pure gold, then you will also have a share of it. After observing Bakura, Kahn knew it was difficult to coax her, an adult and a weak girl who could survive in the new world. Therefore, Kahn decisively changed his strategy, using a trade method to get Bakura to willingly find the lantern fish for him. Only by making Bakura willing can the ability of the Paramecia lucky fruit exert its full effect. If Bakura is forced to help him find the lanternfish, then her luck will never allow Kahn to get his wish. Do I have the option to say no? Bakura asked jokingly. Kahn's reaction made Bakura feel more at ease. Kahn chuckled and said, "We already plan to search for pure gold. Your appearance just surprised us and might shorten the time. If you refuse, I will not embarrass you, nor will I imprison or kill you." Kahn's words were full of sincerity. He genuinely wouldn't harm Bakura. If it weren't for Bakura's beauty and her abilities, which Kahn urgently needed, he wouldn't have invited her to be his maid. If Bakura refused, Kahn would still let her serve as the top executive of the Granny New World, with no worries about food and clothing. But after Monet becomes familiar with the ability of the Apop fruit and can use the mind transfer technique, Kahn asks someone in the family to temporarily exchange bodies with Bakura to borrow her Paramecia lucky fruit. Therefore, Bakura's agreement was the best outcome. Kahn would regard her as one of his closest people, and after obtaining the pure gold, she would definitely have her share. It didn't matter if she refused. He would forcibly borrow her ability when the time came. Seeing Kahn's sincere face, Bakura felt that he was telling the truth. And once she refused, she would miss the hope of reaching the sky and getting pure gold. Then my choice is yes. Bakura trusted her instincts, so she showed her charming, innocent, and mischievous smile, winked at Kahn, and said with a smile, "Please teach me more in the future, master." Please give me more advice, Bakura. Kahn also laughed back. Since then, the Cross family added a new member, a lucky girl who would bring fortune to the family. Chapter 122. Pure gold, what is this? It's a lie. The pure gold legend from 200 years ago is actually true. As soon as the family grew larger, Kahn called the Hancock sisters, who were busy, to reintroduce them to Bakura. This gesture made Bakura feel respected by Kahn. The reason Kahn invited Bakura was to make the Hancock sisters curious and puzzled. Only the knowledgeable Robin and Koala, who had been trained by Robin since childhood and was now a qualified assistant, widened their beautiful eyes slightly. Robin even showed a rare look of shock. Robin. Seeing the usually calm and composed Robin display such an expression, Hancock, Mary, Monet, Sugar, Viola, and Shelley, who came to visit the Golden City, couldn't help but throw curious glances her way. Robin calmed down and explained the legend of pure gold to the girls. It is said that 200 years ago, a scientist refined a brand new metal called pure gold. This metal has only one effect, and that is to slow down the aging rate of the human body, essentially prolonging life. It is said that this metal can keep people alive for hundreds of years, making it a treasure that can buy the whole world. But, after a slight pause, Robin stared at the smiling Kahn and asked curiously, "Master, isn't this a legend?" Kahn did not explain in detail but asked rhetorically, "Isn't the Golden City also a legend, and isn't Nolan the Liar also a fairy tale?" "I see." Robin was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, "I didn't expect that in this world there really is something that can prolong life. Master, where is that pure gold?" Hancock, finally understanding the conversation, looked at Kahn with bright eyes, excited as if she would immediately rush to the location and retrieve the legendary pure gold if Kahn provided it. If anyone in the family cares most about aging, it must be Hancock. Next to Amazon Lily, there's Queen Scarlet of Dressrosa. The former is known as the world's most beautiful woman, with the world's most beautiful face, figure, and temperament. The latter is known as the most beautiful queen in the history of allied countries. When Shirahoshi was a child, if one were to choose the world's number 1 and 2 beauties, the list would definitely include Hancock and Scarlet. They both believe their beauty is second to none. Beauties are afraid of aging, and this fear is more significant for Hancock and Scarlet than any other woman. Fortunately, Hancock's biological age is only 24, and Scarlet is only 22. In another 10 or 20 years, if they can't preserve their age like Shaki, they will definitely be anxious. But now, Hancock learned there is a metal that can slow down aging and preserve youth for hundreds of years. How could she not be surprised and excited? So, when Hancock learned from the master that pure gold is hidden in a lanternfish, which likes to stay in the deep sea, occasionally appearing in the light-transmitting layer but mostly active at night, she was thrilled. The master's plan to find pure gold involved using Baccarat's paramecia, lucky fruit, to increase the chance of encountering lanternfish, and using Viola's paramecia, staring fruit, to search the sea with a radius of 4,000 kilometers. Immediately, Hancock held Viola and Baccarat, who were not as tall as her, into her arms enthusiastically, saying, "Viola Baccarat, I entrust my youth to you." "I see, my lord." Violet's small face nestled against Hancock's greatness, addressing Hancock as "my sis," just like Sugar does. "I will do my best, my sis." Seeing Violet call Hancock that way, the 18-year-old Baccarat, who is only 1.8 meters tall, responded similarly. Due to the discovery of pure gold, Baccarat, who joined the maid group with her paramecia Lucky Fruit, was quickly accepted by Hancock's girls and became a favorite of the group. In Kahn's personal maid group, except for Sonia, all the maids were peerlessly beautiful. Not only Hancock and Scarlet feared aging, but even Robin and the others were very concerned about their youth. Therefore, Violet and Baccarat, who had the best chance of finding pure gold, naturally became group favorites. Accepting Kahn's invitation and becoming a personal maid, Baccarat also instantly gained attention from various forces, with her status in the Cross family skyrocketing. That night, Kahn and his crew held a welcome banquet for Baccarat at the villa. In the Grand Teen New World, where the number of tourists had exceeded 6 figures and was close to 7, the news of Baccarat becoming Cross Kahn's personal maid spread quickly, reaching all parties. Undercover agents and spies planted by various forces soon knew about it. Seeing Baccarat, who had only been employed for a month and a half and worked for just a week, rise so quickly to become a top cadre in the Cross family, other undercover agents became filled with hope and motivation. They thought if they performed well, they too might soon become Cross Kahn's personal maids and successfully infiltrate the Cross family. Little did they know that their efforts would only make money for Kahn without any return. Not only that, but once Monet completed the training of the maids and the Grandine New World was fully operational, it would be the moment they lost their freedom and their lives fell under Kahn's control. After the banquet, Kahn put on a simple disguise to blend in as an ordinary tourist on the Grandi New World for a few days. As the only gold-plated ship among the 3 island ships, Grandi New World was undoubtedly special. Its golden exterior attracted very wealthy businessmen, nobles, and world nobles, who traveled thousands of miles from the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line to the New World for a vacation. Only such a golden giant ship could match their status. Where there are people, there are benefits, and where there are many rich people, the benefits are even greater. Therefore, even though Grandi New World had only been open for a week, the number of tourists had already exceeded 6 figures, nearing 7. Among these hundreds of thousands, there were only a handful of rich people. The rest were criminals who came to gamble or engage in illegal business. After the opening of the Golden City, Kahn did not prohibit the sale of slaves, trading of illegal drugs and arms, or street fights, except due to the influence of the 3 Boa sisters and Koala. Even fights could be settled in the specially prepared duel field. As a result, the current Golden City was like the lawless area of the Sabyati archipelago, filled with a mix of people. Many rebellious individuals who ignored the rules of the Golden Ship were quickly apprehended by the Kuja warriors. If the Kuja warriors couldn't handle them, their fate worsened. An invisible electric field, capable of covering the entire island ship, would appear in less than a second, subduing them and sending them to the shooting range, where they would be killed by shooting enthusiasts. This method of execution was extremely cruel. To warn newcomers, Kahn specially built the shooting range next to the Golden Port, giving first-time visitors a stern warning. Chapter 123. Kahn stayed in the Golden City for half a month. Under Robin's greedy gaze, he paid Hancock half a month's rations before returning to Amazon Lily. As the queen, Hancock had to stay in the country and keep an eye on Dressrosa and Scarlet on Amazon Lily. This time, Kahn took Marie and Monet away from Hancock and Robin. The secret to transporting equipment and materials is using Marie's Paramecia Castle fruit. After more than a month of training, Monet, who is also a rational type, completed the training on maid etiquette and became a very good maid. Therefore, Kahn began to keep Monet by his side and taught her all the medical knowledge of Dr. Cureha and the doctors of the Drum Kingdom. And not just by word of mouth. Among the doctors whose memories were read by Kahn, there are many excellent mentors who have taught a large number of outstanding students. Digesting their memories, Kahn, who has become a medical expert, also has a lot of experience in teaching and is a great teacher of action and language. And the ability of the Apop fruit can turn a quack doctor into a world-famous doctor. In the field of surgery, Monet, like Kahn, who releases telekinetic power, is like a god. Her eyes and senses can spot viruses that other people cannot see with their naked eyes. Her baton can not only manipulate all objects to float, but even viruses can be extracted. In the same way that Bartholomew Kuma ejects pain, Monet, who has no medical knowledge, can extract viruses and destroy them with a laser. For example, the body transformation done by the genius surgeon Hogback allows people to have the jaws of a lion, the skin of an elephant, and the strength of a bear or an orangutan. Monet can also do it easily, without even needing anesthesia, because the body cut open by the Apop fruit will not feel the slightest pain. Monet only needs to cut the human body apart and then use the splicing ability to attach animal limbs, giving that person the power of animals. Monet, who is in the field of surgery, is equivalent to a player who has opened a cheating device, holding B and B. So when Kahn began to teach Monet, she suddenly grew up at a jaw-dropping speed. In terms of action, Monet, who is in the field of surgery, can do things that Kahn cannot. At this growth rate, Monet can become the world's #1 doctor in just a few years. In other words, Monet is now at the level of a famous doctor. She is like Kahn, who has a natural observation haki. She only needs to digest the knowledge of Dr. Cureha and the doctors. In the field of surgery, cutting the human body will not cause casualties, so Monet can perform surgery even with zero experience. Therefore, Kahn, who originally took half of his time to teach Monet, soon simply let Monet read the book by herself, and then asked him if she didn't understand. Kahn himself, on the other hand, began to build the underground foundations. Blue, 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 letter 3005. Just when Kahn used telekinesis and was ready to do it himself, the den mushi that he carried with him suddenly rang out. Moshi moshi, fufu, doflamingo. When Kahn answered the den mushi, it instantly imitated doflamingo and asked, Kahn, are you in the New World, or are you in the girls' section? I'm on Amazon, Lily, what's up? Kahn said. Since observation, Haki couldn't read emotions over den mushi, Kahn rarely showed doubts. Has your op-hop fruit been eaten? Doflamingo continued. Did you find the right person? Yes, my mate ate the op-hop fruit. Kahn had an idea of what this was about and answered, when are you going to introduce a suitable candidate to me? Zixixi, originally I had this in mind. The den mushi imitated Doflamingo's nodding, and he explained, in my family, there's an excellent kid with the lead disease. His days are numbered, and he comes from a medical family. It would be a pity if he died. I originally wanted to send him to you, but now it seems he should just die. Send him to Dressrosa. Understanding Doflamingo's last words, Kahn said this without waiting for him to ask. Zixixi, we will send him now. Doflamingo's answer surprised Kahn. You also came to the New World. Did you get the title of Shichibukai? Not yet, but soon, Doflamingo replied as if he didn't want to elaborate. Kahn, who knew Doflamingo's plan was to take the celestial gold, didn't ask further. He let Doflamingo take Law to Dressrosa, and after another call, Kahn hung up and continued working. The butterfly effect was in motion again. At this point in the original story, Corazon should have died. But because Kahn got the op-hop fruit earlier, Corazon got his life back, and the Donquixote family avoided another disaster. In the original story, when the Marines traded the op-hop fruit with D's barrels, they were also preparing to capture Doflamingo. But Corazon, trying to save Law, went to Mignon Island to snatch the op-hop fruit and got injured, asking Law to deliver the collected information to the Marines. Unexpectedly, the Marine Law handed the information to Virgo, Doflamingo's undercover agent. As a result, Corazon was exposed as a spy and was eventually shot dead by Doflamingo. Now, because Kahn got the op-hop fruit earlier, Corazon didn't take Law to Mignon Island, but went to hospitals in North Blue and stayed away from the Donquixote family for a long time. Without Corazon's information and location, the Marines couldn't capture Doflamingo. This call from Doflamingo indicated that Corazon brought the dying Law back to the Donquixote family. In the hearts of the brothers Doflamingo and Corazon, Law held a special place. Before being rescued by Corazon, Law's eyes were filled with a desire to destroy the world, just like Doflamingo's. This look made Doflamingo develop a fondness for Law, adopting and raising him despite having only 3 years left to live. Corazon treated Law well because he saw the same eyes as Doflamingo. As a child, Corazon couldn't save his older brother. Now grown and capable, Corazon didn't want Law to become the second Doflamingo. This special bond made both brothers not want Law to die. If Kahn hadn't let Monet eat the op-hop fruit, Doflamingo might have truly offered Law to Kahn, hoping he would give the op-hop fruit to Law. If Kahn refused, Doflamingo would reveal the ultimate secret of the op-hop fruit and let Law eat the fruit, giving his heart to Kahn. Lives for decades in exchange for helping someone for decades, and finally uses his life to perform the perennial youth operation for Kahn. In Doflamingo's eyes, this was an unbeatable deal for Law. Chapter 124. 3 days later. The Numantia flamingo of the Donquixote family arrived at Dressrosa, on the east side of Amazon Lily. As Doflamingo surveyed the town, which was no longer bustling with people, he noticed that everyone had moved on to the Grand Line New World, leaving the place somewhat deserted compared to before. His eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, showed a hint of regret. He had long set his sights on this country, planning to reclaim the territory once ruled by his ancestors after gaining the status of a Shichibukai. Unfortunately, Kahn had claimed the place before he could make his move. Although Kahn didn't publicly announce it, the entire world knew that Dressrosa was now under the protection of the Cross Guild. Even the world government turned a blind eye to Kahn's occupation of a world government member nation. Moreover, Dressrosa paid a hefty sum each year, which kept it within the ranks of the world government's allied nations. Why did Kahn allow Scarlet to continue paying such exorbitant amounts? It's simple, being an allied nation came with many privileges. Kahn wasn't concerned with a little gold, as those payments ensured they could buy these privileges. In the original timeline, Marine Admiral Fujitora had come to Dressrosa and needed to gather evidence of Doflamingo's crimes before he could arrest him. Despite Fujitora's overwhelming strength, Doflamingo made 803 moves against him, forcing the admiral to endure his provocations without being able to take direct action. Even if Dressrosa were filled with pirates, the Marines couldn't just arrest them all. This was one of the privileges of being an allied nation. With his most desired territory taken, Doflamingo had no plans to reclaim it aside from some lingering regret. For Doflamingo, Kahn's friendship and protection meant far more than a mere piece of land like Dressrosa. However, Doflamingo had another plan: to find an uninhabited island as the new base for the Don Quixote family in the New World. He intended to ask Kahn to help him move to the uninhabited island near Dressrosa, specifically to the waters near Amazon Lily, so they could be neighbors. By doing this, under the banner of the Cross Guild, the Don Quixote family could develop without interruption. As long as Kahn didn't fall, it wouldn't take long for the Don Quixote family to become one of the ruling powers in the New World, or even one of the dark forces in the entire world. Would Kahn fall? Doflamingo, well aware of the global influence of the Cross Guild and its deep ties with the world government, doubted that even the three strongest forces could bring Kahn down. Unless those three forces united. But that was obviously impossible. Just as Morgans eagerly awaited the moment Kahn would reach the top, Doflamingo knew it was only a matter of time before the Cross Guild claimed maritime supremacy within the next few years. Once Kahn became an emperor of the sea, those under the Cross Guild's banner would have the same freedom as the allied pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, doing almost anything they wanted in the New World. That's why Doflamingo worked so hard to help Kahn accumulate wealth. After arriving on the island, Doflamingo didn't take his family members to tour Dressrosa. Instead, he called Kahn, waiting for his arrival on the coast facing Amazon Lily. After a while, two afterimages flew over from Amazon Lily at an extremely fast speed. Soon, Kahn and Monet, who used telekinesis to eliminate the air barrier, landed in front of Doflamingo and others. "Dover, is this the man you want to heal?" After landing, Kahn did not greet Doflamingo. Instead, he looked at Law, who was held in Corazon's arms behind Doflamingo, too weak to stand, and asked knowingly. "Haha, yes, his name is Trafalgar Law, a survivor of the White Town tragedy and a tragedy himself," Doflamingo said meaningfully. "Monet, I'll leave him to you." Kahn nodded, speaking to Monet, who wore a black and white maid outfit beside him. "Yes, master." Monet responded with a serious face, then raised her hand to create a hemispherical transparent white field, covering Kahn and everyone in the Don Quixote family. In the next second, Monet pulled out a scalpel hidden behind her, split a nearby mushroom-shaped rock into two, lifted one half with a sword, and floated it nearby to form an operating table. Immediately, Law, who was in Corazon's arms, disappeared into thin air and reappeared atop the operating table. Watching Monet approach the operating table, Doflamingo exclaimed slightly, "Haha, these are the three foundations of cutting, directing, and transfer of the Opop fruit ability. What a handy yet powerful force." "Yes, Monet is the third most powerful member of the Cross Guild and the fourth highest-ranking officer," Kahn said with a smile. "Monet." Doflamingo repeated the name, then sighed. "I'm afraid it won't be long before this name spreads all over the world." "Dover, do you want to make money?" While Monet was treating Law, Kahn suddenly asked Doflamingo. "I want to, of course I want to." Although he didn't know why Kahn asked, Doflamingo answered without hesitation. At the same time, his heart was full of expectations. Kahn had given him rights to sell ammunition and medicines, the intermediary fee from the buyer, and a small share from the Cross Guild as the seller. And the Tgthegood family had already made a lot of money. Now, Kahn seems to have a new way to make money. How could Doflamingo not look forward to it? The world saw Cross Khan's money-making prowess, as the Cross Guild became a titan of arms, drugs, and entertainment. In particular, Doflamingo, who helped Kahn find the Paramecia golden fruit, admired Khan's mobile entertainment city creativity and ability to make money. Whatever Kahn proposed was enough to make others envious. The Capone family, who first boarded the giant ship of the Cross Guild, is the most typical example. Seeing Doflamingo take the bait, Kahn smiled and outlined his plan. "I'm going to promote Monet, the Paramecia Opop fruit user, just like we hyped the Golden City, and make her the world's #1 doctor. Then, leveraging Monet's reputation, we'll open a hospital in the Golden City to make it famous. Ideally, we'll surpass the world's #1 hospital in the Drum Kingdom, aiming to open hospitals worldwide within 10 years and transition medicine sales from the dark world to the legitimate one. I want to entrust the hospital construction to you. I'll fund it and you'll handle the work. You'll receive a share of each hospital's profits." Heh, a proposal with only benefits and no drawbacks. Only a fool would refuse. Hearing Kahn's last words, Doflamingo grinned, replying with an evil smile. "No problem, leave it to me." Glancing at Corazon, who stood near Monet as she comforted Law, Kahn said meaningfully to Doflamingo, "Don't worry about the doctors. I'll send someone after the hospital is completed." "Understood." Doflamingo was a little confused, but didn't ask. As a result, the Cross Guild and the Tgthegood family once again established a long-term cooperation, deepening their alliance. Chapter 125. The virus in his body has been completely cleared, and after a few days of rest, he'll be like a normal person. That's when Kahn and Doflamingo finalized a new long-term collaboration. Monet had completed the operation and calmly said to Corazon, who was crying with joy, "Thanks, thanks." Corazon repeatedly thanked Law with a choked voice, then hugged the still weak Law and shouted excitedly, "Great, Law, you're okay." Corazon. Law, whose complexion had returned to normal, also had tears in his eyes and hugged Corazon's neck excitedly. At this moment, the butterfly flapped its wings again. This time, the butterfly effect triggered could lead to an unknown future. Will another member be missing from the era of evil? Will Law become a cadre of the Tgthegood family? Or will he betray the Tgthegood family with Corazon and join the Marines? Or perhaps he'll eat a powerful devil fruit and embark on a path against Doflamingo or even the Cross Guild. But one thing is certain. Law's future could change from the original story, where he becomes Surgeon of Death with a bounty of 3 billion berries, with even the Marines owing him 2 billion. Finalizing a new cooperation with Doflamingo and giving Law a new lease on life was just a side event for Kahn. After inviting Doflamingo to a meal at King's Palace in Dressrosa, Kahn spent the night in Scarlet's room and paid the rations, by the way. The next day, after watching the Tgthegood family leave, Kahn returned to Amazon Lily to build his own underground base. By March 1510, the large underground base that Kahn personally built was completed. During this time, many events took place across the seas. For instance, in North Blue, Vinsmoke Judge, whose 5th child and 4th son Vinsmoke Sanji was stolen by Kahn, had disappeared. In reality, Sanji had fled the family and was preparing to escape from North Blue, which was ruled by Germa 66. There was also a new addition to the 7 warlords of the sea, affiliated with the world government. The new member originally operated in North Blue, but due to being labeled as part of the Cross Guild, the head of the Tgthegood family, who was very famous in the underworld, known as Heavenly Yaksha and Darkness, Tgthegood Doflamingo, took the spot. As for how he became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, only Kahn and those with strong intelligence capabilities know. If a person with no record suddenly becomes a warlord, there will certainly be many pirates who won't be convinced. However, since the Tgthegood family is one of the sellers helping the Cross Guild sell arms and medicines, whether it's a member country a non-member country, pirates, or gangsters, nearly half or even more of the illegal entities buy arms from Doflamingo. Aside from a few weak or small-time pirates, most wouldn't challenge Doflamingo. As a result, Doflamingo not only gained the status of a legal pirate earlier than in the original story, but also quickly established a foothold, preparing to move the Don Quixote family into the New World and seek Kahn's protection as a neighbor. However, just as Doflamingo was about to move, something happened that made him furious and frightened. Corazon took law and left the family again. But this time, it wasn't for an adventure or some other task. They joined the Marines. Or rather, they returned to the Marines. If Virgo hadn't discovered that Corazon had brought law to Marine headquarters and exposed his identity as Fleet Admiral Sengoku's adopted son, Doflamingo wouldn't have known that Corazon could speak, and that he returned to the family to be a spy. This is what enraged and terrified Doflamingo. If he didn't have Kahn's protection, wouldn't he be in danger? Thinking of this, Doflamingo wished Virgo could find a chance to capture Corazon. But in the end, Doflamingo calmed down and told Virgo not to reveal his identity. Law, who was brought back to Marine headquarters by Corazon, was also arranged by Sengoku to enter the Marine Academy. If nothing else happens, Law will be a Marine in the future. Additionally, during the more than half-year voyage, the 3 Grandine Island ships have firmly established their status as the world's #1 entertainment city. In particular, the Grandine New World has been dubbed the Golden City, the city that never sleeps, the entertainment capital of the world, and more. At the same time, it's recognized as the biggest cash cow in the world. Just over half a year after its opening, with Baikala's help using the Lucky Lucky fruit, the investment that the Cross Guild made in building the 3 island ships has already been half recovered. Considering the proceeds from the other 2 island ships, Ian has fully recuperated in just over half a year. Every day after that, Kahn's personal wealth grows by an astronomical amount. And that's just the profit from the Golden City. In addition to the Golden City, there are 2 other island ships, as well as profits from arms and medicines. Although Kahn allocates funds yearly to Doflamingo to allow him to build hospitals all over the world, this expense is just a drop in the ocean. By this time next year, berries will likely be a number in Kahn's eyes. With the world's largest cash cow suddenly appearing in the New World, it was naturally impossible for others not to covet it. If Kahn hadn't cut off one of Kaido's arms a few years ago, deterring all forces below the level of the 4 emperors, no one would have dared to challenge this rising sea emperor who was on the verge of solidifying his place at the world's highest peak. But this doesn't include the ruler of this era, the Whitebeard pirates. Of course, Whitebeard wouldn't stoop to the level of robbing the younger generation, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't either, given that their base camp is Moby Dick, with the old man watching over them. However, Whitebeard not only shelters weak islands and towns, but also protects a double-digit number of allied pirate crews. These pirate crews are a mixed bag. While they were all conquered by Whitebeard's might, they don't respect anyone other than Whitebeard. In fact, due to the backing of the world's strongest man, there's a well-known saying within the Whitebeard pirates. That is, in this sea, no one dares to bully members of the Whitebeard pirates, and they are untouchable. Some fools misinterpreted this to mean that even if they caused trouble, others wouldn't dare to retaliate, and if they did, the Whitebeard pirates would stand up for them. As a result, many allied pirate crews began to act lawlessly, confident that no one would dare to offend them. After enjoying the benefits of Whitebeard's reputation, more and more fools began to do whatever they wanted in the New World, relying on their identity as Whitebeard pirates' allies. In Kahn's Golden City, there was one such fool who caused trouble in the casino, but was instantly subdued by Hancock. Because he didn't commit a major crime, and due to the world's situation, Robin simply cut off the hands of the clamoring pirate and then contacted the Whitebeard pirates. A few days later, Phoenix Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, came to personally pick up the fool and left a sum of compensation. This resolution once again solidified the belief across the New World that Kahn was just one step away from being recognized as an emperor of the sea. Even the world's strongest pirate crew chose to back down, unwilling to go to war with the Cross Guild over one idiot. This shows that the Cross Guild is just one step away from solidifying its status as one of the ruling forces of the New World. Chapter 126. Unknowingly, 22 years had passed since Kahn arrived in this world. He began taking over the family business at the age of 5 and became the head of the family by the age of 9. In just over a decade, Kahn transformed the once-unknown Cross family in West Blue into one of the world's top powers. Compared to other dominant forces, the only difference between them was the name. In terms of influence, the Cross family was even stronger than some of the overlords. Even the world's strongest pirate crews would hesitate to engage in a full-scale war with the Cross family, choosing to step back if it was unreasonable. Kahn had undoubtedly risen above the chessboard to become a player. To become the strongest player, one must command powerful pieces. These pieces can either be taken from other players or cultivated personally. When one's chessboard, the number of pieces, their individual strength, and overall power surpass those of other players, Kahn would naturally become the strongest player. This process is called accumulation. During the original Summit War and the Battle of Onigashima, both Whitebeard and Charlotte Linland said something to Sengoku and Kaido. That phrase was, "I haven't seen you in decades." From these words, it's clear that ever since the end of the Rocks and Roger eras, Whitebeard, Sengoku, Charlotte Linland, and Kaido, major figures of the Great Pirate era, had not faced each other. This balance was deliberately maintained by the players while they accumulated strength, waiting for the right moment to strike decisively. This was why the Marines decided to target the Whitebeard pirates. Ace's identity made it worth the effort. Even if the Whitebeard pirates didn't come, they could still eliminate the bloodline of the Pirate King. If the Whitebeard pirates did show up, it would be at Marineford, where the Marines had a home field advantage. At that time, Whitebeard was already old, making it a near-certain victory for the Marines. Indeed, the Marines succeeded in killing Ace and Whitebeard during the Summit War. If not for the unexpected factor of Blackbeard, even if the Red Hair pirates intervened in the end, it would have still been a complete victory for the Marines. Unless a decisive strike opportunity arises, there is a deliberate balance maintained between players. Under this balance, the decision to escalate or avoid conflict depends on whether one side is reasonable and whether the other side opts for peace or a small-scale war. Any war brings losses. A prime example is when Kaido eyed Kahn's resources, only to suffer losses when Kahn cut off one of his arms, leaving Kaido unable to recover. Perhaps Kahn's actions in cutting off Kaido's arm added fuel to Kaido's anger over Kazuki Oden's death. Whitebeard, rather than choosing war, opted for peace, sacrificing his reputation as the uncrowned king and elevating the Cross family to the status of a pseudo-overlord. Similarly, Kahn's side saw Robin showing respect to Whitebeard by not pushing her pirate captain to engage. These players continued to accumulate strength while waiting for the right moment to strike decisively. Now, the three great powers, along with Kahn, who is increasingly recognized as a fourth power, are all holding their cards, waiting for the moment to reveal them and determine the winner. At the age of 22, Kahn had already become a pseudo-overlord. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed Shanks in the original story and became the youngest emperor of the sea. This was Kahn's career achievement. Beyond his career, Kahn was also a winner in life. Amazon Lily's Island, as famous as Fishman Island, and the Amazon Lily, known as the Holy Land for Men, were now completely under the control of the Cross family. If it weren't for the 9 Snakes flag still flying over the palace on Amazon Lily, and the fact that the Kuja pirates were still active in the first half of the Grand Line, people might have forgotten about the island and its warriors. Nowadays, when people think of Amazon Lily, they immediately associate it with Cross Kahn, the territory of the Cross family. As the only man on Daughter Island and the one who holds authority above the Empress, Kahn had been backstabbed many times by Morgans despite their supposed friendship. In the pages of the World Economy newspaper and its magazines, Kahn consistently topped lists of the most envied men and the men women most want to marry. He was the richest man in the world. His maid was the most beautiful woman in the world. His lover was the most beautiful queen in the history of the Allied nations. Kahn, who was surrounded by two extraordinary beauties and a host of equally stunning maids, had everything men desire. Wealth, beauty, strength, and power, all at the highest levels. How could this not make people envious and jealous? Countless men dreamed of taking Kahn's place. Because of this, many men set sail with dreams of becoming the next Kahn. After 7 years in the Grand Line, Kahn had unknowingly become a figure who would influence the next generation. At the age of 22, he had a successful career and a good life, much like Blackbeard, who began enjoying life after becoming one of the 4 emperors in the original story. As time passed, Kahn spent less time cultivating and more time enjoying. Leisure. With Robin and Hancock overseeing the operations of the world's biggest moneymakers and Scarlet moving to the Golden City to support her sister Bacala in their search for the lantern fish, Kahn's personal involvement decreased. Each of these women was busy managing their responsibilities, leaving them with only the evenings to spend with Kahn. Sometimes, they were so occupied that they couldn't even visit Amazon Lily to see him. This led to Kahn making a mistake in early 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar, a mistake many men make. He extended his interest to Monet, who was 18 at the time. To be fair, it seemed inevitable. After living with him for over half a year, Monet, who had been deeply impressed by Kahn's heroic rescue, had developed strong feelings for him. Serving as his personal maid daily only deepened her affection, and soon enough, she became Kahn's 3rd woman. When Robin, who had been with Kahn the longest, found out, she looked at him with a mix of bitter resentment and understanding. To make amends, Kahn made a special stop at the Golden City during his first journey to the New World on the Grandine to spend a week pampering Robin, his first maid, and the only one who had become a top aide without relying on strength. Robin, biologically 25 but looking like she was 18, became Kahn's 4th woman. Despite being overtaken by Monet and being behind Scarlet and Hancock, Robin's status as the second-in-command among Kahn's women was undisputed. She was acknowledged as the big sister among them, maintaining her leadership role within the group. Chapter 127. Sea Circle Calendar, June 1510. Kahn's underground base had been renovated, and through black market channels, along with Mary's paramecia-type replication fruitability, the materials needed to manufacture replica soldiers were successfully transported to the base. Only the blood factor material for the replica soldiers was missing before Kahn could begin large-scale production. It takes just 5 years for the clone soldiers to mature to the physical age of 20. The principle behind creating these soldiers involves transforming the blood factor and then generating clones. Similar to an alchemist's process, the human body can be replicated with just a few materials. By taking some blood, modifying the factors within it, and using machines and materials, a large number of clones can be produced from that blood template. Vinsmoke Judge initially started creating replica soldiers using the blood of infants. By the time Kahn approached him, the cloning process had evolved significantly. Additionally, Kahn not only accessed Vinsmoke Judge's memories, but also indirectly Red Queen's memories through Sonya's mythical Zoan vampire form. The combined knowledge of these 2 great scientists allowed Kahn to enhance the upgraded human blood, without needing to take it from normal or enhanced humans in the future. The replica soldiers created by Kahn, with this enhanced blood, would be stronger than those made by Vinsmoke Judge. Furthermore, Kahn could also use the laser technology obtained from Queen to turn these clone soldiers into modified humans. They would have not only strong physiques, but also the ability to change weapons from their bodies and release laser beams. Yes, Kahn planned to mass-produce a weakened version of the Pacifista. In the original story, the Pacifistas were so powerful because their template was Bartholomew Kuma, who had a special physique. Unlike replica soldiers, they were full-fledged robots with extremely expensive machinery inside. Even a 300 million bounty supernova would need the help of their crew to defeat one. The cost of building a Pacifista was equivalent to that of constructing a warship. If Kahn could make a pacifista, even if it cost 100 million berries, he would mass-produce it without hesitation. After all, a pacifista is equivalent to a supernova, with a 300 million berry bounty. Though such a machine is vulnerable to a strong haki user, even in the Four Emperors pirate crews, haki users are a minority. If Kahn goes to war with the three monsters, he and his cadres, along with the haki-wielding Kyuja warriors, could occupy the enemy's captain, top cadres, and haki users, allowing the pacifistas to enter the fray and deal a devastating blow to elite and ordinary pirates. Unfortunately, Kahn isn't yet capable of producing full-fledged pacifistas. Even after digesting the memories of these two great scientists, he can only create a weakened version. Even so, Kahn's replica soldiers would still be elite warriors, second only to strong haki users. Moreover, these elite soldiers can be mass-produced and implanted with the concept of not fearing death and never betraying. To get back on track, before the materials for making replica soldiers and laser devices arrived, Kahn found an upgraded human corpse at the shooting range when the Golden Ship was delivering rations to Robin and Hancock and took a blood sample. So, after the materials were transported to the underground base, Yin began production at the future Cross 2nd Army Factory. While Kahn was producing the 2nd Legion of the Cross family, significant events began unfolding at sea. See Circle Calendar 1510. This year was destined to be recorded in history. In June of this year, 3 years after he climbed Mariewa with his bare hands, freed thousands of slaves of different races, and was the culprit behind the Mariewa arson, the Fishman Tiger, known as a hero, was declared dead, and the Sun Pirates were disbanded. Among them, the Fishman Arlong, one of the Sun Pirates' cadres, was captured by Marine Vice Admiral Borsellino and sent to impel down. The perpetrator of the Mariewa arson case was executed, restoring the lost face of the world government. In response, the 5 elders, who had dealt with the Fisher Tiger incident, decided to reinforce the defenses of the Holy Land. They dismissed the former commander-in-chief of the 3 armies due to his failure in duty and appointed Marine Marshal Kong as the new commander-in-chief. With Kong's promotion, the vacant Marine Marshal position was filled by the most suitable candidate, Sengoku the Buddha. Following Sengoku's promotion, a Marine Admiral position opened up. Zephyr, who had previously retired after making great sacrifices, filled the 3rd Admiral slot, although it soon became vacant again. After discussions between the 5 elders, the commander-in-chief, and the new Marine Marshal, it was decided to promote 3 Vice Admirals, referred to as the 3 Monsters, among the 5 Admiral candidates to Marine Admirals. These were Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kyuzin. Their Admiral code names became Akinu, Kizaru, and Aokiji, respectively. Thus, the Marine ushered in a new era, transitioning from Kong's leadership to the era of Sengoku. With Sengoku at the helm, the overall strength of the Marines visibly increased. During Kong's era, Sengoku was the only admiral actively working. Zephyr remained at the Marine Academy, focusing on training the next generation of Marines, while the other 2 admiral positions were not filled due to a lack of suitable candidates. This left Sengoku handling many tasks on his own. If it weren't for Garp, who guarded Marineford and the first half of the Grand Line, Sengoku would have been even more overwhelmed, likely turning his hair white from stress. Now, with Akinu and the others, who were already powerful enough to become admirals, officially taking on their roles, Sengoku suddenly felt a great sense of relief. He only needed to oversee Marineford, while the 3 admirals handled most of the heavy lifting. As long as the powerful figures in the New World didn't cause significant disturbances, Sengoku could afford to relax, making his job much easier. Perhaps for this reason, Sengoku would appear younger than Garp in the following decade. The renewal of the Marine leadership had a profound impact on the entire world. Even the pirates of the New World felt the shift, as the Marines, now with more admirals, made them less likely to provoke weaker allied nations recklessly. However, the 3 great pirates and the Yonko were largely unaffected by the Marines' upgrade. The same principle holds. Unless the Marines find an opportunity to strike a decisive blow, they must work alongside the Yonko to maintain balance on the seas. Moreover, most of the Marine forces are spread across the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line, leaving the New World forces unable to match the Yonko's power. This imbalance is why the world government created the 7 warlords of the sea, recruiting 7 powerful pirates capable of destroying a nation to assist Marine headquarters in managing the New World and balancing the power of the Yonko. These 3 major forces, Marine, Yonko, and the 7 warlords of the sea, would form the pillars that check and balance the world under the world government. After taking office, Sengoku's most pressing task was to gather the 7 warlords together. Chapter 128. Sea Circle Calendar, July 1510. East Blue, Shimotsuki Village. On this day, a medium-sized, 2-masted sailing ship, exceptionally luxurious compared to others in the area and remodeled twice, was docked at the village pier. This lavish vessel featured a striking figurehead of a haki-infused blue dragon at its bow. The ship's flag and sails bore symbols representing the front and rear halves of the Grand Line, as well as the West Blue and North Blue, alongside the universally recognized emblem of the celestial dragons. This insignia belonged to the Cross family. Since East Blue is the weakest of the seas, the Cross family had not yet established a presence here, so most people were unfamiliar with this symbol. Especially in Shimotsuki Village, the villagers had no idea what this mark represented. However, when they noticed a luxury giant ship suddenly arriving at their village pier, they curiously observed from a distance, assuming that a noble had come to visit the Isshin Dojo. Why were they so certain that the visitors from the ship were heading to Isshin Dojo? Because in Shimotsuki Village, Isshin Dojo is the most famous place. If the noble lord wasn't visiting Isshin Dojo, who else would they be here for? The village chief. That seemed unlikely. Under the watchful eyes of the villagers, a man and a woman disembarked from the ship. The man stood at 1.97 meters tall, wearing shoes that made him about 2 meters tall. He had short blue hair and was dressed in a white suit with a blue tie. Beside him was a maid in high heels, standing about 1.95 meters tall, with long, grass-green wavy hair, dressed in a black and white maid outfit. Such a pairing clearly suggested a noble young master out for a leisure trip, accompanied by his personal maid. Master is the Logia Mira Mira no Mi fruit we're searching for in this village. Monet, standing half a step behind Kahn, looked curiously at her master's handsome profile. No, the Logia Mira Mira no Mi fruit is on an uninhabited island, Kahn replied, a slight smile playing on his lips. The reason I stopped here is that I sensed a powerful presence nearby and decided to visit. After all, in a village located in the weakest sea, sensing such a powerful aura piques one's curiosity about its source. But this was a lie. Kahn had come to Shimotsuki Village deliberately, with the search for the Logia Mira Mira no Mi fruit being a secondary reason. In this world where luck and fate play a role, if Kahn didn't claim the Logia Flare Flare fruit, it would inevitably be taken by pirates in 1517 on the Sea Circle calendar, and then Ace would consume it. Besides Kahn and Ace, only Bacala and Luffy might have had the chance to claim it. But in the New World, Baccarat already possessed the Paramecia Lucky Lucky fruit. As for Luffy, if nothing unexpected happened, he would soon acquire the Paramecia Gum Gum fruit. People with greater luck than others have already claimed their abilities. Therefore, it was highly unlikely for anyone else to get the Logia Flare Flare fruit before them. Kahn had originally planned to visit Sixus Island to obtain the Logia Mira Mira no Mi fruit when he went to recruit Nami. But while preparing the Second Legion and planning to wait for them to grow to 20 years old over the next 5 years, a sudden thought crossed his mind. That is, Kahn realized that he didn't need to wait 5 years, he could use a cheat. And this cheat is none other than Shinobu from Wano Country, the one who provided the age-enhancing hooks for Robin and the 3 Boa sisters. Even though clone soldiers aren't fully human, and even less so after their modifications, Shinobu's Paramecia ripe fruit can still affect them. Shinobu's ability doesn't just ripen humans, it can also ripen other objects. So, Kahn could either bring Eren back or send Mary to take the clone soldiers to Wano and have Eren ripen them. The age suspension for Robin and the Boa sisters was necessary because they entered the new world too early and needed strong companions. Kahn had no choice but to think of this solution. After helping them with the age enhancement, and once the Cross family overcame its most challenging phase, Kahn didn't think of using the age enhancement on other young maids. He wanted them to enjoy their childhoods. 7 years passed, and Kahn had almost forgotten about Eren. When he thought of Eren again after all this time, he also recalled memories of Wano, and another idea sparked in his mind. He remembered a piece of information he had previously overlooked, a candidate for a maid that he had wanted to recruit but had set aside because she hadn't been born yet and then forgotten about for several years. That maid candidate was Kuina, who died in 1510 on the Sea Circle calendar. Being reminded of her again, after more than a decade, made Kahn feel there was a connection between him and Kuina. However, because the memory resurfaced in the same year Kuina was supposed to die, Kahn became determined to act. It's the end of June, and half the year has passed. Kahn wasn't sure if Kuina had already died at this time. So, Kahn rushed to Shimotsuki village in the weakest sea from the New World at top speed. If Kuina was still alive when he arrived in Shimotsuki village, it would mean that fate had truly brought them together. But if Kuina was already dead, it meant that this maid he had forgotten for over 10 years was destined to remain out of his reach. As Kahn approached Shimotsuki village, his mood lightened, and that's when the scene of the Grandine stopping at the pier occurred. Due to Kahn's unique perception, he had already enveloped the entire Shimotsuki village with his senses before even setting eyes on the island, and he got the answer he wanted. Kuina was still alive. She had a fate intertwined with his. If she had been dead, Kahn would have gone straight to Sixus. To Kahn, Kashiro, who lived quietly in Shimotsuki village, was insignificant. Kashiro was merely a strong man at the level of a top officer. "I see," Monet said, unaware that Kahn was lying. During her training with Robin, Monet learned about the abilities of her master and her sisters. In this world, even Violet's clairvoyance, which allows her to see across a radius of 4,000 kilometers, exists, so the unique perception abilities of Kahn and Hancock seemed quite normal. And what a powerful presence. Just as Kahn and Monet stepped onto the island, Kashiro at Isshin Dojo also opened his eyes, which had been perpetually squinted, showing a rare look of seriousness. He thought to himself, such a powerful figure suddenly appearing in this remote part of East Blue, are they friend or foe? Unlike Kahn and Hancock's unique perception, Kashiro could only sense a vague outline through observation haki. Those with advanced observation haki can typically only perceive auras. The most skilled can see vague outlines, while only those who can predict the future can see detailed visions and hear the next words of others. Kashiro could only discern a vague outline and couldn't identify Kahn's identity. But from the aura alone, he knew that an extraordinary individual had arrived on the island. Chapter 129. Father, are you going out? 11-year-old Kuina, who had started practicing on her own in the courtyard instead of training in the dojo with Zaro, noticed her father, Kashiro, dressed in a formal suit with a samurai sword, walking towards the door with a serious expression. Curiously, she paused and asked. "Yes, a distinguished guest has arrived," Kashiro replied without stopping. This was the first time Kuina had seen her father with such an attitude. She put down the bamboo sword in her hand and quickly followed him. When Kahn and Monet arrived at the Isshin Dojo, they found Kashiro and his daughter waiting for them at the entrance. "Mr. Kahn, welcome to Isshin Dojo." Kashiro's eyes flashed with a mix of surprise and fear when he saw Kahn. He hadn't expected one of the top figures in the New World to appear in the weakest of seas, and more so, in Shimotsuki village. Was this really just a coincidence? The fear stemmed from knowing that the man before him, the youngest of the New World's top forces, was powerful enough to destroy an island. And this was his home. If a battle broke out, his daughter, his disciples, and even all the villagers on the island might be caught in the crossfire. Kashiro could only hope that Kahn was merely passing through, and wasn't looking for either trouble or allies. Kahn, who had used observation haki to sense Kashiro's thoughts, smirked inwardly but outwardly said with interest, East Blue may be known as the weakest sea, but it's produced legends like the Pirate King and marine heroes. It seems even remote places like this hide great strength. You're too kind, Mr. Kahn. Kashiro didn't feel flattered by Kahn's words. Instead, he felt troubled. The strong of the New World, especially those at the top, had a common trait: they liked recruiting other strong individuals to join their ranks. Kashiro worried that Kahn might ask him to join his crew. If he refused, Kahn might take offense and force him into submission, leading to an inevitable battle. So after humbling himself, Kashiro gestured to the entrance and said, Mr. Kahn, please come in. Thank you. Kahn, who had once again read Kashiro's thoughts, was amused by the worries swirling in Kashiro's mind. As Kahn walked into the dojo, he paused and passed by Kuina, who was already 1.5 meters tall. Smiling, he said, Girl, I can sense your frustration. Kuina, who had been curiously observing Kahn, tilted her head in confusion, a large question mark forming in her mind. Kashiro, hearing this, felt a sense of foreboding. His fears were soon realized. Kuina, step back, Kashiro said after leading Kahn and Monet to the living room in the courtyard. He wanted Kuina to leave since the upcoming conversation was for adults. No need, this young lady, Kuina, can stay, Kahn replied with a smile before Kuina could obey her father's order and leave. In that case, Kuina, sit beside me, Kashiro said, feeling even more uneasy. Kahn's words had clearly shaken Kuina too. The normally strict father had backed down. Who were these people? Kuina's curiosity towards Kahn only deepened. Yes, father. Kuina nodded, fetched a futon, and knelt beside Kashiro on his right. She continued to study Kahn, who sat cross-legged on the tatami instead of kneeling. Monet, dressed in a maid's short skirt, stood behind Kahn, reflecting her status and position. Mr. Kahn, may I ask what brings you to Shimitsuki village? Kashiro finally asked after preparing a cup of tea and following the basic formalities. Kahn took a sip of tea before replying slowly, I came to East Blue to visit a certain island in search of a legendary treasure. My visit here is purely by chance. He continued, while passing by an island, I sensed a powerful aura and decided to investigate out of curiosity. If I'm not mistaken, you practice a mission, don't you? Kahn was careful not to mention Wan Okuni directly, respecting Kashiro's preference for secrecy. Yes, my name is Kashiro, Kashiro nodded in acknowledgement. Don't be so tense, Mr. Kashiro. I mean no harm, Kahn assured him. I'm here simply because I wanted to meet the strong individuals who live in seclusion here. Though I don't know why someone as strong as you would choose to live quietly in such a remote part of the weakest sea, everyone has their reasons. Some chase fame and fortune, while others prefer a peaceful life. I won't disrupt your tranquility. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Kahn, Kashiro said with a sigh of relief, bowing slightly. But then, Kahn's next words made Kashiro's heart skip a beat. Kahn shifted his gaze from Kashiro to Kuina and asked with a smile, Your name is Kuina, right? Would you like to be my maid? Eh? Kuina was taken aback, then asked instinctively, A maid? Like the big sister behind you? Patriarch Kahn, my daughter is not worthy of such an honor, please. Kashiro began, attempting to politely decline on Kuina's behalf. But before he could finish, Kahn raised his hand to interrupt. Mr. Kashiro, don't worry, hear me out first. After calming Kashiro, Kahn continued patiently. As I mentioned, everyone has their own path in life. You might prefer a quiet life, but that doesn't mean your daughter feels the same. Kahn then turned to Kuina, his gaze softening. Kuina, is your dream to become the world's greatest swordsman? Yes, it is, Kuina responded, surprised that Kahn knew her dream. That's the right mindset, Kahn said approvingly, then added something that shocked her even more. So, are you often frustrated because girls typically aren't as physically strong as boys? How do you know that? Kuina was incredulous that a stranger could so accurately voice her deepest frustrations. Kashiro's heart sank. What incredible observation haki this must be. Whether Kahn overheard Kuina's worries or simply read her heart, it was clear that this man's haki was exceptional. Kahn didn't explain, but instead offered another surprise. Girls can overcome their physical limitations. Really? Kuina's eyes lit up with excitement. How can a girl break through physical limitations? Oh, didn't your father tell you? Kahn pretended to be surprised, glancing at Kashiro, who seemed lost in thought. Then, with a knowing smile, he continued, I understand now, a pure swordsman, right? What is a pure swordsman? A pure swordsman is one who relies solely on their sword and their own haki, without any external aids. Legends like Roger, Rayleigh, Shanks, and Hawkeye, as well as Zoro, are examples of pure swordsmen. They became some of the world's strongest by mastering their swordsmanship and haki alone. The samurai of Wano Kuni, including sword god Ryuma, Kazuki Odin, and Kashiro himself, were also pure swordsmen. This is likely why Kashiro had told Kuina that girls' physical strength was a limiting factor in becoming the world's best swordsman. He never considered using a devil fruit to change her fate. In Kashiro's view, eating a devil fruit would mean one was no longer a pure swordsman, and perhaps not even a true swordsman. Since Kashiro wasn't considering these options, Kahn decided to approach the matter differently. The way to break physical limitations is simple, through an operation. Kahn pulled Monet forward, introducing her to Kashiro and Kuina. This is Monet, one of my personal maids and the ship doctor of our cross family. She's a paramecia apop fruit user. An apop fruit user. Kashiro, hailing from the traditional and isolated Wano Kuni, and living in the quiet Shimitsuki village, was visibly startled. His reaction revealed that he knew of the apop fruit and hinted at a past filled with rich experiences and remarkable adventures. It was likely during these adventures that he had learned about the devil fruits, including the legendary sea treasure. Chapter 130. It seems, Mr. Kashiro, that you're familiar with this devil fruit, Kahn observed, noticing Kashiro's recognition of the paramecia apop fruit. With a faint suspicion in mind, Kahn tentatively asked, So, Mr. Kashiro, are you aware of the bloodline factor? Bloodline factor? What is that? Kashiro responded with genuine confusion. Using his natural observation haki, Kahn could tell that Kashiro's confusion was authentic. This made Kahn reconsider his earlier suspicion. Perhaps Kashiro really had no connection to the Revolutionary Army, or at least not a deep one. Kahn then explained, the bloodline factor is one of the discoveries made by the MADS Scientific Research Group, which was led by Vegapunk, a genius whose intellect is 500 years ahead of our time. One of Vegapunk's former colleagues, Vinsmoke Judge of the Germa Kingdom in North Blue, used the bloodline factor to create clones and enhanced humans with physical abilities far beyond that of ordinary people, stronger even than upgraded humans. The bloodline factor is essentially the blueprint of life, the treasure and secret of the human body, Kahn continued. We've also mastered this secret. By combining the power of the paramecia apop fruit with scientific methods, we can modify Kuina's body to become physically stronger than most men and even stronger than these enhanced humans. I see, Kashiro said, somewhat overwhelmed. While terms like bloodline factors, clones, and human modification went over Kashiro's head, he understood the most important point. Kahn could use the apop fruit and the secrets of the bloodline factor to enhance Kuina's physical strength beyond that of a typical man. I would love to have this surgery, Kuina exclaimed, not giving her father a chance to ask about the risks or even time to process what had just been said. Like her father, Kuina didn't fully grasp the details about bloodline factors or human modification, but she understood one thing clearly. This surgery could make her physically stronger than any man. For a girl who had long resented her own physical limitations and envied Zoro for being a boy, this offer was irresistible. Kuina, Kashiro frowned, turning to speak, but Kuina cut him off, already anticipating his concerns. Father, please don't stop me, Kuina said firmly. Even if there's only a 1 in a million chance, I want this surgery. Otherwise, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Kuina's determination was unmistakable. Kashiro, who had grown up in the male-dominated culture of Wano Kuni, was deeply moved by his daughter's resolve. After a moment of silence, he looked back at Kahn and asked, Patriarch Kahn, is this operation safe? Father, Kuina's eyes softened with gratitude. Her father's question showed that he was choosing to support her decision. Kahn smiled slightly. Mr. Kashiro, since you know of the Paramecia apop fruit, you should be aware that it's called the ultimate devil fruit for a reason. In the hands of a skilled user, it can perform miraculous surgeries with no risk to the patient's life. There's no need for anesthesia, no pain, and even viruses can be eliminated during the procedure. The implication was clear. The surgery posed no life-threatening risks. Kashiro, relieved, bowed to Kahn once more. Then, please proceed with the surgery for Kuina. Hold on, Kahn said, raising a hand to stop him. I need to speak with Kuina first. Kahn turned his gaze to Kuina, extending the offer once more. This operation to alter your physique is one of the greatest secrets and trump cards of our cross family. It's also an exclusive benefit reserved for our members. Girl, would you like to be my maid? I do, Kuina replied firmly, without any hesitation. Just like Zoro in the original story, Kuina was determined to become the world's greatest swordsman. She didn't care if it meant becoming a pirate, a bounty hunter, or, in this case, a maid. As long as it didn't require her to give up her dream and could help her overcome the physical limitations of being a girl, she was willing to follow a stranger's orders. So, Mr. Kashiro, what do you think? Kahn asked, turning his attention back to Kashiro after Kuina's resolute agreement. Kashiro, who had silently supported his daughter's decision, didn't hesitate this time. He bowed once more and said, I'll leave her in your care, Mr. Kahn. Kahn's lips curled into a slight smile as he assured, Don't worry, Mr. Kashiro. Once she's a member of the Cross family, I won't let anyone harm her. And so, the Cross family gained a new member, and Kuina's fate was changed, saving her from dying young. The Bushido spirit of Wano Kuni proved to be useful in this situation. Kashiro, having decided to support his daughter's dream, handed her over to Kahn with complete trust. In fact, he had come to terms with the situation. If Kahn had wanted to take Kuina by force, there was little Kashiro could have done to stop him. After all, he was just a pure swordsman, while Kahn wielded immense power. Despite having the ability to take what he wanted by force, Kahn had gone out of his way to explain his intentions and the benefits of joining his family. This respect, shown even to an 11-year-old girl, earned Kashiro's trust and agreement. If Kuina could truly break the physical limitations of girls and achieve her dream, Kashiro would be thrilled. To further ease Kashiro's mind, Kahn instructed Monet to return to the ship and bring back materials to create a vivre card for Kuina. Kahn tore off half and gave it to Kashiro, allowing him to check on his daughter's status at any time. He also provided Kashiro with a den mushi so they could stay in contact. Kuina left quickly, not even staying to say goodbye to her peers. It wasn't that Kahn was in a rush, he had plenty of patience for those who were useful. Even if it meant staying in the quiet Shimitsuki village for a couple of days to allow Kuina to say her farewells, Kahn would have been willing to wait. But Kashiro had other plans. He sent them off promptly, not even offering them a meal. His decision stemmed from concern for his most promising disciple. What? Kuina left. When did this happen? Zoro, who had been training outside and returned drenched in sweat, was shocked when he learned from Kashiro that Kuina had gone. He asked anxiously, Where did she go? When will she come back? She's gone to chase her dream, Kashiro replied, his squinting eyes hiding his emotions. He spoke lightly. She might return in a few years, maybe in 10 years, or perhaps decades later, or she might never come back. Why didn't she tell me before she left? Zoro asked angrily, feeling hurt and mistreated. His eyes grew misty, wondering if Kuina still didn't see him as an opponent. She didn't say goodbye to you on purpose, Kashiro said, suddenly smiling. Before she left, she asked me to tell you something. He continued, She left without saying goodbye today for a better reunion in the future. She's looking forward to meeting you on the sea one day, where you'll see if it's her with 2,000 wins and 0 losses, or you with 1,999 wins. Really? Zoro's eyes lit up, his earlier sadness replaced with excitement. Did Kuina really say that? Kashiro nodded, encouraging Zoro. Yes, Zoro, Kuina left with a very powerful individual. When you meet her again, she may have broken the physical limitations of girls and become an incredibly strong swordswoman. If you don't train hard, you might not even get the chance to fight her. Heh, I won't lose, Zoro declared with renewed determination. One day, I'll find Kuina on the sea and defeat her with my own hands. I accept the challenge for our 2000th duel, he shouted, filled with fighting spirit. Then, keep at it, Kashiro responded with anticipation. This was why he hadn't kept his daughter from leaving and had even pushed her away. Kuina now had a chance to defy the odds and achieve her dream, while Zoro was filled with motivation and a long-term goal. For Kashiro, today had truly been a lucky day. Chapter 131. Kahn sees himself as very macho. However, when compared to Kashiro, he still falls short. Kashiro, true to his Wano Kuni origins, embodies the male-dominated mentality often seen in the islanders of Kahn's previous life. In an effort to motivate his favorite disciple, Kashiro went as far as to send his daughter away, didn't invite an esteemed guest to join him for a meal, and didn't show any kindness to his own daughter. Kuina wasn't even allowed to say goodbye to Zoro or leave him a letter. However, Kashiro's way of raising Kuina is even more frugal than Kahn's. Despite growing up in such a strict household, Kuina has become a well-behaved and polite girl who understands her place. After asking Monet what a maid should do, Kuina immediately started calling Kahn master the moment she boarded the ship. Her well-mannered behavior instantly endeared her to Monet. Much like Kahn's introduction to the Grandine last year, Monet took Kuina around, letting her experience all the entertainment the ship had to offer, which broadened Kuina's perspective as someone from the countryside. In her 11 years, Kuina had never left Shimitsuki village. In that isolated place, she had never even been to the village's gambling house. She had been training with swords since childhood and never played games with other kids her age. But after enjoying the Grandine's attractions, including riding the Veba and even getting drenched a few times, the pressure she felt from constantly trying to gain her father's approval, and from being quickly overtaken by Zoro, these burdens were all released. When night fell, Kahn personally prepared a lavish dinner with Monet to welcome Kuina aboard. Wearing a wreath Kahn made himself, Kuina smiled brightly. In less than a day, Kuina already accepted Kahn as her master and saw Monet as her big sister. Even though Kuina didn't have observation haki, she could clearly sense the genuine kindness from her new big brother and sister. As Kahn had promised Kashiro, they truly saw Kuina as family and treated her as such. This made it much easier for her to lower her guard. Because Kuina was still so innocent and unscarred by the world, unlike the three Boya sisters or Granos, Kahn quickly grew fond of her. With his methods, it wouldn't be long before Kuina would value her master's guidance even more than her dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. "Master, aren't you from East Blue?" Kuina asked after the welcome banquet, as Kahn was introducing her to Robin's daughters over a den mushi. When Kahn finished the call, Kuina suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, "New World, what's that?" "The New World is the name of a sea region," Kahn replied, sitting on an open-air sofa and eating fruit that Monet fed him. "This world is ruled by the sea, and it's divided into 4 regions: North Blue, East Blue, South Blue, West Blue, the 4 largest sea areas in the world. As for the 4 seas, due to the red line, there are 2 routes sandwiched between them. These 2 routes, one closest to the 4 seas, is the Calm Belt. Sandwiched by the Calm Belt is the Grand Line, which East Blue calls the Graveyard of Pirates. Because of the red line, the Grand Line is divided into 2 halves. The New World is what the world calls the second half of the Grand Line. This sea area is also recognized as the most dangerous sea, a paradise for the strong and a graveyard for the weak. "So that's how it is," Kuina said, suddenly understanding. Kahn's explanation was so detailed that even Kuina could grasp it. At this point, Monet, who was feeding Kahn with a fork, smiled and said, "The New World is the strongest sea, and the Master is one of the strongest in the New World. That's why your father is so respectful to the Master, Kuina. Master is one of the strongest in the world." Kuina couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes as she looked at her master again. She never imagined that the big brother-like master in front of her was actually one of the most powerful people in the world. Is this why her father said she was capable and worthy? She had actually received an invitation from one of the strongest men in the world and became his disciple. What an honor! Seeing Kuina's reaction, Monet, feeling deeply satisfied, continued. Yes, the person standing before you earned a bounty of 1.555 million berries at the age of 15, became the overlord of West Blue, the ruler of the Dark World, the richest man in the world, and the head of the Cross family. The walking calamity, Cross Kahn. A series of titles overwhelmed Kuina. Although she didn't fully understand what the overlord of West Blue or the Dark World meant, Kuina knew what it meant to be one of the strongest men in the world and the richest. Was she really not dreaming about becoming the maid of such a powerful figure? Seeing Kuina in a daze, Monet smiled contentedly. Kahn shook his head helplessly, but couldn't help feeling proud. Even though boasting in front of a child felt a bit silly, there was no denying it felt great, especially when someone else was hyping you up. 2 days later, as Kuina broadened her horizons, grew closer to Kahn and Monet, and started receiving training as Monet's maid, the Grandine finally arrived at one of the most dangerous islands in East Blue. Sixus Island, known as the Desert Island. Despite the name, the top of Sixus Island isn't a desert at all. On the contrary, it's quite beautiful. But beneath that beauty lies a deadly threat. The island has no animals, no food, no water, nothing to sustain life. Lots of dead trees, but not even leaves or bark to eat. Those who stray onto this island, without a boat to leave or rescue in sight, face death by starvation or thirst, leaving behind only bones. Because it's as barren as a desert, East Blue people call it the Desert Island, and it's considered one of the most dangerous places in East Blue. Perhaps because no one dares to enter, no one has discovered the Logia Mira Mira fruit hidden on this island. When the Grandine arrived at Sixus Island, Kahn didn't go ashore to search. Instead, he fished on the boat while using his unique observation haki to locate the Logia Mira Mira fruit. With his experience in finding the Rumble Rumble fruit and the dumpling fruit, Kahn found the Mira Mira fruit hidden in the hollow of a dead tree in just 1 week. With this, the Cross family had obtained its third powerful devil fruit. Chapter 132. When it came to September of Sea Circle calendar 1510, Kahn, who had obtained the Logia Flame fruit in July, took Kuina to the first half of the Grand Line, just like he had previously done with Scarlet, Viola, Mancherry, and the 2 sisters, Monet and Sugar. However, this time, Kahn didn't simply repeat his own previous adventures. Instead, he took Monet and Kuina to visit some islands that had appeared in the original story, but he had never been to himself. For example, they visited the Boyne Archipelago, where Usopp originally trained for 2 years. The Boyne Archipelago is one of the archipelagos in the Grand Line, similar to the Sabyati Archipelago, which is formed by the world's largest mangrove tree. The Boyne Archipelago is a unique archipelago. This archipelago is actually made up of several carnivorous plants known as stomach-bearing. These carnivorous plants are as large as islands, and when viewed from above, they resemble flower petals. Upon closer inspection, these petals are covered with all kinds of delicacies, and even the spring water is either a drink or wine. After consuming everything, the food grows back quickly. The entire island is made up of petals of food, exuding a tempting aroma that attracts sea beasts and sea kings from the surrounding waters. However, despite being a gourmet paradise, it is a forbidden place in the Grand Line where no one dares to enter. The reason is that the island itself is a predator. It consumes prey by closing its petals, trapping anything on them. No one knows when these carnivorous plants will decide to eat. If someone happens to be on the island when it decides to close up, they would need to escape to another island at incredible speed, or else they would face almost certain death. This was the first time Kuina had seen such an island, and her worldview was once again expanded. To help Kuina broaden her horizons, Kahn patiently took her to the island for a while. Then, they headed back along the route towards Alabasta, allowing Kuina to see the massive island that resembles a continent. Afterwards, they visited Sky Island, located 10,000 meters above sea level, Rainbow Island, Water 7, and more. Just after the 3 of them arrived in Water 7, a piece of news from the World Economic Journal suddenly caused a worldwide sensation. This news was the third major event of the year, following the death of the hero Fisher Tiger, the reshuffling of the Marines, and other key events of Sea Circle Calendar 1510. The headline of the news read, "Who the hell made this man lose an arm in East Blue?" The cover was a candid photo. The subject of the photo was the man causing the global uproar. He was the former apprentice of the Roger Pirates. Ever since the execution of the Pirate King, Gall D. Roger, he had disappeared like the other crew members. However, a few years ago, he entered the New World and quickly became a major pirate with a bounty surpassing 10 figures, red-haired Shanks. Yes, Shanks and his red-haired pirates had actually entered the New World. Not only that, but this crew also displayed remarkable strength, quickly becoming a first-class power in the New World. Although among these top-tier forces, they were still not on the same level as the dominant Cross family. They were certainly a rising force. Red-haired Shanks was even evaluated by Morgans as one of the red and black twin stars, second only to the strongest twin star. Yes, one of the red and black twin stars. The other star, as famous as red-haired Shanks, was Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk, who had not yet become the world's greatest swordsman. Even with the Cross family settling down, the New World had not descended into chaos, despite the absence of Kahn and Hancock. On the contrary, the New World remained as thrilling and lively as ever. Under the reign of the reigning emperors and pretenders, new stars from all over the world continued to flood into the first half of the Grand Line. Unable to find the path to the final island, they began vying for supremacy. Some of these new stars were as fleeting as fireflies. These were the big pirates from the first half of the Grand Line, or the Four Seas. However, once they reached the New World, they were quickly overwhelmed by established pirates or driven out, meeting their end or becoming subordinates of stronger pirate crews. However, some new stars shone as brightly as the full moon. These were individuals like Ace from the original story, those who, relying on their exceptional talent or strength, entered the New World, quickly established themselves, and became the most dazzling newcomers. Among these new stars, a pair stood out even more than Ace from the original story. They were almost akin to Kahn and Hancock. Not only did they quickly establish themselves in the New World, but they also rapidly transcended the super rookie stage, becoming world-renowned pirates. These two were red-haired Shanks and Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk, whom Morgans dubbed the red and black twin stars, just behind the strongest twin stars. These two young men had already become top swordsmen. After entering the New World, they encountered each other on an island, leading to a duel of swordsmen so intense that even the three emperors and Kahn himself took notice. This battle in the original story led to red-haired Shanks becoming the youngest emperor of the sea, while Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk earned the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Whitebeard himself remarked that the battle was unforgettable. Following this clash, the bounties of the red and black twin stars quickly soared past 10 figures. Although they hadn't yet reached the 1.5 billion level of Kahn and Hancock, the red and black twin stars had undeniably earned global recognition. Just when everyone expected these two newly crowned superstars to challenge the three emperors or even cross Kahn, Shanks and Mihawk shocked the world with their actions. Instead of pursuing the highest peaks of the world, Shanks, along with the red-haired pirates, abruptly left the New World to explore other seas. Meanwhile, Mihawk, who was known as the Marine Hunter due to his deep-seated hatred for the Marines, accepted an invitation from the world government and became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, aligning himself with the Marines. Their withdrawal left them still distant from the strongest twin stars, Kahn and Boa Hancock. Especially after the Cross family had solidified their influence in the entertainment industry following a second period of stabilization, the gap between the twin stars and the strongest twin stars grew even wider. Even so, Shanks and Mihawk remained two of the most prominent pirates in the New World. But now, the shocking news of a great pirate like Shanks losing an arm in the weakest sea was bound to cause a global sensation. It was truly astonishing. The weakest sea, which had birthed both the Pirate King and Marine heroes, seemed to harbor an incredibly terrifying monster. Everyone wanted to know who had taken Shanks' arm. However, only the members of the red-haired pirates knew the truth behind their captain's lost arm. Loyal to the core, they would never reveal it. And apart from confiding in a few close individuals, Shanks himself remained silent on the matter. Thus, the mystery of how the great pirate, red-haired Shanks lost his arm in the weakest sea became one of the most enigmatic events in the New World. Chapter 133. In addition to Mr. Kashiro, does East Blue really have such a strong person? The big news that Shanks lost an arm in the weakest sea caused a sensation around the world. When Monet saw today's headlines, she couldn't believe it. She had been Kahn's maid for a long time. As a rational individual, Monet was the smartest assistant Robin had ever trained, graduating faster than anyone else. Being by Robin's side, Monet understood that the reason why this, Robin's sister, was the only one in the family who didn't rely on strength to become a top cadre wasn't just because she was the master's first maid, but also due to her intelligence and profound knowledge. As a rational person, Monet didn't idolize Hancock, who was powerful and second in command of the family. Instead, she admired Robin, who might not be as strong in battle, but was undoubtedly the big sister of the family. Even after completing Robin's maid training and studying with her, Monet didn't abandon her books. On the contrary, Monet now not only reads medical books and materials collected by Dr. Kureha over several eras, but also delves into various other types of books, always keeping up with the big and small news of the sea. Monet was familiar with Shanks, one of the red and black twin stars, who had a bounty in the billions and was known as second only to the master and Hancock's sister. Monet's disbelief only grew after understanding the situation more deeply. In the weakest sea, East Blue, there was actually a strong person capable of cutting off the arm of one of the 10 most notorious pirates. And this strong person, like Kuna's father, was hidden away in the weakest sea. In this world, there are truly always stronger people and greater challenges. Kahn never told Monet that the one who took Shanks' arm wasn't a hidden powerhouse, but a very ordinary sea king. This type of sea king, living in the light-transmitting layer, wasn't even fit to carry the shoes of sea kings from the calm belt and the deep seas. Seeing today's news, Kahn was also deeply moved. The guide of the Son of Destiny had finished his work. In another 10 years, it would be the countdown to the beginning of the troubled times. This was also the result of Kahn's efforts, making him one of the strongest chess players, with a development period that allowed him to control or avoid chaos. But before the Son of Destiny set sail, his father and guide must pave the way for him. This decade wasn't just Kahn's developmental period. It was also the time when Monkey D. Dragon and Shanks would rise. Before they could become overlords, Kahn had to secure his place as an overlord first, claiming one of the largest pieces of the New World. Thinking of this, Kahn's resolve only grew stronger, especially after thinking of Eren. Thus, Kahn ended his tour of water 7 ahead of schedule, and took Monet and Kuna to the final leg of their voyage. And the last stop wasn't the Sabyati archipelago at the end of the Grand Line. Instead, it was the Devil's Triangle. To be precise, it was the island ship located in the Devil's Triangle, Thriller Bark. As mentioned earlier, the time when Gecko Moria moved into the Devil's Triangle was 10 years before the start of the main plot, in 1510. For this reason, Kahn had passed through the Devil's Triangle many times before without stopping, as the Thriller Bark had not yet entered the Devil's Triangle at that time. However, now that the Thriller Bark was present, Kahn turned back from the Broadcast Islands and returned to the waterway leading to Alabasta, not only to help Kuna broaden her horizons, but also to recruit his 10th personal maid along the way. This personal maid was Perona, who had eaten the paramecia-type hollow fruit known as Ghost Princess. Perona was someone Kahn had tried to find when he was very young, but couldn't locate. Like Kahn, Perona and Gecko Moria hailed from West Blue. Perona was a crucial addition to Kahn's crew. Her hollow fruit was incredibly powerful, especially with Mary, who had the paramecia-type castle fruit by her side. Perona's biggest weakness could be covered. That weakness was the vulnerability of her body when her spirit left it. Mary could place Perona's body inside her castle, keeping it safe. If the enemy didn't know about Mary's castle fruit, they wouldn't be able to find Perona's body, even if they searched the entire island. This setup would allow them to use Perona's abilities without worry, unless the enemy had powerful haki or was somehow immune to Perona's negative hollows. Otherwise, anyone hit by Perona's negative hollows would instantly lose the will to fight and be easily defeated. This ability was a powerful weapon in war. Once he secured Perona's help, Kahn would have more confidence in the upcoming battle for supremacy that he planned to initiate. With this in mind, Kahn used telekinesis to control the wind, speeding up the journey, and within a day, they entered the Devil's Triangle from Water 7. Gecko Moria was a notorious pirate and one of the future 7 warlords of the sea. While others might not have known of his move into the Devil's Triangle, this information was no secret to major forces with excellent intelligence networks and dark world organizations. As a top figure in the dark world, Kahn was well aware of the news. With that knowledge, Kahn wouldn't pass up this opportunity. Upon entering the Devil's Triangle, Kahn's unique perception quickly pinpointed the location of Thriller Bark. He used his telekinetic power to lift the Grandine, flying it over Thriller Bark and landing on the castle's roof. Pache! As the ship landed, the sound of a sharp weapon piercing a body echoed from a room within the castle. Inside, Absalom, who had not yet undergone surgery by Hogback to become an animal-human hybrid, was enveloped in a faint blue light, completely paralyzed and unable even to speak. A knife in the room, also surrounded by the same blue light, floated up. Eliminating the air resistance with telekinesis, the knife shot out like a sniper bullet, instantly piercing Absalom's neck. Just like that, the user of the Paramecia type Clear fruit was dead. Monet, you and Kuina wait for me on the ship. I'll be back soon, Kahn commanded after killing Absalom, his figure disappearing from the deck. After vanishing from the castle roof, Kahn didn't head directly to Perona and Gecko Moria. Instead, he sought out Hogback first, reading his memory and absorbing all of his medical knowledge. Known as the genius surgeon, Hogback's surgical expertise and knowledge were more advanced than Monet's, who relied heavily on the Apop fruit. Hogback's memories were a vast treasure trove for Monet. By digesting Hogback's knowledge, Monet's development of the Apop fruit would progress rapidly. Chapter 134. After reading Hogback's memory, Kahn made his way toward Gecko Moria. As he walked, Kahn shook his head slightly, disappointed. Despite the Grandine not passing through the main gate and rising directly into the sky, the use of telekinesis ensured that it landed quietly without causing a major disturbance. Yet, Gecko Moria, who was inside the castle, didn't even notice that one of his top subordinates had been killed and another knocked unconscious. Instead, he was still sleeping in the castle's living room. It was clear that Gecko Moria had been broken by Kaido's defeat, losing not just his haki, but also his spirit. Instead of relying on his own strength, Gecko Moria had chosen to hide away and focus on building his zombie army. Gecko Moria, who had lost his haki and desire to fight for dominance, was no longer the fearsome pirate he once was at the beginning of the Great Pirate Era. Once, he had captured the attention of the entire world. Even the world government didn't mind his defeat and the loss of his entire crew, still sending him an invitation to join the 7 warlords of the sea as a hero from West Blue. But now, Gecko Moria was a shadow of his former self, a lost dog. Fortunately, there were still 10 years before the main plot began, and Gecko Moria hadn't yet fallen into the grotesque shape he would become. In Kahn's eyes, this was a situation that could be salvaged. Gecko Moria could be reformed. Boom! Kahn used telekinesis to push open the door to the living room and walked in. Hey, what's going on? Why doesn't my body want to move? At the same time, in a princess-themed room filled with ghostly paintings, a 13-year-old Perona suddenly screamed in panic. She was covered in a blue light film, a manifestation of Kahn's telekinetic power. Perona, unable to control her body, floated into the air and was pulled toward the door that opened by itself. Though she had lost control of her body, Perona could still speak. After her initial panic, she seemed to realize something and shouted angrily, "Absalom, are you messing with me? If you dare to sneak into my room, I'll make you pay." Unfortunately, no matter how much Perona yelled, she couldn't move. She floated through the corridor, turning corners until she reached the castle's living room. Lord Moria. The sight before her was unbelievable. The gecko Moria, who had adopted her, and whom she had always seen as incredibly powerful, was now lying on the ground, covered in the same blue light as herself. In addition, there was another person in the room, also enveloped in this blue light. This person was sitting casually on the couch opposite Gecko Moria, a handsome young man in a white suit with a blue tie, his legs elegantly crossed. "Kid, if you have any guts, release me and fight me properly." Gecko Moria looked utterly humiliated. He was lying on the ground, forced there by Kahn's fruit ability the moment he entered the room. He could only glare up at Kahn, who was seated across from him, taunting him with sharp words. "You've disappointed me, Gecko Moria," Kahn said, shaking his head in disappointment. With a slight movement of his fingers, Kahn deprived Perona of her ability to speak, using telekinesis to guide her to land beside him gently. Placing his hand on Perona's delicate shoulders, still in her princess dress, Kahn looked down at Gecko Moria, who could only lie on the ground, glaring up at him. Kahn spoke lightly. "All it would take is a bit of haki, and you could easily break free from my telekinesis. But now, why can't you even use haki? Could it be that Kaido not only drove you out of the new world, but also shattered your spirit?" Cross Kahn. Gecko Moria, feeling the sting of Kahn's words, suddenly widened his eyes and shouted in a rage, "Either let me go and fight me fairly, or kill me. What's the point of humiliating me?" "Oh, you still have the courage not to fear death. It seems there's still something left to save," Kahn responded, his tone shifting from disappointment to one of appreciation. "In that case, you and your moonlight pirates might just be qualified to become my subordinate crew." "You're spouting nonsense." Gecko Moria, whose hatred for Kahn was at its peak, sneered and retorted, "Even if I die, I won't become your subordinate." Kahn's next words, however, struck a chord. "Before you die, don't you want to get revenge on Kaido?" These words were like a cold splash of water, bringing Gecko Moria back to his senses instantly. As if afraid he might have misunderstood, Gecko Moria asked in a daze, What do you mean?" Seeing that Gecko Moria had calmed down, Kahn, who had asserted his dominance with overwhelming power, slowly released the telekinetic force holding Gecko Moria down. As he regained control of his body, Gecko Moria didn't attack Kahn or even stand up. Instead, he continued lying on the ground, staring intently at Kahn. Kaido was Gecko Moria's nightmare, a name that could change his mood drastically just by being mentioned. At the same time, it was the name of the person he most wanted to take revenge on. But as a pirate who had been driven out of the new world by Kaido, Gecko Moria knew Kaido's strength better than anyone else. If someone else had asked him about revenge, Gecko Moria would have scoffed and mocked them. But this was Kahn, and that made all the difference. Kahn was the one who had once dealt Kaido a significant blow, cutting off one of his metaphorical arms and exposing the second mythical Zoan user within the Cross family, a revelation that had caused a worldwide sensation. When Gecko Moria saw that news, he had been among those who laughed the loudest. The Cross family was recognized as a pseudo-hegemonic force in the New World. All it needed was for its captain to prove his strength, and that pseudo-label would be removed in an instant. Could it be that Cross Kahn was about to challenge the highest mountain in the world officially? Was Kaido and his Beasts pirates Kahn's target to reach the top of the world? Kahn's next words confirmed Gecko Moria's thoughts and made him ecstatic. "Just as you think." Kahn's mouth curled into a slight smile as he continued, "The Cross family is ready to go to war with the Beasts pirates. Do you want to be my ally?" "Good." This time, Gecko Moria didn't hesitate in the slightest as he responded, "I am willing to be your subordinate, and my Moonlight Pirates are also willing to be your affiliated crew. I don't care if the world government finds out and strips me of the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea. As long as you take me with you when the battle starts, my life is yours." As he spoke the last sentence, Gecko Moria slowly stood up, a firm expression on his face. At that moment, the courage that had been shattered by Kaido began to mend. The power known as Haki gradually returned. Gecko Moria had lost his Haki because he realized that the gap between him and Kaido was growing ever wider, leaving him with no hope of revenge. Despair had led him to a life of depravity, hiding in the Devil's Triangle to deceive himself. But now, Kaido wasn't yet the world's strongest creature, or the strongest in one-on-one combat. If Gecko Moria became Kahn's subordinate, and the Moonlight Pirates became affiliated with the Cross family, he could justifiably join this war and seek revenge for his fallen comrades. With the hope of vengeance stronger than ever, Gecko Moria's lost Haki naturally returned. Chapter 135. Then, well, where are you taking me? As the Grandine left the Devil's Triangle, Perona, who hadn't seen the sun in ages, finally stepped back into the light. Clutching a small puppet, Perona, now without her usual zombie bear, looked nervously at Kahn and his crew. Kahn had recruited Gecko Moria, convincing him to make the Moonlight Pirates, a subordinate group of the Cross family, in exchange for a spot in the upcoming big battle. He didn't linger at Thriller Bark, but took Perona with him. That day, they left the Devil's Triangle. Kahn taking Perona as his personal maid was part of the deal. Gecko Moria, understanding exactly what this meant, did not refuse. Determined to avenge his fallen comrades, even at the cost of his life, Gecko Moria wasn't afraid to die for revenge. But he didn't want to endanger Perona, who was like a daughter to him, having raised her since childhood. Unlike Absalom and Hogback, who had only joined in the last couple of years, Perona was different. Absalom had already been killed by Kahn, and Gecko Moria, driven by his need for revenge against Kaido, was willing to sacrifice his dignity. Only Perona remained, as a reminder of Gecko Moria's past passion. She had been with him since she was a child, long before Absalom and Hogback came along. That's why Gecko Moria didn't want to drag Perona into the dangerous path he was on. He knew it would be safer for Perona to go with Kahn rather than stay by his side. So, with Gecko Moria's silent consent, the young Perona had no choice in the matter and was taken away by Kahn. As a witness to all this, he knew Kahn's strength and status far surpassed Perona's, leaving him in awe of Kahn. "Don't be afraid, we mean you no harm," Kahn said, noticing Perona's fear. Using his height to his advantage, he gently patted Perona, who was just 1.4 meters tall, and smiled. "Moria is off gathering forces for the next big battle. The Moonlight Pirates will be rapidly expanding, and aside from men and special fighters, there won't be many women around. That kind of crew isn't suitable for a girl like you, so Moria has entrusted you to the Cross family. From now on, you're my personal maid, part of my family, and the link between the Cross family and the Moonlight Pirates." I understand. Whether it was because she believed Kahn had no bad intentions, or because she felt the kindness he exuded, Perona relaxed slightly and nodded obediently. But it was clear that Perona's fear of Kahn and his crew hadn't completely vanished. Because Perona's true nature wasn't this obedient, but being cherished by Moria and feared by Absalom and Hogback, she had been pampered like a princess. Yet, it must be said that Moria was deeply devoted to his crew. Perona, who had joined the Moonlight Pirates as a young girl, was still an innocent child, clearly well protected. Especially since Gecko Moria had only recently recruited Hogback and moved into the Devil's Triangle. He hadn't yet begun capturing shadows to build his zombie army. Perona, who has never harmed outsiders, is like a blank canvas. Kahn, with his vast experience, knew exactly how to handle such a pure-hearted girl. He was confident it wouldn't take long to color Perona's blank canvas with his own influence, making her willingly become his personal maid. But before that, Kahn needed to dispel Perona's fear and wariness towards him. Kahn's approach to winning over someone was always through sincerity. For a little girl with a pure heart, acting cold would only heighten her fear and caution. Instead, a warm and gentle approach could quickly earn her trust. This is why, in many stories, male protagonists with a warm and kind demeanor are often surrounded by many loyal companions. Being cold might attract admirers, but warmth wins over hearts. To gain Perona's favor, Kahn took the initiative to introduce her and Kuina to all the entertainment at the Grandine. When they reached the arena, Kahn personally participated in a 3-on-1 match against Monet, Perona, and Kuina. Kahn and Monet worked seamlessly together. Kahn would consistently set up the plays, while Monet explained the rules to Perona as they played. Kuina, having played these games before, was already familiar with them. However, Kuina preferred the shooting range over volleyball. Archery had become one of Kuina's hobbies. After returning to the New World with her master, Kuina planned to learn the archery skills of the Kyuja from Mary and others whom she contacted through the Den Mushi. As Monet finished teaching, Kahn subtly guided Perona into the game, setting her up for success. Even though Perona had never been involved in sports and was more inclined to her ghostly powers, she found herself reluctantly engaging in the game. With Kahn and Monet expertly managing the field, Perona quickly began to enjoy herself, forgetting her fears and reservations as she immersed herself in the fun of the game. Even Kuina, who rarely participated in team games, got caught up in the excitement. Especially after Kahn subtly allowed Perona to score a point by adjusting the flow of the game, Perona, now sweating from the exercise, cheered with joy. Sports, especially team games that require cooperation, are one of the quickest ways to build bonds and friendships, no matter what world you're in. Through this friendly game, Perona, who had grown up alongside Gecko Moria and had no peers her age, let alone a female friend to play with, quickly developed a fondness for her new companions. In the warm and lively atmosphere of the Grandine, so different from the gloomy thriller bark, Perona soon found herself charmed by Kahn's kindness, Monet's warmth, and the friendship of her peer, Kuina. Her blank canvas was swiftly filled with colors representing Kahn. In less than 2 days, Perona, like the simple-hearted Kuina, naturally started calling Kahn master. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Perona's heart was completely shaped by Kahn. When Gecko Moria finished gathering his forces and reunited with Perona, though her feelings for him wouldn't change, Perona would undoubtedly choose to stay by Kahn's side, enjoying the warmth and companionship, rather than returning to the dreary life on Thriller Bark where she had no one to play with. The time soon reached October 1510 in the Sea Circle calendar. Kahn had taken Kuina and Perona on adventures from the first half of the Grand Line to the New World. During this time, they visited Grandine Paradise, where Kahn introduced Kuina and Perona to Sanya, who was stationed there. Kahn made sure to inform Sanya that he wouldn't be returning to Amazon Lily immediately, but would head to the Grandine New World first. "I'll take Mary away tomorrow, and you'll control the sailing range of the Grandine New World to keep it close to Amazon Lily, preparing for the upcoming battle," Kahn instructed on the night they arrived. After giving out rations to Hancock, Robin, and Monet, Kahn, with Hancock and Robin by his side and Monet resting on his chest, suddenly said, "I'm going to seize the ancient weapon." Chapter 136. As Kahn ventured into the Grand Line, he set his sights on 3 key countries. First among them was the Kingdom of Dressrosa, located in the New World, which held treasures that Kahn desired. Then there was Amazon Lily, the powerful Haki nation located in the Calm Belt. Similar to Wano Kuni, this country's formidable warriors could bolster the ranks of the Cross family. But the third country Kahn had his eyes on wasn't the Tontat kingdom, located within Dressrosa. The dwarves were one of the reasons Kahn considered Dressrosa as a potential base. The other treasure was Viola, who had eaten the Paramecia dark fruit. However, the third country that Kahn aimed to target was Wano Kuni, another powerful Haki nation like Amazon Lily. Yes, Wano Kuni, a treasure land coveted by the world for centuries, was Kahn's third target. If not for its natural defenses, Wano Kuni would have been conquered long ago, even with its legendary swordsmen and samurai. For hundreds of years, this country remained isolated, refusing to trade with the outside world, preserving its wealth and resources. Even after 20 years of being exploited by Kaido, Wano Kuni had not been entirely drained. In this timeline, because Kaido failed to secure Doflamingo's support and lost Quinn, a key weapon inventor who was killed by Sanya, his ability to exploit Wano Kuni was severely diminished. As a result, Wano Kuni remains a land of untapped riches, the fabled country of gold. If Kahn can conquer Wano Kuni, the minerals that are now only available at exorbitant prices on the black market due to Morley Island being mined dry will become an endless supply. Additionally, he would gain control of the world's largest source of seastone. Once Kahn monopolizes the production of top-quality weapons, both hot and cold, as well as seastone, crucial for research and sold even to the world government, his influence and power will reach unprecedented levels. At that point, Kahn could easily arrange a meeting with Vegapunk, extract the scientist's knowledge, and seize the research materials on the pacifistas. Of course, Kahn's interest in Wano Kuni's resources was only a secondary reason for preparing for an all-out war with Kaido. The main reason lay in what Kahn revealed to Hancock and her sisters. He wanted to seize the ancient weapon. The reason why Luffy is considered the son of destiny and a key figure in the chaotic times isn't solely because he ate the paramecia gum-gum fruit. It's also because his father is Monkey D. Dragon, his mentor is Shanks, and his grandfather is Monkey D. Garp. These three individuals aren't just some of the world's most powerful figures, they also represent the pinnacle of three major forces. When Luffy eventually reaches the same level of power and becomes one of the world's strongest, these three forces will stand in his support. Additionally, the various allies Luffy makes throughout his journey will follow him as the liberation fighters. Just like Naruto Uzumaki in the world of Hokage, who is backed by the entire ninja world, Luffy, too, will be supported by the world as he battles the ultimate evil. The Son of Destiny defeats the final villain, representing the entire world, transforming from a mere dragon slayer into a true hero. This was true for Naruto Uzumaki, for Ichigo Kurosaki, and it will undoubtedly be true for Luffy as well. The reason protagonists like Luffy, often referred to as migrant workers in their worlds, can change the world is twofold. First, their bloodline and talent must be able to reach, or even surpass, the highest levels of power in their world. Second, they only need to focus on increasing their strength because others have already paved the way for them in other areas. Shanks and Monkey D. Dragon are the key figures who have paved the way for Luffy. As future major supporters of the Son of Destiny, they will undoubtedly rise in power and influence before Luffy sets out on his journey. Becoming dominant forces in the world is almost guaranteed for them. Kahn, on the other hand, has a certain chance of breaking through the world's power ceiling and becoming a force on a different level entirely. However, until he achieves this breakthrough, no matter how strong he becomes, he will only be slightly ahead of the other top powers. In a one-on-one fight, Kahn might come out on top against another overlord. But in a one-on-two situation, he would likely be at a disadvantage. To ensure that he can maintain his position and influence during the chaotic times 12 years later, Kahn has two strategies. The first is to break through the world's power ceiling and become a powerhouse of a different dimension, much like the Six Paths level beings in the Hokage world who can easily overpower multiple super cage-level opponents. The second is to acquire a trump card, as the world government has, which allows them to remain unshaken even when faced with multiple powerful adversaries in the new world. The world government's trump card is believed to be the mysterious weapon of Imu, a secret weapon capable of destroying entire islands with ease. This secret weapon is likely Uranus, one of the three ancient weapons, or something of equal power. What is certain is that the three ancient weapons, named after gods, are entities that can significantly impact the world's balance of power. Therefore, if Kahn can control one of these ancient weapons, it will grant him the power to maintain his dominance even in troubled times. Kahn knows the location of two of the three ancient weapons. One is Shirahoshi, who is 4 years old this year and is the ancient weapon Poseidon. The second is the ancient weapon Pluton, hidden in Wano Kuni. Kahn has no intention of letting these two ancient weapons slip from his grasp. Once he solidifies his position as one of the new world's overlords, with power and influence comparable to Whitebeard, Kahn plans to personally visit Fishman Island to secure Poseidon. But for now, Kahn's target is Kaido, whose arm has been severed and who is still in recovery. After concealing his knowledge about the ancient weapons and explaining the reasons for the upcoming war to Hancock and her sisters, Kahn made his next move. The following day, Kahn entrusted Kuina and Perona to Robin for training. He then took Mary and Monet, left the Grandine New World, and returned to the underground base on Amazon Lily. Next, Kahn transferred all 2,500 weakened pacifistas, still in their infancy and housed in training pods, to Mary's castle. He then began creating a new batch of replica soldiers. By the time Kahn returns from his journey to Wano Kuni, the second batch of replicas should be ready. This way, by the time Gecko Moria finishes recruiting and makes his way to the New World from the first half of the Grand Line, the number of members in Kahn's Cross Legion should exceed 10,000. These 10,000 soldiers, equipped with laser and weaponry devices, possessing strong physiques and fearlessness in the face of death, will form a formidable low-end combat force. Combined with the mid-range combat power of Amazon Lily's warriors and the high-end power of Hancock and her allies, the Cross family will have the strength to challenge any force, except perhaps the world government and Marine headquarters. At that point, the Cross family will no longer be a nominal overlord but a true powerhouse. After securing the first batch of young replica soldiers in the castle, Kahn took Monet and Mary and set sail on the Grandine, heading straight for Wano Kuni. A few days later, the three of them quietly entered the Golden Kingdom, disguised in traditional Wano Kuni kimonos as they had before. Chapter 137. After several years, Kahn returned to Wano country. Since Queen's death, Wano hasn't changed much. The pervasive industrial atmosphere from the experimental base described in the original story is gone. Instead, the land now resembles an untouched paradise. However, this is only true for the environment. Over the years, the citizens of this country have been living in a hell on earth, suffering every day. In the villages outside the major cities, famine has struck, and the villagers struggle to find enough to eat. Meanwhile, strong men are forced by Kurazumi Orochi's men to toil in the mines. The elders and those who sided with Orochi remain unaffected, with some even taking advantage of the situation to enrich themselves. The wealth disparity in Wano has become glaringly obvious over the years. If no one comes to defeat Kaido and Orochi, this situation will persist for another 12 years, turning Wano into a true purgatory. Upon arriving in Wano, Kahn first took Monet and Mary to the Curie region. He unleashed his unique observation haki to search for Shinobu. After a short while, Kahn retracted his haki. Having met Shinobu years ago, he had already memorized the signature of her aura. If Shinobu were still in Curie, Kahn wouldn't need to sort through the various powerful auras one by one like before. As expected, Shinobu was no longer in the Curie region. When Kahn visited Robin and the Boa sisters years ago, Kahn revealed an important piece of information: the whereabouts of Kazuki Hiyori, who was in the Flower Capital. If everything went as expected, Shinobu should be protecting Princess Hiyori, much like Denjiro, one of the 9 red scabbards. So Kahn took Monet and Mary straight to the Flower Capital. Before they even reached the capital, Kahn's observation haki detected Shinobu's presence and location. At this time, Shinobu was not guarding Kazuki Hiyori, but was living in the Flower Capital, blending in as an ordinary citizen, perhaps searching for a purpose. Now 37 years old, Erin was in the prime of her life, with a slender, striking figure and a mature aura, far from the short, plump, and unattractive woman depicted in the original story. Room. Instead of entering through the main gate, Kahn used Monet's ability to warp them into the Flower Capital unnoticed. Kahn, Monet, and Mary arrived in an empty alley near Erin's location. Using the surgical field, Monet transferred Shinobu from a nearby building to their side. Nin, long time no see. Looking at the mature woman before him, Kahn smiled and raised his hand in greeting. K. Kahn. Seeing the now 22-year-old man, who had not only lost his youthful innocence, but had also grown to a height of 1.97 meters, Shinobu couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes in surprise. He was initially taken aback but quickly smiled in surprise and said, It really is you, Your Excellency Kahn. What brings you here? I'm here to ask for your help again, Kahn replied with a smile. He didn't rush to request Shinobu to help him mature the batch of replica soldiers, but instead asked, feigning curiosity, "How have you been these past few years? Have you found Princess Hiyori?" "I have found Hiyori-sama," Shinobu replied immediately, her tone filled with gratitude. "Your Excellency Kahn, I truly appreciate the information and gifts you brought me back then." "It was just a small effort," Kahn said, his observation hacky telling him that Shinobu was unaware of the truth. She hadn't discovered the real situation yet. Kahn subtly signaled to Mary with a glance before saying to Shinobu, "By the way, this time, I want to ask you to help me with something. As a reward, I'll give you a batch of gold." "Please, Your Excellency Kahn, there's no need for that," Erin quickly responded, shaking her head. "You are a friend of Lord Izo and my benefactor. Compared to the information and gifts you provided, the energy I'll expend is nothing." "It's different," Kahn insisted with a smile. "Back then, I was fulfilling a friend's request, but now it's a personal favor. And the quantity of what I need to mature at this time is quite large. If you don't accept payment, I'll feel guilty. Anyway, just don't resist later. Let Mary take you in and you'll understand," Kahn concluded. As Kahn finished speaking, Mary stepped closer to Shinobu, placing her hand on Shinobu's shoulder and smiling. "Miss Shinobu, long time no see. You're as beautiful as ever." With that, a transparent white sphere enveloped Shinobu, shrinking her down until she flew into a small portal on Mary's body. Mary then transported Kahn into the space within her body, leaving Monet outside to use the surgical field to exit the flower capital quickly. "Your Excellency Kahn, what's going on here?" Inside the space, Shinobu stared wide-eyed at the rows of pods containing identical replica soldiers. She looked at Kahn in shock and stammered, Are these all humans?" "No, they're not human, they're robots," Kahn corrected with a smile. "How could there be 2,500 identical humans in this world? They're made from special materials." Erin was momentarily stunned, then sighed with a complex expression. "The outside world is truly incredible." "Nin, please mature them by 20 years, Kahn said, patting her on the shoulder. "This is just the first batch. Over the next 2 months, I'll bring a few more batches of these robots. This is a huge project, so I hope you'll accept my payment. It will not only ease my mind, but also improve the life of Princess Hiyori." Erin, who had been curious about Kahn's identity due to these robots, was suddenly distracted by his words and responded with sincere gratitude. "I see. Thank you very much for your help, Your Excellency Kahn." No matter what Kahn's true identity was in the outside world, there was no doubt in Shinobu's mind that he was an incredibly kind person. Little did Erin know, Kahn was only kind to those who were useful to him. In all of Wano, Erin was the only one who served a purpose for Kahn. This was the reason Kahn didn't invite Shinobuto Amazon Lily, but instead spent several days preparing to transport the replica soldiers batch by batch and offer substantial rewards. If Erin knew that Kahn intended to use these replica soldiers to wage an all-out war against Kaido, aiming to become the next Kaido and continue the battle against the Kazuki family, she might wonder how she would feel then. Chapter 138. 37 years old is often considered the prime of life, whether you're a man or a woman. At this age, a woman carries a mature and refined elegance, like a ripe peach. Similarly, a man at this age is often seen as a distinguished, mature figure. In Kahn's previous world, physical fitness might not have reached its peak at this age, but in the world of pirates, 37 is still the height of one's golden years. Shanks, for example, was this age in the original story. Blackbeard, on the other hand, is just a year older than Shanks. In other words, Shanks and Blackbeard, 2 of the 4 emperors in the original timeline, along with Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, symbolize both the old and new guard before Luffy rises as a new emperor. This year, Shinobu is also 37. As a result, compared to a few years ago, her strength hasn't diminished. In fact, it's grown even stronger. A few years ago, when she used her ability to mature Robin, Boa Hancock, and their sisters to 18 years old, it only consumed a small amount of her energy. Keep in mind, among the people she matured, there's Sonya, an enhanced human, and Hancock, who, though she seems normal, is actually a remarkable supergenius. Back then, maturing the four of them only took a small toll on her energy. Now, Shinobu has managed to mature 300 clone soldiers at once before exhausting her physical strength. So, Kahn had Mary and Monet, who had already left the flower capital, bring Shinobu into the castle and prepare a lavish meal for her to help her regain her strength. When Shinobu saw the delicious spread on the table, her stomach growled, and she couldn't help but drool. Under Kahn's generous hospitality, Shinobu, who hadn't had such a meal in years, couldn't resist and devoured it eagerly. Kahn, using his natural observation haki, secretly read her memories and learned about her experiences over the past few years while gently patting her shoulder. As a loyal servant of the Kazuki family, Shinobu showed the same level of dedication as the 9 red scabbards. Even though Kahn had given her a large piece of gold in the name of Wano's safety, after learning of Kazuki Hiyori's whereabouts, Shinobu found her princess and handed over the gold. Kazuki Hiyori, seeing the suffering of the people of Wano, had the gold melted down and secretly used it to aid them. Additionally, Shinobu, being a ninja, had no business acumen, so she lived in poverty for years. Food like this was something she had only dreamed of in recent years. Despite such a tough life, Shinobu's strength hasn't waned but has actually increased. This shows just how hard she's worked over the years. Perhaps it was this dedication that kept her from becoming the chubby and unattractive woman from the original story. "Your Excellency Kahn, may I ask how Aizo is doing now?" Shinobu asked between bites, still concerned about Aizo. "Aizo is doing well," Kahn replied without hesitation. "He's become the captain of the 16th Division of the world's strongest pirate crew, but we haven't seen each other in years. As our strength and status have grown, we each have our own responsibilities and territories to manage." It turns out that's how it is. With her mouth full of food, Shinobu's small cheeks puffed up like little buns, and her words came out a bit muffled. Kahn's generosity toward those he found useful gave him a reputation that wasn't exactly favorable in the eyes of Shinobu and the black market. Erin had no reason to doubt Kahn's words. After finishing her meal, Erin took a short rest. Once her strength was restored, she continued helping Kahn mature the clone soldiers. She could mature 300 at a time, repeating this 3 times a day. In just one day, Shinobu managed to mature 900 clone soldiers. Within 3 days, the 2,500 clone soldiers Kahn brought were all matured to the age of 20. As a reward, Kahn gave Shinobu a piece of gold even larger than the previous one, which moved her to tears and led her to once again bow deeply in gratitude. With this gold, not only would Kazuki Hiyori's life improve, but they could also secretly raise a private army. Just by spending 3 days of energy, she received such a generous reward. In Shinobu's heart, Kahn had become her greatest benefactor. Seeing her thoughts clearly through his observation haki, Kahn left Wano with Monet and Mary, satisfied, and planned to bring the second batch of clone soldiers for Shinobu to mature. The gold he gave her was just a drop in the ocean for Kahn. In the original story, the Straw Hat crew brought a sack of gold that was only exchanged for hundreds of millions of berries. The piece of gold Kahn gifted might only be worth 2 to 3 billion berries. With that amount, he saved 5 years of waiting and gained over 2,000 weakened pacifista troops. This couldn't be described as anything less than a bargain. After the war, Kahn decided to try recruiting Shinobu. Given her ability to mature the weakened pacifistas to the age of 20, Shinobu's ripe fruit had become a strategic asset in Kahn's eyes, on par with an ancient weapon. Since he couldn't take her devil fruit ability for himself, he intended to make sure she worked for him. And if she refused, Kahn had ways to ensure she became one of his own. Coincidentally, Kahn had someone with just the right ability for that. After returning to Amazon Lily, Kahn announced, "The Cross family is entering a state of war preparation." This announcement wasn't public, but intended for internal ears only. With his observation haki and Viola's paramecia stare fruit, no undercover agents could infiltrate Kahn's base camp. Even the spies stationed in the kingdom of Dressrosa and Grandi New World were allowed to stay with Kahn's tacit approval. Even so, it was time for Kahn to deal with these operatives. The Cross family's war readiness only involved the Kuja pirates scattered across the Grand Line, Robin and the girls, the Kuja warriors on Amazon Lily, and the fighters from Dressrosa led by Viola. Upon receiving the news, Sonia handed command of Grandine Paradise to Margaret, who had eaten the Logia snow fruit. Then, using her unique haki, fused with ultrasonic waves, she led the Kuja pirates aboard an ordinary ship, quietly leaving Paradise. Meanwhile, Grandine New World turned back toward Amazon Lily. In the future, their navigation routes will be controlled so that the Golden City can reach Amazon Lily within a day. At the same time, Gecko Moria, who had regained his haki, was frantically hunting pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, capturing shadows for his zombie army, and he, too, received a call from Kahn. He was to prepare to head to the New World. A stormy atmosphere began to settle over the entire New World, unnoticed by most. Chapter 139. See Circle Calendar, January 1, 1511. The state of preparation for the Cross family lasted for a month and a half. During this period, Kahn made 5 more trips to Wano. Each time, he brought 2,500 weakened pacifistas. Including the first batch, Aaron helped Kahn mature a total of 15,000 weakened pacifistas. As a result, the strength of the Cross Legion surged to 15,000. Adding in the members of the Kuja pirates from Amazon Lily, as well as the Kingdom Guards and ordinary soldiers, the total strength of the Cross family reached 17,000. With Gecko Moria's relentless hunt, capturing shadows to create zombies and forcing those who lost their shadows to serve him temporarily, the Cross family now had a force of at least 20,000. This force may seem small compared to the Marine headquarters, which can easily muster 100,000 elite Marines. But in the New World, whether in a franchise country or the pirate world, this is a force to be reckoned with. Among the 20,000, at least 2,000 are haki users who have mastered either one or both types of haki. Additionally, the 15,000 soldiers with laser technology and various cold weapon transformations built into their bodies possess physical strength far superior to that of ordinary people. Each of these cyborgs, merely by releasing their laser attacks, poses a threat equivalent to a 50 million berry bounty. Considering their enhanced physique and weaponry, their overall strength is comparable to an 80 million berry bounty. In other words, these clones are as formidable as the interns of the red-haired pirates in the original story. Even without haki, the cyborgs are a challenge to the red-haired pirates' interns. But unlike the limited numbers of the red-haired pirates, the Cross family has 15,000 of these interns. This force is destined to become a nightmare for the lower-tier combatants of all factions. As Kahn continues to produce more pacifistas, the low and mid-tier combat capabilities of the Cross family will become unparalleled. And once he creates the Seraphim, the Cross family will be unmatched in low, mid, and high-tier combat power. Even against the world government, with its 800-year legacy, the Cross family would have the strength to challenge them. At that point, the Cross family will be the undisputed superpower. See Circle Calendar, January 1, 1511, at 9 o'clock in the evening. On this night, dark clouds gathered over Wano and Onigashima. Heavy black clouds obscured the moon and stars. Faint white lightning flickered within the thunderclouds, rumbling ominously. The oppressive atmosphere hung over the land and sea. Yet Onigashima, brightly lit and protected by its natural environment, was alive with activity. The Beasts pirates, who hadn't faced any major battles with other forces in a while, were holding a banquet after a busy day in Wano and Onigashima, singing and dancing as usual. Many members of the Beasts pirates were heavily intoxicated. No one noticed the massive shadow gradually emerging from the dark clouds above the island as it slowly descended. If anyone had the ability to see far in the dark, they would have realized that this shadow was actually an island ship, a colossal vessel known as the Thriller Bark, the world's largest pirate ship, helmed by Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Boom! Under Kahn's control, the Thriller Bark landed on Onigashima at a measured pace. Onigashima is a relatively small island, and the thriller bark is about a third of its size. However, Kahn didn't aim to land the thriller bark in the center of Onigashima. In this world, where strong individuals possess heightened senses, especially those with observation haki, dropping the thriller bark directly in the center could have led to Kaido attacking it with a bolo breath before it even touched the ground. Instead, Kahn used his unique perception to choose the most strategic landing spot carefully, positioning the thriller bark in a way that increased the island's weight. This would force Kaido to exert more stamina to maintain the island with his flame clouds. Kahn had already begun calculating Kaido's stamina long before the battle even started. Roar! The noise and tremors from the island ship's landing hadn't yet roused the members of the Beast's pirates from their drunken slumber. But a dragon's roar, powerful enough to shake the heavens, shattered the silence, echoing like thunder across the sky. The roar reverberated throughout Onigashima and could even be heard across Wano, startling civilians, nobles, and even Kurazumi Orochi, pulling them out of sleep or revelry with expressions of fear, anger, or dread. They assumed that their protector, King Kaido, had gone into another one of his drunken rages on Onigashima. But what they didn't realize was that this dragon's roar didn't belong to Kaido. It came from another dragon, one from the New World. The roar was so loud that the sound waves became tangible gusts of wind, blowing away the dark clouds and creating a massive halo of light in the sky over Onigashima. This halo, formed by the moonlight breaking through the clouds, revealed the moon, stars, and a massive blue dragon with a wingspan of 180 meters, 4 legs, and enormous wings. The blue dragon, having cleared the sky of clouds, opened its colossal mouth and began to form a transparent white energy sphere. The gathered wind power compressed into a massive energy ball in front of the dragon's mouth. Suddenly, the dragon closed its mouth, swallowing the energy ball. Boom! When the dragon opened its mouth again, it unleashed a colossal beam of transparent white light, roaring down towards Onigashima below. Just as the beam of light descended, an orange-red beam of light shot up from within Onigashima's skull-shaped mountain. The two beams of light, one descending and one rising, collided with a deafening explosion that echoed across Onigashima and Wano. The clash tore through the night, sending a burst of white and orange flames that lit up the sky over Onigashima. Even the coastal cities and villages of Wano could see the fiery display in the sky. When the flames finally dissipated, the last glimmer of light passed over the blue dragon hovering in the sky and over the green dragon coiled above the skull-shaped mountain. Two mythical Zoan dragons, each of a different type, locked eyes. "Kaido, it's my turn this time," the blue dragon grinned, his voice echoing across Onigashima. "Let's have a war that decides everything." Oh ho ho ho! Despite being the one attacked, Kaido wasn't angry. Instead, he grinned with excitement and roared back, "Bring it on, Kahn." This battle might have come out of nowhere, but as Kahn said, let's put everything on the line. Only war can determine the true value of individuals. Now, it's time for everyone to prove their worth. Strength rules all, and respect is given to the strongest. Chapter 140. Boom! With Kahn's declaration of war, the battle began. A golden laser shot out, creating a moderately large mushroom cloud, marking the official start of the war. It struck the thriller bark on the east coast of Onigashima, and from the massive monster mouth that opened, rows of identical figures marched out in perfect formation. These figures were identical in size, appearance, and even clothing. They wore blue one-piece combat uniforms with the Cross-Guild Celestial Dragon emblem on their left chests. Each figure stood over 2.5 meters tall, with eyes glowing a bright scarlet. This was the Replicator Legion, the second division of the Cross-Guild. As these replicators emerged from the thriller bark, the sound of machinery echoed as their right arms transformed into finely crafted steel blades. Their other hands raised, and from the barrels in their palms, golden beams of laser light formed and shot out, targeting the pirates who had been drawn by the loud noise of the falling island ship. Blossoming mushroom clouds, filled with flames, illuminated the night sky above Onigashima. Behind the Replicator Legion were the Kyuja warriors, no longer wearing their revealing outfits, but clad in the same combat uniforms as the replicators. Snakes of various types and sizes coiled around their bodies, with quivers full of arrows strapped to them. Following the replicators, and the Kyuja warriors were bandaged zombies, along with the strong and weak who had lost their shadows, all mere cannon fodder for the war. Once the cannon fodder, soldiers, and warriors were dispatched, the high-ranking members of the Cross Guild entered the battlefield. Heh, Kaido, I'll make you pay twice over for the pain you caused me back then. The first to appear was Gecko Moria, a pirate captain of the Cross Guild and leader of the Thriller Bark Pirates, who had joined the battle alongside the Kyuja pirates. Gecko Moria looked up at the two dragons fighting in the sky, first showing reluctance, then seething with hatred and madness. I will kill all your subordinates so you can feel the agony of losing every one of your companions. With that, Gecko Moria released a swarm of bats, then used the power of his shadow fruit to swap places with his shadow, effectively teleporting himself. But his bats were too small and weak. Compared to the enormous bat behind him, they were like ordinary animals next to a mythical Zoan. A huge dark purple bat flew out of Thriller Bark at lightning speed, quickly soaring over the 1st and 2nd divisions of the Cross Guild, heading straight for the skull-shaped mountain on Onigashima. But while Sanya was fast, Boa Hancock was faster. Although Sanya flew ahead, by the time she reached the skull, she saw two figures clashing on the rooftop of Onigashima. Those two figures were Hancock and King, the Flame Calamity, who had once fought without a clear victor. If you rewind to just a minute earlier, you'd see Hancock still on the Thriller Bark. Through her keen senses, she teleported a few times to reach the rooftop of Onigashima. Reacting to the loud noise, she swiftly appeared before King, who was already watching the rooftop, and without a word, delivered a powerful lightning-infused kick. Seeing the two battling from a distance, Sanya didn't intervene, but instead transformed into her hybrid form, disappearing into the night sky with blinding speed. This wasn't teleportation, it was sheer velocity. Kahn chose to fight Kaido at night, not to honor the original Sun God versus Azure Dragon, and it certainly wasn't for Gecko Moria's hordes of zombies and shadowless cannon fodder either. Kahn chose to fight at night to ensure the defeat of the Beast's pirates with minimal casualties. Sanya's strength varies significantly between day and night. During the day, she is as strong as a high-ranking officer, but at night, her power escalates to an entirely different level. If her strength were measured by her bounty, Sanya's daytime power would guarantee a minimum bounty of 1 billion berries, possibly up to 1.5 billion. At night, however, her minimum bounty would remain 1 billion, but with the potential to approach 2 billion. This may seem exaggerated, but it's because the night is the domain of vampires, where Sanya thrives. Currently, the Beast's pirates are the weakest of the three ruling forces in the New World. The gap between them and the Big Mom pirates and Whitebeard pirates has widened significantly, especially after Kahn's interventions. As for the current state of the Beast's pirates, their power is greatly diminished. Besides Kaido and King, Jack, who was one of the All-Stars in the original timeline, is still just a 17-year-old boy. Who's Who, whose strength is close to that of an All-Star, is still imprisoned in Impel Down. Queen, the second strongest All-Star, was killed years ago. In other words, two of the original Beast's pirates, powerhouses, are gone, and one has yet to reach his potential. With King occupied by Hancock, Sanya's opponents are ordinary officers like Sasaki and the young Jack, along with a few barbarians, failed creations of ancient giants purchased by Kaido from Punk Hazard using his world government connections. While these enemies are formidable and rank among New World captains, they are nothing compared to an emperor's right hand, whose strength is second only to the most powerful. In the face of Sanya's overwhelming power, those without strong haki are easily defeated. Only Gecko Moria, Sanya, and Hancock, three of the Shichibukai and powerful captains, emerged from Thriller Bark. No other top officers or commanders were present. Meanwhile, the focus shifts to Wano country, neighboring Onigashima. A mahogany ship, the Perfume Snake, had docked on Wano's coast before Thriller Bark landed, pulled by two large snakes. This ship is Hancock's personal vessel, and after it docked, a group of people disembarked. Leading the group were the top officers and commanders of the Cross Guild. Among them were Nico Robin, the Devil Child, and one of the highest-ranking officers, and Monet, the Snow Woman, serving as the ship's doctor. Alongside them were Mary, Perona, and Sugar, who held regular officer roles. Yes, only these 5 women. Including the 2 strongest top officers in Onigashima, Kahn brought just 7 personal maids to this battle. Kuina, Koala, and Bakura remained on Amazon Lily, under the protection of Scarlet. The 7 maids were divided into 2 groups. Hancock led Sanya, and the majority of the Kyuja warriors on the main battlefield at Onigashima. Robin led Monet and the others, along with a small group of Kyuja warriors, on a mission to take down Kurizumi Orachi and his allies in Wano. By the way, the Perona accompanying Robin is just her astral form. Her physical body remains in Mary's castle. Perona is currently the strongest in the team, with Monet and her younger sister, Sugar, not far behind. Monet, as the elder sister, has excelled, and Sugar, though younger, has not disappointed Kahn. After just 2 years of Kyuja training, with Koala as a peer, Sugar, who has been trained as a warrior, has developed a sharp mind, much to Kahn's satisfaction. In order to secure victory, Kahn granted the childlike fruit to Sugar ahead of time. With its formidable mid-range and high-end combat power, the Cross Guild is now a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 141. This is a battle of both equals and unequal. Kahn, a time traveler, can't afford to fight an uncertain war. He knows the story well and understands that the Beast's pirates are currently one of the most oppressive forces among the major powers. Just as I mentioned before, if Kaido is incredibly unlucky, then Kahn, the time traveler, is incredibly fortunate. Before the Sea Circle calendar 1510, the Cross family had already surpassed the Beast's pirates in terms of high-end combat power. By the end of 1510, the Cross family had also overtaken the Beast's pirates in low-end combat power. Considering the Hydra fighters who have mastered Haki, the current Cross family now surpasses the Beast's pirates in all levels of combat power, whether it's low-end, mid-range, or high-end. The Beast's pirates are far weaker now than they were in previous years. So, when this so-called snow that overwhelms everything actually breaks out into a war where Kaido is trying to crush everything, the situation quickly turns one-sided. Nighttime is the domain of vampires, and also the territory of cloned and transformed beings. Their scarlet glowing eyes aren't just for show, they add more than just a bit of menace. Much like the automatic scanning of pacifistas, these eyes can accurately identify wanted criminals worried about their bounties among the crowd. When Kahn created these cloned humans, he didn't just program them to be fearless and loyal. He also installed a device that allowed them to scan enemies in the dark. This makes pirates who lack Haki vulnerable when faced with an attack from the clones. Whoosh! The clones lead the charge. The 9 snake warriors, well aware that these soldiers aren't real humans, use them as cover. Following Kahn's tactics from his previous life, they advance like tanks, hiding behind the clones, drawing their bows, infusing them with Haki, and launching surprise attacks on pirates who lose their balance or are shrouded in smoke. Arrows wrapped in Haki explode like bombs in the dust and mist. With the coordinated efforts of the Clone Transformer Legion and the Kyuja warriors, the pirates who heard the noise were swiftly wiped out. But the 1st and 2nd Corps kept advancing steadily. As they moved forward, the zombie legions and shadowless pirates bypassed the 1st and 2nd legions from the left and right, charging toward the skeletons ahead like zombies released from their cages. Initially, the 2nd Legion of Clones led the way, with the Kyuja warriors following closely behind and the zombie army, along with various pirates, taking up the rear. Now it has reversed. The zombie and pirate armies rush to the front, the cloned and transformed beings follow behind, and the Kyuja warriors bring up the rear. When the army reached the haunted house, tactics that could instill fear in any force were put on full display for the king of the haunted house at night. Pirates jolted awake from drunkenness or sleep and rushed out of the haunted house, weapons in hand, ready to fight the enemy. What greeted them was a swarm of unarmed zombies covered in bandages. These zombies clung tightly to the pirates like face huggers. Boom! Before the pirates could even comprehend what kind of creature it was, they were already overwhelmed. A golden laser shot through the night like a shooting star, striking the zombies and pirates with precision. The impact was like a cannonball exploding, producing a mushroom cloud of flames that bloomed in the darkness. When the cloud dissipated, the zombies and pirates lay on the ground, their bodies covered in scorched black marks, with faint white mist rising from them. The pirates' eyes were rolled back, mouths agape, and like their bodies, they emitted a thin trail of white mist, their fate uncertain. The zombies, however, slowly rose from the ground after a brief pause, quickly returning to their original forms and continuing their assault on the nearby pirates. Just like this one, an entire army of zombies moved in the same manner. After latching onto the pirates, they were either struck by lasers from the cloners behind them, or slain by the shadowless pirates wielding their weapons, or by those pirates being manipulated by servants. Before long, the pirates who had rushed out of the haunted house's gate were wiped out once more. Then, 20,000 soldiers from the 3 legions flooded into the haunted house. A 3-way battle between humans, cloned humans, and zombies immediately erupted inside the haunted house. The situation caught the beasts' pirates completely off guard. They didn't even have time to prepare or react. The low-end combat power was systematically eliminated by the undead zombie army. The mid-level fighters, those who had mastered 1 or 2 types of haki, were relentlessly attacked by Gecko Moria, who had sneaked into the haunted house using shadow teleportation and was discovered using haki. He fought with ferocity. Against a Shichibukai who had regained his haki, these mid-range combatants were just as helpless as the low-end ones. As for the high-ranking officers like Jack and Sasaki, they were targeted by Sonya, whose unique perception allowed her to find them. An unprecedented crisis quietly loomed over their heads. Tonight on Onigashima, many will die and much blood will be shed, but it will be the beasts' pirates who suffer. A one-sided war raged beneath the roof. On the rooftop, where the captain clashed with the vice-captain faced the vice-captain, and the outcome was just as one-sided. The warm-up is over. With just a single perception, Hancock was completely reassured after seeing the 3 legions execute the master's tactics to perfection, turning the battle into a one-sided affair. With her mind at ease, Hancock turned her full attention back to King. On her stunningly beautiful face, she revealed a cold, elegant smile and said, "If you haven't improved in the past few years, then this fight will be over quickly." Zzz. As soon as she finished speaking, the electric snakes that had been swirling around Hancock suddenly became more violent. Their numbers increased, the arcs grew larger, and the sound of crackling electricity became more intense. Within moments, Hancock was enveloped in a brilliant blue and white lightning aura. Suddenly, King seemed to witness something unbelievable, and the pupils beneath his black helmet shrank. A ray of purple light tore through the pitch-black night. That ray of light was like an electric arc. From King's perspective, Hancock was still glowing with intense electric light, but the color had shifted from blue and white to a menacing purple that radiated an aura of destruction and dominance. 5 billion volts, lightning kick. Now glowing with purple lightning, Hancock didn't use her usual electric field teleportation to appear behind Jaehin for a sneak attack. Instead, she relied on physical prowess to move at high speed, charging directly at King. As she took a step forward, Hancock's specially crafted golden high heels, with the power of a massive physical force, smashed the ground beneath her and transformed into a dazzling purple light, rushing straight towards King. Her movement style was very similar to Kizaru's lightspeed travel. In the blink of an eye, Hancock appeared before King. With the momentum she had built up, she unleashed a powerful lightning kick in a sweeping motion. In response, King, towering over Hancock, didn't need to make any grand moves. He simply gathered haki on his foot and lightly lifted it, just as he had done with previous defensive measures, blocking Hancock's kick. But in the next moment, the expression under King's helmet suddenly changed dramatically. Chapter 142. Boom! A massive explosion, almost as intense as the earlier clash of the 2 dragons, echoed from the roof of Onigashima. A blinding purple light drew the attention of the two dragons battling in the sky. Kaido's observation haki suddenly sharpened, as if sensing something unusual. His eyes widened. Emerging from the explosion and the cloud of dust was a huge figure, King, fully transformed into his hybrid human-beast form, unleashing his full power. But if you looked closely, you'd notice the pain etched on King's face. His foot, the one that blocked Hancock's kick, was now emitting a faint white mist. At first glance, it might seem like he was simply knocked back. But as King crashed into a rocky mountain on the roof of Onigashima, he grits his teeth, flaps his wings, and takes to the sky again, glaring at Hancock, who is crackling with purple lightning. Outwardly, King remained stoic, but his fear was laid bare before Kaido's observation haki. Without his wings, King would likely have been stuck against the rocky mountain or forced to the ground, unable to move. Because King's foot was completely numb, and he knew that if he didn't get medical attention soon, he might never be able to use that foot again. The cells in his foot were rapidly dying. No, they were being destroyed. Hancock's kick wasn't just powerful, it was a strike from another realm, the difference between ordinary haki and Conqueror's infusion. It was the power of another dimension. This power was called destruction. Before the destructive thunder was infused with advanced armament haki, King's ancient Zoan durability, Lunarian resilience, and powerful haki crumbled like paper before Hancock. When the destructive force pierced through his haki, devil fruit abilities, and racial defenses, the cells in Jaehin's foot were obliterated by the penetrating destructive thunder. There was no doubt, Hancock's purple lightning was a power from another dimension. Facing Hancock with this power, King had no chance of winning. This power was the mark of the truly elite, the ticket to the highest level of the world. Swish! After decimating King's foot with a single move, Hancock, still surrounded by crackling purple electricity, suddenly vanished. With one foot out of commission and his fear of disrupting his observation haki, King's reactions were slower than usual. Though he could sense Hancock's movement, his body couldn't keep up. Just as he turned, ready to meet Hancock with his massive katana, instead of risking his body again, Hancock used her electric field to teleport behind him. This time, Hancock didn't use her lightning kick to send him flying. Instead, she grabbed King's large black wings with both hands, the corners of her lips curling into a cold smile. 500 million volts. Discharge. Zzz. Aza. Even among the strongest, there are levels, but that doesn't change the fact that they belong to the world's most powerful. Just like social circles, power in the pirate world is also divided into levels. If you can't enter the circle of the truly powerful, then even the weakest among them will be untouchable for those outside that circle. This is especially true in the world of pirates. For instance, take Admiral Aramaki. If Kaido hadn't been defeated, Aramaki wouldn't have dared to set foot on Onigashima because he knew he couldn't stand a chance against Kaido. Among the top powers, Aramaki is undoubtedly weaker than the 4 emperors and the original 3 admirals. But even the weakest of these superpowers could easily take down King and Queen in a matter of seconds. However, the King and Queen were already badly injured in their previous battle with the Straw Hat Pirates. Over the years, Hancock has not only increased her lightning power from 300 million volts to 500 million volts, but also discovered and mastered the destructive nature of her lightning. This characteristic is similar to Crocodile's Logia sand fruit, which has the ability to dry out everything it touches, turning it into sand. Hancock's Logia Thunder fruit has a similar trait, destruction. After mastering the thunder of destruction, Hancock's strength evolved from being comparable to second-in-command fighters like King and Marco to reaching the level of a deputy like Ben Beckman. Although she hasn't faced them in combat yet, Hancock believes she's on par with the 3 admirals of the Marine headquarters. In fact, as the strongest user of the Thunder fruit, Hancock considers herself superior to them. Kahn knows that if Hancock were to fight one-on-one with any of the 3 admirals, the battle would likely end in a stalemate. In other words, Hancock's current strength is undoubtedly at the admiral level. Facing a much stronger Hancock, King now finds himself in the same position as when he faced Aramaki in the original story, there on entirely different levels. Covered in purple lightning, King could no longer maintain his calm demeanor and let out a pained scream. Yes, King also lost feeling in his large black wings. The sheer power of the electric shock caused him to lose consciousness and fall into a deep coma. Soon after, the strongest member of the Beast Pirates was out of the fight. King. Sensing the change in King's aura, Kaido's expression shifted drastically as he prepared to fly down and intervene. Do you really have time to be distracted? At that moment, Kahn's voice reached his ears. The massive dragon, who had been waiting for the right moment, seized Kaido in a tight embrace, just like before. Then, repeating the events of the past, Kahn clenched his fist and aimed a punch at Kaido's dragon head. But this time, the punch missed its mark. Having learned from his previous defeat, Kaido immediately released his full power, breaking free from the dragon's grip and plummeting towards the roof of Onigashima below. Hancock, stick to the plan. Kahn flapped his wings and pursued him. While flying, Kahn sent a coded message to Hancock below. Yes, master. Hancock, who had knocked King unconscious, nodded obediently. Then, dragging King by his large black wings, she transformed into purple lightning and disappeared. You bastard, put King down. Helpless against Hancock's teleportation, Kaido could only roar in impotent rage. After both Kaido and Kahn landed on the roof of Onigashima, the one-sided war finally reached its climax with a decisive battle between the two leaders. This showdown was the only equal confrontation in the entire war. Years ago, Kahn lacked the strength to match Kaido, so after cutting off one of Kaido's arms, he didn't immediately retaliate against the Beast Pirates. But now, this battle would be Kahn's victory. Chapter 143. On Onigashima Island, aside from the final showdown between the captains, the Cross family completely overwhelmed the Beast's pirates. To outsiders, this might seem unbelievable, but for Kahn, it was all according to plan. How long had Kahn been preparing for this battle? Ever since he entered the Grand Line, Kahn had his eyes set on the three nations, Dressrosa, Amazon Lily, and Wano. In other words, Kahn had been preparing for this moment since 1503. It took Kahn 8 years to surpass the Beast's pirates in terms of low-end, mid-range, and high-end combat power. Years ago, the Cross family was already capable of waging war against the Beast's pirates. But Kahn didn't capitalize on his victories back then, allowing Kaido to catch his breath. Because at that time, Kahn knew he couldn't defeat Kaido. The power of the super strong is strategic in nature. Even if all your troops are defeated, as long as your superpower triumphs and the enemy has no way to counter it, victory is yours. In the original story, if Luffy hadn't unlocked Gear 5th at the last moment and defeated Kaido, the forces of Wano, along with the alliance of the worst generation, would have been wiped out by Kaido. Similarly, in the current battle, Kaido's only chance for a comeback lies in the final duel. If he can't defeat Kahn, the New World won't have the 4 emperors anymore, but instead, the rule of 3 monsters will continue. But the 3 monsters won't be Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido anymore. Instead, it will be Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Cross Kahn. Kaido, who has lost everything, no longer deserves the title of Emperor of the Sea. As the dust and mist cleared, the sky over Onigashima darkened. At this moment, Kahn had reverted from his massive dragon form to his normal human state. Standing opposite him was the newly crowned Emperor of the Sea, Kaido, standing 7 meters tall, covered in blue scales, with a tail on his back, wielding a mace called Hasekai and radiating an overwhelming aura of malice. He was known as the Governor of the Beasts, Kaido. Boy, where are you taking King? Unable to catch up with Hancock, who had teleported using the electric field, Kaido's menacing eyes were fixed on Kahn as he asked in a deep voice. I'll give him 2 choices. Kahn didn't hold back, responding with a light smile. 1, serve me obediently, or 2, become a test subject for our scientific team. You really know about King's origins. Kaido's tone grew even darker, and dark red lightning began to crackle around the mace in his hand. Of course, there's also a third outcome. Kahn's red eyes narrowed slightly as he continued to provoke Kaido. You beat me or kill me. You don't need to tell me that. I'll do it anyway, boom. As Kaido's murderous words echoed, his 7-meter-tall frame, weighing hundreds of kilograms, suddenly crushed the ground beneath him and turned into a massive blur as he charged straight at Kahn. In response, Kahn also charged forward. In just a few blinks, the two figures, one tall and one short, one big and one small, collided head-on. Boom! A deafening, thrilling explosion echoed from the rooftop of Onigashima. Kahn's fists and Kaido's hasekai clashed, but their weapons didn't actually make contact. Instead, as they approached within 10 centimeters of each other, an invisible force emerged between them, releasing energy from another dimension and keeping their fists and weapons from touching. This invisible substance acted like a magnet, drawing in all of Kahn and Kaido's haki. As it absorbed their haki, the invisible force transformed it into a powerful wind, creating waves of energy that radiated outward from Kahn and Kaido, spreading across the entire rooftop of Onigashima. In an instant, the shockwave covered the entire area. Zizizi. As Kahn and Kaido continued to pour more haki into their clash, the invisible force between them grew smaller and more concentrated. At the same time, an invisible pillar of energy shot into the sky, accompanied by dark red lightning crackling through the air. In the sky, already filled with storm clouds, a massive rift appeared, as if the heavens themselves were being torn apart. This vision spread across the entire island and over Wano. Witnessing this, the citizens of Wano were terrified, falling to the ground in fear. But those who had mastered haki stood dumbfounded, filled with horror. They could sense the immense power of Conqueror's infusion within the rift. What kind of clash could create such a terrifying vision? What master called an airstrike? Is this the Conqueror's infusion that the truly powerful must master? Hancock, who was holding King and teleporting towards Wano, stared at the massive rift in the sky, determination in her eyes. I will definitely master this power and help Master eliminate all obstacles. The reason why even the strongest are divided into levels is due to the gap in overall strength. It's simple. Those who master advanced techniques in both armament haki and observation, haki, are undoubtedly stronger than those who only master one. Likewise, someone who has mastered Conqueror's infusion is definitely stronger than someone who has only mastered advanced techniques in the other two forms of haki. Without Conqueror's haki, one cannot master Conqueror's infusion. Facing someone who has mastered Conqueror's infusion, one must, like Hancock, possess power from another dimension that rivals advanced haki to be on equal footing, or even to win. Hancock, who has mastered the Thunder fruit, is now among the elite, rivaling the strength of the 3 admirals who have not mastered Conqueror's infusion, but have command over 2 dimensions of power. Once she masters future sight and observation haki and Conqueror's infusion, Hancock will be among the top-tier powerhouses, akin to Silver's Rayleigh. And at just 26 years old, Hancock is full of confidence in her future. The rift in the sky lingered for a long time before finally dissipating. On the rooftop of Onigashima, Kahn and Kaido's clash lasted only a minute or two. Looking at Kahn, who was also surrounded by dark red lightning, Kaido's murderous intent and anger suddenly faded, replaced by a ferocious and excited smile on his dragon-scaled face. You really have mastered this power. Thanks to your lesson, I was able to grasp this power so quickly, Emperor. Kahn grinned in return. If it weren't for your attack back then, I wouldn't have realized that Conqueror's haki could be infused. Is that where your confidence comes from, daring to challenge me? Exactly, that's right. Then let's fight to our heart's content, Kahn. I'll see this through to the end. Chapter 144. Bang, 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 bang. Kahn and Kaido collided violently again. This time, though, they didn't use an extra-dimensional attack like Conqueror's infusion. Conqueror's infusion is certainly a power of another dimension. If one party has this power and the other party does not, then the one who has it will have an absolute advantage. But if both sides possess this power, it needs to be used with caution, because the capacity of haki is limited. The stronger the haki used, the greater the consumption. This is why the battle between Aokiji and Akinu lasted 10 days and nights. The battle between Whitebeard and Roger lasted 3 days and 3 nights. But the battle between Luffy and Kaido ended in just a few hours. In the battle of Logia ability users, Haki is basically useless. Unless it can cover the opponent's whole body, it is easy to be avoided by elementalization in advance. Therefore, in battles between Logia users, whichever side's stamina is exhausted will fall to a disadvantage or be defeated. The battle between Whitebeard and Roger was just an ordinary exchange, not serious. After the Conqueror's infusion made its appearance, it was basically a contest of swordsmanship, physical prowess, and haki, with rare uses of devil fruit abilities and advanced haki techniques. Only the life-and-death battle between Kaido and Luffy involved the constant use of observation haki to predict the future, internal destruction, Conqueror's infusion, and devil fruits abilities. This is why the former fights could last a long time, while the latter was decided quickly. But now, the battle between Kahn and Kaido lies between a duel and a life-and-death struggle. The duel back then was just a test of strength between two dragons. Kahn understands the strength of Kaido's Azure Dragon form, but not his beast form. Similarly, Kaido only knows Kahn's dragon form, not his regular form. This strength refers to their fighting styles. So, both Kahn and Kaido are now familiarizing themselves with each other's styles, using advanced observation haki to find each other's openings before unleashing Conqueror's infusion to deal massive damage. Kaido uses future sight, while Kahn reads people's hearts. As a result, fists and maces kept colliding. Sometimes, the strong wind generated by their power roared out, and sometimes, the haki fluctuations from their armament haki clashes turned into large or small whirlwinds, tearing the air and ground. One after another, like tornadoes, the vigor whirled and roared continuously, bursting and sweeping in all directions. Boom! As the intensity increased, haki fluctuations grew stronger, and the entire Onigashima began to shake. It's a terrifying atmosphere, what happened on Onigashima. Even on the neighboring island of Wano, those experts who have mastered advanced emission haki sense the battle's direction, feeling two scorching auras like the sun constantly colliding. In front of these two auras, they were like the light of fireflies. Just as these powerhouses rushed to the coast, sensing the decisive battle on Onigashima from a distance, they were unaware that a group of outsiders had arrived in the flower capital and started an attack on Kurizumi Orochi. The first to arrive was Hancock, not Robin and her group, who were divided into two teams and handling the battlefield on Wayne's side. This shows just how fast Hancock is. She tossed King to Mary, who had the Kyuja warriors handcuff him with seastone, and Mary secured him in the castle's cell. Eager to return and assist her sisters and master, Hancock transforms into purple lightning and vanishes again, heading to confront Orochi. Once a powerhouse enters the fray, the situation on Wano's side is bound to be as overwhelming as it is on Onigashima. You think you're better than me. In the war between the Haunted Mansion and Wano, Kahn and Kaido, who had already immersed themselves in this top-tier battle, paid no attention to anything else. No matter the advantages or disadvantages, the war's final outcome would be decided by these two. But as they fought, the surrounding air rippled continuously, with faint dark red lightning crackling around. Kaido, still feeling the lingering effects of their other dimensional powers, suddenly asked Kahn in a deep voice, "Why don't you use your hybrid form?" As we all know, for Zoan devil fruits, excluding the human fruit and its mythical Zoan variants, there are 3 forms: normal, hybrid, and full beast. Kaido's mythical Zoan, fish fruit, model, Azure Dragon has a full beast and a hybrid form. Kahn's mythical Zoan, dragon fruit, naturally has both forms as well. However, ever since Kahn became famous, whether it was the world government, Marines, or the Haunted Mansion, they had only ever seen him in his normal and full beast forms. It seemed that no one in the world had ever seen Kahn's hybrid form. And for good reason. With a look of disgust, Kahn replied, "I don't want to use it. That form is too ugly." Yes, that's how stubborn he is. He refused to use it because it was too ugly. When Kahn first transformed after eating the mythical Zoan dragon fruit, it wasn't into his full beast form, but into his hybrid form. But after seeing it, Kahn immediately decided to seal away that form. Just like Kaido's dragon form and hybrid form, Kahn's dragon form is brimming with haki, full of intimidation, and is a walking natural disaster. But the hybrid form, it was an aesthetically unpleasing monster. Kahn, who valued his image, preferred the full beast form, which made him a bit stronger and kept him looking cool. Kaido was furious at this response. "Bastard, what do you think our battle is?" Feeling insulted, Kaido unleashed Conqueror's infusion again. He leapt into the air, spinning the Haseka in his hand, transforming into dark red lightning, and charged at Kahn. In response, Kahn simply raised his hand upwards, his body covered in a layer of blue aura. Using his telekinetic power, he quickly gathered and condensed the wind into a white light wave. In the next moment, the light wave turned dark red as if it were dyed, with dark red lightning surging inside. Boom! Like a Kamehameha from Dragon Ball, a dark red beam shot out from Kahn's hand, colliding with the falling dark red lightning. With a deafening explosion, a dark red mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The terrifying shockwave ravaged the earth again, sweeping in all directions. The air, earth, and sky were once again torn apart by the power of Conqueror's haki. Chapter 145. Boom, 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 boom. The battle between Kahn and Kaido was intensely fierce. What's even more terrifying is that this brutal fight had lasted for an entire hour. The surging airwaves generated by the collision of their power and haki continued to sweep out, devastating the entire roof of Onigashima and destroying everything on it. The terrifying vibrations caused the entire haunted house to shake continuously. During this time, neither Kahn nor Kaido managed to land a hit on the other, not even once. As a consequence, despite their immense power, both Kahn and Kaido were burning through their stamina and haki at an alarming rate. "You bastard!" Kaido, who had felt something was off, stared at Kahn and said in a deep voice, "It turns out you have the same natural ability as Redfield, observation haki to read minds. Oh, you finally figured it out." Kahn wasn't surprised. While the effects of reading people's hearts and predicting the future seem similar, they are entirely different. One lets you see a picture of the future, while the other allows you to know in advance what the other person is going to do, giving you an absolute edge in prediction. Kaido can use future sight to find Kahn's weaknesses, but when he attempts to exploit those weaknesses, Kahn can see his intentions and instantly cover his flaws. At first, Kaido thought that Kahn was also predicting the future, enabling him to counter his attacks so effortlessly. But gradually, Kaido noticed that Kahn wasn't using much haki and was still fending off his attacks with ease, almost as if he knew exactly what Kaido was going to do and where he was going to strike. Others might think that Kahn's ability to predict the future was on a whole different level, even surpassing Kaido, who had honed this skill to an advanced degree. But Kaido wasn't uninformed. On the contrary, he had been an apprentice on the Rocks Pirates since the last era. Like Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin, he had lived through the Rocks era and the Roger era, eventually becoming one of the dominant figures in the Great Pirate era. Kaido was no stranger to one of the four legends of the previous era, the Red Earl Patrick Redfield, who stood on equal footing with Whitebeard, Shiki, and the Pirate King, Gall D. Roger. In the last era, the reason these four pirates were called the Four Legends was that each possessed abilities that could rival the ultimate powers of the world. For example, both Whitebeard and Shiki had devil fruit abilities that could destroy the world, while Roger and Redfield had haki abilities unique to the Chosen Ones. Roger had the ability to hear the voice of all things, while Redfield had a natural observation haki that allowed him to see into people's hearts. In addition to these extraordinary abilities, all four possessed the world's top swordsmanship and physical skills, making them the strongest among even the most powerful. Even Charlotte Linlin, with her naturally destructive body, couldn't compare to them, having wasted her talents in physical skills, swordsmanship, and even her devil fruit abilities. But now, in this era, a single person had emerged who possessed both a one-in-a-billion physique and the abilities of these legends, something that had never been seen before. And this person, like himself, had also eaten a devil fruit, a mythical zoan, rarer than even the Logia types. Even Kaido couldn't help but feel a moment of awe for someone who seemed to possess the kind of fate reserved for a chosen one, or perhaps even someone beyond that. Looking down at Kahn, Kaido seemed to piece something together and muttered to himself, You must be Joy Boy. Joy Boy. Kahn was slightly taken aback, not expecting such a name to come from Kaido. But then Kahn grinned and replied, I have no interest in saving the world or anything like that. Heh, you really do know a lot. Seeing Kahn's reaction and understanding of the name, Kaido couldn't help but show a ferocious smile. Boy, I recognize your strength. Now I'm going all out to kill you. So the warm-up is finally over. Kahn, with his natural observation haki, knew exactly what Kaido was about to do next. A layer of blue energy slowly covered Kahn's body, radiating a bright blue light. Even his eyes, which were as clear as rubies, now glowed with red and blue hues. Looking up at the towering 7-meter-high Kaido, Kahn said calmly, In that case, I'll go all out too. You don't even need the hybrid form, and you're still bragging. Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams. Hearing Kahn's words, Kaido, who was holding a hasekai in one hand and his sake gourd in the other, took a few swigs of liquor. Then, with a burst of anger, he smashed the gourd on the ground and swung the hasekai straight at Kahn's head. Kaido's mood swings are notorious, largely due to his heavy drinking, which often drives him to insanity. But Kaido's drunkenness is more than just a personality quirk. Just like the drunken fist style from Kahn's previous life, Kaido's strength increases when he's drunk, but so do his emotional swings. This particular move, Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams, Drunken Rage, is a technique Kaido invented himself. Fueled by anger, Kaido's strike was faster and stronger than before. However, this time, Kahn didn't counter it directly or dodge it. Instead, Kaido's hasekai, infused with Conqueror's infusion, was blocked by a transparent blue shield, seemingly invisible but undeniably present. This was Kahn's psychic shield. After battling for an hour, Kahn finally stopped relying solely on his telekinesis to control the wind. Instead, he activated his Magic Warrior mode, blending both magic and martial arts, much like Kaido's Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams mode. Kahn's psychic shield held firm against Kaido's blow, not even budging an inch. As this happened, the debris from the chaotic battlefield around Kahn suddenly rose into the air, encased in the same blue energy. SHHH. Accelerated by Kahn's telekinetic power, the rubble shot towards Kaido at the speed of sniper bullets, transforming into endless afterimages. In response, Kaido swung his hasekai in a spin, creating a large tornado that blocked and shattered all the incoming debris. But Kahn, inside the tornado, didn't use his telekinetic power to control the wind and counter Kaido's move. Instead, he used his telekinetic power to eliminate the air barrier around himself, propelling him towards Kaido at an incredible speed. At this point, the advantage of Kahn's smaller size became evident. Even though Kaido had astonishing speed for his size, it couldn't match the velocity of Kahn, who was using his telekinesis to boost his speed. After an hour of intense fighting, Kahn, in his Magic Warrior mode, finally managed to land a direct hit on Kaido in their second round. Chapter 146. Vomit. Kahn's fists are incredibly powerful. The unique strength and defensive abilities of the natural destroyer rank among the top in the world. Kaido had to become a mythical Zoan user, harnessing the strongest traits of the mythical Zoan to push his physical fitness to its absolute limits, so he could compare with the physical prowess of the unborn destroyer. Now, with the speed and strength of the natural destroyer enhanced even further, Kaido feels pain even if Kahn's fists aren't infused with haki. In this case, Kahn's punches were infused with the advanced use of armament haki. A shockwave, different from the hero's spear, erupted behind Kaido. Pierced by the shockwave, Kaido snapped out of his drunken state, grimacing in pain as he spat out blood. Thunder Bajue. Enduring the rare pain, Kaido leapt into the air once more, wrapping Conqueror's haki and lightning around his hasekai and bringing it down hard toward Kahn. Boom! Faced with Kaido's blow from another dimension, Kahn didn't choose to block or dodge but instead assumed a stance, gathering power and punching on the spot. Then, a transparent blue shield in the shape of a hemisphere, surrounded by dark red lightning, appeared over Kahn's head, effortlessly blocking Kaido's strike. Whether it was a new world monster or emperor-level subordinates like King or Charlotte Katakuri, they would be instantly defeated by such a move. Had Kahn not been born with observation haki to read minds or use telekinesis to defend himself earlier, he might have been beaten mercilessly by Kaido. However, the telekinetic defense does have its limits. This psychic shield was a manifestation of Kahn's physical strength. No matter how much stamina Kahn consumed, the shield's defense remained solid. If Kahn's physical strength and the psychic shield's defense were converted into numbers, if Kahn uses 50 stamina to form the psychic shield, it has a defense power of 50, meaning it can block 50 damage. If an attack's damage exceeds 50, the shield will shatter. So, without knowing the damage of Kaido's ultimate move, using the psychic shield could be as foolish as the CP agents using Iron Body against a much stronger foe. After an hour of warming up, Kahn had gathered basic data on Kaido's human-beast form and his use of Conqueror's infusion. Thus, even against Kaido's extra-dimensional strikes, Kahn remained confident in his psychic shield. Though it wasn't the most efficient use of stamina to block Kaido's otherworldly attacks, compared to using the natural destroyer's body and haki for defense, Kahn chose to rely on the shield. And indeed, his psychic shield successfully blocked Kaido's otherworldly move. Through the invisible force formed by the clash of Conqueror's infusion and telekinetic collision, Kahn unleashed his full power, both in his normal form and magic warrior mode, delivering a devastating blow to the wide-eyed Kaido. Hero's gun boom. With a single punch from Kahn, the entire Onigashima quaked violently. A shockwave rippled outward, creating an air blast that swept in all directions, finally collapsing the already ravaged roof of Onigashima. Then, a massive, transparent white beam of light, far surpassing the power of Kaido's dragon breath, shot into the sky from the center of the Skull Dome. This colossal beam of light was visible even from the lands of Wano. Like the soaring current seen on Jaya Island, the beam pierced through the dark, cloud-filled sky, shaking both the atmosphere and the ominous storm clouds, which repeatedly vanished and reappeared. It resembled the legendary clash between Whitebeard and Roger's Conqueror's infusion. The dark clouds in the sky were obliterated by shockwaves stretching for kilometers, as if wiped away by an invisible hand. With the clouds cleared, the hidden moon and stars reappeared in the night sky. Haha! Amid the collapsed ruins of Onigashima, Kahn, shrouded in telekinetic energy, flew out of the wreckage, floating beneath the now clear night sky. Sweating and panting, he gazed upward as though sensing something. A slight grin appeared on Kahn's face. Looks like I won. The combo Kahn had just executed was his strongest shield and spear in magic warrior mode. The strongest shield nullified all enemy attacks, and the fully charged spear defeated everything. However, using both the shield and spear consumed an immense amount of Kahn's energy. An hour of combat paled in comparison to the toll of this devastating combination. When the natural destroyer unleashes the most powerful techniques of the Elbaf, giants at full strength, the resulting force is nothing short of incredible. The shockwave that pierced through the sky was proof enough. Kahn's punch not only changed the weather, but cleared the clouded night sky. Had it struck downward, the entirety of Onigashima would have been torn apart. At the same time, Kahn's punch also paid tribute to the original sun god. In the original story, Nika, the sun god, drove Kaido into the magma chamber beneath Wano. In contrast, Kahn's punch sent Kaido flying from the ground into the white sea, over 10,000 meters above. However, neither the original sun god Nika nor Kahn's punch could kill Kaido. When comparing the two, it's clear Kahn's punch was superior. Kahn not only overpowered Kaido but withheld his full arsenal, defeating him with just one defense and one attack, knocking him unconscious. After taking a few deep breaths, the blue telekinetic energy surrounding Kahn began to glow even brighter. Moments later, a massive black figure floated down from the sky. It was Kaido, unconscious. Hit head-on by the shockwave that pierced the heavens without any defense, Kaido would have died if not for his tenacious vitality. There's a famous rumor from the original Fist of the King that claims the 4 emperors would die instantly if struck by it. Kahn wasn't sure whether the 4 emperors could survive a punch from the king's fist. But Kahn knew that if Shanks, the only normal emperor or Blackbeard, who suffers double the pain, were hit by his hero's gun, they wouldn't stand a chance. Although Kaido survived, he sustained far more severe internal injuries than Charlotte Linlin did when she was struck by the hero's gun, which ignores external defenses. It would take far longer for him to recover compared to the original story. With Kaido's defeat, Kahn's long-planned battle for supremacy had come to fruition, and he had triumphed over the Cross family. When news of this spreads, it will undoubtedly shake the entire world. With this, Kahn has successfully brought Dressrosa, Amazon Lily, and Wano, all the territories he had set his sights on, under his control. The Cross family, which now governs these 3 nations, will rise from a dominant force in West Blue to one of the ruling powers of the New World. The first stage of the Cross family's road to Overlord has been successfully completed. Chapter 147. The strongest captain and the largest figure in the Beast's pirates were defeated by the strongest Gemini, one after another. The remaining ordinary officers, captains of allied pirates, and elite members naturally couldn't stand their ground by nightfall. Sanya's strength, at the level of an emperor's deputy, easily overpowered opponents, including a warlord of the sea who had regained their haki. There was no need for Kahn to step in. By the time he caught up with Sanya, who was in her hybrid form, she had already dealt with Jack, Sasaki, and other officers. Of course, she didn't kill them. Instead, she drained their lifespan, turning them into old men too weak even to stand. Allowing Hancock and Sanya to take down King and Queen was a necessary choice. This way, a fully fledged Kaido would feel the sting and keep quiet for a few years, no longer daring to provoke Kahn. If Kaido hadn't challenged Kahn back then, even though Kahn's low-end, mid-end, and high-end combat power outmatched Kaido, he would have treated King and Jack similarly without killing them. Just as he had only read the memory of Vinsmoke Judge and took his scientific research without taking his life. A living queen was certainly more valuable than a dead one. Similarly, Jack and the other officers and captains had more value alive than dead. If Kahn hadn't had the ability to control them, killing them would have been the best option. However, Kahn did have the ability to control them. So, he didn't let Sanya kill them, and instead planned to maximize their usefulness. "I'll take them to Wano, and you help Gecko Moria," Kahn, who was supporting Kaido with telekinesis, told Sanya. "Kill the weak ones if you must, but if you find someone strong or with a devil fruit ability, leave them alive." "I'll keep an eye on him, Master." Sanya nodded slightly before disappearing, as if teleporting through space. "Sleep now. When you wake up, it'll all be over." Kahn glanced at the wrinkled, aged faces of Jack and the others floating behind him, their hair now snow-white with fear in their eyes. With a release of Conqueror's haki, he knocked them all unconscious, as they were too weak to resist. Kahn then used telekinesis to lift them up and flew toward Wano. "Hey, wait for me." That was when Kahn flew out of the haunted house, soaring into the night sky. Below him, the sound of shouting suddenly echoed. Looking down, Kahn saw a girl over 2.5 meters tall, dressed in a white kimono and red hakama, with red devil horns atop her head and long white hair that faded at the ends. She looked about 17 or 18. She was chasing after Kahn, holding a large mace and yelling excitedly, "The guy who defeated my father, take me with you." This girl was clearly Kaido's daughter, Yamato, who had eaten the mythical Zoan, dog fruit model, Okuchino Makami. "If you don't want to get blasted, stay here," Kahn said coldly as he lowered his altitude. "I'll be back and we'll talk then." With that, Kahn removed the air barrier and vanished from Yamato's sight within seconds. Kahn's attitude towards Yamato was clearly indifferent, as she had been obsessed with Kazuki Odin since she was 8. Now 17, not only did she call herself Kazuki Odin, but she also sought to liberate Wano and oust her father's forces. Kahn, who had many tasks to handle, wasn't sure what to do with Yamato. After defeating Kaido and Orochi, Kahn would essentially take their place, ruling Wano himself. If Yamato believed Wano should be returned to the Kazuki family and resisted Kahn's rule, he'd have no choice but to instruct Monet to deal with her to prevent her from interfering with his plans. However, if Yamato didn't mind a new ruler for Wano, Kahn would consider converting her into a future powerhouse for the Cross family. For now, Kahn put Yamato aside and planned to assess her later when he had time. Yamato, however, was unfazed by Kahn's coldness. Watching the tiny dot that was Kahn in the sky, Yamato excitedly exclaimed, "Even the old man couldn't beat him. How cool." In her eyes, Kahn, who had defeated her strong and tyrannical father, was the Whitebeard and Roger she had been waiting for. Yamato's dream, after being influenced by Kazuki Odin's journal, was to sail the seas, explore the world, and ultimately establish a new country in Wano. After reading Odin's logbook, Yamato knew that Odin had first met Whitebeard, sailed with his crew, and later joined Roger's pirate crew to reach the final island. Now Yamato, who saw herself as Kazuki Odin, was looking for her own Whitebeard and Roger. To her, Kahn, who had just defeated Kaido, was exactly that. While Yamato dreamt of her future adventures, Kahn arrived at Wano. By the time he reached the flower capital, Hancock had already finished her battle. With the two heads of the Kurazumi family dead, Kurazumi Orochi had no powerful fighters left to defend him. He himself was nothing more than a reckless fool. Despite possessing the mythical Zoan, snake fruit, model, Yamata no Orochi, which was one of the most powerful devil fruits, Orochi had wasted its potential. If someone like Douglas Bullet had eaten that fruit, with its ability to grant 8 lives and enhance physical strength, they would have become the strongest of their generation. But in Orochi's hands, such power had been squandered. Looking at the unconscious, charred form of Kurazumi Orochi, who had been electrocuted by Hancock and now emitted a burnt odor, Kahn said in disgust, "Handcuff him with sea-stone cuffs, lock him up, and once the war ends, we'll perform a heart transplant and put our people in control of Wano." "Yes, master," Mary responded. She retrieved the sea-stone cuffs from a box and had a non-devil fruit user from the Kuja pirates handcuff Orochi and lock him in the castle cell. With that, both Kaido and Kurazumi Orochi, who had ruled Wano in both the light and the shadows, were now defeated and under Kahn's control. Blue, 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 blue. The transponder snail Kahn carried suddenly rang. Good news came from Sanya on Onigashima. The war was over. In one night, the Cross family had successfully taken control of Onigashima and Wano. The newly crowned Emperor of the Sea, Kaido, hadn't held his position for long before being knocked down by Kahn, not as his equal, but as his successor. Chapter 148. See Circle Calendar, January 2, 1511. This day will undoubtedly go down in history. As the saying goes, courtesy is reciprocal. Since Morgans had been promoting the Grandine New World through the World Economy newspaper, the Cross family quickly became a dominant force in the entertainment world. It was clear Morgans had invested in Kahn. After defeating Kaido and the Beast's pirates, Kahn sent a few photos to Morgans via Den Mushi. These images captured the defeat of Kaido and King, bound in sea-stone handcuffs and chains, and the Cross family flag planted on Onigashima. Morgans, upon receiving the photos, was ecstatic and immediately called Kahn to inquire about the details of the battle. During the conversation, Morgans couldn't help but express some regret. Had his friendship with Kahn been closer, he might have been invited to witness the war firsthand. He even complained, half-jokingly, about why Kahn didn't notify him earlier. If he had known, he would have sent his best newsbirds to capture the incredible battle scenes from the sky. Of course, Morgans understood why Kahn kept things quiet. The clash with Kaido wasn't just a one-on-one fight between emperors. It was a war where two titans vied for dominance, with the winner claiming everything. And since Kahn was leading the assault, it was impossible to share such information with an outsider. Yet the photos of Kaido and King in chains, along with the Cross family flag on Onigashima, were enough for Morgans to ignite a media frenzy on January 2, 1511. So, in the early hours of that day, tens of thousands of newsbirds flew across the world, carrying freshly printed newspapers. A bold headline reading, "The New Emperor of the Sea, the world's strongest creature defeated," caused a global sensation. Kahn, who had entered the Grand Line in 1503 and gained worldwide fame that same year, had officially been in the New World for 8 years now. In those 8 years, the Cross family had evolved from a small-time force into a true powerhouse. With Grandine New World, hailed as the world's top entertainment city, and the Cross family becoming a dominant player in entertainment, no one doubted that they could rise to become one of the 4 great forces of the New World. In fact, many believed that the Cross family would not only dominate the underworld, but also the pirate world. And with Cross Kahn, known as the walking natural disaster, demonstrating his power, it became clear that he wasn't afraid of the other emperors. It was only a matter of time before the 4th Emperor of the Sea emerged. No one expected the Cross family to ascend to the top in such a jaw-dropping manner. Cross Kahn didn't declare his strength by merely challenging another emperor. Instead, an Emperor of the Sea was openly and decisively brought down from their position of overlord, and Kahn took their place as the new ruler of the seas. There's no greater shock than defeating an overlord, claiming their power, and becoming the new overlord. Challenging an overlord and declaring yourself as their equal is one thing, but defeating them and taking their position means the Cross family has the power to surpass even an emperor. Even though the overlord defeated by the Cross family was the recently crowned Emperor of the Sea, the fact remains that the victory showcased the strength and might of Cross Kahn and his family. Kahn, who had kept a low profile for years, made a move that sent shockwaves through the world. In just one strike, the walking natural disaster became the brightest star on everyone's radar, the center of the global discussion. Thanks to his close cooperation with the world government, Kahn's bounty, which had remained stagnant for years, was updated by Marine headquarters on the same day Morgan's explosive headlines were published across the globe. On January 3, 1511, Morgan's newspapers prominently displayed Kahn's new bounty. The world's strongest creature, the man with a 4.555 billion berries bounty. Kahn's bounty had skyrocketed from 1.555 billion berries to 4.555 billion berries, an astounding increase of 3 billion. In truth, Marine had been eager to raise Kahn's bounty for a while, especially given the Cross family's dominance in both the arms and pharmaceutical industries. But due to orders from the world government, the Marine had no choice but to turn a blind eye to the sailboats bearing the Cross family flag, avoiding direct confrontation with Kahn. Over the past few years, Kahn focused on building his family and expanding his power base. His initial rise to fame came when he took down a major New World pirate, showing the world his power early on. As a result, few dared to challenge him, including Kaido and the Beast's pirates, whose clashes with the Cross family were primarily skirmishes between top officers. Notably, the epic battle between Kahn and Kaido, known as the Double Dragon Battle, took place 10,000 meters in the sky. And since the destruction of an island near the Sabyati archipelago, Kahn hadn't made a move in years, leaving Marine unable to gauge his true strength. But now, with Kahn's victory over Kaido, whether he fought alone or alongside the pirate empress, the record of defeating a newly crowned Emperor of the Sea was enough to solidify Kahn as one of the top overlords. Thus, his bounty surged to 4.555 billion berries. This new bounty was the second highest in the Great Pirate Era, surpassing Charlotte Linlin, one of the 3 great monsters, and second only to the legendary Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world. Kaido, despite being known as the world's strongest creature, hadn't yet reached the pinnacle in terms of raw power or bounty. At this point, his bounty still lagged behind that of Charlotte Linlin and hadn't yet crossed the 4 billion mark. If Queen hadn't been killed, and Kaido had more time to develop, building experimental bases across Wano country and partnering with Doflamingo to become a global arms dealer. His threat level might have eventually surpassed Linlin's. But that future was no longer possible. Now, Kaido would never achieve the same heights as in the original timeline. Because Kahn, with his natural destructive abilities and mythical Zoan devil fruit, is a man who possesses two monstrous strengths. He is more fitting for the title of the world's strongest creature than Kaido and a more natural destroyer than Charlotte Linlin. As Kahn's new bounty was spread across the world, he officially became the second most dangerous figure in the pirate world, standing as a symbol of the shifting eras alongside Whitebeard. Chapter 149. Whole Cake Island, Tato Land Kingdom. Mama tilde mama, what a shame, Kaido. Charlotte Linlin lay sideways on her special chair, her figure cloaked in shadows, with only her bloodshot eyes visible and acid-like drool dripping from her mouth. As she read today's newspaper, she let out her signature laugh and mocked, "You really failed my investment. If I had known, I wouldn't have given you that devil fruit back then. Now, where's the gratitude to me, huh? Mama tilde mama, Kahn, you're truly worthy of my admiration. If you had been born 10 or 20 years earlier, you and I would have been a perfect match. I really want to have a child with him. It would be the most flawless creation of this era, maybe even in all of history." Like many other powerful forces and knowledgeable individuals across the world, Charlotte Linlin wasn't surprised to hear that Kahn had become the new emperor of the seas. Not only that, her acceptance was stronger than most. While others were stunned by how Kahn took down one of the reigning powers of the seas, Linlin wasn't shocked at all. In fact, she expected it. After all, Kahn had been the only natural-born destroyer of her kind in decades. On top of that, this destroyer had eaten one of the most powerful mythical Zoan devil fruits, with potential that surpassed even hers. As one of the most ambitious pirate kings among the three great monsters, Charlotte Linlin had long set her sights on Kahn and his cross-family empire. She understood Kahn's strengths and potential well. A natural-born destroyer plus a mythical Zoan devil fruit user, he was an enhanced version of her. The fact that Kaido had his arm cut off was proof enough. Now, with Kaido dethroned, it was the ultimate example of failure. Goo rah rah rah, well done, I'd love to have a drink with that kid. Today, the Moby Dick was full of life, like a grand celebration. Many of the old-timers who had once sailed with Whitebeard to conquer the seas were shedding tears of joy, cheering non-stop. Among them, Thatch was the loudest. Meanwhile, Whitebeard himself held a special jug, took a few sips, and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. When it came to Kaido, Whitebeard had mixed feelings. He felt a sense of pride in his younger brother's rise, but also harbored anger and resentment for the murder of his former comrade. The death of Kazuki, Odin weighed heavily on him. If Odin hadn't been part of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard would have let reason prevail and wouldn't have risked sacrificing so many sons just to avenge a former crewmate, especially one who had also served under their enemy, Pirate King Roger. If that hadn't been the case, Whitebeard would have stormed Onigashima with his sons to exact revenge. But now, with Kahn first cutting off one of Kaido's arms and then knocking him off his throne, all of Kaido's hard work had been wiped clean. There was no doubt Kahn had earned Whitebeard's respect, as well as the admiration of the Whitebeard pirates' veterans. This respect was the reason why the Whitebeard pirates had chosen to stand down in recent years. If similar situations arise in the future, it's likely that the Whitebeard pirates will continue to step back as a sign of gratitude toward Kahn. But despite their concessions, Kahn and the Cross family no longer needed their goodwill. Kahn's rise to power doesn't have much impact on the current balance of the New World. Because the pattern of the four emperors that Morgans anticipated never materialized, the situation in the New World remains largely the same, dominated by the three monsters ruling different sea territories. The difference is that these three monsters have changed from the former Rocks Pirates members and trainees to two of its old cadres and the strongest rising star of the new era. Known by many titles such as Walking Calamity, the richest man in the world, head of the Cross family, master of Amazon Lily, overlord of the underworld, and the world's strongest creature, Kahn. Though the New World's balance hasn't shifted much, the world government finds itself facing serious headaches. Similar to Kaido, who relied on Doflamingo's connections to sell his high-quality weapons, the only large-scale buyer was the world government, making Kaido vulnerable to unfavorable prices. Now that Kahn has taken over and eaten up all of Kaido's business, the world government and the Cross family are bound to see changes. Kaido's downfall is partly due to the limited demand for his high-quality cold weapons in the New World. If they were shipped to other seas, unless aided by someone like Doflamingo, the costs in manpower and resources would likely outweigh the profits. The world government was Kaido's only major buyer of these weapons. Kahn, on the other hand, established deep cooperation with the world government, not because of his weapons. Those were either ordinary and cheap or high-quality firearms, but because of the unique medicines his Cross family produces. Firearms are one of the best-selling items in the underworld. When the Cross family struck deals with the world government, Kahn held the upper hand, forcing the government to show favor and issue an order to the Marines not to attack any ships flying the Cross family flag. The Cross family's leverage came from their unique products and thermal weapons. Now, with Kahn devouring the remnants of the Beast's pirates business, the world government will be at their mercy for supplies like special medicines and seastone. Especially seastone, thanks to Vegapunk's inventions that utilize seastone technology, the world government cannot afford to alienate Kahn. They didn't dare to offend Kaido before, and now they're even more cautious with Kahn. They need Kahn, at least until Vegapunk can perfect the Seraphim and reduce reliance on these resources. And this is part of why Kahn's eyes are set on Wano. Aside from Pluton, one of the three ancient weapons, Wano is, as the world calls it, a true treasure trove. Known as the Land of Gold, it holds immense value. Having gained control over Dressrosa, Amazon Lily, the Tontata Kingdom, and now Wano, Kahn has become a king ruling both the underworld and legitimate empires while standing as an emperor of the seas. As the world buzzes about Kahn's rise, he temporarily hands over the task of handling the war's aftermath to Robin and Hancock, while he goes to speak with Kaido, who has just woken up from a day-long coma. "Boy, you're not going to kill me?" Kaido asked, staring at Kahn as the latter held the key and released him from his shackles. As they say, the victor claims all. Kaido, as one of the overlords who wields Conqueror's infusion, is a man who knows how to lose with dignity. Though Kaido's defeat stemmed from a lack of critical intelligence, he was taken down by Kahn's strongest combination before he could unleash his full strength. Still, a loss is a loss. Kaido doesn't feel resentment or anger, nor does he crave another fight with Kahn. He's simply curious, why didn't Kahn kill him? Kaido is not the invincible force the world government feared in one-on-one battles from the original timeline, nor is he immortal. In fact, Kaido is fully aware that he can be killed. And Kahn has the power to do it. Take, for example, the vampire, another mythical Zoan user with the ability to steal lifespans. Normally, Kaido wouldn't be concerned with this power while fully conscious. But after being severely injured and unconscious, he knew he wouldn't be able to resist such an attack. So after being freed, Kaido didn't attack Kahn. Instead, he looked at him calmly, waiting to hear what Kahn had to say next. Chapter 150. I won't kill you. Facing Kaido's doubts, Kahn's response was unexpected. After Kahn removed the shackles from Kaido, he tossed the key aside, looked up at Kaido, who towered over him even while seated, and smiled sincerely. "Someone like you dying here? What a waste. You're free, Kaido." "Boy, are you pitying me?" Kaido asked, frowning. "No, not pity," Kahn replied, shaking his head. He crossed his arms and continued, "I just think this sea would be a lot less exciting without you." "Are you serious?" Kaido, using his observation haki to gauge Kahn's emotions, widened his eyes in disbelief. Clearly, he had never encountered such an enemy before. As a true pirate, Kaido only had two ways to deal with a defeated foe. The first was recruitment. If the opponent agreed to become his subordinate, whether they were sincere or not didn't matter. Kaido believed that if he could beat them once, he could beat them again. In that case, he'd spare their life. The second was punishment. If they refused to submit, Kaido would imprison them, giving them time to reconsider. If they still refused, he'd kill them. The third was rare escape, like what Gecko Moria did. But here was Kahn, someone who had defeated Kaido and yet let him go. What stunned Kaido even more was that Kahn's sincerity was obvious. There was no deceit in his words. What kind of boldness was this? Wasn't Kahn afraid that Kaido would escape, come back stronger, seek revenge, or attack his allies? As if sensing Kaido's thoughts, Kahn smirked and said, "I'm looking forward to your challenge and revenge, Kaido. In this world, there aren't many who can stand on equal footing with us. I hope you grow stronger, so strong that I can't eat or sleep in peace." Hearing Kahn's words, Kaido let out his infamous maniacal laugh. "I see, you want me to be your motivation to grow stronger." "Exactly." Kahn locked eyes with Kaido, a wild grin on his face, and said boldly, "I hope that you, a stray dog, will make my future battles less dull." "Hey, how dare you say that?" Despite Kahn's taunt, Kaido didn't get angry. Instead, he grinned. "Kahn, you'll regret this one day." With that, Kaido rose, walked out of the cell, and transformed into his massive dragon form. He flew through the hole in the roof of Onigashima caused by Kahn's earlier shockwave, quickly leaving Wano country as the people of Onigashima and Wano watched in awe. Just like when Charlotte Linlin left only her eldest son behind, Kaido chose to leave King and his daughter, departing from Wano alone. It's the same principle, winners and losers. Everything the loser owns, whether it's people or property, becomes the spoils of the victor. Before his defeat, Kaido cared about King's and his daughter's fates, but after losing, Kaido no longer concerned himself with them. To him, they were now the enemy's property. "When I defeat Kahn, I'll naturally win them back," he thought. Watching Kaido disappear into the distance, Kahn shook his head and sighed, "What an honest man." In Kahn's eyes, Kaido, despite being a traditional pirate, was an honest person. A truly cunning pirate, like Blackbeard, wouldn't play by the rules of the pirate world. Kaido, while also devious, still showed respect to those who stood equal to or stronger than him. For instance, Kaido respected Kazuki Oden for 20 years, even after his death. Now, for Kahn, who had defeated him, Kaido would feel the same. After being spared and humiliated by Kahn, Kaido would undoubtedly rebuild the Beast's pirates, much like pirates who fail in the New World and return to the first half of the Grand Line to regroup. In time, he would challenge the Cross family again. As a former Sea Emperor and one of the strongest forces in the world, Kaido wouldn't bother targeting Kahn's outside forces. He had bigger plans. Kahn wasn't afraid of Kaido's potential revenge. If Kaido tried something foolish, Kahn would simply kill him with no regrets. Despite everything, Kahn had genuinely let Kaido go. Without someone as powerful as Kaido, the New World seas would be far less exciting. Of course, Kahn wasn't arrogant enough not to take Kaido seriously. He simply believed that he could handle him at any time. During the day Kaido was unconscious, he had no idea what Kahn had done to his body. With the abilities of a Paramecia strong fruit user, combined with a Paramecia ghost fruit user, it became an almost invincible combination. Similarly, a Paramecia Apop fruit user, combined with a mythical Zoan Bat fruit user, vampire model, was another nearly unstoppable team. Even someone as strong as Kaido, when unconscious, couldn't defend against these abilities. While unconscious, Kaido's seemingly invulnerable body couldn't withstand the conceptual power that surpassed normal abilities. Sanya had easily drained Kaido's lifespan, leaving him as a frail old man with only one breath left. Faced with the weakened Kaido, Monet, using the Apop fruit's power to bypass physical limitations, effortlessly removed Kaido's heart and made changes that even observation Haki couldn't detect. Monet also drew large amounts of Kaido's blood before restoring his life. If Kahn could later access Vegapunk's knowledge, he might even create artificial mythical Zoan devil fruits. Now, with Kaido's heart in his control, Kahn no longer took him seriously. As long as Kaido didn't provoke him, a living Kaido was far more valuable than a dead one. Firstly, Kaido's presence helped keep the New World chaotic, weakening the control of both the world government and the Marines. With Kaido's strength and personality, he was bound to make a comeback somewhere in the New World. When Shanks returned to the New World and the Revolutionary Army began to rise, the New World would fall into the hands of 5 emperors. But in reality, it would be a battle among 6 powers. The seas of the New World were only so big. Once the 6 divided it up, the Marines would have little chance, aside from a few bases. Secondly, Kahn needed Kaido to stir up trouble elsewhere, allowing the Cross family to grow stronger quietly. It's like doing nothing for years, and then, when the time comes, your bounty skyrockets to 4.555 billion berries. After the Cross family absorbed the resources the Beast's pirates had accumulated, they would go dormant. And the next time they made a move, they would shake the world once again. Chapter 151. After letting Kaido head out to attract attention, Kahn began his cleaning of Wano country, literally. Kahn wasn't the savior of Wano country, he was its ruler. And unlike others who were uneducated and lacked proper ruling skills, Kahn knew exactly what he was doing. Kaido's control over Wano was hidden, with Kurozumi Orochi acting as the visible leader. But after taking over Onigashima and Wano, Kahn had no intention of keeping someone as useless as Orochi in power. Moreover, Kahn didn't allow anyone strong outside of his own forces to remain on the island. First, Kahn read Kurozumi Orochi's memories, then had Sanya do the same. Finally, he ordered Monet to perform a mind transplant operation on Orochi. Hobek, under Gecko Moria, swapped bodies with Kurozumi Orochi using the supernatural power of the Apop fruit. Experiencing the power of the Apop fruit for the first time, Hobek was so thrilled that he practically wanted to become the student of the one who performed the surgery. It was similar to how Sanji once dreamed of getting the clear fruit. As a brilliant surgeon, Hobek also dreamed of wielding the power of the Apop fruit, an ultimate devil fruit that is the dream of all doctors. With his vast medical knowledge, the user of the Apop fruit could easily perform even conceptually complex operations, like swapping minds. The perfection of this ability was unmatched. After the body swap, Hobek, now in Orochi's body, summoned Orochi's subordinates under Sanya's guidance. Monet then collected all their hearts, leaving them powerless. Once they realized that their hearts were held in another's hands and their lives could be ended at any moment, the warriors and subordinates, who were never fully loyal to Orochi, quickly surrendered. Without the public even realizing it, Orochi and Kaido had been defeated, and Onigashima was occupied by another force. The Cross family took control of Wano country without spilling any blood. Once the weaker, death-fearing forces were dealt with, Kahn moved on to the more stubborn fighters. The first of them was Denjiro, one of the red scabbards who had been undercover near Orochi. Instead of killing Denjiro outright, Kahn ordered Sugar to turn him into a doll, erasing him from the memories of everyone who knew him. This is why Kahn had Sugar eat the Habi fruit earlier. Cleaning Wano required both the powers of the Apop fruit and the Habi fruit. The Apop fruit's ability to capture hearts made Orochi's and Kaido's subordinates surrender, forcing them to work for the Cross family to survive. They were highly familiar with Wano country and Onigashima, making them the perfect tools for the job at this stage. These individuals would allow the Cross family to seamlessly take over the political and economic power of Wano and Onigashima. Until the Cross family gained enough manpower to fully digest the benefits of controlling these territories, this group's usefulness would be invaluable. By transforming some of these people into dolls, Kahn could accelerate the Cross family's control over Wano. Once everyone had forgotten about the Kazuki family and the Red Scabbards, Kazuki Oden would become nothing more than a historical figure. After eliminating the major powers in secret, the citizens of Wano, without the strength or courage to rebel, would remain under the rule of the black-haired Orochi with ease. Following Denjiro's transformation into a doll, Kahn ordered Hancock to lead a team to capture Ashura Doji and have him transformed into a doll by Sugar as well. Meanwhile, Kahn personally targeted Kawamatsu, one of the 9 Red Scabbards. It wasn't necessary for Kahn to deal with the Red Scabbards himself, but he chose to capture Kawamatsu to handle both him and Kazuki Hiyori, as well as the ninja, Shinobu. Despite Hiyori being one of the famed beauties, alongside Hancock and Shirahoshi, Kahn held no affection for her, unlike the typical protagonists of other stories who would be swayed by such beauty. Without hesitation, Kahn stunned Shinobu and Hiyori with a mere glance and brought them, along with Kawamatsu, back to the shogun's mansion in the flower capital using his telekinesis. After Hancock's team successfully captured Ashura Doji, Kahn instructed Sugar to turn Ashura Doji, Kawamatsu, and Kazuki Hiyori into dolls. Following that, Kahn found a trusted Kyuja warrior and had Monet perform a mind transplant on Shinobu. Once the ninja and the Kyuja warrior swapped bodies, Kahn had Sugar turn the ninja, now in the Kyuja warrior's body, into a doll. With the ninja turned doll, the crew of Kahn and Hancock quickly forgot about Shinobu's existence, a feeling of loss they had grown accustomed to by now. To verify, Kahn opened his prepared diary and smiled in satisfaction. Shinobu had been erased from their memories, confirming the effectiveness of this power. It was truly a remarkable combination of rule-altering abilities and conceptual manipulation. Now, Kahn didn't need to destroy the dolls made from the red scabbards. Instead, the Cross family could train some disposable soldiers, transplant their hearts into the bodies of the red scabbards, and have the red scabbards' hearts placed into the bodies of these soldiers. Afterwards, the soldiers' bodies could be killed or transformed into dolls, turning them into the new red scabbards. Alternatively, this method could wipe out the legacy of the red scabbards entirely. For Kahn and Sanya, who possessed the ability to read memories, making these disposable soldiers into the new red scabbards was a trivial task. In the midst of these plans, a bold idea crossed Kahn's mind. He wondered if cloned individuals had souls and whether Monet could perform a soul transplant on them. To test this, Kahn found a replicant and had Monet attempt the mind transplant operation. Unfortunately, it failed. The replicants lacked a soul. As a result, Kahn had Monet use the cutting abilities of the Opop fruit to strip Ashura Doji, Kawamatsu, and Kazuki Hiyori, now dolls, of their mobility and speech. He then sealed them in a black box for storage in Mary's castle. As for the ninja who had been turned into a doll, Kahn also packed her away, preparing to ship her out of Wano country. Despite being an egoist, Kahn still had a sense of humanity. If Shinobu, like the rest of the red scabbards, hadn't been a brainwashed servant of the Kazuki family, Kahn might have preferred to win her over to his side. However, Kahn knew that once Shinobu learned the full extent of what had happened, she would never work for him, even at the cost of her own life. Kahn had no desire to resort to coercion or threats, nor did he want to use Kazuki Hiyori's life as leverage to force Shinobu's loyalty. Even after turning her into a doll, Kahn treated Shinobu differently. He planned to send her away from Wano and later find someone with the ability to erase memories, wiping out her recollections of the Kazuki family. Only then would Kahn formally recruit Shinobu. If she still refused, Kahn would remove all her memories of the Kazuki family and transfer her mind into the body of a regular person, allowing her to live peacefully under his rule. Chapter 152. In front of Kahn and Sanya's memory viewing, the cleanup operation in Wano country was swift and went smoothly. The so-called 9 red scabbards refer to the 9 retainers of Kazuki Oden. They are Kinemon, Denjiro, Kenjuro, Kikinojo, Reizo, Ashura Doji, Kawamatsu, Inuarashi, and Nekomamashi. Among them, Kenjuro was an undercover agent for Kurazumi Orachi, planted among Kazuki Oden's retainers. Inuarashi and Nekomamashi returned to Zu and became the 2 kings of the Mink tribe. Kinemon, Kikinojo, Reizo, and Kenjuro traveled to the future of the Sea Circle calendar in 1522 with young Momonosuke. Of the 9 red scabbards, a total of 6 were not present in Wano. So, when Kahn captured Denjiro, Ashura Doji, and Kawamatsu, turning them all into dolls, the only remaining red scabbards in this era were Inuarashi and Nekomamashi, who were on the back of Zanesha. Without the 9 red scabbards, the strongest person in Wano was Hayagoro the Flower. In addition to Hayagoro, there were figures like Shimitsuki Yasui and Kazuki Sukiyaki, also known as Tengayama Haitsu, who were part of Kahn's cleanup plan. Kahn did not target the civilians of Wano, as he saw them as useful tools. However, anyone who stood in his way of ruling Wano was captured and turned into toys by Sugar. Then, Using the Op-Hop fruit's powers, their ability to move and speak was taken away, and they were locked inside a black box, stored in Mary GOIs. When Kahn needed them again, or once he had fully taken over Wano, it would be time for them to see the light of day once more. Even Kazuki Hiyori was imprisoned, having been turned into a doll by Sugar. After removing the obstacles to Cross Guild's rule over Wano, Kahn ordered Monet to exchange the hearts of Kurizumi Orochi and Fukurokuju. Right after, Kahn completed his revenge, with a satisfied Gecko Moria and Hogback sailing away from Wano aboard the thriller bark. In gratitude for Kahn's help in avenging him, Gecko Moria put away the banner of the Cross Guild, despite his former status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea under the world government. In truth, Moria had become the 3rd subsidiary force of the Cross Guild, alongside the Fire Tank Pirates and the Kingdom of Dressrosa. Whenever Kahn calls for him, Gecko Moria will raise the Cross Guild flag once more and rush to the New World from the first half of the Grand Line to offer his support. Having achieved his revenge, Gecko Moria didn't intend to start a new path to conquer the New World. Instead, he planned to return to the Florian Triangle and continue building his zombie army. However, Moria completely liberated the zombie army that fought in the battle. The pirates who regained their shadows were left on Thriller Bark, their hearts taken by Monet, and they became workers for the Cross Guild. Wano Country is a large island rich in valuable minerals. The small island of Morley alone could provide resources for the Cross Guild for several years. To completely hollow out Wano Country, Kahn needed a large number of workers. The civilians of Wano, the defeated members of Onigashima, and the various pirates captured by Gecko Moria all became essential miners for Kahn. After sending Thriller Bark away, Kahn instructed Monet to perform another mind transplant operation on Kurizumi Orochi. This time, however, Kurizumi Orochi swapped bodies with a rough-looking Kyuja warrior who had mastered armament and observation haki and desired to become a man in the Kyuja pirates. The Zoan snake fruit model, Yamata no Orochi, is a very rare mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. As the notorious tyrant of Wano, Kurizumi Orochi served a purpose for Kahn. He wouldn't kill Orochi or turn him into a toy because Wano's people still needed to remember their fear of the Kurizumi clan. Until Kahn mastered the technology to create artificial mythical Zoan devil fruits or the ability to extract devil fruits, he would use mind transplant surgery to control Orochi's body and continue ruling Wano in his stead. At first glance, it might seem that the Cross Guild had turned into a second Beasts Pirates, with Kahn becoming the new Kaido. However, unlike Kaido, Kahn wasn't as restrained. He gave Orochi a face and allowed him to stay on Onigashima. With Kurizumi Orochi now under his control, Kahn finished the cleanup plan for Wano and took Yamato, whom he had ignored for days, on a journey towards Amazon Lily aboard the Grandine. "I defeated your father. Don't you hate me?" Kahn asked knowingly, lounging on the deck that resembled a grassy field as he watched Yamato, who seemed excited. "Of course, I don't hate you anymore. Even if you hadn't done it, I would have eventually beaten up that flying smelly daddy and saved Wano myself." Yamato, still handcuffed by Kahn, grinned widely. "Besides, you didn't kill Daddy, so you must be a good person." "Oh, you think I'm a good person?" Kahn asked with amusement. "After defeating your father, I plan to continue ruling Wano just like he did. Do you still think I'm a good person?" "As long as you don't act like Daddy and do evil things, you're good," Yamato replied without hesitation. Her response startled Kahn. Even he found Yamato's simplicity a little scary. With his innate observation haki, Kahn could tell that Yamato didn't fully grasp the concept of evil. Just like when Ace cared about the children of Wano, Yamato didn't seem to recognize the oppression her father and Kurizumi Orochi inflicted on Wano civilians. In her mind, modeled after Kazuki Oden, she only wanted to sail the seas, defeat her father, drive out evil forces like Kaido, and liberate Wano. These were her goals before she met Kahn. After meeting Kahn and seeing him as her Whitebeard and Roger, Yamato simply assumed he was a good person and wanted to follow him to explore the world. Therefore, her insistence on calling herself Kazuki, Oden, and believing she was like him made sense, though to Kahn, she was clearly out of her mind. Perhaps her brain had been damaged by one too many Thunder Bagua strikes from Kaido. In more polite terms, Yamato's naivete was terrifying. Kahn had thought that after defeating Kaido, Yamato would see him as the new Kaido and try to drive him out of Wano. Instead, she didn't view him as replacing Kaido at all. In her mind, he was now replacing Whitebeard and Roger. It was absurd. Yet, Yamato's innocence had spared her life. Had she not been so innocent, Kahn would have done to her what he did to Shinobu. Have someone else take over her body until he could create artificial mythical Zoan fruits or find a way to capture devil fruits, and only then would she see the light of day again. But now, Kahn felt there was no need to go to such lengths. In just a month, he was confident he could mold Yamato into someone loyal to him. Such was the confidence of the world's greatest nurturer. Chapter 153. Since Yamato is so pure that she sees Kahn as a good person, comparing him to Whitebeard and Roger, those who would take her out to sea and explore the world, Kahn decides to fulfill her dreams. He promises to take her out on adventures after their current tasks are done, eventually shaping her into his 10th personal maid. Upon hearing Kahn's promise to take her to sea, Yamato is thrilled. Much like Kazuki Oden, she yearns to explore the world and reach the final island with no concern for the people of Wano. Returning to Wano only means taking the poneglyph and leaving. Yamato not only mirrors Kazuki Oden's actions, but also shares his mindset. She doesn't care about the fate of Wano's citizens as long as she can set sail and explore. She has no desire to return to Wano and check on the state of its people. At this moment, Yamato is as innocent as a child. This innocence can be seen as both a positive and a negative trait. A child's heart is the purest, but also the most indifferent. Imprisoned in Wano since she was 8 and only trained in combat, Yamato is, in some ways, simpler than Luffy. But this simplicity is exactly what Kahn desires. Once the Kazuki family descendants and the 9 red scabbards are dealt with, and Wano's people are treated slightly better than under Kurozumi Orochi's rule, Yamato will willingly follow Kahn's plans. The future 5th giant of the Cross Guild has essentially been set in motion. However, before taking Yamato on her world adventure, Kahn has to focus on the new world. With half of Wano's cleansing plan complete, only a few targets remain Momonosuke, the 4 red scabbards, and the 2 scabbards on Zu, all aligned with the events of the Sea Circle calendar in 1522. After finishing this, Kahn can take his time digesting the 2 large prizes, Wano and the Beast's pirates. 3 days later, Kahn returned to Amazon Lily on the Grandine. Even though he had been away for almost a week, no one dared to invade or cause trouble on Amazon Lily or Dressrosa. It wasn't due to a Paramecia user with rule-based abilities hiding in Dressrosa, but simply because the Great Pirate Era hadn't yet reached its peak. Aside from Shanks, Monkey D. Dragon, and the rapid growth of Hawkeye tied to Zoro, the up-and-coming stars of the New World weren't as bold or influential as the notorious Worst Generation that would rise after 1517. As for the pirates who survived in the New World, they would never dare to challenge such power. Before Kahn replaced Kaido and Rose to become an emperor of the sea alongside Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin, no one in the New World dared to provoke the Cross Guild. Now, with Kahn solidifying his position as the newly crowned emperor of the sea, there's even less chance of anyone attempting to offend him. After returning to Amazon Lily, Kahn didn't immediately transform into a dragon and use his telekinetic powers to raise the island. Instead, he visited Dressrosa, where he spent time with Scarlet and informed her of his plans, staying the night in her chambers at the King's Plateau. While Kahn was attending to this, Yamato, experiencing life outside of Onigashima for the first time, wandered across Amazon Lily, Dressrosa, Moor Lakes Island, and Medicine Garden Island, located north and south of Amazon Lily. Her explorations caused some minor chaos, including trampling some flower fields, which drew the ire of the Tontata dwarves. The next day, a major announcement spread through Dressrosa. Queen Scarlet had decided to ask Kahn, the head of the Cross Guild, to help move the kingdom closer to Wano seas. Those who did not wish to relocate were given 3 days to leave Dressrosa. Most people ignored the announcement, thinking it was just a ruse to keep the world government and marines at bay. Few left the kingdom, except for some tourists and passing merchants. However, one person did contact Kahn, Doflamingo. He, Kahn, are you moving house? Doflamingo chuckled as he made the call. With a smile, Kahn replied, yes, you're welcome to join. It'll make future cooperation easier. He, I was hoping you'd say that. Relieved, Doflamingo was thrilled by the invitation. He had acquired a small island and planned to move it near Amazon Lily. Under the protection of the Cross Guild, he could establish the new base for the Quixote family without interference. Had Kahn not extended this offer, Doflamingo would have been left vulnerable. The island's isolation could have led others to believe that the Quixote family had been abandoned or was no longer valued by the Cross Guild, making it a target for rivals. But now, with Kahn's backing, Doflamingo's position was secure. 3 individuals were especially excited about Kahn's defeat of Kaido: Gecko Moria, who had joined the Cross Guild in their attack on Onigashima, Morgans, who had been waiting for this day for years, and Doflamingo. With Kahn now one of the 3 great emperors of the New World, the Quixote family gained untouchable status. As an ally of the Cross Guild, no one in the pirate world or the underworld would dare to disrespect Doflamingo. Kahn's influence extended beyond piracy, making him a dominant figure in both worlds. Under his protection, even a minor player could rise to prominence. Additionally, Doflamingo, as the underworld broker known as Joker and a former celestial dragon and warlord, understood the importance of Seastone, Wano's greatest resource, once controlled by Kaido. The Marines relied on it more than gold or gems, and now that Kahn had control of Wano, the rights to sell Seastone could elevate Doflamingo's standing even further. Along with Seastone, the Beast's pirates had controlled the strongest cold weapons market. With Kahn's Cross Guild taking over that market, they now dominated not only in arms, but also in medicine, entertainment, and more. It was only a matter of time before Kahn became both the wealthiest and most powerful man in the world. Chapter 154. After the evacuation time given to the tourists ended, Kahn transformed into a dragon and used his telekinetic powers to lift Amazon Lily, Dressrosa, and the Medical Garden Island, heading back towards Wano country. At 23 years old, Kahn had fully completed his growth period. His peak would last from now until he reached 60 years of age. Unlike the Naruto world, in One Piece, a person's prime can last much longer. Powerhouses like Silver's Rayleigh and Vice Admiral Garp are both in their 70s and 80s and still have monstrous strength. Kahn became one of the 4 emperors at just 23. It's no surprise that the entire world sees him as the strongest of the new generation, while Whitebeard represents the transition between the old and new eras. It took some time for Kahn to reach Dressrosa from the first island, more lakes, and now he was directly lifting 3 islands. This showcased Kahn's growth over the past 8 years. However, it took Kahn 6 days to return to the waters outside Wano after flying with the 3 islands, double the usual time. Upon arriving near Wano, Kahn released Dressrosa but brought Amazon Lily and Medical Garden Island into Wano's territory. He left Dressrosa out to save face for the world government and the Marines, as Dressrosa is one of the countries allied with the world government. Bringing Dressrosa into Wano's waters would have forced the Marines, who are unaware of Wano's alternate entrance, to scale the waterfall to access Wano's sea. Unless Kahn revealed another safe entrance, which is unlikely. Wano's natural environment, much like the Calm Belt, is perfect for secluded development. Aside from Wano Onigashima, the maids of the Cross family, and Kahn's crew, no one else was permitted into this sea. After bringing Amazon Lily and Medical Garden Island into Wano's waters, Kahn temporarily stationed Amazon Lily in a strategic position, blocking the only safe entrance to Wano. From then on, there would be only one way for outsiders to enter Wano. They could either scale the dangerous waterfall, fly over it, or defeat the Kuja warriors guarding the entrance. Additionally, they might face the Pirate Empress and the world's strongest creature. After placing Amazon Lily near the entrance, Kahn positioned Medical Garden Island near Onigashima. Once Wano and Onigashima were fully remodeled, Kahn planned to move Amazon Lily again and use Onigashima to block the entrance while setting up duplicates as guards. After organizing the 3 islands, Kahn immediately returned without taking a break to move the last island, Lakes, and the Donquixote family's base. By late January of C Circle calendar 1511, Kahn had finally completed the relocation. If you were to draw Wano's natural environment as a circle, the only gap in the circle is the one safe entrance in and out of Wano. Now, there are 5 islands within the sea area inside this natural circle. 4 small islands can be reached within a day. The current headquarters of the Cross family, Amazon Lily, is located near the entrance. Not far from Amazon Lily, there are 3 small islands: Lakes Island, which produces weapons, Onigashima, which is controlled by the Cross family, and Medical Garden Island. On the opposite side of these 3 small islands is the only large island, a hacky powerhouse just like Amazon Lily, Wano country. Outside the circle formed by this natural barrier are 2 islands. One is Dressrosa, a member nation of the world government, and the other is the Donquixote family's base, which was once an uninhabited island but now features a small town. Additionally, there is the Grandi New World, an island ship sailing aimlessly. Currently, in the New World, there are 6 islands and island ships flying the Cross family flag, not including Dressrosa. Although this number is far smaller than the 30 islands forming Charlotte Linland's Tato Land or the countless islands under Whitebeard's protection, the Cross family, with its small territory, has influence spanning the globe. In the first half of the Grand Line, the Cross family controls an island ship and is allied with a subsidiary faction of the 7 warlords of the sea. In West Blue, they rule over the dominant faction. Within a couple of years, Kahn plans to deploy island ships to East Blue, South Blue, and North Blue, extending the Cross family's influence worldwide. After the Cross family raided the Beast's pirates at night, very few details about the battle were known, aside from a few photos held by newspaper. The only thing the world knew was that after the Cross family defeated the Beast's pirates, Kaido, the former ruler of the seas, transformed into his blue dragon form and flew out of Wano, disappearing afterwards. According to reliable sources gathered by daily newspaper, Kaido, the 100 Beasts, was allowed to leave by Kahn. The Cross family, like other factions, could not fully kill the undying 100 Beasts. It seems that Kahn and Kaido made some sort of deal. Kaido was let go, and much like the former Golden Lion Shiki, he chose to abandon everything and vanish for the time being. Due to the lack of detailed information, the Marines only increased the bounty of the world's strongest creature, Cross Kahn. However, the bounties for Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Vampire Boa Sandersonia, and Devil Child Nico Robin remained unchanged. Even though Hancock defeated King, her bounty likely wouldn't change, as her current bounty of 1.5 billion berries already surpasses King's 1.39 billion. The only one whose bounty could see a significant increase would be Sandersonia. Kahn, however, has hidden his maids too well. For 8 years, only Hancock, Robin, and Sandersonia have had public bounties. Other key members, like Marie, who ate the Paramecia-type change fruit, Monet with the Paramecia-type op fruit, Perona with the Paramecia-type holo fruit, Bacala with the Paramecia-type luck fruit, Sugar with the Paramecia-type hobby fruit, Koala with the Paramecia-type dumpling fruit, Scarlet with the Paramecia-type sweet fruit, Violet with the Paramecia-type glare fruit, and Manchuri with the Paramecia-type heel fruit remain Kahn's secret weapons for the Cross family. Once Kahn finished moving the islands, the Cross family entered another period of quiet preparation. This time, the period would be even more secretive. But soon, the Cross family revealed a powerful card that shocked the entire world. They officially unveiled their new weapon, the duplicated Transformers Legion. Chapter 155. After becoming a ruler of the sea, Kahn no longer focused on secondary wealth. So, after defeating the Beast's pirates, Kahn didn't send Sanya back to the first half of the Grand Line with the Kuja warriors. Instead, she stayed in the New World, guarding Grandini New World. With Sanya's current strength, few in the New World can challenge her aside from the Sea Emperors, Marco and Charlotte Katakuri, and powerful individuals like Dracul Mihawk and Admiral Fujitora. At night, Sanya is a force second only to the Emperors of the Sea. Moreover, Kahn, the pirate with a bounty of 4.555 billion berries, backs her. Even the Revolutionary Army wouldn't dare provoke the Cross family. Sanya is responsible for the defense of Granny New World, and she's more than capable. As for Robin and Boa Hancock, they remained in Wano country to help Kahn manage the territory. Regarding Granny Paradise, in the first half of the Grand Line, which is no longer protected by the Kyuja warriors, Kahn sent 3 large ships to the region. These ships carry 1,000 clones. In the first half of the Grand Line, the laser technology they possess is cutting edge. Along with their ability to transform into 18 different weapons, their impressive physiques, and their lack of fear, these clones are nearly as powerful as supernovas, with bounties of over 100 million berries. 2 years ago, a single pacifista could overpower a supernova, and even the Straw Hat Pirates needed their full strength to barely defeat one. A cloned warrior is a nightmare for any pirate, with a bounty under 100 million. Even 2 clones would be troublesome for a supernova, unless they possessed powerful devil fruit abilities. If there are more than 3 clones, only supernovas with high reputations, like Cavendish, Ace, and the more powerful Worst Generation members, could handle them easily. With 1,000 of these clone warriors, such a force could easily dominate the world. 3,000 of them, and only the most powerful individuals, reclusive monsters, the world government, and other strong but discreet forces, could stand against them. In Paradise, this force would be nearly invincible. With such power, Granny Paradise no longer requires Sanya's protection. A small team of Kyuja warriors and a few think tank members are enough to assist the young Margaret in guarding Granny Paradise. Though Margaret is young, her Logia Snow fruit ability is nearly unbeatable in the first half of the Grand Line, where Haki users are rare. 3,000 identical clones would immediately become world-shaking news the moment they appeared. Before these clones, the overlords of North Blue, Germa 66, used a similar replicating army to become one of the top 50 nations that could participate in the reverie. When Morgans inquired about the clones, he not only received Kahn's approval but also detailed information, which was published in the World Economy newspaper, alarming major forces. With laser technology and weapon-transforming devices, could it be that the Cross family has powerful scientists? The world government and Marines suspect that the Cross family acquired MADS research long ago, and with their immense wealth, created an even stronger force than Germa 66. Fortunately, the clones of the Cross family aren't as powerful as the pacifistas designed by Vegapunk. After reading the information about the cloned and transformed humans, the world government eagerly anticipated the arrival of Vegapunk's pacifistas. They decided to increase funding for research to ensure the pacifistas would appear as soon as possible. As for Vinsmoke, Judge of North Blue, upon seeing the news, he was shocked and furious, but also filled with fear. He realized that it wasn't his missing son who had stolen his research all those years ago, but the pirate emperor of the New World, Kahn. Fortunately, the theft had only been limited to his research. The mere thought of Kahn taking his life filled Judge with cold sweat. For many nights to come, Judge would wake up in terror from his nightmares. As for seeking revenge on Kahn, Judge wouldn't dare even with 100 lifetimes of courage. From the information about the cloned and transformed soldiers, Judge could already tell that the scientists working for the Cross family had merged his expertise with that of Queen's, creating a more advanced version of the replicant soldiers. The Judge made a frightening discovery. While it took him at least 5 years for his cloned soldiers to reach the age of 20, the cloned soldiers of the Cross family had already reached full maturity in a much shorter time. Clearly, the scientists under Kahn were more advanced than him. With Kahn being the richest man in the world, Judge knew it wouldn't be long before the number of cloned soldiers from the Cross family far exceeded that of Germa 66 by several times or even dozens. It wouldn't be long before the strength of the Cross family rivaled that of the world government, the Marines, and major powers like Alabasta, which boasts hundreds of thousands of permanent troops. With such power and status, Kahn wasn't concerned about revealing the existence of his cloned soldiers. In fact, not only did he willingly expose them, but he did so deliberately, likely to intimidate those who might harbor dangerous ideas. After dispatching 3,000 clones to guard Granny Paradise, Kahn sent another 1,000 to West Blue to support Capone Bijet. This force would solidify Bijet's position as the overlord of West Blue. Given his current situation, Bijet would be foolish to abandon his years of hard-earned influence in West Blue and attempt to challenge the Grand Line's road to the strong. After all, at the end of that road lies a throne that none can sit upon. Below that throne are 3 pirate emperors, one of whom is Bijet's own boss, Kahn. Even if Bijet reached the end, he'd only be on equal footing with his boss unless he intended to rebel, which would be a perilous move. With 4,000 clones guarding both the first half of the Grand Line and the islands of West Blue, Kahn focused solely on New World affairs, leaving those areas under the watchful eyes of his forces. Then, in February, a rumor began to spread across the New World and even through the underworld of the entire globe. This gossip stirred unrest in the Whitebeard pirates, particularly among a certain 6th Division member. Just as someone had once offered 10 billion berries for the Paramecia Opop fruit, now someone anonymously offered 10 billion berries for the Logia Dark fruit in the underworld. Not only that, but the person behind the offer also spread an image of the dark fruit. This set off a frenzy in the underworld, with bounty hunters, human traffickers, and even pirates all scrambling to find the Logia dark fruit. After all, 10 billion berries. Such a sum could make anyone's wildest dreams come true. Chapter 156. The person offering a bounty for the Logia dark fruit is naturally Kahn. In this world, the Paramecia Gamu no Mi fruit and the Logia dark fruit are considered 2 of the most difficult devil fruits to obtain. However, compared to the Paramecia Gamu no Mi fruit, which can escape on its own, the Logia dark fruit is undoubtedly easier to acquire. So even with only a 1 in 10,000 chance, Kahn is not going to let this opportunity slip by. Kahn was curious whether Teach would be able to obtain the dark fruit, given the enormous reward of 10 billion berries. If he did, it would mean Teach is the villain of fate, destined to wield the power of the dark fruit. In other words, he is destined to become the eternal adversary of the Chosen One. If not, it would mean Teach loses his fate as the villain, becoming a freak with a unique physique instead. In that case, the possibility of him becoming a Yonko, as portrayed in the original story, would be almost 0. So, if Teach doesn't become the villain of fate, who will take his place? Kahn ignored the rumors about the high bounty for the Logia dark fruit once the underworld faded away. After defeating the 9 red scabbards and Kazuki Sukiyaki in Wano country, and moving Amazon Lily, Kahn didn't immediately take Yamato on an adventure around the world. Instead, he donned the white coat of a scientist and began experimenting on the Plague, Queen, and King. To create the Seraphim, the bloodline of the Lunarian race is essential. The reason the Seraphim possess power comparable to the 7 warlords of the sea is that they carry the physiology of the Lunarians and the blood factor of the warlords. The Lunarians are capable of surviving in any natural environment, making them the most adaptable race in the world. By using the Lunarian bloodline as a base, Kahn can blend other bloodlines to create the ultimate weapon, the Seraphim. Moreover, the Lunarian blood factor is key to resurrecting Kuina in a way that defies fate. King has become one of Kahn's most valuable trophies after defeating the beast's pirates. And the other, of course, is Kaido. Imagine Kahn mastering the ability to create Seraphim and artificial mythical Zoan devil fruits, and then developing a Seraph Kaido version that eats an artificial Zoan fish fruit, mythical model, Azure Dragon. This would be the true ultimate weapon. Even if the Seraphim Kaido can't fully wield the advanced Conqueror's haki, Kaido's natural defenses are strong enough to withstand attacks from even the highest-ranking officers. Aside from internal damage and Conqueror's infusion, even attacks from Monkey D. Luffy, who has a bounty of 1.5 billion berries, wouldn't faze Kaido. As long as Seraphim Kaido possesses the same defensive power as the real Kaido, his strength would easily rank at least 1.5 billion berries. Once this ultimate weapon is mass-produced, the size of the Cross Guild will soon surpass Marine headquarters, and it might even rival the world government with its 800-year-old legacy. This is why it won't be so easy for the world government to purchase Seastone from Kahn. Just like with Seastone technology, Kahn will make sure to keep a copy for himself. Once Vegapunk finishes his research on the Pacifista and the Seraphim, Kahn will be ready to make his move. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the end of the year 1511 in the Sea Circle calendar. This year belongs to the Cross Guild. At the start of the year, the Cross Guild, after 8 years of preparation, finally challenged the world's highest peak and succeeded in claiming the title of the new pirate emperor, replacing the Beasts pirates, Big Mom pirates, and Whitebeard pirates as one of the 3 great powers in the pirate world. Then came the rise of the Duplicator Legion, increasing the security of the 3 Grandine Island ships to an unprecedented level. These ships became the most chaotic yet safest entertainment hubs in the world, a paradise for entertainment in the eyes of countless wealthy people. Simultaneously, the Cross Guild chain of hospitals began spreading throughout West Blue, the first half of the Grand Line, and the New World. At the same time, Drum Island, known for its medical prowess, saw many doctors resign and leave, joining the Cross Guild hospitals as directors and attending physicians. To outsiders, it seemed these doctors had been lured by high salaries from the Cross Guild. In reality, Kahn had both bullied and enticed them. After extracting King's blood and creating a sample of his blood factor, Kahn left Wano country with Yamato, Monet, and Sugar, retracing the steps of the Roger pirates on a journey that fulfilled Yamato's dream of adventure. After descending from Sky Island and revisiting Alabasta, Kahn brought the girls to Drum Island. While Yamato explored Winter Island, Kahn, under the cover of night, kidnapped the doctors of the Drum Kingdom, turning them into dolls using Sugar's ability. When these doctors realized they had become dolls and that their families still had memories of them, they immediately surrendered. Sugar then restored them, and Kahn had Monet remove their hearts, letting them experience the agonizing pain of having their hearts squeezed. With their lives in Kahn's hands, the doctors obediently resigned from their positions and led their teams to work in the Cross Guild hospitals. Of course, after the threat came a reward. Kahn promised them that if they worked for the Cross Guild for 10 years and didn't slack off, they would get their hearts back in June. As for their salary, it would exceed what they earned in the Drum Kingdom. Under Kahn's mix of threats and promises, by May 1511 in the Sea Circle calendar, a steady stream of doctors had begun to resign and leave each month. Within a year or two, the top doctors of the Drum Kingdom would have been fully siphoned off by the Cross Guild. As for resistance, even if the king of the Drum Kingdom had 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare oppose Kahn. A pirate attack on Drum Island would be a minor concern compared to the fear of natural disasters hitting the island, such as meteorites or tsunamis. The current king of Drum Island wasn't the fool Wapol. As the ruler of one of the 50 most powerful nations, this king understood well what it meant to provoke a pirate emperor. Thus, his only option was to try to retain the doctors with improved working conditions. But no matter how much he raised their salaries, it couldn't stop the doctors from leaving. Because, in the end, life was more important than money. After fully poaching the doctors from Drum Island, the Cross Guild became the uncontested ruler in the medical field. In late 1511 of the Sea Circle calendar, a piece of news spread across the world, catching Kahn's attention as he trained Yamato. The 7 warlords of the sea had gained a new member. And the new member was none other than the former Sun Pirates cadre and current captain of the new Sun Pirates, Knight of the Sea Jinbei. Upon seeing this news, Kahn's lips curled into a smirk. Jinbei becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea meant that the fishman Arlong, who was imprisoned in Impel Down, would soon be released on bail. Once Arlong broke away from the Sun Pirates and formed his own Arlong Pirates, he would be able to recruit the Paramecia gold fruit user he had been waiting for, who also happened to be one of the most significant female figures in the pirate world. Chapter 157. Time flew by, and soon, the Sea Circle calendar 1511 came to an end, ushering in the year 1512. At the close of 1511, not long after Jinbei became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, word spread that Arlong had been bylaid out with the help of Kahn, who had strong ties with Doflamingo, his brother in the underworld. Arlong officially broke away from the New Sun pirates. At the same time, the world government reached out to Kahn, seeking to purchase Seastone. Kahn didn't refuse, but instead made some specific requests. He asked for the Seastone handcuffs developed by Vegapunk, the Seastone nets, and the Seastone devices installed on the bottoms of ships, which allowed vessels to navigate freely through the calm belt. In truth, through his access to the memories of Vinsmoke Judge and Queen, Kahn had already mastered the technology for Seastone handcuffs, nets, and even Seastone cells. However, he still made the request to the world government. The 5 elders, expecting Kahn to demand outrageous terms, were surprised by his seemingly modest request, and relieved, agreed without hesitation. Unbeknownst to them, Kahn's demand was simply a ploy to mislead them. He made it seem like these technologies were the only things he was after. But in reality, hidden among the many secret sites of the Cross Guild, there was a clairvoyant who had consumed a paramecia-type devil fruit, allowing Kahn to easily locate Slug Island, a place most could never find. When Vegapunk eventually unlocked the secrets of devil fruit transmission, developed the technology to imbue objects with devil fruit powers, and created artificial devil fruits, along with research on Pacifista and the Seraphim, Kahn stole all of these breakthroughs in one swift move. While communicating remotely via Den Den Mushi, Boa Hancock and her crew were stationed in Dressrosa, keeping them out of the world government's reach in Wano country. After Kahn completed his deal with the world government, he sailed back to East Blue aboard the Grandine, accompanied by Yamato and the 3 female warriors. Arriving at the execution platform in Logtown, where the legendary pirate king Gall D. Roger was executed, Kahn seemed lost in thought. After a moment, he dialed Doflamingo's number. Peer tilde. Moshi Moshi, I'm Doflamingo. The Den Den Mushi mimicked Doflamingo's sinister grin and distinctive voice. Doflamingo, does your Donquixote family have any influence in East Blue? Kahn asked directly. Heh, Kahn, so you've made it to the weakest sea? Doflamingo instantly understood Kahn's location and replied, Unfortunately, I don't have much influence in East Blue. In fact, none of the other major underworld players do either. The overall strength of East Blue is too low, and the status of the world government's affiliated countries and the Marines is unshakable there. Besides the occasional scuffle between small-time pirates, there's no real market for arms in that sea. And don't forget, East Blue is the homeland of a Marine hero. From time to time, that monster returns home for reasons I can't fully understand. But whenever he does, any pirates or dark forces he encounters are either killed or arrested. Anyone captured by that Marine hero, unless they are part of the 7 warlords of the sea or have close ties with the 5 elders, can forget about being bylaid out. Over time, most of the underworld kings lost interest in investing resources or expanding their influence in East Blue. I see, Kahn said, slightly surprised, before continuing. Then, come to East Blue and set up a few hospitals while you're at it. Send some of your people and help me keep an eye out for news about the paramecia barrier fruit. The barrier fruit, got it. Doflamingo immediately understood what Kahn was after, having seen it listed in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. He nodded, preparing to use his resources to help Kahn track down the paramecia-type barrier fruit. Since Doflamingo had used the paramecia gold fruit to secure a position under Kahn's protection in the Cross Guild and gain the Cross Guild's flag, he no longer feared the Marines' pursuit. His relationship with both the underworld and legitimate forces had improved significantly. This alliance had granted him a powerful position. Doflamingo was also one of the few who knew that, aside from Robin, Hancock, and Sonya, there was Monet, a user of the paramecia pop fruit within the Cross Guild. Additionally, there were users of the paramecia childlike fruit, weapon fruit, gold fruit, and the logia snow fruit, all working for Kahn. Although the exact identities of these devil fruit users were still hidden behind their roles as maids, the overall strength of Kahn's cadre far surpassed that of the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates. Even though Whitebeard had dozens of division commanders, the combined strength of Kahn's maid team was undoubtedly superior. Doflamingo knew that as long as he remained valuable to Kahn, he would continue to be treated as a close brother. But if he ever became useless, Kahn would discard him without hesitation. Doflamingo admired this about Kahn, as he was the same way. Thus, Doflamingo's bond with Kahn only deepened. He even entertained the idea that if the Cross Guild ever rose to challenge the world government, he would be willing to become a subordinate force to aid Kahn in that fight. With most of the members of the Donquixote family already devil fruit users, obtaining rare devil fruits was no longer a priority for Doflamingo. In fact, if he ever found one, he would gladly give it to Kahn. After hanging up the phone, Kahn and Yamato, who had just finished watching the execution platform where Gall D. Roger was executed, prepared to return to the ship. With Monet and the Sugar Sisters, they set sail from Logtown aboard the Grandine, charting a course toward Marine Branch 16 on the East Blue map. On the map, there was no specific marking for Kokosia Village. It may have been labeled by its island name, but Kahn didn't know the island's name either. However, Kahn had another way of locating the village, by finding the marine branch that operated in the region where Kokosia Village belonged. As Kahn and his crew headed toward Marine Branch 16, a sailboat bearing a shark emblem on its bow docked at the shore of a simple village. A group of towering, fierce-looking fishmen descended from the boat, wielding cold weapons of various strange designs. A catastrophe was about to unfold in the village known as Kokosia. At that time, 12-year-old Najiko and 10-year-old Nami witnessed a horrific tragedy, seeing their adoptive mother, Bellamere, shot to death because she couldn't afford to pay for their lives. This moment planted a deep obsession with money in Nami's heart, similar to Guild Tesaro's fixation after he couldn't afford to save the person he loved, and had to watch her become a slave of the celestial dragons. Chapter 158. When Kahn and his group arrived at the town where the 16th branch of the Marines was located, they learned the location of Kakasi village from the locals and immediately set off in that direction. Before reaching Kakasi village, Kahn, with his keen observation haki, spotted the shark spab from the Arlong pirates. Soon after, Kahn also discovered that Arlong and his crew, who had yet to establish Arlong Park, had taken over the best building in Kakasi village, intending to create their own Arlong Empire there. At the same time, Kahn noticed the grave of Bellamere and saw that Arlong, already bearing the mark of his pirate crew, had severed ties with the villagers. Now, Nami was left alone with her sister, Najiko. Upon witnessing this scene, a slight smirk appeared on Kahn's face, but he thought to himself, it wasn't enough. Nami's obsession with money wasn't strong enough yet. Thus, Kahn abruptly changed course and stopped heading to Kakasi village. Right now, Nami had only begun to fall into darkness. She wasn't yet fully engulfed in it, with no sense of hopelessness or unquenchable desire for money. Only when she ventured out to steal, realizing how hard it was to gather money, and made the ultimate sacrifice for the villagers in the face of danger, would she become the true little thief. At that point, Kahn would pull her out of the darkness. So, Kahn decided not to rush in and rescue Nami immediately. Instead, he would wait for her to face hardships before intervening. It was undoubtedly going to be a long wait. In the meantime, Kahn began training Yamato. To be precise, he continued her training. It had been over half a year since they left Wano. Under Kahn's gentle influence, the once naive Yamato grew more convinced that Kahn was a good person. At the same time, despite Yamato not telling Kahn about Kazuki Oden's logbook or revealing the island she wanted to visit, Kahn took her on adventures that mirrored those of the Roger pirates, going to places like Skypia as mentioned in Oden's logbook. This only strengthened Yamato's belief that Kahn was her, Roger. As a result, Yamato naturally became part of the Cross family. serving as Kahn's 10th maid and the 5th giant in the maid group. Under Kahn's influence, Yamato no longer wore her usual white kimono, red skirt, and clogs. Instead, she now donned a specially designed black and white maid outfit and high heels, which were so awkward for her that she tripped countless times. Yamato could barely tolerate the high heels, and every time she stumbled, she felt an urge to smash them and throw them away. But just as she was about to give in, Kahn's voice would chime in. If you can't learn to wear high heels, the voyage ends here. Wearing a maid outfit and high heels was something everyone in the maid team required. In order to continue exploring the world, Yamato reluctantly wore the heels with tears in her eyes and gradually learned how to walk in them under Monet's guidance. Then, there was the matter of Yamato learning the proper etiquette of women. Kahn understood perfectly that Yamato wanted to experience the adventures of Kazuki Oden. Her goal was to visit the islands the Roger pirates had explored and see the sites mentioned in the logbook. Using this as leverage, Kahn would always ignite Yamato's enthusiasm and interest whenever they neared the next island, only to assign her tasks before they could land. If you don't complete the mission, then we won't visit that island, he'd say. Pure of heart, Yamato was easily swayed by Kahn, who had mastered the art of manipulation. As a result, she had no choice but to continue learning the ways of womanhood with tears in her eyes. Whether it was due to her experience of learning how to walk in high heels or the fact that Yamato was only 18 years old and not as entrenched in her gender identity as described in the original story, Kahn quickly brought her into line. This was Kahn's method of therapy. By making Yamato take her studies on women's etiquette seriously and immersing her in lessons, she would come to realize her true self as a girl. With his natural observation haki, Kahn would seize on moments when Yamato felt conflicted or unsure of her identity, pushing her even further. This was his strategy. Whenever Yamato, now clad in a maid outfit and only allowed by Monet to wear safety pants when disembarking, was teased by Kahn, it brought a strange new feeling that made her blush for the first time in her life. Over time, as Monet taught her how to walk in high heels, master feminine etiquette, and even apply makeup and dress properly, Yamato's confusion about her gender began to ease. Kahn, now feeling satisfied with his efforts, was determined to cure Yamato's gender confusion completely. While Kahn focused on training his maid, the new world in the second half of the Grand Line became increasingly lively. The infamous pirate, red-haired Shanks, who had lost an arm in the weakest sea and stayed in other areas for a long time after leaving the East Blue, had finally returned to the New World with his red-haired pirates. Upon his return, Shanks made no secret of his ambition to rise to the top, making bold moves across the seas. One by one, pirates were defeated by the red-haired pirates, and their territories and pirate crews came under Shanks' control, flying the red-haired pirates' flag and becoming subordinate forces. While the red-haired pirates, much like the Whitebeard pirates, used a ship as their base of operations, the Red Force, and roamed the seas on their two-masted vessel, Shanks was far from a lone wanderer with a handful of crew members. In fact, the red-haired pirates had a vast network of affiliated pirate groups and territories. When Shanks and his crew engaged in battles, these affiliated forces scattered across the New World would rush to his aid, much like the dozens of pirate groups allied with Whitebeard. It was impossible to become a pirate emperor without a significant fleet and territories. Even Luffy, in the original story, needed his Straw Hat Grand Fleet to be recognized as a new emperor. As the Cross family continued to operate in a low-key manner, the red-haired pirates rose to prominence, and the year 1512 of the Sea Circle calendar became known as the Year of Red-Haired Shanks. In the headlines of Morgan's World Economic News, Shanks and the red-haired pirates dominated the coverage. However, there was one story that briefly stole Shanks' spotlight. Princess Ottoheim of the Ryugu Kingdom on Fishman Island was tragically assassinated by a man named Hody Jones. With the death of Princess Ottoheim, the ancient weapon Poseidon had officially awakened. Kahn knew that in a few years, when Shirahoshi sank into the depths of despair, he would step in as a knight once more to save her and claim the second ancient weapon for himself. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the end of 1512 in the sea circle calendar. On that day, while Kahn continued to monitor Nami from a distance and witnessed her survive numerous brushes with death, he encountered an unexpected surprise. Nami had met the first important person in her life. Chapter 159. The first noble person in Nami's life, according to the movie version of One Piece, is Kurina, a character from the movie Gold. Kurina is a skilled thief who took Nami under her wing when Nami was still young, long before Luffy came into her life. She taught Nami how to survive by using her wits, helping her navigate through her toughest years as an orphan. Kurina is smarter and an even better thief than Nami, a rational and strategic thinker like Nico, Robin, and Monet. It's no exaggeration to say that without Kurina, Nami wouldn't have become the little thieving cat we know in the main story. In the movie, Kurina and Nami team up to steal from a group of treasure hunters. However, things took a turn when they encountered Mad Treasure, a rare devil fruit user who consumed the paramecia-type chain fruit. The duo was defeated for the first time, and Nami, caught and scared, faced the closest brush with death she had ever experienced. It was Kurina who saved Nami by outsmarting Mad Treasure. She promised to return all the stolen treasure and even offered her own in exchange for their lives. Mad Treasure agreed, but gave her the ultimatum that if she didn't return by sunset, Nami would be killed. Kurina never came back, and Nami believed she had been abandoned. However, when Mad Treasure took Nami to retrieve her hidden treasure, they discovered that Kurina had already stolen it and left behind a mocking message. This clever move was part of Kurina's plan. She knew that if she simply returned the treasure, neither of them would survive. By making Nami appear as the worst off, Mad Treasure and his gang, feeling a sense of twisted satisfaction, spared Nami's life, allowing both girls to survive. Kurina's quick thinking and her ability to manipulate the situation to ensure their safety made her a pivotal figure in Nami's early life. Without her, Nami might never have developed the survival skills that later defined her as a cunning thief. After many years, Nami and Kurina crossed paths again. This time, Kurina used the Straw Hat Pirates for her own plans, and in the end, she even managed to steal an entire golden ship. These two incidents left a lasting impression on Kahn, who was deeply intrigued by the clever girl. Now that Nami had reunited with Kurina, Kahn decided it was time to take action. While playing around in a small town on an island with Nami, Kahn pointed toward where Nami and Kurina were and instructed Monet, "Monet, go get the girl with short orange hair and the one with short purple hair. Bring them back to the Grandine." "Yes, master," Monet responded without hesitation. As a dutiful maid, she didn't ask questions but nodded obediently. Activating her observation haki, which she had mastered over the past 2 years, Monet covertly initiated her surgical field. At the age of 20, Monet was reaching her peak abilities. Her surgical field could now cover an entire small town, and within that field, Monet was like a goddess. Everything, unless it had the power to resist her rules and conceptual control, was under her influence. Having a godlike perspective within the field was a basic skill for her. Before long, Monet had located Nami and Kurina. Whoosh! In the next instant, both Monet and the two girls vanished from the street, causing pedestrians nearby to scream in shock, with some even collapsing in fear. Ignoring the chaos, Kahn calmly took Yamato and Sugar to refill their freshwater supplies. Using his telekinetic powers, he effortlessly floated dozens of buckets from the store and headed back to the Grandine. Along the way, people were stunned to see the buckets floating behind Kahn, realizing that a powerful individual had come to the island. Wherever he went, people quickly cleared the way. Meanwhile, Nami and Kurina, who had been teleported onto the Grandine, were visibly shaken. For the 10-year-olds, this was beyond anything they had ever seen before. However, while Nami was purely terrified, Kurina seemed to recognize something. As she stared at the ship's canvas and flag, her eyes widened, and she muttered in a trembling voice, "No way! Why would someone this important be here?" Hearing Kurina's words, Nami sneaked a glance at Kahn, who was approaching with 2 tall and short maids, Yamato and Sugar, along with dozens of floating buckets behind him. Monet was about to use her powers to transfer the buckets when Nami leaned toward Kurina and whispered, Karina, do you know who that is? Karina's eyes widened even further as she looked at Nami in disbelief. You don't know him. Nami blinked, clearly clueless, which prompted Karina to let out a slight sigh of frustration. As a thief, especially one in the underworld, I can understand not knowing some of the bigger players. But not knowing the emperor of the pirate world, you didn't do any homework before deciding to become a thief. Emperor, overlord, Nami asked, utterly confused. Is he the emperor of a kingdom or something? Karina nodded but quickly corrected her. Well, you could say that, but he's not just the emperor of a country. Watching Monet and her crew, who had already begun their operations using their unbelievable abilities to make the buckets disappear, Karina explained to Nami as quickly as she could. That man is Kahn, the head of the Cross family. The Cross family is the ruler of the underworld. They control the world's largest arms, medicine, and entertainment businesses, with influence reaching across the globe. According to reports from various gossip magazines, Khan's wealth is so vast that he could buy several countries that are part of the world government. He's undoubtedly the richest man in the world. And while the Cross family isn't technically a pirate crew, they're considered one of the 3 dominant forces in the pirate world. Khan himself has a bounty of 4.555 billion berries, and some even say he's the strongest creature alive. Chapter 160. World, the richest man in the world, for 4.555 billion berries. After hearing Karina's words, Nami's mind was filled with those 2 labels. As she glanced at Kahn, who was chatting with Monet, she imagined mountains of gold and silver behind him, along with a mirage of endless stacks of berries. She thought, how rich is this? Nami once believed that the 100 million berries she needed to buy back her village from Arlong was already an astronomical amount. Even 1 million berries would be a fortune to Nami. Belmere had only 100,000 berries in savings, and because of that, she had to choose between herself and her 2 daughters. She chose to let them live and paid with her life. If Belmere had just 100,000 more berries, then none of them would have had to die. This is why Nami's thoughts always revolve around money. All of this was because she didn't have enough. She needed to gather 100 million berries to buy back her village from Arlong's grip. But now, before she even managed to collect 100 million berries, she found herself face to face with the world's richest man, who seemed to be taking an interest in them. This made Nami feel both uneasy and strangely tempted. The man in front of her wasn't just the richest in the world. He was also a formidable pirate with a bounty of 4.555 billion berries. And with that unimaginable strength, Arlong would certainly stand no chance against him. If this man would lend her 100 million berries or help her defeat Arlong, wouldn't she be able to save her village right away? And the fact that he had captured both her and Karina, maybe they were of some use to him. If selling herself could save her village, Nami wouldn't hesitate. Ever since she was 10 years old, she had been ready to sacrifice herself. Through his observation Haki, Kahn sensed Nami's internal struggle and impulses, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. It seemed like his nearly year-long wait wasn't for nothing. Over the past year, with the death of her adoptive mother and her resolve to join the pirates, Nami had become not just obsessed with money, but had also strengthened her determination and will. Though Karina might not have Nami's intelligence, in terms of willpower, she was definitely far behind her. Nami, at this moment, might still be far from the level of strength, and will she'd achieve at 18. But like the warriors of the Amazon, Lily trained in Haki, she had reached a passable level. That was enough for Kahn. Once the seed is planted, it will eventually grow. It seems you already know who I am. Pretending not to hear the conversation between the 2 women, Kahn floated up, flying from beneath the ship to the lawn-like deck, stunning both Nami and Karina once more with his ability to fly. Settling into a single sofa under the open sky, Kahn crossed his legs elegantly, looked at Nami and Karina, and with a smile extended an invitation. Well then, that makes things simple. Do you want to be my maids? Eh? Hearing this, Nami and Karina's eyes widened in shock, though their reactions were different. Nami couldn't believe that the first thing a man of Kahn's stature would ask was if they'd become his maids. Meanwhile, Karina, after a moment of disbelief, pointed at herself with a trembling finger, her voice quivering as she asked, "Maids, are we even qualified?" Yes, were they even qualified? Just like Karina had said to Nami earlier, despite both of them being just 10-year-old pirates, Karina had made enough preparations instead of just recklessly running off to steal like some foolish kid. Since the Grand Line is known as the graveyard for pirates, and the influential figures in the New World were far beyond their reach, people from East Blue had a limited perspective. Their worldview was narrow, confined to their small corner of the ocean. But Karina was different. As a thief, part of the underworld, Karina had already gathered extensive information about it before making her debut. Through her research, she knew about the existence of the Cross family. Karina might not know much about the Big Mom pirates or the Whitebeard pirates, only that they were among the ruling forces in the world of pirates. But when it came to the Cross family, she was fully aware. They dominated the markets of arms, drugs, and entertainment, especially entertainment. The Cross family was infamous for its Golden City, a ship made entirely of gold, hailed as the world's top entertainment hub. Through her studies, Karina also learned about the maids surrounding Cross Kahn. Though they were technically servants, they were servants of an emperor. Despite their title, these maids held positions of immense power and authority. Within the Cross family, they were second only to Kahn himself. They might have appeared to be mere maids, but in reality, they were top executives and enforcers in the Cross family. In other words, becoming Kahn's maid meant becoming a high-ranking figure in the Golden City. Not only that, but the current leader of the Golden City was rumored to be one of the maids who served Cross Kahn. So, it was no exaggeration to say that becoming Kahn's maid could propel someone from being a lowly thief to becoming one of the most powerful people in the world. Faced with such a life-changing opportunity, even a precocious and rational girl like Karina couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Karina's reaction made Nami, who had been in a daze, suddenly realize that being Kahn's maid was far from a simple servant's role. She then remembered how Monet had brought them onto the ship without them noticing, as well as Yamato and Sugar, one tall and one small, who were both dressed as maids and followed Kahn around. Nami, now fully understanding, immediately said without hesitation, "I'm willing." Nami, being clever, didn't rush to ask Kahn to help her defeat Arlong in exchange for becoming his maid. Instead, she figured that if she served him well, she could later ask for his help. When the time was right, and Kahn was in a good mood, he'd surely assist her. Seeing Nami's calculated thoughts, Kahn couldn't help but admire her even more. "Very good." On the surface, Kahn nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Karina and asked, "Of course, you're qualified. I don't choose maids based on potential, only on appearance and aptitude. Your appearance and qualifications meet the standards worth investing in." Kahn's words were blunt. He only cared about their appearance and aptitude. At his current level of power and influence, Kahn no longer needed to go through elaborate schemes or work his way into people's lives. If not for the fact that Nami was his chosen candidate for the Paramecia golden fruit, someone who was obsessed with money, and thus had the potential to awaken that power in the future, Kahn wouldn't have even bothered coming to East Blue himself. He would have simply sent Sanya, Monet, or someone else to retrieve Nami and bring her into the Cross family. "I'm willing too." After hearing Kahn's straightforward words, Karina let out a sigh of relief. Though both girls were already quite mature for their age, at 10 years old, they still didn't fully understand the complexities of relationships between men and women. Instead, Karina thought Kahn was complimenting them on their cuteness, which made her secretly pleased. So, without any hesitation, Karina also nodded. Only a fool would say no. Why had she turned to stealing at such a young age in the first place? Wasn't it to secure a better life? As long as she became the maid of the world's richest man, she'd be a high-ranking executive in the Golden City. Not only would she never have to worry about money again, but she'd also have powerful protection. Living as a princess wouldn't even compare to being a maid in the Cross family. And so, Kahn's team of maids grew by 2. Chapter 161. Different people need different approaches when it comes to handling them. For example, when dealing with the three sisters, Robin and Boa, as well as the two sisters, Koala and Monet, who are all trapped in darkness, Kahn would take on the role of the knight and hero they long for. He'd pull them out of their despair and use a gentle approach to help heal their psychological scars. However, for girls like Bakura, Yamato, and Kuina, who aren't shrouded in darkness, Kahn would instead invite them to become his maids. For Nami and Karina, Kahn opted for the second method as well. In fact, Kahn could have gone to the island and dealt with Nami before she left Kakasi village, using the first method to reshape both her and Nijiko. But Kahn chose not to. He had high hopes for Nami, the absolute lead female character in the original story, hoping she would awaken the Paramecia-type gold fruit and become the true ruler of the Golden City. For this reason, Kahn was willing to wait, silently protecting Nami for nearly a year instead of taking a direct approach to saving her and Karina heroically. The reason for not saving them heroically wasn't due to impatience or laziness in planning, but because, as a time traveler, Kahn knew that in order to secure Nami's loyalty, he had to help her free herself from Arlong's control. Once Arlong was dealt with, Nami's loyalty would naturally follow, given her character. Of course, after recruiting Nami and Karina, Kahn didn't rush to help Nami defeat Arlong immediately. Instead, he waited for her to ask for help on her own. Thus, Kahn left Nami and Karina under Monet's care for training, while he sailed the Grandine toward the 153rd Marine Branch. The 153rd Branch of the Marines was located in a small town called Shell's Town. This is where Luffy originally recruited Zoro. Kahn headed there in search of the Paramecia-type slip fruit. Of course, the slip fruit wasn't in Shell's Town itself, but in one of the nearby islands. Why was Kahn so sure? It was based on speculation. In the original story, after Luffy knocked Alvida away, the Marines came to rescue the merchant ship. Alvida managed to escape the Marines' pursuit by abandoning her ship and fleeing. With no boat, she would have had to swim to the nearest island. Having lost her ship and crew, Kahn bet that she would swim to a nearby island and, by sheer luck, found the slip fruit, which dramatically changed her life. Kahn, with his unique perception and past experience in tracking down devil fruits, was confident that he wouldn't be wrong. Besides, it was all to pass the time anyway. Much like how Whitebeard and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, or Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, hadn't crossed paths in decades. Once someone reaches an overlord level of power, unless there's a major conflict or an exceptionally close bond, it's not uncommon for overlords to go 10, 20, or even more years without meeting each other. The top officers of these overlord forces can easily handle any threats below their level. There were still 10 years before the era of chaos would arrive, and Kahn had plenty of time to relocate his base to the waters near Wano. He could take his time, even spend nearly a year just traveling. With that much time, Kahn could focus on training Nami and Karina while also searching for the Paramecia-type slip fruit. But life always has a way of throwing in unexpected surprises. Just when Kahn was preparing to head to Shell's Town, things started developing between him, Nami, and Karina. As he watched them undergo Monet's rigorous training, their expressions growing more serious with each passing day, it became clear that their affection for Kahn had grown considerably. The two clever girls soon realized that their master wasn't the harsh figure they had first imagined, but a kind and gentle man with a warm heart. Nami, upon realizing this, was thrilled. She often thought about asking Kahn for help, but hadn't been by his side long enough to build up the courage to ask. Tilda. Just as Nami was hesitating, Kahn received a phone call that caught him by surprise. "Found the lantern fish, really?" Kahn exclaimed, standing up excitedly while watching Nami and Karina practice their maid duties in their uniforms. "Good job, Robin, you're in charge of this. Tell Hancock to bring the Vivre card and coral bubbles and use the electric field to teleport to the lantern fish. Even if you can't kill it, make sure to get inside its stomach and wait for me to return to the New World. I'm currently in East Blue, but I'll be back in the New World in 2 days." After hanging up the call, Kahn turned to Monet and the others, who were curiously watching. "Monet, take care of Yamato and make sure Nami and the others are safe. Continue exploring East Blue for a while. I'll head back to the New World and return for you soon." "Yes, Master," Monet nodded obediently. "Master, are you really going back to the New World? To find the lantern fish? Can I come with you?" Yamato asked excitedly. Having been in East Blue for almost a year, she was bored of the weakest sea and eager for new adventures. If it weren't for Kahn's ongoing devil fruit search, she would have been demanding to explore new waters already. "Don't make a fuss," Kahn said, giving Yamato a playful slap. "I have important business to attend to. Stay here and protect Monet and the others. I'll be back soon." With a single powerful leap, Kahn soared tens of meters into the air. Under the stunned gazes of Nami and Karina, whose jaws nearly dropped to the floor, he transformed into a massive sky dragon, nearly 200 meters long, with wings spanning over 100 meters. As he took flight, a gust of wind sent Nami and Karina tumbling down while Kahn headed towards the North Blue. Kahn was confident he could return to the New World within 2 days. After all, East Blue and North Blue were only separated by the Red Line, and from North Blue, all it took was crossing the calm belt to reach the New World. That was the advantage of flight. For most, unless they were with the Marines, entering the New World from East Blue required traveling through the first half of the Grand Line, reaching its end, then coating the ship to pass through Fishman Island or abandoning their vessel to cross Mariewa. Such a journey, even for a large ship, would take at least 2 weeks without resupplying. But for Kahn, who could fly, the journey was much shorter. As the massive sky dragon became a black dot in the sky and disappeared, Nami and Karina, who only knew Kahn had a bounty of 4.555 billion berries, finally began to grasp just how powerful their master truly was. At that moment, any hesitation Nami had felt was washed away. She turned to Monet, her expression softening into a pitiful look. "Sister Monet." Chapter 162. Kahn is incredibly fast. He is nearly 200 meters long, with wings spanning more than 100 meters. With a single flap of his wings, he can soar hundreds of meters away. After using telekinesis to eliminate the air resistance, Kahn's speed more than doubled. A nearly 200-meter-long dragon, flying through the air at a speed unfitting for its massive size, was a sight to behold. If Kahn flies at a high altitude, in the White Sea and the White Sea, he might only frighten some marine life or the residents of Sky Island and small Sky Islands. However, when flying at low altitude over the Blue Sea, wherever he passes, those below, whether civilians, pirates, or seasoned fighters, are all overwhelmed by the presence of a mythical creature. Faced with the dragon speeding by, bringing gusts of wind too strong to resist, their strength seemed laughable and their insignificance undeniable. This is the gap between dimensions. It's similar to when Kaido, having become a fully fledged emperor of the sea, would go on death-defying rampages, constantly testing his title as the strongest creature in the world. Strongest one-on-one fighter, and the strongest being in the sky, land, and sea. Instead of flying over the Red Line or staying in the White Sea and White Sea areas, Kahn chose to fly low over the Blue Sea, ensuring those who encountered him felt the presence of the world's strongest creature. Ambitious individuals who merely glanced at the dragon flying above were not only knocked down by the powerful winds, but also had their ambitions and dreams crushed by the overwhelming presence of the strongest creature. In less than 2 days, Kahn had returned to the New World from East Blue. During this time, he used the Den Mushi to give instructions to Robin and Viola multiple times. As for Hancock, she had gone missing. Apparently, she had already ventured into a place where the Den Mushi couldn't reach. Upon returning to the New World, Kahn didn't return to Wano, but took out Hancock's Vivre card. Following its guidance, he arrived at a certain sea area in less than half a day. Kahn then shifted from his full dragon form back to his human form. His body was covered with a layer of telekinetic force, and a transparent blue barrier enveloped him as he rapidly descended into the sea below. Before long, Kahn passed through the sunlit layer and entered the deep sea, where it was pitch black. Not long after, Kahn noticed a bright light in the depths, similar to the glow of Fishman Island's Eve tree. However, this light was golden. Upon closer inspection, it came from the lifeless body of a lanternfish, its head still illuminated. It was massive, the size of an island, and would likely take years before other fish and sea kings consumed it entirely. Yes, the lanternfish was dead. The one responsible for its death was unmistakably Hancock. Using his telekinesis, Kahn formed an invisible hand and opened the fish's mouth, allowing him to enter. Once inside, Kahn's unique perception detected Hancock's familiar presence. Sensing him as well, Hancock's presence quickly moved toward him. "Master, I missed you so much." Just as Kahn entered the first stomach of the lanternfish, a flash of lightning lit up the air ahead of him. Then, Hancock, wearing a black cheongsam that no longer bore the nine-snake emblem, but instead the celestial dragon insignia, rushed into Kahn's arms. Her long, graceful legs wrapped tightly around his waist as she shouted with a mix of excitement and resentment. "I missed you too," Kahn said as he held her tightly, lifting his head to kiss her passionately in midair. It had been nearly a year since Kahn and Hancock had seen each other, though they spoke over the den mushy daily. If it weren't for the pressing circumstances and the poor environment, Hancock would have already insisted on some intimate time with Kahn inside the lanternfish. After their intense kiss, Kahn subtly accessed Hancock's recent memories. Without asking any questions, he took Hancock to meet Miskina Asir and his daughter, Miskina Olga, the inventors of pure gold. Hancock had been inside the lanternfish for nearly 2 days, but being poor at communication, hadn't approached Asir and his daughter. Instead, she wandered the 3 stomachs of the lanternfish, waiting for Kahn's arrival. Meanwhile, Asir and his daughter had discovered that the lanternfish was dead. Being a brilliant scientist, Asir had also tracked the creature's location, noting that it remained in the deep sea. He had already begun experimenting with materials found inside the lanternfish to create something that might help them survive temporarily underwater and return to the sunlit layer or even to land. When Kahn and Hancock approached, Asir was startled to see other humans but immediately became cautious, especially since he possessed the treasure that was pure gold. His wariness increased as he observed Kahn and Hancock closely. However, Asir's skepticism soon turned to joy. "Is it true? Do you have a paramecia-type Opop fruit user with you?" Asir asked Kahn excitedly. What thrilled Asir was the mention of the Opop fruit. Pure gold was originally created as a desperate attempt to keep his terminally ill daughter, Olga, alive. In that era, there were only 2 ways to save someone suffering from a terminal illness: obtaining the ultimate devil fruit, the Opop fruit, or using the forbidden pure gold. While pure gold could extend Olga's life, it couldn't cure her illness. So, even though she had lived for nearly 200 years, she still appeared sickly. Asir knew that if Olga's health could be fully restored, he would gladly give up all the pure gold he had. His treasure meant nothing compared to his daughter's life. He was willing to part with it if it meant Kahn could heal her. Kahn promised to help cure Olga once they left the lanternfish, but in exchange, Asir would not create a second piece of pure gold, a miracle that could disrupt the balance of the world. Kahn also demanded that Asir align with the Cross Guild in return for his help. Without hesitation, Asir agreed. As a result, Kahn effortlessly obtained pure gold, which was said to be valuable enough to buy the entire world. When Hancock saw the pure gold shimmering with its golden light and emitting a radiant energy capable of extending life, her anxiety about aging vanished in an instant. For the next few hundred years, she would remain the most beautiful woman in the world. Even if another woman's beauty could rival hers, that person would either become her sister or only maintain her peak appearance for a fleeting 10 or 20 years. The title of the world's most beautiful woman was hers to keep. Chapter 163. After successfully obtaining the pure gold, Kahn used his telekinetic powers to bring Hancock and the others back to the surface from inside the lanternfish. Under the astonished gazes of Asai and his daughter Olga, their eyes wide and mouths agape, Kahn transformed into his full dragon form. Using telekinesis, he carried Hancock and Olga on his back, while poor Asir was wrapped in a psychic barrier and held in Kahn's claws. Pretty girls could ride on his back, but men weren't as lucky. Once the air barrier was removed with telekinesis, Kahn flew toward East Blue with the three of them. Hancock wasn't planning to return to Amazon Lily. Instead, she intended to follow Kahn to East Blue. After nearly a year apart, and having finally taken the last step with Kahn, she wasn't ready to leave him. Kahn didn't convince Hancock to return to guard Weno Kuni either. There was no longer any threat to Robin and the others there. Even though the red scabbards had their limbs reattached and were no longer dolls, they weren't the same red scabbards they once were. Ashura Doji, Denjiro, and Kawamatsu, three of the red scabbards, had been overtaken by the Kyuja warriors, who were more like legendary men than women. After turning into tough fighters, they had been transformed into dolls by Sugar, and even though they returned to their human forms, they were now powerless. Unless a Marine admiral suddenly invaded Weno Kuni, Robin was in no real danger. Even if an admiral entered Weno Kuni, Sanya, who had become the new leader of the Grantine New World, would quickly rush to the scene. While Sanya might not be able to defeat an admiral, the admiral wouldn't be able to take her down easily either. At night, even an admiral would have to retreat. Just one touch from Sanya could weaken them significantly, making escape impossible. However, due to the deep collaboration between Kahn and the world government, it was unlikely that the three admirals would enter Weno Kuni, and even the Marines couldn't approach the country. When deals were made, all world government ships docked at Dressrosa's harbor. If any powerful figures entered Weno Kuni, as long as they weren't Logia admirals, Sanya could handle them with ease. Sanya, with her concept-based powers, was capable of taking on much stronger opponents. The journey from the New World to East Blue took Kahn 5 days, mainly because Asir and Oroka were regular people. Unlike Kahn and Hancock, who could go without food or sleep for days, they needed to rest and eat. Oroka, plagued by illness, relied on pure gold to keep her alive, but it couldn't cure her. As a result, she needed even more rest than usual. Kahn, as always, was patient with those he found useful. In order to gain the trust of the father-daughter duo, Kahn was considerate and planned to have Asir, the scientist who invented pure gold, assist with the research on pacifistas and seraphim to ease some of the pressure. This thoughtful gesture won both Asir and Olga over, especially Asir. When Asai witnessed Kahn transform into a nearly 200-meter-long dragon, he realized that Kahn was indeed a prominent figure of this era. The claim about having the Paramecia Apop fruit definitely wasn't a lie. Excited about the upcoming trip to East Blue, Asai was eager to see what awaited them. Upon arriving in East Blue, Kahn contacted Monet via Den Den Mushi and headed toward Logtown. As they neared the town, Kahn reverted from his dragon form to human form, using telekinesis to gently bring Hancock and the others down onto a rocky beach. "Master, Sister Sama," Monet greeted respectfully as she appeared with Sugar, Nami, and Karina, using her teleportation ability via the room. Monet and Sugar greeted Kahn and Hancock as soon as they arrived. "Long time no see, Monet, Sugar," Hancock responded with a smile, then glanced at Nami and Karina, who were staring at her in awe. Smiling slightly, Hancock asked, "These two are new members of the family? My new sisters?" "Yes, my lord," Monet confirmed with a nod. She then addressed Nami and Karina with a serious tone. "This is the head maid of our cross family, the most beautiful woman in the world, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. You can call her sister or Sister Hancock. Now introduce yourselves to your elder sister." "My lord, my name is Karina, and I am 10 years old this year," Karina introduced herself loudly, immediately understanding Monet's message. The elegant maid before her seemed to take etiquette very seriously. Sister, my name is Nami, and I am also 10 years old this year." Nami followed Karina's lead, quickly introducing herself. "Well, I'm glad to meet you both," Hancock said majestically, then turned to Kahn and asked, "Master, you've stayed in East Blue for so long. Haven't you found the devil fruit you were looking for?" It seems like it was a false lead," Kahn replied, casting a glance at Nami before adding, "Once Monet helps Olga recover from her illness, we'll return to the New World." Hearing this, Nami's face paled, but before she could say anything, Monet spoke up. "Master, before we return to the New World, there's one place we need to visit first." "Where?" Kahn asked, already knowing the answer thanks to his observation haki. Nami's hometown, Monet replied half-truthfully. While you were away, I discovered that Nami had something weighing on her mind. It turns out her hometown is currently occupied by some small-time pirates from the Grand Line, and her adoptive mother was shot and killed by them. After witnessing your strength, Nami asked me to help her get rid of those pirates. But I believe this is something you should handle, Master. As Monet finished, Hancock's reaction startled both Nami and Karina, giving them a clearer understanding of Hancock's fierce personality. Zzz. Hancock's beautiful face was filled with righteous fury as blue and white electric arcs sparked around her. Even Asir and Olga instinctively backed away as she exclaimed, "Who are these scum who dared to bully my sister's family?" Karina's eyes sparkled with admiration, utterly charmed by Hancock's fierce and protective nature. What an amazing big sister, she thought, completely captivated by Hancock's presence. Chapter 164. Hancock is a very arrogant woman. How arrogant is she? She's so arrogant that only one word can describe her: double standard. In her eyes, the Cross family is the ultimate authority. Members of the Cross family can bully others, but no one is allowed to bully them. Although she has no direct connection to Nami or Karina, the bullying of her family members makes Hancock feel like the dignity of the Cross family has been challenged. Because of this, Hancock immediately intends to kill those small-time pirates from the Grand Line. I have to say, with Hancock's sensitive character, if someone isn't part of her own group, no matter how beautiful they are, she would have the urge to kill them. But if they are on her side, then her personality becomes incredibly reliable and appealing. It's no wonder Karina was won over by Hancock. It was only natural. I see a group of fishmen from the Grand Line. Kahn, who had known everything for a while, wasn't angry. Instead, he brought Hancock and the others on their way back to the Grand Line. After learning about the situation in Kakasi village, he pretended to think deeply and suddenly said, "I remember now, some time ago, after Sea Night, Jinbei became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He did bail out a group of fishmen to the world government. These fishmen, like Jinbei, were once members and officers of the Sun Pirates, but after they were released, they didn't agree with Jinbei and chose to go their own way, leaving the Grand Line. It seems these pirates came to East Blue after leaving the Grand Line." Upon hearing this, Hancock slightly frowned and said, "I think I remember Robin mentioning something like this. How could this happen?" On the other hand, Nami's beautiful eyes filled with tears as she struggled to accept the situation. Arlong and the others had actually been prisoners, but were released on bail because a crewmate of theirs became a warlord of the sea. After they were freed, they formed their own crew and left the Grand Line, but they chose the waters of East Blue, specifically Kakasi village, which resulted in Belmir's death. At that moment, Nami was filled with hatred towards the warlord of the sea, Sea Knight Jinbei. This hatred was something that couldn't easily be resolved. In the original story, Nami forgives Jinbei because her adoptive mother had been dead for 10 years. She was rescued by Luffy, and Luffy's importance in her heart outweighed everything else. And since Jinbei was Luffy's ally, kind-hearted Nami chose to forgive him. But now, with her adoptive mother's death just half a year ago, time hasn't healed Nami's hatred. Plus, Jinbei hadn't saved her captain's life, so there was no reason for Nami to forgive him. Kahn's observation haki sensed Nami's inner thoughts. He didn't expect this butterfly effect to hit again. So Kahn asked, "You want revenge?" Nami nodded vigorously, tears in her beautiful eyes, and said in a choked voice, "Master, I want revenge." "In that case, become a battle maid and gain the power of a devil fruit," Kahn said with a slight smirk. Kahn never expected that his words would spark such a butterfly effect, pushing Nami from a mere obsession with money to an even stronger drive for revenge. Now, she wasn't just focused on wealth, revenge had become a powerful motivator. And with her luck as the absolute female lead, it was almost certain that Nami would awaken the powers of the Paramecia-type golden fruit. After returning to the ship, Kahn pulled out the Paramecia-type golden fruit that he had brought with him earlier. Handing it to Nami, he said, This devil fruit is one of the strongest paramecia fruits. It's called the golden fruit. Golden fruit, as the name suggests, allows you to enhance and control gold after you eat it. The more gold you control, the stronger you'll become. Pausing slightly, Kahn continued, "Since money is your obsession, this devil fruit suits you perfectly. There's a stash of gold in the Grandine's cabin. After you eat this devil fruit, I'll give it to you, and you can use it to kill your enemies yourself." Indeed, Kahn had prepared both the gold and the devil fruit ahead of time, planning to give them to Nami once she was ready. He wanted her to face her enemies herself. Helping her exact revenge would have an impact, but personally delivering the finishing blow would leave a far greater effect. The exhilaration of revenge, the feeling of taking a life for the first time, all of this would transform Nami's willpower. And willpower is closely tied to haki. A strong will not only makes it easier to awaken haki, but also ensures that its strength and quality are superior to others. Unless Nami wanted to remain weak, Kahn would not take revenge for her. And Nami seemed to understand exactly what Kahn meant. She took the paramecia-type golden fruit from Kahn and said sincerely, "Thank you, master." Without further hesitation, Nami bit into the golden fruit. The moment she did, her face twisted in disgust as it turned purple. Despite the urge to vomit, she forced herself to chew and swallow the first bite. Just as she was about to take another bite, Kahn reminded her, "One bite is enough. Devil fruits only take effect after the first bite. The rest is just bad-tasting fruit." Hearing this, Nami immediately tossed the remaining devil fruit overboard. "Now feel your body and see if there are any changes," Kahn said. Then, turning to Karina, who was curiously watching Nami, he asked, "Karina, do you want to be a life maid or a battle maid?" Master, can I think about it for a while?" Karina asked with her usual playful smile. As a rational girl, Karina never made decisions hastily. Whether it was about stealing or something as significant as becoming a maid, she preferred to gather as much information as possible before deciding. She wasn't driven by revenge like Nami, and didn't yet know enough about devil fruits to make an immediate choice. Her plan was to learn more about them before deciding which path to take. Karina, who had never even seen a devil fruit encyclopedia, wanted to study it before deciding whether to become a life maid or a battle maid. Kahn, who could read her thoughts with ease, admired Karina even more. Rational and careful talents like hers were extremely rare. He even began to wonder if he could entrust her with a very precious devil fruit in the future. While Nami was still feeling the changes within her body, Kahn sailed the ship out of Logtown and asked Monet to help heal Orogia. Using the powers of the Opop fruit, Monet quickly extracted and eliminated the virus causing the terminal illness, curing the hopeless condition within half an hour. The paramecia-type Opop fruit truly was unbeatable. Chapter 165. Gold is actually a very soft metal, and unless you've mastered armament haki, it's not ideal for combat. However, the most powerful aspect of the paramecia golden fruit isn't turning your body into gold, but controlling gold itself. The upper limit of how much gold the golden fruit user can control is unknown, similar to how you could manipulate the gold inside the cabin of the Grandine Right after eating the paramecia-type golden fruit. Besides the unknown limit on how much gold can be controlled, the user can stretch, deform, and fuse gold to form massive structures. Although you can't create gold from nothing, and before awakening you can't turn objects into gold just by touching them, theoretically, anything made of gold will fall under your control. What's more, you don't even need to touch the gold to control it. As long as it's within your range, you can manipulate it. With that in mind, your imagination isn't limited by gold's softness. Since you can sense and control gold remotely, you could melt soft gold and combine it with other elements to form a hard alloy. That alloy would still be under your control. If you use the alloy to create a massive, living structure and hide inside it, your opponent won't stand a chance unless they could break through the alloy's defense. Additionally, you could turn gold into fine powder, which could enter your enemy's body through their nostrils or ears, allowing you to control them by manipulating the gold inside. After Monet cured Olga's terminal illness 200 years ago, Nami also sensed the potential of the paramecia golden fruit. Kahn, who had high hopes for her, began teaching her how to develop the abilities of the golden fruit, even giving her all the gold aboard the Grandine. Not only that, but Kahn also took her to a bustling island, found the black market using special markings, and bought large quantities of iron ore and other elements. He then had Hancock help Nami in producing metals with a cauldron. He taught her how Guild Tesoro used the golden fruit, and watched as Nami created a small golden titan using a mix of gold and alloy. Seeing how defensive the alloy was, Kahn, who had a hidden scientific background, immediately imagined the destructive power if laser technology were added to the titan. Unfortunately, the Grandine didn't have the necessary equipment, or Kahn would have acted right away. However, with Nami's current strength, defeating Amir Arlong would be effortless. There was no rush. Kahn planned to help her gradually improve after returning to the New World. So, Kahn and his crew headed straight to Kakasi village. 3 days later, the Grandine arrived at Kakasi village. On the way, Kahn's group was attacked by Mamu, the sea cow that Arlong had brought from the Grand Line to East Blue. That night, Mamu became the crew's dinner. Once in Kakasi village, Kahn sent Monet and Sugar to help Nami confront Arlong, while he and Hancock cleaned up the scattered fishermen to prevent any future issues. Kahn intentionally stayed back. After all, Arlong must have recognized Kahn and Hancock's identities. Facing a pirate emperor from the New World and the pirate empress, Arlong would be petrified. After being schooled by Borsellino, he likely wouldn't even have the courage to fight back. This approach didn't align with Kahn's plan to let Nami develop on her own. So Kahn specifically asked Monet, who wasn't on the Marines' radar and rarely appeared in public, to escort Nami. Karina, eager to see how Nami would take her revenge, also volunteered to tag along. With Monet's spatial abilities, which were even more impressive than her sister Hancock's lightning-based powers, both Nami and Karina felt completely safe. Especially Karina, who didn't believe that anyone in East Blue, not even someone with a bounty of over 30 million berries, could stand up to a pirate emperor's forces. Even if the pirate emperor didn't act personally, sending a trusted subordinate would be more than enough to dominate East Blue or even any of the 4 seas. And Nami's rapid transformation, in just a few days, made Karina believe that maybe Monet wouldn't even need to step in. She was right. Though Kahn and Hancock didn't follow them, they could still watch Nami's actions from afar thanks to their unique observation haki. Unlike the Nami of 8 years ago, who worked tirelessly and naively trusted Arlong's promise to release the village in exchange for 100 million berries, the current Nami was different. The pain of her mother's death, which had festered over the years, now filled her with a deep-seated hatred for Arlong. So, when she reached Arlong Park, where Arlong was lounging under an umbrella, basking in the sun, Nami didn't waste time with words. She transformed her small fist into gold and sent Arlong flying with a single punch. Immediately afterwards, Nami manipulated the alloy that Monet had provided and transformed it into a small golden titan, using it to crush Arlong. Whether it was his large saw blade, fishman karate, or his attacks with water, none of his techniques could break through the titan's defense, let alone harm Nami, who was safely hidden inside. In no time, Nami had beaten Arlong to the brink of death, his body broken and battered on the ground. Just as Nami was about to release her golden titan form, Monet spoke up. "Nami, kill him." Monet, who was usually gentle and kind, especially to her sister, was deadly serious at this moment. "Yes, Sister Monet," Nami replied, hesitating for a moment. The memory of Belle being shot flashed in her mind, but before any guilt could set in, Nami punched down with full force, smashing Arlong's head in. With her revenge complete, Nami felt an overwhelming sense of relief and joy. This feeling would be crucial for her future training in haki. While Nami was dealing with Arlong, Monet had already activated her spatial abilities to wipe out all the other fishmen in the area. However, there was one fishman who was treated differently: the octopus Hatchin, whom Kahn had specifically mentioned to Monet beforehand. Kahn didn't order Monet to spare Hatchin's life, as he had no deep connection with Rayleigh, and Hatchin wasn't Shaki's savior. To avoid any complications, Kahn instructed Monet to have Sugar turn Hatchin into a doll and then burn the doll to ashes, giving Hatchin a quick and painless end. People transformed into dolls feel no pain, whether they lose a limb or are burned to ashes. And based on experimentation, once a person turned into a doll is burned to ashes, they truly die. As long as the ability user doesn't lose consciousness, those who knew the doll will have no memory of them. So, even if Hatchin was reduced to ashes, Rayleigh and Shaki would never recall their memories of him. In terms of erasing memories, Sugar's powers were absolute. Even Kahn, who had traveled through time, had forgotten about Hatchin after his death. Luckily, before coming to Kahn village, Kahn had written down his plan to eliminate Hatchin in his diary. If he ever needed to remember, all he had to do was read the journal, which was kept in the most obvious place, and everything would come back to him. Chapter 166. Before Nami fought the Arlong, Kahn and Boa Hancock had already taken care of the other fishmen. Without Kahn needing to intervene, Hancock, with her sharp observation haki, used her lightning strikes to grill all the scattered fishmen in Kahn village. Unlike Enel's lightning, which isn't fatal, Hancock's lightning reaches a staggering 500 million volts. Now, her lightning can range from 0 to 300 million volts instantly without the need for charging. In other words, if Hancock desires, even her casual attack starts at 300 million volts. Against this kind of power, unless someone possesses armament haki of a high enough capacity or exceptional quality, they won't stand a chance. Even giants would fall charred and unconscious, emitting white smoke after being struck by Hancock's lightning. If giants can't withstand her blows, ordinary people or even enhanced humans are doomed. The fishmen, of course, were no exception. The terrifying sight of lightning raining down and obliterating the fishmen terrified many of the villagers who witnessed it. After the battle on Nami's side concluded, Kahn used his telekinesis to bring down Asai and his daughter, who had stayed on the ship and then walked towards Nami and Genzo. Kahn needed to help Nami reconcile with the villagers before taking both her and Nijiko with him. It had been almost a year since Belmir had been killed. During Nami's absence, while she was out stealing, Nijiko had already secretly told the villagers about the 100 million berry deal between Nami and Arlong. Now, the villagers were merely pretending to ignore Nami as part of a coordinated act. Once the bodies of Arlong and his crew were thrown in the village square, the villagers would definitely gather immediately upon seeing them. After Kahn meets with Monet and the others, the revenge is complete. Nami, crying in Monet's arms, turned to Kahn with teary red eyes and said, "Master, thank you. Thank you for giving me the power to take revenge." Her voice choked up, and she couldn't finish the sentence. However, as Kahn had suspected, Nami's heart had begun to shift towards him. In terms of a game metaphor, Kahn had completed the bond mission and fully won over Nami, the future world's greatest navigator. "You're welcome, let's reconcile with the villagers first." Kahn placed a hand on Nami's head, gently patting her, before using his telekinesis to lift the corpses of Arlong and his crew, carrying them to the square in Kahn village. "Nami, what's going on? Nami, are you okay? Nami, who are they?" Just as Kahn expected, when the bodies of the fishmen were piled in the village square, the villagers, despite pretending with Nami earlier, gathered anxiously and worriedly around her. Seeing the villagers care so much about her, Nami, who was clever, realized that Nijiko had informed them. She wept, grinning through her tears, and said, "Everyone, it's all over now." That night, the bodies of Arlong and his crew were thrown into the sea to feed the fish, while a huge bonfire lit up the square as the villagers held a lively banquet, singing and dancing in celebration. However, Kahn, Monet, and the others didn't join in. They had other matters to attend to. Monet, using the abilities of the Opop fruit, helped Nami remove the dragon pirate's tattoo from her arm. In its place, Nami tattooed the symbol of the Cross family where the old tattoo once was. Now, Nami felt more grateful to Kahn than nostalgic for Belmir. While Monet erased the tattoo, Kahn extended an invitation to Nijiko, offering her a position as a maid. Surprised and slightly flustered, Nijiko's heart fluttered, but she declined, wanting to stay behind to tend to Belmir's orange grove. Kahn, whose observation haki allowed him to sense her emotions clearly, only smiled and, without hesitation, revealed his next move. He asked Monet to expand her room and used his telekinesis to carefully lift Belmir's entire orange grove, cutting it from the ground with precision. With the orchard floating behind him, Kahn smiled at the stunned Nijiko and asked, "Now you can come with us, right?" Moved by Kahn's gesture and not wanting to lose the last piece of Belmir, Nijiko finally couldn't resist and, with a bright smile, nodded. "Please take me with you, master." And so, the Cross family gained another member, bringing Kahn's team of maids to 13. The next day, Nami and Nijiko bid farewell to the villagers. Under their awestruck gazes, Kahn transformed into a massive dragon nearly 200 meters long. He then used his telekinetic powers to lift both the ship, Grandine, and the Orange Grove, leading them into the sky and heading towards the North Blue. After nearly a year abroad, Kahn was eager to return, knowing Hancock, Robin, and the others must miss him as much as he missed them. Now that he had obtained pure gold, Kahn wanted to share it with them. Unlike before, when he recruited Scarlet and Monet and let them explore freely, Kahn planned to let Nami and the others grow before taking them on more adventures. While traveling, Kahn also bought valuable materials through the black market, asking Hancock to use her skills to melt the pure gold and craft hundreds of pieces of jewelry, rings, necklaces, earrings, and pendants. Each piece glistened in its natural, radiant gold, for pure gold could not be plated with other materials, or it would lose its life-prolonging effects. Though the shimmering jewelry was unmistakably valuable, Kahn had no worries about others coveting it, as the Cross family feared no power. The more prominent pieces, like rings and earrings, were reserved for the powerful Hancock and others, while the life maids would receive necklaces and pendants. Kahn also planned to keep a special ring for each of the beautiful maids, giving them out when the moment felt right. Chapter 167. As Kahn thought, he had left Wano for almost a year, and in that time, no one had dared to challenge the Cross Guild. Not only that, aside from a few forces and individuals keeping a close eye on the Cross Guild, many in the New World didn't even realize Kahn had been gone for nearly a year. There were two main reasons for this. First, Wano's natural isolation gave the Cross Guild an advantage. Those who couldn't navigate the treacherous waters around Wano had no idea what was happening inside. Especially after the Cross Guild had defeated the Beast's pirates, Wano's territory had expanded. What was once just Wano and Onigashima had now grown to include 5 islands. As long as Kahn didn't venture toward Dressrosa and the Don Quixote pirates' stronghold, no one would know whether or not the world's strongest creature was in Wano. The second reason was that the major powers of the New World had been distracted by 2 key figures over the past year. One of them was red-haired Shanks, who had lost an arm in East Blue. No one expected that after mysteriously losing his dominant arm in the weakest sea, Shanks' strength would grow rather than weaken, except for his diminished swordsmanship. His haki, especially his Conqueror's haki, had only become stronger. Even seasoned warriors could find themselves overwhelmed by a single glare from Shanks. Combined with his formidable crew, the red hair pirates were few in number, but as sturdy as an iron fortress. Many crews, though larger in size, couldn't match their overall strength. Only a few could rival them in both numbers and power across the entire New World. As more pirate crews fell to the red hair pirates, others began flying their flag, becoming allied forces under Shanks' protection. Before anyone knew it, the red hair pirates, much like the Cross Guild before them, were rising to dominance among the great pirate crews. It had taken the Cross Guild 3 years to become a dominant force, solidifying their power after taking control of Amazon Lily. Now, the red hair pirates were on the same path, rising to prominence in nearly the same amount of time. At this moment, everyone could see a new superstar in the pirate world. But someone was standing up to challenge that rise. The second major player in the New World this year was Kaido, the Beast, who had been defeated by Kahn and driven out of Wano, forced to start over. Unlike Shiki, who had been handicapped by a steering wheel lodged in his head, lost his Conqueror's haki, cut off his own legs, and retired temporarily, Kaido's strength remained at its peak, and he was only growing stronger. Though Kahn had defeated him, Kaido accepted the loss, but that didn't mean he intended to step down from the New World stage. On the contrary, he viewed temporary defeat as just that, temporary. In Kaido's eyes, it didn't matter how many times he failed. All that mattered was winning eventually, and once he did, he'd take back everything he had lost. After being kicked out of Wano, Kaido remained quiet for only half a year before beginning his comeback. Kaido's method of starting over was the same as Shanks' approach, defeating both large and small pirate crews in the New World and forcing them to become subordinate forces of the Beast's pirates. However, unlike Shanks, who either overpowered or persuaded these groups based on their character, whether through sheer dominance or a loyal offer, Kaido had a more brutal approach. He would only show some respect if he saw a promising, strong recruit. Otherwise, he forced everyone else to submit. Once these groups surrendered, Kaido didn't abandon them. Instead, he led them to attack a key island. The island in question was one even a pirate emperor would rally forces to conquer, the former base of the Blackbeard pirates and the birthplace of the notorious pirate game Hive Island, also known as Pirate Paradise. No one knew Hive Island better than Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Whitebeard. The previous ruler of this island and their former captain was none other than Rox Tgthegood, the only pirate king of his era. Out of respect for their former captain, none of the new emperors, Whitebeard, Big Mom, or Kaido, had ever claimed Hive Island as part of their territory after gaining power. But now, Kaido saw Hive Island as the perfect place for his resurgence. By capturing it, he could quickly gather a large force, and within a few years, he could reclaim his position as one of the top pirate overlords. And so, Kaido successfully took Hive Island. The once lowly cabin boy had now risen to become one of the strongest in the world. Though he had been knocked down, he was still a pirate emperor. Meanwhile, with Kahn away in the East Blue for nearly a year, Kaido and Shanks had dominated the spotlight, setting the stage for a potential five-way battle in the New World. This shift was making both the Marines and the world government uneasy. For the Marines, the idea of 5 pirate emperors holding power in the New World was a nightmare. Their influence and control would shrink drastically. Even with 3 admirals and legendary figures like Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, they could only truly rely on the 3 active admirals and the Marine heroes. Fleet admirals like Sengoku couldn't leave Marineford without dire necessity, and the admirals had to divide their time between protecting New World, Marine headquarters, and the Holy Land, Mariewa. If the 5 pirate emperors ever decided to join forces, they could pose a threat as great as the Rox pirates had in their prime. Thankfully, the chance of such an alliance was nearly zero. However, what truly worried the world government wasn't just the possibility of a 5-emperor future, but the discovery made by Cypher Paul. While everyone, including the Marines, believed the New World would be ruled by 5 pirate overlords, the world government knew there was actually a 6th player. Amidst the chaos of Shanks and Kaido's rising influence, another force had been quietly growing. The Revolutionary Army, led by Monkey D. Dragon, son of the Marine hero Garp. The destruction of Ohara had been the catalyst that drove Dragon to form the Revolutionary Army. Over the past decade, it had quietly grown into a powerful force capable of challenging even Kahn and the pirate emperors. Though the Revolutionary Army's soldiers were largely made up of common people, and the weak, its sheer numbers were impressive, though not yet a match for the top-tier powers like Kaido or Shanks. Dragon was well aware of this. So, when he saw the technological advancements of the Cross Guild, the man whose goal was to overthrow the world government started thinking about the potential power of science. If the Revolutionary Army could harness technology, its strength would skyrocket. At this thought, Dragon couldn't help but remember Vegapunk, the brilliant scientist he had once met in Ohara, who had turned down his offer to join the revolution. And thus, a new plan began to unfold quietly in Dragon's mind. Chapter 168. The rapid rise of the 3 emperors, with only Kaido's return, left Kahn feeling a bit surprised and sensing a premonition. Is the fall of the future Marine headquarters a sign of Marshall D. Teach's luck running out. Could it be related to my high offer for the Logia dark fruit on the black market? Or will Kaido end up as a stepping stone for Teach in the future? Kahn wasn't sure which it would be. However, in the next 8 years, if Kahn succeeds in obtaining the dark fruit, it will point to the first possibility. If Teach ends up becoming the user of the dark fruit, then it will mean the second possibility. Thinking about this, Kahn began to look forward to the upcoming chaotic times. As for the rise of the other 2 emperors, that was entirely within Kahn's expectations. It's the same old belief: there's a theory of fate and luck in this world. Just like how Naruto Uzumaki in the neighboring Hokage world became the savior of the ninja world, Luffy, as the liberation fighter chosen by the Nika fruit, must have enough power backing him to stand against the final villain. And Shanks and Monkey D. Dragon, even the marine hero, are the forces supporting Luffy. There are still 8 years before the Sun of Destiny sets sail and 10 years before the Horn of Liberation sounds. Right now, Shanks and Dragon are the protagonists favored by luck, and no matter what they do, it will go smoothly for them. As long as Kahn doesn't interfere, he wouldn't be surprised if they became the dominant forces on the seas by next year. Their rise doesn't bother Kahn. The only ones nervous about their rise are the Marines and the world government. Moreover, the Cross family currently has no conflicts with the red-haired pirates or the Revolutionary Army. Even if Shanks and Dragon had 100 reasons, they wouldn't dare to challenge the Cross family, which controls the sea area around Wano country, a region easy to defend and hard to attack. And no matter how fast they rise, it won't match the speed at which the Cross family is solidifying its foundation. The Kyuja warriors have taken over the ninjas' bodies and can now use the powers of the paramecia, ripe fruit. The clever Robin has also mastered the steps to create duplicates. As long as the materials for making clones keep coming in, Robin and the Kyuja warrior who took over Nin's body can create batches of fully developed cyborg warriors. This year alone, the Cross family has invested countless billions of berries into duplicating and transforming people. The number of cloned and modified humans has already skyrocketed to 150,000. That number is huge. In the original Paramount War, 100,000 Marine soldiers filled the plaza. Now, with 150,000 clones and modified humans, each equipped with lasers, they could easily destroy the surface of a large island like Wano. With powerful physiques and advanced weaponry, 150,000 clones capable of both offense and defense, as well as long-range attacks, could easily overwhelm even a kingdom like Alabasta, which boasts hundreds of thousands of permanent troops. In other words, the Cross family already has the combat power of a superpower with its current forces. But Kahn wasn't satisfied with that. His goal was to have 500,000 clones before he acquired the technology to produce pacifistas and seraphim, and then phase out the clones. After all, these clones don't need food or water, just regular maintenance. Kahn wasn't worried about the 5 islands stopping him. With 500,000 duplicating and transforming humans, Kahn only actively uses about 300,000 of them. The remaining 200,000 are kept as spares, stored underground in the palace's foundation. The 300,000 active clones are spread out across the island ships and various islands in both the first and second halves of the Grand Line and the 4 Seas. As for Kahn's plans with his maids, after recruiting Nami and receiving the unexpected addition of Karina, he wasn't actively seeking more. Even if potential candidates existed, Kahn preferred to leave it to fate. The real issue was that Kahn's stock, referring to devil fruits, was running low. Of the 13 maids, only Kuina was about to undergo surgery, while Karina and Najiko still lacked abilities. Currently, Kahn only had 1 Logia Mira fruit, the strongest of its kind, with no one assigned to it yet. Initially, Kahn had planned to look for the Paramecia Slip fruit on his trip to East Blue. But the discovery of pure gold changed his mind. After securing the pure gold, Kahn only wanted to return to Amazon Lily immediately to share his joy with Robin and the others. He no longer had the patience to search the islands around Shell's town for the slip fruit. Among his non-ability maids, Kuina was a pure swordswoman who didn't want to eat a devil fruit. So, only Karina and Nijiko remained without devil fruit powers. Upon returning, Kahn had Karina and Nijiko follow Robin to receive training and expand their knowledge. He then presented them with the Logia Mira Mira fruit and gave them the choice to become a Mira Mira fruit user. For devil fruits of significant importance, Kahn carefully selected the maids who would consume them based on their compatibility. But for less critical fruits, he wouldn't force anyone to eat them. Despite the Mira Mira fruit granting the power to create fire and immunity to physical attacks, Karina declined. Nijiko also refused, feeling the fruit was too valuable to waste on her. Kahn didn't push them, instead putting the Mira Mira fruit away. He sent the two girls to Hancock to train them as Kyuja warriors. Since they lacked confidence, they would need to train to build it. Time flew by, and the sea circle calendar 1512 soon shifted into 1513. However, just as the new year began, disaster struck in late January 1513. Although the world government and the Marines swiftly covered it up, various intelligence networks still uncovered the truth. This event was the attack on Zephyr, the Black Arm, one of the last 3 Marine admirals while leading a Marine training ship. Pirates ambushed the ship, and aside from 2 students, all the others were brutally killed. Even Zephyr himself lost his right arm. The former Marine admiral had his arm severed, and most of his students were slaughtered before his eyes. It was an unbelievable event. When the different forces across the seas learned of the incident, they were shocked. This incident also pushed Zephyr, who had already lost his family to pirates, further down the path of darkness. It seemed only a matter of time before Zephyr would fully turn against the world government and the Marines. Chapter 169. The kindest Marine admiral has finally become fully corrupt. This reflects the current state of the Marines and shows just how corrupt the world government has become after ruling for 800 years. As the most powerful Marine admiral at Marine headquarters, even his family can be easily targeted and killed by pirates. This is a shocking reality. There's no protection for the families of soldiers, which shows that this accident wasn't caused by the Marines themselves, but by the world government or a CP organization. There's definitely a power struggle involved. When Kahn heard the news, he wasn't surprised at all. Just like Ueno Kuni's isolation for centuries, after relocating his base to a sea area as safe as the Calm Belt, Kahn either travels or stays on Amazon Lily, living the peaceful life of a reclusive scientist. In February of the Sea Circle calendar year 1513, with the help of Monet and Kahn, Kuina successfully underwent a genetic modification surgery and gained a semi-completed Lunarian physique. Why only semi-completed? While Kuina now has the physical traits of the Lunarian tribe, she lacks their natural ability to create flames. Even so, Kuina is more than satisfied. She managed to break through the physical limitations of being a girl without needing to become a boy. Overcome with emotion after feeling the changes in her body, Kuina couldn't help but embrace Kahn and cry tears of joy. At that moment, Kuina experienced a life-altering transformation. With her natural talent in swordsmanship and the advanced haki training of the Kyuja, it won't be long before Kuina becomes a master swordswoman skilled in both armament and observation haki, even learning to cut steel. Plus, this skilled swordswoman now possesses a strong physique, capable of surviving in almost any environment. Kuina's surgery was a success, and it gave Kahn, who had grown accustomed to his role as a scientist, a sudden surge of inspiration. Since the Paramecia Apop fruit could achieve what he envisioned, transforming a once fragile Kuina who could have died from falling down the stairs into a physically superior human with limitless potential, could he use the same surgery on clones? What if he used the ability of the Apop fruit to give the clones not only the Lunarian physique, but also the exoskeleton of Germa 66? The most remarkable feature of Germa 66 isn't their clone soldiers, but their enhanced physique that goes beyond human limits, skin that's incredibly tough and bones that heal themselves. It's almost like the awakening of a Zoan-type fruit, transforming people into something greater. After reading Vinsmoke Judge's memories and doing all his research, Kahn can now create both clone soldiers and enhanced humans. By combining Quinn's research, Kahn chose the latter: half-human, half-robot clones over the more human-like variants. Clone soldiers are just disposable troops with strong bodies. The enhanced version is more costly, but comes equipped with lasers like the pacifistas, plus Quinn's weaponry, making them formidable in both offense and defense, even at long range. After Kuina's successful genetic surgery, Kahn's imagination expanded even further. He realized he might not even need Vegapunk's knowledge to create something entirely new, a perfect creation different from both pacifistas and seraphim. Kahn, with the power of the Apop fruit, is fully capable of creating an exoskeleton that combines Germa 66's technology, the Lunarian physique, laser weaponry, and even the perfect battle suit from Germa 66. With this, the perfect creation would be a monstrous being, integrating offense and defense, capable of flight and underground escape, possessing a strong physique, incredible resilience, proficiency in both close-range and long-range combat, and even the ability to turn invisible. Such a creation might not fully rival the Seraphim from the original story, but the gap wouldn't be significant. Plus, with the ability to fly and turn invisible, even if it couldn't defeat the Seraphim, it could easily escape. With this realization, Kahn became filled with a new surge of motivation. After tending to his responsibilities with Robin and her daughters, Kahn delegated the task of establishing Grandine East Blue, Grandine South Blue, and Grandine North Blue to them. He then took Monet and the Kuja warrior who had inherited Aaron's body to his underground base to start bringing his inspiration to life. Once the perfect creation of the Cross family is born, the family's low-end and high-end combat power will surpass that of the other two pirate emperors in an instant. This would put the Cross family on par with, or even above, the three rising future emperors. At that point, the Cross family would undoubtedly become the strongest force in the pirate world's dark underworld. Even against the full force of Marine headquarters, they would be more than capable of holding their ground. The reason why the Marines remain the dominant force under the world government is that their high-end and low-end combat power combined far exceeds that of the New World's overlords. The Marine Fleet Admiral, the Marine Hero, and the three admirals are the five most powerful individuals at the peak of the world. They are just the tip of the iceberg. There are also admiral candidates, the 7 warlords of the sea, double-digit vice admirals, 3-digit rear admirals, and over 100,000 elite soldiers. Adding the regular troops stationed across the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line, the total Marine force is easily numbered in the millions. However, in terms of raw military strength, the Cross family may have an edge over the Marines. If a war like the Summit War were to break out now, with the Cross family involved, their 150,000 clone soldiers would overwhelm the 100,000 Marine elites. However, the sheer strength of the Marines' high-end combat power is staggering. If a direct conflict occurred, the Cross family would surely lose. That's why, for the Cross family to match or even surpass the Marines in terms of high-end combat power, the creation of the perfect work is crucial. This would be the key to overtaking the Marines. With this goal in mind, Kahn's motivation reached an all-time high. Once the perfect creation is realized, no matter how powerful the so-called Son of Destiny, his father, or their allies are, it wouldn't matter. Even if they joined forces, they'd still fall short. And so Kahn disappeared once again. The people around him had long grown accustomed to his periodic disappearances. Even the world at large had grown used to his vanishing acts, not to mention those close to him. It wasn't the first time the Cross family had kept a low profile. Since the end of the Sea Circle calendar year 1503, every time Cross Kahn made a major move, he would then go quiet for 5 years. And when the world had all but forgotten about him, he would suddenly re-emerge with an earth-shaking event, boosting his status even higher. It's now been 10 years since he entered the Grand Line, and Cross Kahn's actions can be counted on 2 hands. Even with such few appearances, he became the youngest Yonko, the second most powerful figure in the pirate world, and the undisputed representative of the new generation. Apart from some highly informed forces that knew he spent last year in East Blue, the rest of the world believed that Kahn had been laying low on Amazon Lily, just as he had in previous years. Chapter 170. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the sea circle calendar reaches the year 1514. This year holds special significance. It's time for the reverie. In previous reveries, the top 50 nations barely saw any changes. But this year, some unfamiliar names have made it into the top 50. Meanwhile, some familiar nations from previous years have fallen off the invitation list. Each country that dropped off had different reasons for their decline. Take the Drum Kingdom, for example. Once the world's leading medical power, their doctors were poached by the Cross Guild. As a result, they lost not only their main source of income, but also their reputation. This caused the Drum Kingdom to fall from its place as the world's top medical power to just an ordinary member nation. Ordinary member nations aren't eligible to attend the reverie. In the Drum Kingdom's place is the Kingdom of Dressrosa. Yes, the Kingdom of Dressrosa. As the saying goes, when one rises, those close to them rise as well. After Kahn became an emperor of the sea, the biggest beneficiaries were undoubtedly the Cross Guild's subsidiary forces. The world government has grown dependent on the Cross Guild's unique medicine, high-quality weapons, and seastone, benefiting both Capone Bidget in the West Blue and Scarlet in the New World, who now control both the underground and legitimate markets. In the West Blue, Capone Bidget has become so powerful that even the Marines must tread carefully around him. Not only is Capone Bidget the wealthiest person in the West Blue, but he also has access to thousands of replicators at his command, far more than even the Marines. Even the Land of Flowers, one of the dominant powers of the West Blue, dares not challenge Capone Bidget. Now, both the underworld and the world's weapons supply in the West Blue are controlled by the Cross Guild. In the past, Capone Bidget was part of the worst generation, but now he's one of the biggest winners. Unless Kahn specifically calls on him, Capone Bidget won't bother with the Grand Line anymore. After all, why focus on a small sea route when the vast West Blue offers so much more? Scarlet's Kingdom of Dressrosa has even become a favored ally of the world government. Although Kahn didn't make any public statements, everyone knows that the Kingdom of Dressrosa is the top affiliate of the Cross Guild. Backed by the Cross Guild, Dressrosa could easily leave the ranks of the world government's member nations. With the deepening cooperation between the Cross Guild and the world government, Kahn could easily ask for Scarlet's departure from the world government. And to secure Seastone from the Cross Guild, the 5 elders would likely agree. But Kahn didn't push for that. Instead, he ensured Scarlet continued to pay a hefty tribute each year. For Kahn, the world's richest man, that sum is nothing. But this gesture earned Kahn a good reputation with the 5 elders. This is a Yonko who truly understands how the world works. In the past decade, Kahn has only killed 1 celestial dragon, and that was because the latter broke the rules first. Otherwise, Kahn has kept a low profile, building up his family like a businessman rather than a pirate. His dealings with the underworld are marked by trust and reliability, with no complaints about his character. Most importantly, there's no D in Kahn's name, making him seem like a minimal threat to the 5 elders. As a result, the 5 elders don't mind maintaining a long-term, friendly relationship with Kahn, at least until they have the power to control the Cross Guild completely. The stronger Kahn becomes, the stronger the Cross Guild grows, which deepens their bond with the world government, possibly for good. Inviting the Kingdom of Dressrosa to the reverie is a clear sign of this friendship. Aside from the Drum Kingdom and Dressrosa, which saw changes due to the Cross Guild's influence, the other nations that were replaced on the top 50 list experienced internal upheaval. These kingdoms saw their royal families and nobles overthrown by their own people, with new rulers taking over. And the force behind these revolutions was none other than the Revolutionary Army. This year's reverie centers on the growing threat of the Revolutionary Army and its leader, Dragon. When the reverie ended, the headlines of Dragon shook the world. The headline read, The world's most ferocious criminal, the man with a 5 billion berries bounty. The cover, just one bounty poster. The portrait on the poster was of a man wearing a cloak and a tattooed face. This man had only one title and one name. Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon, wanted for 5 billion berries, dead or alive. The world government knows the full identity of Monkey D. Dragon, including his full name. Not only the world government, but also many Marines are aware of Dragon's lineage. Yet none of them have publicly revealed or printed Monkey D. Dragon's full name on the bounty poster. If Dragon's full name were revealed, it would be a huge blow to both the world government and the Marines. That's because Monkey D. Dragon is the son of Marine hero, Monkey D. Garp. Garp is a symbol of justice and the pride of the Marines. He's more famous than even the fleet admiral. Despite only being a vice admiral, Garp's authority rivals that of an admiral. Countless soldiers joined the Marines because of Garp's legacy. If the public knew that Garp's son had become the world government's top criminal, it would make Marines question their own sense of justice. So, the world government and Marine headquarters not only hide, but also deliberately suppress the truth about Garp and Dragon's relationship. That's why, in the original story, when Garp revealed Luffy's lineage to his subordinates, they were shocked. Some even claimed it was the first time they heard Dragon's full name. A starting bounty of 5 billion berries speaks volumes about how much of a threat Dragon is to the world government. If Dragon weren't a revolutionary, this bounty would make him surpass even Kahn as the second most wanted man in the world. Dragon's 5 billion berries bounty also brought the Revolutionary Army into the spotlight, making the organization world famous. Though they've operated far more quietly than the Cross Guild, the Revolutionary Army is now a rising star. But with this fame comes an influx of those who despise the world government and are desperate for change, joining the Revolutionary Army with hopes of toppling the rule of the Celestial Dragons. A new dragon slayer is rising at an incredible pace. Once this dragon slayer matures fully, it will be time for him to confront the evil dragon that has ruled the world for over 800 years. But whether the dragon slayer will become the next evil dragon or fall along the way remains to be seen. Chapter 171. The world gradually became familiar. In the underground base on Amazon Lily, Kahn looked at Monkey D. Dragon's wanted poster, whispering to himself so only he could hear. Having traveled to the end of Roger's era, if it weren't for the start of the game, Kahn would definitely have felt panic and confusion. After all, he was unfamiliar with that era. For an adult who had lived peacefully for over 20 years, accustomed to traveling by car or plane, suddenly being thrust into a pirate world full of islands and dangers would undoubtedly be overwhelming. But fortunately, fate was kind to him. A fortunate start gave him the strength to survive, even in the most dangerous seas. Being familiar with the story gave him an advantage, and after entering the Grand Line, it only took 10 years to build the Cross family into the world's #1 family, rivaling even the Whitebeard pirates. Now, it's only the Sea Circle calendar 1514. There are still 6 years left before the start of the story, and 6 years before the troubled times begin. Kahn was confident that he could sit securely at the top. Once the final step is complete, the perfect creation of the Cross family, Kahn would have the power to easily change the world. In this world, where fate and luck are considered real forces, if anyone could see luck, Kahn's would certainly be astonishing at this moment. Maybe it was his good fortune. Just as Kahn tossed aside Monkey D. Dragon's bounty poster and continued working on the Cross family, a phone rang suddenly. Peer tilde. Very few people knew Kahn's number. Only 3 kinds of people had it: his own people, the 5 elders, and contacts in the underworld. Of these, the majority of calls Kahn received were from his own people. But this time, it was someone from the underworld, bringing Kahn some thrilling news. Moshi, Your Excellency Kahn, there's news about the Logia dark fruit you've placed a bounty on. Upon hearing this, Kahn almost crushed the receiver in his excitement, but he suppressed his emotions and asked calmly, "Are you certain? Has this news leaked?" The ones who found the Logia dark fruit are a group of pirates. They know how valuable 10 billion berries are and are hiding in a place even we don't know. The contact from the underworld continued. We're unsure if the dark fruit is genuine. They only sent a photo, not the actual fruit, so it's difficult for us to verify its authenticity. Get in touch with them and tell them I'm the one who placed the bounty on the Logia dark fruit. I was also the one who put up the bounty for the Paramecia op-hop fruit back then. Kahn said in a deep voice, tell them if the Logia dark fruit is real, I promise they'll receive 10 billion berries and there will be no harm to them. However, if it's fake, I won't hold a grudge if they cancel the deal now. But if they're trying to scam me, even if they flee to the calm belt, they won't escape death. I understand, Your Excellency. The den mushy imitated the person on the other end, nodding as it spoke. I'll relay your message word for word. With that, the contact from the underworld hung up on their own. Peer tilde. Not long after, the den mushy rang again. As soon as Kahn answered, the person from the underworld said, Your Excellency Kahn, after the other party learned that it was you offering the bounty for the Logia dark fruit, they immediately requested a transaction. Where's the location? Kahn asked urgently. There in the Golden City. The den mushy's expression shifted slightly, almost appreciative. The pirates realize the Golden City is a place where even the strongest powers are restricted, so after obtaining the dark fruit, they hid there. That's a smart move, Kahn said, smiling. In that case, tell them to head directly to the Gold Hotel. I'll contact Sonia and have her make the deal in person. Understood, Your Excellency Kahn. The den mushy nodded before hanging up. Immediately, Kahn coordinated with the people from the underworld and Sonia, contacting the pirates in the Grand Line's New World. Peer tilde. Half an hour later, the phone rang again. Master, the item is here, Sonia's voice came through. Her first words brightened Kahn's mood, and he quickly asked, Are you sure it's real? It is, Sonia confirmed. I extracted their blood and confirmed the authenticity by reading their memories. The pirates did indeed find the devil fruit. It's not a fake. You didn't kill them, did you? Kahn frowned slightly. No, I handed over the 10 billion berries as instructed, Sonia quickly responded, knowing her master valued his reputation. You did well, Kahn said approvingly. No need to destroy the reputation we've worked so hard to build over some money. Exactly, Master, Sonia replied obediently. This deal is a prime example. If our Cross family wasn't so credible in the underworld, they wouldn't have dared to trade with us so decisively. In the underworld, we can be ruthless in other aspects, but in transactions, we must maintain credibility. Yes, Master, Sonia replied, following his wisdom. Wait for me there, I'll come to you now. With that, Kahn ended the call. After speaking with Monet, Kahn left the underground base, soared into the sky, and transformed into a full dragon form, heading toward the Grand Line's New World. A human-like smile crept onto his dragon face, clearly reflecting his joy. In just a few phone calls, Kahn had not only secured the most dangerous Logia dark fruit in history, but also confirmed something critical. He had become capable of influencing the so-called fate. In the original story, Luffy and Blackbeard were clearly destined enemies. Their growth paths, personalities, and even devil fruit powers were opposites. The Straw Hat Pirates and Blackbeard Pirates were rivals, destined to clash. Even though Kahn only saw the beginning of the final chapter before he traveled to this world, he was certain there would be a grand battle between Luffy and Teach, between the Straw Hat Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates. In the language of stories, if Luffy is the protagonist of destiny, then Teach is the villain of destiny. And the key to transforming Teach from a mere opportunist into the villain of destiny is the Logia dark fruit. Without it, Teach would just be an exceptionally strong pirate. Without the dark fruit, he'd lose his villainous aura and wouldn't become what he was in the original timeline. But now, with Kahn in possession of the dark fruit, he had effectively replaced Blackbeard, becoming the true villain of destiny. Chapter 172. With Kahn flying at full speed, it took him less than an hour to reach the skies above the Grandy New World. The people outside the Golden City building noticed that the bright, sunny day suddenly turned cloudy. A massive shadow blotted out the sun, covering the entire Golden City. Looking up, they saw the source of the shadow. A colossal blue sky dragon, nearly 200 meters long with wings spanning over 100 meters. Witnessing the world's strongest creature up close, countless people with weaker nerves felt their legs shaking violently. Many even collapsed to the ground in fear, their faces pale with terror. Those who had never seen Kahn in action had only heard from the news that he had destroyed an island in the Sabyati archipelago, fought evenly with the current Marine Fleet Admiral, and defeated Kaido, the former Emperor of the Sea. Even those who weren't initially afraid of Kahn became cautious upon arriving in Golden City. In the presence of the world's strongest creature, even a dragon slayer would feel despair. Of course, the only ones who were truly terrified were the 17-year-olds who had just entered the new world or newcomers visiting Golden City for the first time. As for the veterans, they were as amazed as always before returning to their usual calm. If the giant dragon had been Kaido's azure dragon form, these people would have been nervous, perhaps even scared. After all, Kaido had been defeated by Kahn, and his arrival could mean an attack on Golden City as revenge. But since it was dragon, there was no need for fear. Although the Grandine New World had seen several rulers, the true master of Golden City remained the one who rarely visited, staying most of the time on Amazon Lily, the world's strongest creature, Kahn. After arriving in the skies above the Grandine New World, Kahn swiftly reverted from his dragon form to his human form, disappearing from sight in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in the villa behind the Gold Hotel amidst the rockery and gardens. "Master, this is the Logia dark fruit." Sanya had been waiting for Kahn at the villa. As soon as he appeared, she immediately handed him the treasure chest she had been guarding. Kahn opened the chest, revealing the devil fruit inside. A slight smirk formed on his face. "Now, the power to control the future is in our hands." In truth, Kahn wanted to say that the Cross family now held the key to the inevitable chaos that was coming. With the Paramecia Apop fruit, the dream of creating the perfect fruit was no longer impossible. And with the Logia dark fruit, the masterpiece of the Cross family would undoubtedly surpass even the seraphim created by Vegapunk. After closing the chest, Kahn looked up at Sanya, who towered over him and smiled. "Sanya, you'll need to keep working hard for a little while. You can return home after the family creates the new clone." "It's fine. I'd rather stay here and help Master relieve your stress than be at home," Sanya said softly, her tone full of care. And she meant it. At home, Sanya often felt lost, unsure of what to do other than helping Robin occasionally. Because her two elder sisters, one with incredible strategic skills and the other a fierce warrior, are truly outstanding, they can handle any situation effortlessly. Following their lead would only make Sanya dependent on them. That's why, rather than staying with Robin and Hancock, Sanya prefers to remain in Grandine Paradise and the Grandine New World, where she's responsible for protecting these two island ships. Along the way, she also mentors Margaret, who is expected to become the captain of the new generation of Kuja pirates when she grows up. For Sanya, this work, which helps Kahn shoulder a lot of responsibilities, brings a deep sense of accomplishment. She doesn't feel as special or attractive as her sisters, but this role makes her feel valued. She actually enjoys it. Kahn, born with the ability to read hearts through his observation haki, easily sensed Sanya's inner thoughts. He was slightly surprised by what he saw but smiled and said, "Thank you, Sanya." Sanya nodded with a warm smile, feeling appreciated. After chatting with her for a bit and listening to her report, Kahn said, "If those undercover agents aren't causing too much trouble, just ignore them. But if they cross the line, lock them up. When you pass through the kingdom of Dressrosa, contact Monet to deal with them, either make them disappear from this world or take their hearts." Kahn wanted to free up his time, so he considered having Monet assist Sanya in managing the undercover agents from various forces. However, a sudden idea made him reconsider. Since the Cross family headquarters had already moved to Wano country, they rarely visited the Grandine New World or Golden City, except for vacations. The city was now merely a tool for making money for the family, and there wasn't much of value left for spies to gather. The undercover agents couldn't access any significant information, and thinking they could become a high-ranking member of the Cross family, like Bacala, was nothing more than a daydream. After discussing a few more things with Sonia, Kahn said his goodbyes and left the villa. He used his telekinetic power to lift off the ground and then transformed into his massive dragon form, heading back to Amazon Lily. In less than an hour, Kahn returned to the island. Upon arrival, he summoned Karina, who was training to become a warrior of the Kuja pirates, and handed her the Logia dark fruit. Yes, Kahn had decided that Karina would be the one to eat the dark fruit. In Kahn's view, the dark fruit had two primary strengths. The first is its ability to nullify an opponent's devil fruit powers by touching them. The second is its ability to guarantee that, after a devil fruit user dies, the power will transfer to the nearest fruit with a 100% chance. This is how Blackbeard was able to steal other users' abilities for his own crew. Unless one becomes a dual fruit user like Blackbeard, a person with the dark fruit is best suited for a support role. And Karina was Kahn's new trump card for the Cross family. Alongside her, Kahn had high hopes for both Monet and Robin. Robin had been a devil fruit user since she was young, and her potential had already reached its limits. But Monet, who now wielded the Opop fruit, and Karina, who would eat the dark fruit, were central to determining the future strength of the Cross family. Chapter 173. A. Karina, who had been called over by Kahn, held the Logia dark fruit in her hand, looking at him with a slightly astonished expression. "Master, do you want me to eat this devil fruit?" "Yes," Kahn nodded. "Since you haven't found a devil fruit you particularly like, you might as well eat this one." "Oh." Karina's interest was piqued. Is this devil fruit really special? If Kahn was suggesting this despite previously allowing them to choose their own devil fruits, it meant this one must be extremely valuable and important. Kahn nodded again. "Yes, this is one of the two most special devil fruits in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. As for the other, it's the Paramecia rubber fruit, which has both Paramecia and Zoan-like abilities. Its real nature is Zoan." Hearing this, Karina's curiosity grew. What makes this devil fruit so unique? "It's a Logia type." Kahn explained, but within the Logia class, it's the most unique. Its full name is the Logia dark fruit. As the name suggests, by eating it, you gain control over darkness. But its uniqueness lies in that, unlike other Logia fruits, it doesn't allow the user to become intangible and avoid physical attacks. Instead, the user has to endure twice the pain when injured. "What?" Karina gasped as Kahn finished speaking, her expression shocked. "You can't become intangible, and you feel twice the pain? What kind of terrifying power does this fruit give to make up for such a huge drawback?" "Exactly." Kahn looked at her with admiration, acknowledging her sharp mind. He continued, "The dark fruit is known as the most dangerous devil fruit in history. Its darkness grants a very fearsome ability. That ability allows the user to temporarily nullify the powers of any other devil fruit user they touch. This can render even the most dependent ability users completely powerless. Additionally, this fruit can defy the usual rules of devil fruits. As we all know, when a devil fruit user dies, their ability vanishes from their body, and after a while it reincarnates somewhere in the sea, waiting to be found again. There's also a rare phenomenon. If a devil fruit user dies, there's a small chance that if a fruit is nearby, the ability will transfer directly to that fruit and regenerate. Could it be? Hearing Kahn's last words, Karina, knowing full well her master wouldn't say such things lightly, felt a sudden realization wash over her, her eyes widening in shock. Kahn nodded once more. Yes, the dark fruit is called the most vicious ability in history, because its darkness can directly seize the devil fruit ability of a deceased user, making it 100% reborn onto the nearest fruit. Hiss. Even though she had guessed as much, hearing Kahn confirm it made Karina take a deep breath. Is there really such an unbelievable ability in this world? Karina was no longer the naive girl who had joined in late 1512. Since then, her sharp intellect had blossomed, and her decision to become Kahn's maid wasn't just driven by her love for money. By joining the Cross family, Karina had secured a future where she wouldn't need to worry about riches. More importantly, Karina wanted to use the influence of the Cross family to elevate herself. She had undergone maid training and knowledge lessons under Robin's guidance. Unlike Monet or Hancock, Karina didn't strive for power. Instead, she admired Robin's intelligence and wisdom, seeing her as a walking encyclopedia. With her motto of "girls live by their wits," Karina never aspired to be a combat maid. While she endured the training of the Kuja warriors, it was to improve herself, not to become a fighter. She envisioned herself more like Robin, a knowledgeable and strategic maid. Over the past 2 years, Karina had spent much of her free time seeking guidance from Robin, and Robin saw potential in her. Like Monet, Robin saw something familiar in Karina, a shared determination and cleverness. She even began to mentor Karina to become a future deputy or a third strategist for their master. This bond between Karina and Robin often left Koala, Robin's current deputy, pouting in slight jealousy. But with Robin's teaching and the Cross family's vast resources, Karina's knowledge had grown immensely, which was why she had been so hesitant about choosing a devil fruit. In the Cross family maid team, except for Robin, who had her abilities before meeting Kahn, the others had acquired extremely rare fruits under his guidance. Even Baccarat, who had already been a devil fruit user when she joined, possessed the lucky fruit, helping Kahn search for pure gold that extended life. The maid group held the highest level of trust from their master, occupying top positions within the Cross family's hierarchy. Karina had ambitious goals. She wanted to be more than just an ordinary cadre. She aimed to become one of the top-tier cadres. She had been hoping to find a powerful Zoan or mythical Zoan fruit, like the ones possessed by Sugar, Monet, or even Sandersonia. A strategic devil fruit would secure her place at the top. But now, with the dark fruit, the most potent Logia-type ability, in her grasp, it felt like everything she wanted had fallen into place. After a moment of contemplation, Karina spoke decisively. "Master, I choose to become a dark fruit user." Without hesitation, she bit into the dark fruit. Despite the bitter taste, she swallowed, her face briefly showing discomfort. In that instant, Karina became the user of the Logia dark fruit. A few days later, the bounty for the dark fruit, which had been circulating in the underworld for years, was abruptly withdrawn. Just like the bounty for the Opop fruit before, it wasn't cancelled by the original bounty offerer. It had been claimed. When Teach, who had been closely monitoring the black market, heard the news, his dreams and ambitions were shattered. His entire being collapsed as the realization hit him that the fruit he'd coveted for so long had slipped through his grasp. Chapter 174. Teach knew from an early age that he was different from ordinary people. While everyone else needed sleep, he never did. Not once had he slept or even felt tired. From birth until now, Teach had been wide awake, which effectively gave him twice the time in his life compared to others. This meant he had double the hours to practice and train his body, and his untiring stamina allowed him to sharpen his skills even further. Despite being only a year older than Shanks, Teach's abilities grew at an extraordinary rate. The two crossed paths for a second time when Shanks returned to the New World from East Blue after their first encounter during the clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates in their youth. During that second meeting, Teach left a permanent scar on Shanks, who was still adjusting to life after losing his dominant arm. This scar later became a symbol on the Red Hair Pirates flag. The incident demonstrated that Teach's strength wasn't far behind Shanks, even among the 3 prominent young members of the Whitebeard and Roger pirates. If Teach's full strength were ever revealed, he'd undoubtedly be a prime candidate for the position of 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, which had remained vacant for years. However, Teach's ambitions went far beyond leading the 2nd Division. Having witnessed the greatness of both Whitebeard and Roger firsthand, Teach longed to be a dominant force like them. For years, he had sailed with Whitebeard, witnessing his captain's immense power over the pirate world. In his dreams, Teach often saw himself as Whitebeard, wielding the destructive power of the Paramecia Quake fruit, becoming the strongest man in the world. Though he admired Whitebeard for taking him in, it was Whitebeard's power that Teach truly revered the most. So when Teach stumbled upon the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia and read about the Logia Dark Fruit, an audacious idea formed in his mind. This bold notion was the reason why Teach, who had previously been active in frontline battles, began to lay low as more pirates joined the Whitebeard pirates, eventually becoming part of the world's strongest pirate crew. He transformed into a seemingly simple and unassuming man, patiently waiting for the perfect opportunity. There was no better chance of obtaining the dark fruit than while being a part of the top pirate crew in the world. If he could get his hands on that fruit, his grand, dangerous ambitions could finally be realized. And if not, Teach planned to stay with the Whitebeard pirates until Whitebeard passed away. Once that happened, he'd try to seize the reborn Quake fruit and resume chasing his dream. This was Teach's original plan. But a few years ago, his plan changed slightly, after hearing about one of Kahn's bounties. Could it be that someone else has the same idea as me, or maybe they've also figured out the hidden power of the dark fruit? Teach wondered. Over the years, Teach had continued sailing with the Whitebeard pirates, traveling alongside Marco and the others while secretly investigating the person who had placed the bounty on the dark fruit. Teach's suspicion had narrowed down to two main factions offering the bounty. One was the world government, with its 800-year history, and the other was the Cross family. Besides the world government, the wealthiest force in the world. Those who had once offered a bounty for the Paramecia Apop fruit might also be the same two forces, the world government and the Cross family. Because of this, Teach felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. During battles, he was particularly active in looting enemy treasure hoards, always hoping to find a devil fruit hidden among the spoils. However, when it came to directly confronting the world government or the Cross family, even Teach, bold as he was, didn't dare entertain the thought. His strength, though hidden, was only that of a top cadre at best, and compared to the likes of the world's strongest overlords or creatures, he was no more than an ant. Teach knew that unless he could abandon his ambitions, acquire two powerful devil fruits, and become the unprecedented user of two abilities, he would never be strong enough to challenge those titans. His ultimate goal was to obtain the Logia dark fruit and the Paramecia Quake fruit. As long as there was a sliver of hope, Teach was unwilling to give up. That was his tenacity. However, with the recent news that the sky-high bounty for the dark fruit had been withdrawn, indicating that the fruit had been claimed, Teach's dreams were shattered. Whether it was the world government or the Cross family who had acquired it, Teach knew he didn't stand a chance of taking it from either. Teach could only hope and pray now that the world government hadn't claimed the dark fruit. If it were placed in Mariewa, his chances of getting it would be non-existent. On the other hand, if the Cross family had obtained it, Teach desperately wished that Kahn wouldn't allow his maid to eat the fruit. Otherwise, his hopes would vanish entirely. Unfortunately for Teach, his prayers went unanswered. The new user of the Logia dark fruit had already been born, signaling the rise of a sixth powerhouse within the Cross family. After Karina ate the dark fruit, Kahn wasted no time in testing its most unique ability, capturing a devil fruit. The target of this test was none other than the unlucky Kurizumi Orochi. It had been several years since the Cross family had occupied Wano country, wiping out all threats on the island. The skilled warriors had either been killed or turned into dolls by Sugar's powers. Even the red scabbards had been transformed into dolls due to the perennial youth operation, effectively erasing them from the memories of everyone who knew them. Now, the red scabbards present on the island were actually the Kuja warriors, women who aspired to be men. With the island's threats neutralized, Wano was left with only ordinary civilians. Kahn, uninterested in offering special treatment to these people, replaced the gruel from Kaido's reign with regular meals. After all, mining required strength, and these civilians were useful as laborers to extract Wano's mineral resources. Once Wano had been mined dry, Kahn planned to relocate these laborers to another mineral-rich island to continue their work. With no remaining threats on the island, Kurizumi Orochi had lost all value, making him expendable. Thus, Kahn decided to end his life. he instructed Monet to return the souls of Kurazumi Orochi and the Kyuja warriors to their original bodies. Grabbing the terrified Orochi by the neck, Kahn swiftly killed him without giving him a chance to plead for mercy. Following Kahn's instructions, Karina then used her newly acquired dark fruit powers, holding a fruit in one hand while releasing a thick black mist from the other. The mist enveloped both her and Kurazumi's corpse. After several minutes, the mist cleared, revealing Karina and Kurazumi's body. At first glance, it seemed like nothing had changed. But upon closer inspection, the fruit in Karina's hand had transformed. It now bore the distinctive spiral pattern of a devil fruit. That fruit was none other than the Zoan-type snake fruit, model, Yamada no Orochi, a mythical Zoan even rarer than a Logia-type fruit. This marked the Cross family's acquisition of their fourth devil fruit. As for the third, it had been claimed by Yamato, who had eaten the mythical Zoan dog fruit, model, Okuchi no Makami. Chapter 175. Can you really take someone's devil fruit? Monet's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the Zoan-type snake fruit, model, Yamada no Orochi, in Karina's hand. Even though Kahn had already explained Karina's plan to her, she couldn't help but be shocked. Is this really the most dangerous devil fruit? She asked, her voice filled with awe. There are loopholes in this world, Kahn responded with a smile, holding the Logia-type dark fruit that Karina had just handed him. And the dark fruit is one of those abilities that can exploit them. After taking the dark fruit, Kahn gently patted Karina's head and added, "From now on, Karina is the most important treasure and secret weapon of our family." He, Karina giggled in delight, clearly enjoying the affection. She was filled with excitement. Just like her personal motto, girls must survive with their wits. Karina, with her sharp mind, was incredibly perceptive. Kahn always showed her care, but she noticed it wasn't the kind of attention she craved. She wanted to be pampered, and Kahn, as her master, gave her what she wanted without ever being harsh, unlike the nobles or royal lords who simply treated their maids as possessions. In fact, Kahn treated her more like a younger sister than a servant. Of course, Kahn was joking when he said they were family, but beneath that playful exterior, there was a certain dismissiveness Karina was quick to pick up on. At first, she thought the difference in treatment was due to when they joined. Compared to her and the Nami sisters who came later, the maids who were with Kahn through the early, difficult stages of the family's rise were understandably favored. But after spending a year together, Karina realized the difference was not about timing, it was about ability. Apart from Robin, the eldest sister, the most favored were Hancock, the world's most beautiful woman, Scarlet, who had eaten the paramecia-type love fruit, and Mary, who had also become close to Kahn over the past 2 years. Then there were Monet and the Sugar sisters. If it had just been her older sisters treated differently, Karina wouldn't have thought much of it. But Kahn's growing affection for Nami over the years, which was far greater than what her own sister Nijiko received, was hard to ignore. When it came to her and Nijiko, Kahn offered them the powerful Logia-type flame fruit without hesitation, and even when they declined, he didn't seem to care. That indifference, though, hinted at something deeper. Kahn valued Nami more than them. Though Karina had joined the Cross family and become one of Kahn's maids, even receiving pure gold jewelry that could extend her life and halt her aging, it shattered her view of the world. But despite her newfound luxury and the promise of a long life, Karina wasn't satisfied. Starting her pirate life at just 10 years old, with a sharp and flexible mind, she had grown up fast. She didn't want to be just another pretty face, nor did she want to remain insignificant in her role within the family. So when Karina was training, she worked extremely hard. After reading through the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia and receiving more detailed classifications from Robin, Karina initially resisted asking the master for the flame fruit. She had planned to wait for the family to acquire a paramecia-type fruit with rule-based powers, or perhaps a paramecia or mythical Zoan fruit that could control concepts. However, after learning about the terrifying abilities of the dark fruit from Kahn, Karina immediately changed her mind and chose to eat it instead. Now, with her master's approval, her decision felt completely validated. She was no longer just a decorative piece. Kahn, with his natural observation haki, noticed Karina's small ambitions right away. He appreciated Karina's drive. From his rational perspective, having ambition and goals is a sign of intelligence. As long as there's no betrayal, any small desires are just part of her charm. Kahn wasn't worried about competition or rivalry among the women under his care. Even though he treated them like family, the reality of master and servant roles still set clear boundaries. He had no plans to marry or make any of them permanent fixtures, so there was no risk of palace intrigue. And even if conflict did arise, Kahn, with his keen observation haki, could easily quash any issues before they became serious. Now, getting back to business. After obtaining the Zoan-type snake fruit model, Yamata no Orochi, Kahn decided not to give it to Nijiko, as she wasn't fond of fighting. He didn't want her to become the fourth mythical Zoan user in the family. The Cross family already had plenty of top-tier combat power. With 3 users of Conqueror's haki as a baseline, the Cross family now rivaled even the Charlotte family in terms of high-level fighters. It was becoming more challenging to find trustworthy people who could take on powerful roles. So instead of forcing Nijiko, who preferred peace, to become a mythical Zoan user, Kahn thought she'd be better suited to an auxiliary role like Karina and Monet. With Karina now wielding the power of the dark fruit and Kahn's knowledge as a time traveler, there were plenty of other devil fruits that could be prepared for Nijiko. As for the Yamata no Orochi fruit, Kahn had a special plan. He didn't want to give this fruit to a person, but rather to one of the family's perfect works, an artificial human he was creating. Unlike mere clones, Kahn envisioned these perfect works as near-human beings. They would have all the characteristics of real humans except for a few programmed traits: no fear of death, absolute loyalty, and unwavering dedication. Their thought processes wouldn't be as sophisticated as a real human's, but their bodies would be completely human. Since they were technically human, they could eat devil fruits. Once a perfect work consumed a devil fruit, they would surpass the seraphim. In the original work, the seraphim are created using the bloodline factors of the warlords of the sea and Lunarians. Their power rivals that of the warlords, with a strength estimated at around 1 billion berries. Kahn's perfect works, made with the bloodline factors of Kaido and the Lunarians, combined with the technology of Germa 66's exoskeleton and combat suit, and further enhanced by consuming a devil fruit, would be even more powerful. A perfect work would not only start at a power level of over 1 billion berries, but would continue to grow stronger over time, unlike the fixed strength of the seraphim. Once Kahn could create a double-digit number of these perfect works, it would be like having his own 7 warlords of the sea. And if he could produce them in the hundreds. Just imagining such a scenario filled Kahn with motivation. Chapter 176. Time flies, and soon, it is the year 1516 in the Sea Circle calendar. Looking back at the events of 1515, a few significant, yet largely unnoticed occurrences took place around the world. First, the bounty for the dark fruit was successfully claimed in the underworld. The lucky individual who managed to get their hands on the Logia-type dark fruit became the envy of countless criminals and bounty hunters. With a reward of 10 billion berries, one can only wonder how long it would take to spend that much. The second major event involved the Whitebeard pirates, the crew of the world's strongest pirate, Whitebeard himself. Only a few months after the dark fruit's bounty was claimed, something shifted within the crew. Teach, who had been hiding his true ambitions for years, finally stopped laying low. For him, sneaking into Mariewa or Wano country to steal the dark fruit was no longer an option. Though Teach still didn't have a bounty on his head, he could have left Whitebeard's crew and joined the world government as one of their many lackeys. But he knew that outsiders like him wouldn't receive the same trust or attention from the world government, especially since the most loyal servants had been brainwashed and trained since childhood. There was no way they would hand over the dark fruit to him. As for trying to infiltrate Wano country, Teach knew from reading the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia just how terrifying the powers of the Rumble fruit were in terms of perception. And besides, everyone knew that the so-called Cross family was essentially just Kahn and his maids, with no men in their ranks. Sneaking into Wano would be even more difficult than infiltrating Mariewa. Whether the dark fruit was in the hands of the world government or the Cross family, Teach's chances of getting it were slim to none. His dream of obtaining the dark fruit had come to an end. Facing the reality that he would likely never possess the dark fruit, Teach shifted his focus and set his sights on Whitebeard instead. But he wasn't looking to assassinate him. No, his plan was far more patient and cunning. Teach decided to stay by Whitebeard's side, biding his time until the old pirate king passed away from natural causes. Once Whitebeard was gone, Teach would leave his fate up to chance. If the paramecia-type tremor fruit, which Whitebeard possessed, were to respawn on a nearby fruit, Teach would seize the opportunity to claim it for himself and rekindle his ambitions. If luck wasn't on his side, and the tremor fruit didn't come within his reach, Teach would leave the Whitebeard pirates and begin wandering the seas, searching for either the tremor fruit or another powerful devil fruit. With his new plan in mind, Teach decided it was time to stop hiding his true power. He began competing for the position of the 2nd Division commander, a role that was intended for Ace. When Teach revealed his strength, the crew, especially Marco, was shocked. They suddenly reevaluated the man who had quietly sailed with them through the most challenging times, all the way to the top of the world, never once revealing his true potential. Teach was no longer just a background figure. He had become a contender, someone with the power and ambition to shape the future. As for Whitebeard, he also recalled the kid who once clung to him, smiling kindly. Then, without hesitation, Teach was promoted to the position of 2nd Division commander. In the original story, Teach was the most powerful contender for the role of 2nd Division commander. If it weren't for his modesty, Ace wouldn't have been able to claim the position. Even at that time, Teach was extremely low-key and lacked the attention of a bounty. Now, with Teach becoming the 2nd Division commander, his name quickly spread across the world. The entire world began to pay attention to this once unknown veteran member. Some organizations with exceptional intelligence, after a thorough investigation, uncovered another piece of shocking news. During the past few years of Khan's low profile, the red-haired Shanks, who had swiftly risen as a superstar in the New World, received 3 scars on his face from none other than the new 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. In an instant, this news, reported by Morgans, spread worldwide. Teach's status skyrocketed. The Marine issued a bounty for him that day, with the reward soaring from 0 to 1 billion berries. A record of giving Shanks 3 scars was enough to cement Teach's position as the undisputed 3rd strongest in the Whitebeard pirates. With Teach now a top officer and having a bounty of over 1 billion, the Whitebeard pirates, already the strongest crew in the world, had an even more solid foundation and stable standing. In the current New World, pirate power had reached its peak. The Northern Sea, closest to the end, was the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. The Tato Land Sea to the south belonged to the Big Mom pirates. The Wano Kuni Sea in the center was under the control of the Cross family. The Western Sea, where Hachinasu, Hive Island, is located, was ruled by the New Beasts pirates. The islands marked by the flags of the Red Hair pirates were mostly in the Eastern Sea of the New World. Now 5 rulers occupied the North, South, East, West, and Central Seas. Islands around these territories were either too poor in resources, uninhabited, or controlled by the world government. Other pirate groups could only stay far from these territories, settling in remote places, forming small kingdoms, or aligning themselves with bigger crews for protection. By the year 1516 of the Sea Circle calendar, a headline that stirred up immense attention solidified the status of these 5 rulers. This title, which drew major attention, read, "The 5 Emperors of the New World." As the cover story, there were 5 bounty posters. The names on these bounty posters were Whitebeard Edward Newgate, captain of the Whitebeard pirates, the uncrowned king of the Great Pirate Era, and the undisputed No. 1 in the pirate world, with a bounty of 5,046,000,000 berries. The strongest creature in the world, Kahn, leader of the Cross family, the strongest ruler in the Dark World, the wealthiest man, a representative of the new generation of pirates, and the recognized No. 2 in the pirate world, with a bounty of 4,555,000,000 berries. Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, head of the Charlotte family and captain of the Big Mom Pirates, rules over 35 islands and is acknowledged as the Queen of Pirates, with a bounty of 4,388,000,000 berries. Beasts, Kaido, captain of the Beasts Pirates and ruler of Pirate Paradise, recognized as the second strongest creature in the world, the former New Overlord, and now the second New Overlord, with a bounty of 4,211,000,000 berries. Red-haired Shanks, captain of the Red Hair Pirates, the former apprentice of the Roger Pirates, the rising star of the new generation of pirates, second only to the strongest duo, with a bounty of 4,048,900 berries. These were the bounties for the 5 emperors. The bounties for Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Shanks remained the same as the original. But Kaido, as the only one who had lost to another overlord, saw his bounty reduced by 400 million compared to the original. This was the butterfly effect caused by Kahn. Chapter 177. The emergence of the situation where the 5 emperors stand together marks that the era of great pirates has fully entered its most intense phase, with pirate power reaching its peak. As the news from World Economy newspaper spread across the globe and was acknowledged by all, the pressure quickly mounted on the Marines. As the force that upholds law on the seas and symbolizes justice, the Marines have their greatest weaknesses in the Sabyati Archipelago and the New World. One is the most chaotic island nearby, while the other is a region so powerful that, despite their efforts, the Marines can only maintain 2 bases at most. Any more, and pirates will actively disrupt the balance. Before Akinu became Fleet Admiral and relocated Marine headquarters from Marineford in the first half of the Grand Line to the New World, Marines' influence in the New World was minimal. But this couldn't be helped. After all, compared to the fiercest seas, the 4 seas are the largest and home to most nations allied with the world government. Besides their complete dominance of the first half of the Grand Line, most of the Marines' forces are spread thin across the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line. There just aren't enough troops to challenge the pirates ruling the strongest seas and standing on the highest stage, unless the Marines choose to expand. However, expanding the military isn't as simple as just wanting more soldiers. This requires strict reviews, and the biggest obstacle is the financial burden on the nations. The reason the Marines are unable to act independently and remain under the world government's control is that their fate is tied to the world government's funding. If the world government were to cut off their military budget, the Marines, one of the largest organizations in the world, would soon collapse. The economy is vital, no matter the world. Even for someone as strong as Kahn, if the Cross Guild is to rise as a superpower rivaling the Marines and the world government, it must rely on technology and vast sums of money. If it weren't for his unique medicine, now available in hospitals worldwide, alongside his high-quality hot and cold weapons, and the 6 island ships, one of which is recognized globally as the top entertainment city raking in enormous profits, Kahn couldn't have created an army of cloned and modified individuals in such large numbers so quickly. Kahn has one advantage over the world government. He generates money at an astonishing rate and doesn't need to support the CP organization, Marine headquarters, or the extravagant lifestyle of the Celestial Dragons. All of his profits are reinvested into scientific research. With financial freedom, Kahn is able to start over as many times as necessary in his pursuit of perfection. After 2 years of effort, with the combined work of Vinsmoke Judge, Queen, and the assistance of Caesar, Kahn's scientific research achieved a major breakthrough, thanks to Monet's paramecia-type Opop fruit. The Cross Guild's perfect creation was born. Watching their flawless creation evolve from an embryo to a baby, Ian and Monet were filled with a deep sense of accomplishment. Like the Seraphim, the Cross Guild's perfect creation is based on the bloodline factor of the Lunarian tribe, extracted from the king of the Beasts Pirates. The adaptability of this extinct race of gods, the Lunarians, to survive in any environment makes them the ultimate mediators in this world. Building on the bloodline factor of the Lunaria tribe, Kaido's bloodline factor was also added. As a result, the Cross Guild's perfect creation largely resembles Bell, but with Kaido's distinctive ghostly horns. Of course, only a basic outline is visible now. Since the perfect creation was just born, it's still a baby and needs to be placed in the training chamber for 5 years, like the other cloned and modified beings, before it can mature to the equivalent of a 20-year-old. However, similar to those clones, Kahn didn't allow the perfect creation to grow naturally. Instead, he sought the assistance of a Kyuja warrior, who had taken control of Shinobu's body, to accelerate the perfect creation's growth to the stage of a 20-year-old. Like the Seraphim from the original story, this perfect creation isn't truly human. To give him the ability to consume a devil fruit and maximize his growth potential, Kahn allowed only 1/3 of his body to retain human characteristics. Thus, even though the perfect creation has matured to 20 years of age, his consciousness is nothing more than that of an obedient machine. At 20 years old, the perfect creation looks exactly like Bell, with Kaido's horns on his head. Even with his eyes closed, awaiting activation by Kahn, who is both his creator and father, the body of the perfect creation radiates an overwhelming, oppressive aura. Since both Bell and Kaido belong to powerful races but are not excessively tall, the perfect creation stands at an impressive 6 meters in height. His physique is even more powerful than one could imagine. Thanks to the modifications made by Monet's paramecia-type Op fruit and genetic enhancements, his body possesses the strongest exoskeleton technology from Germa 66. This exoskeleton gives the perfect creation of extraordinary resilience and defense. Even if his entire body were shattered or severely fractured, he would be able to heal and stand back up like normal after a short time. His regenerative abilities are even more remarkable than those of an awakened Zoan-type devil fruit user. Additionally, the perfect creation has one of the Lunarians' unique talents that Kuina never had, nor desired: the ability to produce fire. In terms of strength and speed, he matches Kaido's remarkable abilities, even though his body size doesn't seem to align with such power. Moreover, his body is equipped with Queen's laser technology and advanced weapon systems. Kahn doesn't need to create additional weapons for the perfect creation. If he wishes, his arms can easily transform into various weapons, such as blades and other cold weapons. However, to further enhance his combat abilities, Kahn plans to forge a weapon made from sea stone for the perfect creation. This will ensure that Logia-type devil fruit users cannot escape him through elementalization. Lastly, Kahn also designed a Germa 66 combat suit for the perfect creation. Despite integrating Bell's and Kaido's bloodline factors, the perfect creation not only inherits Bell's appearance and Kaido's ghost horns, but also has the black wings of the Lunarians and the ability to create flames. Even without the combat suit or any floating devices, he can fly. But when equipped with the suit, his strength will skyrocket, making him an overwhelming threat. The combat suit Kahn crafted is an invisible black model, much like Sanji's. With all these enhancements, the perfect creation's power and potential have reached terrifying levels. Once he consumes the mythical Zoan-type snake fruit model, Yamada no Arachi, his overall strength and potential will grow even more, granting him additional lives as well. If such a powerful being could also turn invisible, he would become the world's second most dangerous assassin, just after Sanya. As the first perfect creation of the Cross Guild, he is well worth Kahn's investment. Kahn gazed up at the 6-meter-tall perfect creation and spoke, activating him and giving him a name. "Wake up! From now on, you will be the Cross Guild's ultimate creation." Swish! As Kahn's words echoed, the perfect creation, whose eyes had remained shut until now, suddenly opened them. First, a red light flashed, resembling the cloned soldier's eyes. After the red light faded, a pair of unique eyes appeared in the perfect creation's sockets. Golden eyes, not like the Seraphim's star-shaped ones, but eyes with the Arabic numeral 1 inscribed within. This creation is the perfect one. Chapter 178. Kahn's expectations for the perfect one were immense. As his first creation with Monet, Kahn poured everything into him. For instance, the extremely rare Zoan-type snake fruit model. Yamada no Arachi wasn't used to cultivate a giant but given to Perfect One, an artificial human. After consuming the Zoan-type snake fruit model, Yamada no Arachi, the Perfect One, exceeded all of Kahn's expectations. In a battle against Hancock, the Perfect One performed flawlessly, even surpassing Rob Lucci, the strongest member of CP9 in the last 800 years. He proved worthy of the title killing weapon. In close combat, the Perfect One is equipped with a hidden arsenal of cold weaponry. Although he lacks the bloodline factor of the world's greatest swordsman, and therefore cannot perform the same devastating attacks as the Seraphim who went to Amazon Lily in the original story, his natural talents make him a fearsome combatant. With Kaido's and Bell's bloodline factors, the Perfect One excels in wielding heavy weapons, such as the massive sword and mace he summons, channeling the unique skills of both Kaido and Bell. Without even using haki, the mace swung by the Perfect One resembles Kaido's signature Thunder Bagua technique. When it comes to the massive sword, the Perfect One instinctively uses the Lunarian tribe's racial ability, igniting the sword with flames and releasing elemental slashes infused with fire. However, despite these formidable capabilities, close-quarters combat with cold weapons remains the Perfect One's weakest point. His greatest strength lies in his physical abilities. The Perfect One combines the robust physique of the Lunarians and the Ghost Tribe on the outside with Germa 66's exoskeleton technology on the inside. These physical enhancements are further amplified by the effects of the Yamada no Orachi mythical Zoan fruit. The result? Incredible durability. Even when Hancock unleashed a 300 million-volt electric shock, it failed to penetrate the Perfect One's defense. In terms of defense, the Perfect One has surpassed Bell. Bell, without the use of haki or his Zoan devil fruit powers, would never dare to withstand Hancock's electric attack. However, the Perfect One, bolstered by his 3 major defensive advantages and the buff from the mythical Zoan, can endure Hancock's electric shock without injury. His defensive power ranks among the top in the world. Only a handful of beings in the world surpass him in strength, those among the Shichibukai, admirals, 4 emperors, and a small group of legendary fighters. This elite group consists of just a few hundred individuals worldwide. In other words, unless the Perfect One faces someone from this small circle, he is virtually unbeatable. With world-class defense, the Perfect One also boasts incredible strength. While not as overwhelmingly powerful as natural titans like Kahn or Charlotte Linlin, the Perfect One, thanks to Kaido's bloodline factor, possesses immense raw power, particularly when in his hybrid human-beast form. In addition to close combat, the Perfect One excels in long-range combat. While he can't unleash sword slashes, his invisibility, thanks to his black combat suit, allows him to strike enemies with lasers, catching them completely off guard. Additionally, the Perfect One's flying speed is astounding, even without using his wings, due to his advanced floating device. Kahn's assessment places the Perfect One's overall combat ability at the level of Kaido's 3 calamities, fighters with bounties exceeding 1 billion berries. Despite the enormous expense, Kahn invested 2 years and countless berries into creating the Perfect One. However, with combat power valued at over 1 billion berries, Kahn is confident that he will not only recover his costs, but also make a significant profit. A creation with an initial combat power of 1 billion berries is a major force in any powerful organization, and for many, it's the most valuable asset in their fleet. Even among the 4 emperors, only a few individuals possess such formidable strength. Now that Kahn can mass-produce fighters of this caliber, once the news spreads, it will undoubtedly shock the entire world, causing even the world government and other major powers to take notice. At that point, the Cross Guild will become a serious threat to the world government. The astronomical amount of berries Kahn spent was just the initial investment. Now that he's successfully created the first Perfect One, the cost of producing a second will be significantly lower, less than 1 billion berries. Most of the remaining cost comes from weaponry, laser technology, and vital battle suits. The key element in creating a perfect one, however, is the bloodline factor. Bloodline factors don't require money, they just require people. As such, Belle, who has been turned into a toy by Sugar and dismembered by Monet, hidden in the dungeon of Mary's castle, has become one of the Cross Guild's most valuable assets. The same applies to the bloodline factor of Kaido, a superpower in his own right. Just as each seraphim has different combat abilities, Kahn plans to mass-produce perfect ones while keeping the full truth hidden to avoid drawing attention from the world government, especially IM, too soon. This will prevent them from prematurely focusing on Wano country. Each perfect one Kahn product will have a unique appearance. Kahn's next move is clear. He will not only hunt down devil fruit users, but also track down superpowered individuals to obtain their bloodline factors. To ensure his future plans proceed smoothly, Kahn's first target is someone with a weak but incredibly useful ability. That individual is Bluno, one of the CP9 agents who infiltrated Water 7 last year. Bluno possesses the powers of the Dordor fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit that allows entry into a different dimension. This ability is among the rarest, as it grants access to alternate dimensions, a rule-breaking class of powers. Once Kahn acquires the Dordor fruit, he will be able to travel undetected, making his operations far more efficient and mysterious. As long as he moves quickly and avoids crowded areas, Kahn will be able to act without arousing suspicion. With this new ability, the Cross Guild will continue to produce ultimate weapons, deepening the waters in Wano country. When the Kazuki heir, who has traveled from the past, arrives with his retainers and the so-called destined savior to Wano, they will face utter despair. They will be up against the strongest and most terrifying family in the world. Even if the world government has developed powerful weapons like the Seraphim, the Cross Guild, which mastered the creation of ultimate weapons first, will remain in control and emerge as the strongest player in this global chess game, forming a triangle of opposition. With these plans in motion, Kahn, having lived on Amazon Lily for several years, once again set sail aboard the Grandine, accompanied by Nami and Karina as his maids, embarking on his next journey. Chapter 179. Nearly 4 years have passed since Nami and Karina joined the Cross family. Over this time, both have undergone significant changes. The two girls have been training daily with the Kyuja Pirates warriors. Although they have not yet mastered armament or observation haki, their strength has far surpassed their 20-year-old selves. Nami, in particular, has grown stronger after eating the paramecia-type golden fruit. She is now the deputy leader of Grandine New World. With Kahn's help, she also possesses a battle suit similar to Germa's, an alloy armor packed inside a jar. By simply smashing the jar on the ground, Nami can instantly equip herself with the alloy armor, which was custom-made by Kahn. This set of armor cost Kahn a fortune in berries, mainly due to the challenge of compressing such heavy and large armor into a jar small enough to be held in one hand. Unlike Germa's lightweight battle suits, Nami's alloy armor is quite heavy. Kahn spent considerable time and money on perfecting it, and after numerous experiments, he succeeded in creating portable alloy armor. Nami's armor, like Germa's, isn't just for show. It is packed with advanced technology, invisibility like stealth black, a floating device in the boots, laser and melee weapon systems in the arms, and an indestructible cloak that can block countless attacks like a barrier. With this armor, as long as Nami doesn't face someone with advanced haki capable of internal destruction, she would be nearly unbeatable in the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas. Even in the New World, only the strongest would be able to break through the armor's defenses. In the original story, Sanji's cloak could even withstand attacks from top-level officers. Not only Nami, but Karina, Nejiko, Kuina, and even Robin have been equipped with similar alloy armor. Kahn made a set for all the maids in the family. While not always needed, they ensure a chance of survival in dangerous situations, particularly because very few in the family, aside from Hancock and Sonya, can fly. The armor's floating device and invisibility functions provide crucial escape options. Nijiko, who prefers staying behind, didn't join this trip, and Kahn didn't force her. Similar to what happened with Scarlet and Monet, Kahn took Nami and Karina from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line. Rather than heading to Water 7 immediately, Kahn chose to retrace his old adventures with them. It's not that he didn't want to explore other routes, but this particular path promises more excitement. This is the same route that Pirate King Roger and the future Pirate King took. The adventures of the destined ones are always more thrilling than those of others. Thus, of all the 7 routes in the first half of the Grand Line, none compare in excitement to the one leading to Water 7. In this waterway, you can explore a prehistoric island inhabited by extinct creatures, pass through enormous islands home to rare superpowers with populations in the tens of millions, and visit Sky Island, floating 10,000 meters in the sky. You'll also see Long Ring Long Land and Water 7, which faces the annual wrath of Aqua Laguna. Each island has its own unique charm. Every stop along this route is filled with wonders, which is why Kahn is always eager to retrace his adventures and share the awe-inspiring experiences with his crew. He wants his maids to witness the same beauty and marvel at the incredible islands he's seen. Nami and Karina were astonished by the journey, and Nami, as a navigator, was particularly captivated. Every time they left an island, she would retreat to her studio, her eyes gleaming, to update her world map with the details of the last 10 islands they visited. As time passed, June of 1516 in the Sea Circle calendar arrived. After a period of bonding with Nami and Karina, Kahn returned to Water 7 aboard the Grandine. Water 7 had reached the peak of its fame. The island, resembling a grand fountain, was now famous for its unique sea train, which connected several surrounding islands and dramatically increased the city's population flow. This also greatly mitigated the dangers of Aqua Laguna. Once a fatal disaster, it was now a mere inconvenience, as the sea train allowed residents to evacuate and return as soon as the waters receded. Because of this, Tom, the legendary shipwright, became immortalized in history as the greatest shipbuilder ever. Even after 800 years, with the ancient weapon Pluton fading into myth, Tom's invention of the sea train stood as one of the greatest achievements in shipbuilding. Tom's apprentice, Iceberg, had now risen to the position of mayor of Water 7. After becoming mayor, Iceberg established the Galley Law Company and successfully united all the shipbuilding companies in the city, making it the largest shipbuilding firm in the world. With this consolidation, Iceberg gained control of all marine shipbuilding contracts. It's no exaggeration to say that nearly all marine and world government warships are built by Galley Law, including the 3 massive island ships for the Cross family, which are nearing completion. Iceberg's power allowed him to move freely in both lawful and unlawful spheres, making him untouchable. Even the CP9 agents tasked with finding the Pluton blueprints couldn't make a move on him until they were certain he possessed them, forcing them to work undercover in Galley Law. Late one night, the quiet hum of Water 7's taverns was interrupted by the sound of a sharp weapon cutting through flesh. Bluno, a CP9 agent and user of the Dordor fruit, was closing up for the night when, out of nowhere, a sharp blade pierced him from behind. A hand followed, appearing out of thin air to grab his neck and twist it violently. Bluno, a skilled agent, couldn't even make a sound before his life was taken. His killer was clad in a battle suit resembling Germa's, a design brought from Wano by Kahn. This individual, who typically resided in the training cabin of the Grandine, was an expert in both combat and assassination and Kahn's #1 weapon for mastering the art of killing. Chapter 180. Bluno, who doesn't have observation haki, is like a lamb to the slaughter in front of Perfect One, who can hide. If it weren't for the fear that Bluno might use the ability of the Dordor fruit, a Paramecia type, to escape into another space, Kahn wouldn't have even bothered giving Perfect One the order to assassinate him quietly. He would have had a Perfect One deal with Bluno out in the open. However, the smooth assassination by Perfect One shows just how impressive Invisible Black's abilities really are. It's already frustrating when a weak person can turn invisible. But when someone strong can go invisible, it's a nightmare for people with poor perception. For example, Sanji, who wore the raid suit in the original story, and Queen, who also mastered the Germa 66 technology, are such cases. After killing Bluno, Perfect One, standing several meters tall, took Bluno's body and merged back into the darkness. Soon, the perfect mother and daughter will be standing in front of Kahn's group, who are staying at the Center Street Hotel. Karina, go ahead. Looking at the corpse before him, Kahn spoke to Karina, who was startled by Perfect One and the body's sudden appearance, as she hadn't mastered observation haki yet. Understood, Master. Karina, whose nerves were stronger than most, quickly regained her composure, picked up a fruit provided by the hotel, and began the ritual for snatching abilities. Soon, as a thick black mist dispersed, a devil fruit with a unique spiral pattern appeared in Karina's hands. Master, what's the ability of this devil fruit? Nami, standing behind Kahn in a black and white maid outfit while massaging his shoulders, asked curiously. This devil fruit is specially prepared for Najiko, Kahn said, taking the devil fruit from Karina and explaining. It's a paramecia type, and its full name is the Dor fruit. As the name implies, the person who eats this devil fruit can open doors on any object, whether it's inorganic, organic, or even air itself. Most notably, the air door connects to what's called a different space. As long as the user hides in that space, unless someone has the ability to access it, even I can't touch the person with this paramecia ability. Hearing Kahn's words, Karina and Nami, no longer naive to the world, couldn't help but gasp. Karina, who had studied the devil fruit encyclopedia, especially stared in awe at the Dor fruit in Kahn's hand, exclaiming, "This is one of the paramecia-type rule-breaking fruits." Good, Kahn nodded with a smile. This devil fruit's ability is quite tricky to understand, but its combat power is pretty average. It's perfect for Najiko, who isn't fond of fighting. With the Dor fruit's ability, things will be much more convenient for us moving forward. Since Karina and Nami were still young, they were only assistants to Robin and Sonya for now, and Kahn didn't mention that the Dor fruit was actually a new strategic-level ability for the family. This was the main reason Kahn had targeted the paramecia fruit. Walking through different spaces has an effect similar to teleportation, which is the strongest aspect of Dor fruit. During this space transmission, no one can see what's happening in the other space, not even those with observation haki or the ability to foresee the future. This ability is perfect for gathering intelligence and sneaking into specific locations, especially for infiltration. With this power, Kahn could even attempt to break into the deep-sea prison known as Impel Down, often regarded as impenetrable. For others, the prison is a place of no escape, one of the most dangerous spots in the world. But for Kahn, Impel Down is a massive treasure trove. Particularly in Level 6, Eternal Hell, where every prisoner has a bounty of over 100 million berries. Many legendary figures and notorious pirates who roamed the Grand Line are imprisoned there. For example, one of the 4 legends from the previous era was the only one to defeat Fleet Admiral Redfield, Patrick Redfield. Douglas Bullet, a former member of the Roger Pirates, was already a major force when Shanks and Buggy were still apprentices. It is also Byandy World, which wields the paramecia-type Mormor fruit, among others. With Karina and Kahn, who possess the powers of the Logia-type Dark fruit, all they need to do is sneak into Impel Down's 6th level. The prisoners, bound in seastone cuffs, are nothing more than helpless targets before some of the strongest creatures in the world. As long as Kahn sneaks in, he could easily take the powers of those with devil fruit abilities. However, Kahn was more interested in their bloodline factors than their devil fruit powers. The perfect creation, a fusion of Kaido's and Bell's bloodline factors, is already incredibly strong. If Bell's bloodline is combined with that of the Red Earl, could Kahn create a perfect being capable of inheriting natural observation haki? If his androids could wield haki, it would be a groundbreaking achievement. Even without haki, such creations would still rival, or perhaps only slightly fall behind Perfect One. Therefore, after securing the Dor fruit, Kahn no longer needs to hunt powerful people everywhere. Instead, he can quietly continue building his family's strength without drawing attention. Karina and Nami, didn't know that Kahn had gone after the Dordor fruit with this plan in mind. Karina was fascinated to see a paramecia-type, rule-breaking devil fruit for the first time. Meanwhile, Nami was filled with emotion. In a world where slavery is still rampant, the division between master and servant is very clear. A servant remains a servant, always considered low and humble. Their status isn't even on par with ordinary citizens. If you're a servant to the nobles or the rich, unless you encounter someone kind, you have no rights. Even if you were killed for no reason, the Marines wouldn't bother arresting the killer. But Nami knew she had the best master in the entire world. Not only did he give her the power to take revenge, but he also fulfilled all of her desires. After learning about her love for money, he gave her half of the famed Golden City without a second thought. The only reason he didn't give her the entire city was that he worried she wouldn't be able to hold on to it. So he asked Sonya to assist her until she mastered the gold fruit. And now, he was hunting for a rare and powerful devil fruit ability, just because his sister didn't like fighting. How could Nami not be moved by this? If she weren't only 14 years old, with her appearance and figure not yet fully developed, she wouldn't even be qualified to carry Mary's shoes, let alone be on the same level as Hancock or Robin. But without a doubt, Nami's heart was already beginning to shape itself in Kahn's image. Chapter 181. After Kahn obtained the Dordor fruit, his journey to the outside world came to a temporary halt. This trip had been quite fruitful. First, securing the Dordor fruit, a paramecia-type ability, added a new strategic asset to the Cross Guild. Second, Kahn was able to strengthen his bonds with Nami and Karina. While he was on Amazon Lily, Kahn was surrounded by beautiful women, and his focus on scientific research occupied much of his time. The discovery of pure gold also ensured that they could live for hundreds of years. Over the past few years, apart from fully deepening his relationship with Mary, Kahn hadn't made much progress with others, like Baccarat or Viola, who, while not his maids, were part of his circle. He simply hadn't had the time to build relationships with them. However, during his travels, Kahn finally found time to strengthen his bonds with his maids. In just a few short months, Karina and Nami, who had been with the Cross Guild for nearly 4 years, grew significantly closer to him, with Nami even gradually taking after Kahn's ways. If not for their young age and the fact that they hadn't fully matured yet, Kahn might have already claimed them. In a few years, he believed they would fully integrate with Robin and the others as close sisters. This clearly shows how skilled Kahn had become at cultivating these relationships over time. It must be noted that, apart from Scarlet, Monet, Baccarat, and Yamato, most of Kahn's personal maids had met him when they were young and had grown under his care, becoming loyal to him. Kahn, with his strong observation, haki, and experience, had become quite adept at handling innocent young girls. Back to the present. After acquiring the Dordor fruit, Kahn, along with his 2 companions, flew the Grandine over the Red Line and returned to Amazon Lily in the New World. On their way, Kahn didn't stop at Fishman Island, 10,000 meters below the surface, to aid Shirahoshi, who had been harassed by Vanderdecken IX and was forced to hide in the Hardshell Tower. Just as Nami hadn't yet developed her deep obsession with money, Kahn hadn't made a move to recruit her at that early stage. Now wasn't the right time for Kahn to interfere. Only those who have been trapped in darkness for a long time truly crave the light. Shirahoshi, while currently lacking her freedom, was otherwise safe from harm. If she were in immediate danger, or if the situation around her became more perilous, Kahn might reconsider and step in early. For now, however, Shirahoshi's situation didn't require his intervention. If he did decide to get involved with Shirahoshi, he knew that it would likely mean facing Neptune and his people unless he secretly whisked her away. Moreover, Kahn's priority was awakening Nami's paramecia-type golden fruit. Even if he were to befriend the Ryugu Kingdom, it would likely happen only after Nami dealt with Jinbei. Making friends with the Ryugu Kingdom ahead of time would lead the kind-hearted Nami to let go of her grudge against Jinbei. This might reduce the chances of Nami awakening the paramecia-type golden fruit, or at least delay her devil fruit awakening by a few years. Additionally, if Neptune refuses to let Kahn take Shirahoshi, but Kahn forcefully does so, Whitebeard would undoubtedly stand up for his sworn brother. This could lead to a confrontation between the Cross family and the Whitebeard pirates. Kahn doesn't want to face Whitebeard until the perfect work is mass-produced in sufficient numbers. Even if the Cross family wins, their secrets would be exposed, and they would suffer significant losses. Although defeating the Whitebeard pirates would make the Cross family and Kahn the strongest in the New World, it wouldn't mean much to him. Whitebeard has long passed his prime. With his body weakened by age, Whitebeard no longer possesses the agility to soar through the skies or the endurance to battle for days on end. Even his use of haki is limited, so defeating him at this point wouldn't bring Kahn any satisfaction. Kahn's true focus is on the mysterious Imu, Luffy as the liberation fighter, and figures like Dragon. Since the start of the final chapter, Kahn, who traveled to this world, is fully aware of the abilities and strengths of not just Whitebeard, but also Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Shanks, and even Blackbeard, who has acquired 2 devil fruits. Their powers hold no secrets for him. Now he can confidently compare his strength with theirs. For Kahn, the allure of facing these powerhouses pales in comparison to confronting IM, Luffy, or Dragon. Their threats far outweigh those of the others. Only by surpassing the strength of these 3 can Kahn truly rest easy. Imu, the leader of the world government, is likely one of the final antagonists. The celestial dragons consider themselves gods, descendants of the creators, and IM, as the most noble of them, represents their divine authority. To draw out this god, only the descendants of D, the natural enemies of the gods, or liberation fighters like Luffy, can succeed. Kahn needs to use Luffy, the liberation fighter, to gather intelligence on this god. This is why Kahn didn't intervene when Shanks obtained the Paramecia rubber fruit. He wanted Luffy to eat the fruit, grow into one of the world's strongest, awaken his devil fruit, and force out the hidden god. Kahn doesn't want to expose the full might of the Cross family too early, potentially forcing the god out before the right time. Facing the Whitebeard pirates now wouldn't benefit him, even if he claimed the Paramecia shock fruit. Without the ability to wield 2 devil fruits, Kahn wouldn't risk consuming the strongest Paramecia-type devil fruit. After giving Nijiko the Paramecia menmen fruit, Kuina and Orogia are the only 2 of Kahn's maids without devil fruit powers, but the shock fruit doesn't suit them. Before reaching the point of challenging the world government, even if the rest of the 4 emperors united against him, they wouldn't stand a chance against the Cross family. Upon returning to Amazon Lily, Kahn asked Nami to bring Nijiko, and he gave her the Paramecia menmen fruit. From then on, the mystery surrounding the Cross family deepened. When the world's #1 family, and the most enigmatic among the 5 emperors, decides to unveil some of its secrets, the power they reveal will shock the world. Chapter 182. After Nijiko ate the Paramecia-type gate fruit, Kahn quickly helped her develop the ability to create air doors. When Nijiko opened an air door connecting different spaces, Kahn, who had just returned to Amazon Lily not long ago, immediately left with Karina, Nijiko, Monet, and Granos, heading straight to the Calm Belt, where Impel Down is located deep beneath the sea. This time, they traveled through a different space, so no one realized that Kahn had once again left the waters near Wano. Upon emerging from the alternate space, Kahn found himself several thousand meters above sea level. He transformed from his human form into a dragon. A few days later, Kahn, Monet, and their children arrived thousands of meters above Impel Down. High in the sky, Kahn transformed back into his human form. He and Monet, with other sisters, then retrieved black jars from their bodies. With the sound of balloons popping, a thick white mist emerged, forming a small mushroom cloud. As the cloud dissipated, Kahn and the others donned black battle suits, each embroidered with a dragon emblem on the cloak and left chest. The telekinetic power surrounding them slowly faded away, but even without it, Kahn and the others remained suspended in the air. This was thanks to the floating devices from Germa 66. Soon after, Kahn and his crew vanished from sight, not by moving at high speed, but by entering an invisible state. Once invisible, the air around them materialized, forming an air door that slowly opened. After a while, the air door closed on its own. When the air door opened again, more than half an hour had passed. When Kahn and his companions stepped out of the air door, a large doll was standing beside them. Kahn was unsure of the identities of these 3 dolls. However, when Monet returned the diary that Kahn had given her, he opened it and, reading through it with a puzzled expression, was shocked. The 3 dolls were, in fact, 3 of the most infamous pirates who had disappeared from the world's memory after being turned into dolls. They were once key members of the original Roger Pirates. These pirates had forced the Marines to launch a buster call, led by none other than the current Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and included the demon heir, Douglas Bullet, who had been confronted by Vice Admiral Garp. Additionally, Byandy World, known as the World Destroyer, who ate the paramecia-type Momo fruit and had been frozen in eternal hell for decades before rocks became the dominant power, was one of them. Finally, there was Katarina Devon, who had eaten the mythical Zoan 9-tailed fox fruit and was one of the top commanders of the Blackbeard pirates. These 3 were the targets of Kahn's trip to Impel Down. Douglas Bullet's strength was immense, making him immune to the abilities of Monet's childlike fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit. Either Bullet could outright avoid its effects, or he could break free from its power as easily as Kahn overcame the petrification of the sweet fruit. Before turning Bullet into a doll, Kahn and Karina teamed up to kill him. Then, Monet used the conceptual powers of the Opop fruit to transfer Bullet's mind into Katarina Devon's body. Douglas Bullet was overwhelmed and unable to use Haki to resist Monet's conceptual ability, so he had no chance to defend himself. The mind transfer was successfully completed, leaving Bullet trapped in Katarina Devon's body. Though Haki can counter the power of certain devil fruits, it is helpless against the conceptual power of the Opop fruit. Even if Bullet could use Haki, he was now stuck with Katarina Devon's Haki, which was far weaker than his own. In the end, Haki couldn't break free from the control of Monet's childlike fruit, and Kahn easily captured Bullet, along with the frozen Byandy World and Katarina Devon. Even Kahn, despite being a time traveler, briefly forgot about the 3 of them because of the childlike fruit's memory-erasing effects. The guards at Impel Down were even less likely to notice that these 3 infamous prisoners had vanished. After successfully taking them, Kahn set out to hunt more strong fighters, ensuring he had enough materials for the Cross family's perfect creations. Kahn then transformed back into his full dragon form and returned to Amazon Lily with Monet's children. Once there, he instructed Monet to use the Opop fruit's abilities to dismember the 3 pirates while they were still in their doll state. Monet then restored them to their original forms, and Kahn began extracting their blood to create lineage factors. With their lineage factors in hand, Kahn had Monet transfer Bullet's mind, still trapped in Katarina Devon's body, into a civilian from Wano. The civilian was then turned into a doll and imprisoned. Karina then captured Katarina Devon's Zoan mythical beast fruit, the 9-tailed fox. This gave the Cross family another mythical Zoan ability. However, like Kurazumi Orochi's Yamato no Orochi form, Kahn did not assign this power to any family members, nor did he plan to give it to the soon-to-be-born Perfect Number 2. To Kahn, Douglas Bullet was as valuable as Kaido, requiring only a portion of his bloodline factor to create a powerful replica. Once the bloodline factor was used to create Perfect Number 2, Kahn would eliminate Bullet and take his paramecia-type composite fruit, giving it to Perfect Number 2 to create a clone of Bullet. After obtaining Bullet's bloodline factor, Kahn took a break from his plans, spending the next couple of months enjoying time with Robin and her sisters. After taking care of family matters, he returned to his scientific research. Soon after, Perfect Number 2 was born. Not long after, in the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar, Perfect Number 3 was also created, a sword master incorporating the bloodline factors of Kaido, Bell, and Ashura Doji. With the birth of these perfect creations, the Cross family's top cadres were complete. The gears of time began to turn. Meanwhile, Ace, the son of the Pirate King, also embarked on his journey. His Logia-type Flame fruit had been intercepted, and the position of Whitebeard Pirate's 2nd Division commander, left vacant for years, had been filled. With his abilities and status taken from him, Ace's fate had drastically changed. Whether Ace would still become a tool for the Child of Destiny, to mature or carve out a brilliant new path for himself, remained uncertain. However, his departure signaled the beginning of a new, more intense phase in the era of pirates. Troubled times were fast approaching. Chapter 183. In this world of pirates, where luck and fate are believed to exist, both the chosen ones and the so-called villains of destiny possess extraordinary luck. This luck extends to those around them, making it seem as though the world itself favors them. Take Blackbeard's crew, for instance. Those who followed Teach from the beginning, like Lafitte and others, gained incredible devil fruit powers by the end of the Wano country arc. Shanks, Luffy's mentor, and Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon, are similarly blessed. Their strength is undeniable, and their actions often lead to success. They quickly rose to power, becoming some of the most dominant figures in the New World. The same applies to Ace and Sabo, sworn brothers of Luffy, the so-called Son of Destiny. They, too, benefit from this remarkable luck. Sabo, in particular, whose heritage is less remarkable than Luffy's or Ace's, still rose to the position of Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army while in his 20s. After consuming the flame fruit in the story, Sabo even dared to challenge Fujitora and proved himself to be at least on the level of a warlord of the sea. Yet, before obtaining the flame fruit, his talent was not on par with Ace's. As the son of Gall D. Roger, the Son of Destiny of the previous era, Ace had a fortune similar to Shanks's and Monkey D. Dragon's. Despite losing the flame fruit after Kahn's arrival and Teach taking the role of 2nd Division commander in the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace's presence still caused a stir. Although losing the flame fruit meant Ace couldn't dominate his way from the East Blue to the New World, his adventure pushed him to unlock his true potential, his talent for haki. At just 10 years old, Ace awakened Conqueror's haki thanks to his bond with Luffy. No one knew Ace had this power, not even Garp, who remained unaware that his grandson had already awakened such potential. This early awakening of Conqueror's haki made it far easier for Ace to master other forms of haki, and his growth in this area was remarkable. He ranked 3rd worldwide in haki proficiency. Most notably, he mastered armament haki in just a single day. In the official Ace novel from Kahn's previous life, it was stated that Ace took only 1 day to grasp armament haki. In this life, he learned it even earlier. The reason Ace was able to comprehend haki so quickly is closely tied to Kahn's influence. When Ace set sail, the Cross family commissioned 3 island ships from the Galila Company, which had integrated all shipbuilding companies in Water 7. These ships were sent to the East Blue, South Blue, and North Blue, along with a group of Kyuja warriors to guard them. Ace's natural curiosity, much like his younger brother Luffy's, led him to board the Grantine East Blue ship. As expected, trouble followed. He stirred up a commotion, causing both Kyuja warriors and clones to hunt him down. Ace, relying on his strong swimming skills, managed to escape. During the pursuit, Ace accidentally tapped into haki, dodging an attack meant to strike him down. This encounter sparked something within him, and in just 1 day, he successfully mastered armament haki. This event marked a turning point in Ace's journey, putting him on a different path than in the original story. After awakening armament haki, he formed the Spade Pirates and recruited Deus from Sixus Island, along with other crewmates from different islands, setting out into the first half of the Grand Line. Soon after, Ace awakened observation haki as well. By the time he was ready to enter the New World, Ace had already mastered both armament and observation haki, a rare feat even during the Great Pirate era. The last pirate to show such promise was Cross Kahn back in 1503. Now, Cross Kahn had risen to become one of the Yonko, a representative of the new generation of pirates. Naturally, Ace's rapid growth did not go unnoticed by the Marines. The fact that Ace bore the D in his name, as Portga's D Ace, made him an even greater threat in their eyes. Ace's initial bounty was set at 75 million berries, an impressive figure for a first bounty, especially for someone with no rare devil fruit or special abilities. For context, even Nico Robin, a survivor of Ohara with the ability to read poneglyphs, had her first bounty set at 79 million berries. Boa Hancock, despite leading the Kuja pirates, only received an initial bounty of 80 million berries. Ace receiving a starting bounty of 75 million berries showed how seriously the Marines viewed him. However, even this underestimated his true potential. Just 3 months after his initial bounty was issued, it skyrocketed to 250 million berries. This sharp increase was triggered by a major event. Ace and the Spade pirates had crossed paths with a vice admiral's fleet, leading to a fierce battle at sea. For most pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, an encounter with a vice admiral would be a near-death experience. However, Ace turned the tide of battle. They faced Vice Admiral Weasel Vice Admiral, who captured Ace with plans to send him to Impel Down. But Ace performed a miracle. Not only did he escape, but he also managed to rescue his entire crew. In the midst of this crisis, seeing his crewmates in grave danger triggered the Conqueror's Haki Ace, who had awakened at age 10. After 7 years of dormancy, it exploded forth, as powerful as Luffy's during the Summit War. His Conqueror's Haki knocked out everyone around him, save for the Vice Admiral and a few rear admirals. Taking advantage of this moment, Ace realized the gap between himself and the Vice Admiral and quickly fled with his fainted comrades. By the time Vice Admiral regained his senses, Ace and the Spade pirates were already out of reach, disappearing into the vast Grand Line. Ace's demonstration of Conqueror's Haki before even entering the New World immediately drew Fleet Admiral Sengoku's attention. Upon hearing the Vice Admiral's report, Sengoku ordered Ace's bounty to be increased again, making him a 200 million berry supernova. Ace became the most talked-about new pirate of the year, sending shockwaves through the world. Chapter 184. Without the Logia-type Flame fruit, Ace's abandoned potential in the original story seems to have been reignited through his Haki talent instead. A year ago, Cavendish's bounty of 280 million berries caused a global sensation. Now, Ace's bounty of 250 million berries has created even more of a buzz worldwide, especially due to the response from the New World. What made this so remarkable was Ace awakening his Conqueror's Haki before even entering the New World, and his ability to fend off a fleet led by a Vice Admiral without suffering any injuries. His achievements are dazzling. Who else before Ace had mastered Conqueror's Haki before reaching the New World? If we look back to before the Great Pirate Era, Pirate King Gall D. Roger and his first mate, Pluton Silvers Rayleigh, were notable examples. But after the start of the Great Pirate Era, only one other person managed to master Conqueror's Haki before entering the New World, the youngest emperor in history and one of the current 5 emperors. The world's strongest creature, Kahn. Even Shanks and Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock only awakened their Conqueror's Haki after entering the New World. Now, with such a rising star like Ace, it's impossible not to attract attention and stir discussions across the New World. Had Ace possessed a powerful devil fruit ability or a special physique like certain others, his potential and threat would have been even more overwhelming. However, without either of these advantages, he still managed to capture the attention of the entire New World, including the 5 emperors, Kahn included. Kahn is particularly interested in Ace, especially wondering if the Ace, who lost the Flame fruit and his role as the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, would still play a crucial part in Luffy's development, helping him grow from immature to mature. More specifically, will Ace still end up joining the Whitebeard Pirates? Even though Kahn already prevented the dark fruit from being claimed, and the possibility of a summit war happening seems slim, if Ace joins the Whitebeard Pirates and rises to the level of a senior commander, there's still a chance that he could be captured by the Marines, leading to a war with them. This makes Ace's next move crucial. The extent of the butterfly effect caused by Kahn's interference remains to be seen. If Ace doesn't join the Whitebeard Pirates, the Summit War likely won't happen, and if it does, it won't involve the Whitebeard Pirates. In this scenario, unless Kahn, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, or Shanks directly challenged Whitebeard and his crew, Whitebeard would continue to reign as the uncrowned king of this era. The competition in the New World would remain balanced among the 5 emperors, without triggering the chaos caused by a scramble for power following Whitebeard's downfall. On the other hand, if Ace does join the Whitebeard Pirates, the chances of a summit war remain slim, but not entirely out of the question. In this scenario, after the Son of Destiny, Luffy, sets out to sea, it's likely that besides the Revolutionary Army led by Monkey D. Dragon, the red-haired pirates led by Shanks, and the marine hero Monkey D. Garp, the Whitebeard pirates may also join Luffy's eventual circle of allies. If the world's strongest man also backs Luffy, the coming turbulent times could be even more chaotic than they were in the original story. During this time, while Kahn was busy, he occasionally took notice of the rising star, Ace, which also piqued the interest of Law and the other girls. Robin and the others couldn't help but focus on this young man with the D initial, recognizing him as a member of the D family. As the sensation of the year 1517 in the Sea Circle calendar, Ace, with his 250 million berries bounty, made his way to the end of the first half of the Grand Line, Sabyati Archipelago. Just when everyone, including Kahn, thought Ace would soon have his ship coated and enter the New World, the supernova who had captured global attention suddenly vanished. For the entire year of 1517, Ace was nowhere to be seen, and with no news reports to explain his disappearance, people began to wonder if he had been arrested by the Marines upon arriving at Sabyati. Yet, because the Marines typically make high-profile announcements of arrests, especially of pirates with bounties over 100 million berries to discourage piracy and reassure the public, Ace's disappearance without any news indicated that he had not been captured. As the year 1517 ended and 1518 began, Kahn realized that another major ripple effect had taken place. Ace's prominence in the Sea Circle calendar of 1517 was undeniable. His talent and accomplishments were so extraordinary that no other rookie pirate during the Great Pirate Era could compare to him. The three sworn brothers, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, had agreed to set sail at the age of 17. Sabo was the first to break that promise, but Ace and Luffy followed through. Ace, born on January 1st, had set sail in January, while Luffy, born on May 5th, went out to sea in May. In the original timeline, Ace's meteoric rise within just 1 year was legendary. After obtaining the Flame fruit on Sixus Island, he dominated East Blue and the first half of the Grand Line. He was even invited to join the 7 warlords of the sea. After entering the New World, he met Shanks, fought to a draw with Jinbei, and finally faced Whitebeard. After losing to the strongest man in the world, Ace disbanded the Spade Pirates and became a member of Whitebeard's crew. Ace's string of successes in just 1 year made his journey one for the history books. It's no exaggeration to say that Ace's luck that year was unparalleled. But now, after reaching the Sabyati Archipelago, Ace mysteriously vanished from the seas. This sudden pause in his voyage left Kahn shocked and wondering what could have caused it. After some investigation, Kahn discovered the reason. Ace had encountered Rayleigh, the legendary right-hand man of Gall D. Roger, who was living in seclusion with Shaki and Granny Z in Sabyati. Ace had begun Haki training under Rayleigh's guidance. In the original timeline, Ace had never met Rayleigh. During the Summit War, Rayleigh wasn't there to rescue him. However, in this timeline, Ace not only met Roger's first mate, but also began training under him. With Rayleigh as his mentor, Ace's path became clear. He was destined to become a Haki master. The Haki potential that had been neglected in the original story was now fully realized. With a teacher of Rayleigh's caliber, if Ace hadn't met an early death, he might have mastered the advanced techniques of Conqueror's Haki. As the Sea Circle calendar turned 1518 and Ace continued his training without entering the New World, Kahn began to look forward to the future of the 3 sworn brothers, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. There was no doubt that the Sea Circle calendar starting from 1517, or more precisely the 5 years from 1517 to 1522, would be shaped by these 3. The 3 sworn brothers were destined to be the protagonists of the coming era of chaos. Chapter 185. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it is the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar. 3 years have unknowingly passed since the son of the Pirate King, Portgas D. Ace, set sail. Over these past 3 years, the pirate world has remained relatively calm. In that time, only 2 super rookies emerged from the 4 seas and Paradise, causing a global sensation. They were Portgas d Ace, whose bounty rose from 75 million berries initially to 250 million, and then skyrocketed to 850 million berries. And Cavendish, known as the Gorgeous Supernova, made his debut in the same year as Ace in C Circle Calendar 1518 with a bounty of 280 million berries. These two figures, both making waves in 1518, were dubbed the New Generation Twin Stars by Morgans. But this twin star didn't last long. To understand why, we have to examine why Ace's bounty leapt from 250 million berries to 850 million berries. The story takes us back to C Circle Calendar 1519. Not long after Cavendish surpassed Ace with his 280 million berry bounty, Ace, who had undergone 2 years of training under Rayleigh at Sabyati Archipelago, led his Spade pirates back into the New World. As soon as he re-entered the New World, Ace made quite a stir, reminding everyone of this rising star who had already mastered Conqueror's haki before even entering the New World, just like Kaido, the world's strongest creature. Despite being a fresh face in the New World, Ace's first opponent was none other than one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Snack, who had a bounty of 600 million berries. For most, having one of the 5 Emperor's top commanders as their first opponent would be seen as incredibly unfortunate. However, Portgas d Ace won the battle. Charlotte Snack, the 25th son of Big Mom, a battle-hardened commander with a 600 million berry bounty, was defeated by Ace, instantly spreading Ace's name across the New World. As they were defeated, Charlotte Snack was demoted by Big Mom, and the infamous 3 Sweet Commanders came into existence 3 years earlier than expected. But this isn't the reason why Ace's bounty jumped from 250 million to 850 million berries. What truly shook the world was what happened next. Big Mom sent her finest, Charlotte Katakuri, to hunt down the newcomer who had humiliated the Charlotte family. The fact that Big Mom sent her perfect creation to take down Ace showed just how enraged she was. In the New World, very few could survive an encounter with an Emperor's right hand. But the final result stunned everyone. Ace didn't just escape from Charlotte Katakuri. He fought him to a draw. A 19-year-old pirate rookie, having only been in the New World for a short time, managed to go toe-to-toe with Charlotte Katakuri of the Big Mom Pirates, one of the 5 Emperors. At 45 years old, with a bounty of 1.057 billion berries, Katakuri is an incredibly formidable foe. For Ace, this was an unimaginable accomplishment. Such a feat could only be compared to the likes of Kaido, who fought a marine admiral and destroyed an island in the Sabyati Archipelago before reaching adulthood. It was during this battle that Ace revealed just how much he had grown over the past 2 years. In his fight against Charlotte Katakuri, Ace demonstrated advanced observation haki, utilizing future sight. The duel, with both fighters predicting the future, became the key reason why Ace and Katakuri ended in a draw. However, in truth, Katakuri held the upper hand. Because Katakuri did not unleash his Devil Fruit's awakening powers, the tie wasn't due to both collapsing from exhaustion. Instead, Ace strategically withdrew, taking his Spade pirates with him. But to those witnessing the fight, it appeared as though Ace and Katakuri were equals. At just 19 years old, Ace's mastery of Conqueror's haki and future sight haki caused his bounty to surge by an additional 600 million berries, bringing it to a staggering 850 million berries. The potential shown by this young member of the D family sent shockwaves through both the Marines and the world government, who now viewed Ace as a massive threat. Even though the Spade pirates were not particularly powerful as a crew, Ace's bounty made him one of the most prominent pirates in the New World. Perhaps it was Rayleigh's training and the experience of seeing the world's pinnacle of strength that tempered Ace's arrogance. After being undefeated from East Blue to the Grand Line, this growth and humility played a role in his skyrocketing bounty, but rather than seeking out the strongest like Whitebeard, Ace chose to lead his crew on a new world adventure. He didn't pursue domination or power, instead focusing on exploration. Of course, on his journey, Ace faced the same challenge all pirates must, the difficulty of finding a way to reach the final island, Raftel. Unable to find a path to Raftel, Ace, like Shanks before him, began recruiting new crew members whom he respected. Along the way, Ace left his mark on various islands throughout the New World. Naturally, to recruit his crew or when running into troublesome situations, Ace had to fight, and with his future sight, Haki, few pirates in the New World were able to match him. Ace soon solidified his reputation as a great pirate. During this period, he visited Shanks, who had once guided his younger brother Luffy, as well as the world's most famous entertainment city, Grand Tesoro. Ace also eventually met Whitebeard, the man known as the strongest in the world, who was both his father's rival and his own potential foe. However, unlike his brash younger self, Ace, having been tempered by Rayleigh's teachings, did not challenge either Shanks or Whitebeard. Nor did he cause chaos in Grand Tesoro as he had once done in East Blue. Ultimately, Ace chose not to join the Whitebeard pirates, but instead cemented himself as a prominent pirate in his own right within the New World. During one of his adventures, Ace and his Spade pirates found themselves accidentally caught in a kingdom's revolutionary conflict. It was here that Ace encountered someone who would make him reconsider everything. These were the key events that Kaido took note of during the 2 years from Sea Circle calendar, 1517 to 1519. Unlike his original impulsive and cocky self, Ace became more mature and grounded thanks to Rayleigh's training. Additionally, Ace reunited with Sabo, further confirming that the storyline ahead would take an unexpected turn. When the calendar finally hit May 6th of Sea Circle calendar 1520, the Son of Destiny, having made a pact with his sworn brothers to set sail at 17, officially began his journey. As liberation fighters took to the seas, the long-silenced horn of freedom, dormant for 800 years, began to sound. The gears of this new age had begun to turn. Chapter 186. Logically speaking, the Son of Destiny is bound to embark on his journey to the sea. In the original story, the emergence of the worst generation signaled that the Great Pirate Era had reached its peak intensity. This was especially notable because, since the start of the Great Pirate Era, there had never been a year where a double-digit number of supernovas emerged at once. The rise of the worst generation occurred precisely in the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, a new beginning. All of this ties directly to the destiny of the Son of Destiny, Monkey D. Luffy. Just as in the world of Naruto, where Uzumaki Naruto, during his first C-rank mission, encountered Zabuza, an elite Jonin-level threat, Luffy's destiny as the Liberator and the Son of Prophecy also required numerous outstanding figures to enhance his extraordinary journey. Even though Kahn had altered some events, like cutting Nami from the story and eliminating the Arlong pirates early on, Luffy's journey still followed the natural flow of destiny. After setting sail, he met Kobe and successfully recruited Roronoa Zoro, who is the perfect second-in-command, much like Silver's Rayleigh for Gall D. Roger and Ben Beckman for Shanks. This took place in Shell's Town. Then, Luffy went on to recruit Usopp in Syrup Village and Sanji at the Sea Restaurant Barady. Even without Nami's presence, and despite encountering Colonel Nezumi, Luffy still managed to gain a bounty before leaving East Blue. Interestingly, this bounty was even higher than Krieg's 17 million berries. Luffy's bounty rose to an impressive 53 million berries. This bounty wasn't due to Luffy defeating Axe-Hand Morgan, Don Krieg, or even Kuro, who faked his death. Instead, it was a result of Luffy's involvement in the Millennium Dragon incident, which took place before he even entered the Grand Line. Yes, even without a navigator, the Straw Hat Pirates encountered the Millennium Dragon event, and after successfully concluding it, Luffy received a higher bounty than in the original timeline. When Kahn, who had been keeping an eye on sea-related news, saw the new bounty poster in 1520, the same way he had monitored events in 1517, he couldn't help but smile in surprise. The plot was starting to change in unexpected ways. Even the Children of Destiny, the three sworn brothers, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, each with remarkable luck, were feeling the ripple effects of Kahn's butterfly storm. Ace didn't join the Whitebeard pirates, instead reuniting with Sabo in the New World. Luffy's first bounty had also shifted dramatically, and these were just the early signs of much larger changes to come. Yet, many events remained unchanged. For instance, after the Straw Hat Pirates entered the Grand Line, Luffy, who inherited Roger's iconic straw hat, still encountered Nefertari Vivi, who had infiltrated Baroque works undercover. Luffy chose the same path as the Roger Pirates when helping Vivi. However, unlike the fully prepared journey of the Roger Pirates, the adventures of the Straw Hat Pirates were far more thrilling and unpredictable. In Whiskey Peak, Luffy, intrigued by the 7 warlords of the sea, still chose to escort Vivi back to Alabasta. Along the way, they encountered Mr. 3 on Little Garden, and thanks to him, they obtained an eternal pose, bypassing the need to spend a year storing magnetic energy to leave the prehistoric island. Fate, it seems, also linked Luffy to Chopper. Even with Nami cut from the crew, and despite Vivi being bitten by a venomous insect during her battle with Mr. 3, they ended up in the largest medical country, Drum Island. Though there was only one doctor remaining, fate had guided them there. The gears of destiny kept turning, and despite changes caused by Kahn's actions, the Son of Destiny's path continued to unfold. The butterfly effect continues to ripple through the timeline. Since the Logia-type dark fruit was intercepted, Teach, Blackbeard, never defected from the Whitebeard pirates. Instead, he rose through the ranks, becoming the captain of the 2nd Division after Ace passed up the role. As a result, after his father's death, Wapol, the new king of the Drum Kingdom, was never frightened away by Teach and remained in his country, doing as he pleased. Years earlier, the Cross family had hollowed out all the doctors from the Drum Kingdom, leaving the country weakened. Wapol's father was still alive, but the kingdom had already fallen out of the ranks of the top 50 nations, meaning it could no longer participate in the Quadrennial World Summit. As a result, when Wapol became king, he was not eligible to attend the World Summit, nor did he cross paths with Cobra or knock down Vivi, as in the original story. However, despite these changes, Wapol couldn't escape the fate of being beaten by Luffy. With no economy and a habit of exploiting his people for pleasure, Wapol became a victim of Luffy's recruitment of Chopper. Luffy knocked Wapol out of the Drum Kingdom with his signature rubber rocket attack. What's fascinating is that, just like in the original timeline, Wapol didn't die after being ejected from the kingdom. Instead, he left the Drum Kingdom and soon developed the highly sought-after Wapol alloy using the abilities of his Munch fruit. Wapol alloy, a shape memory material, gained worldwide popularity, and even 2 years later, Frankie would incorporate it into his designs. Wapol's success led him to the peak of his life, becoming a globally recognized super-rich figure, and he even won the favor of the world nobles, becoming the king of the Black Drum Kingdom. His kingdom soon re-entered the top 50, allowing him to participate in the World Summit 2 years later. But in this altered timeline, Wapol's fortune took a turn. The Paramecia-type Munch fruit is considered one of the top-tier Paramecia abilities. For the past 2 years, Kahn and Karina, wielding the powers of the Logia dark fruit, have been scouring the world for powerful abilities, including the Paramecia rule-type dull fruit. Missing out on Wapol's Munch fruit was out of the question for them. The reason Kahn allowed Wapol to live for so long was to let him develop the Wapol alloy first. Once that achievement was complete, Kahn swooped in, obtaining both the alloy and the Paramecia power for his army of enhanced and transformed soldiers. Meanwhile, after recruiting Chopper, the Straw Hat Pirates sailed to Alabasta, successfully helping Vivi quell the Civil War. Luffy, despite having only a 53 million berry bounty and no mastery of Haki, defeated a powerful Logia user. This included the ultimate Logia-type sand fruit user, Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who stood among the mightiest in the New World. This event was so unbelievable, it defied expectations. Although the world government tried to cover up the story by crediting Smoker for the defeat of Crocodile, Luffy's bounty quietly surged to 133 million berries, an increase of 80 million berries. Zoro, his right-hand man, also saw his bounty rise to 70 million berries, slightly higher than in the original timeline. After the Alabasta incident, the Straw Hat Pirates seemed to disappear for a time. Kahn expected to hear about their return during the infamous Eni's Lobby incident. However, The next piece of news to reach him was completely unexpected. The headline read, "The legend reappears after many years, the Golden Lion." The cover featured a floating island. Kahn, being a time traveler, instantly recognized the gravity of this news. This wasn't just the return of a legend, it marked the countdown to the potential destruction of East Blue. The Golden Lion, Shiki, who had been in hiding for over a decade, was now preparing to put his East Blue destruction plan into motion. Chapter 187. The reappearance of the Golden Lion caused a sensation worldwide. As time moved into Sea Circle calendar 1520, marking the new decade, the era of great pirates had unknowingly been underway for 22 years. How many decades does a person live through? In Kahn's previous life, 2 decades amounted to nearly 1/5, 1/4, or even 1/3 of an average person's life. In this chaotic world, where many people die every day, excluding enhanced humans and other races, the average lifespan of ordinary humans is only about 50 years. 20 years is almost half of a person's life. Look at Rox, for example. He has been dead for just over 30 years, and not many today remember that he was the sole ruler of the pirate world in the previous era. As one of the key figures during the Rox era and a main player in the post-Rox era, veterans like the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Patrick Redfield, and Rayleigh remain alive in this era of great pirates, ushered in by the legend of Gall D. Roger. But with Rayleigh going into seclusion and Patrick Redfield imprisoned in Impel Down, the only living legend on the front lines now is Whitebeard, often referred to as the uncrowned king. So it's no surprise that the reappearance of the Golden Lion, who was once on equal footing with Whitebeard, the Pirate King, and Patrick Redfield, would cause such global excitement. Especially after he began destroying islands and announcing the return of the flying pirates, both the Marines and the world government grew alarmed. The Marine admirals' vacations were cancelled, and the 3 admirals had to constantly stay either at the G1 branch in the New World, the Holy Land of Mariewa atop the Red Line, or Marineford in the first half of the Grand Line. Guarding these 3 key locations is the responsibility of the admirals. The Golden Lion's return also caught the attention of the 5 emperors of the New World. Looking at the familiar floating sky island and the Golden Lion's bounty on the front page of the newspaper, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido all felt nostalgic, recalling their time with the Rox pirates. Even Shanks seemed lost in thought, remembering the desperation he faced as a child. If it hadn't been for the storm during that great battle, he and Buggy might not have survived. Only Kahn, the youngest emperor of the sea, smiled with interest. "If you hadn't made the first move, I might have forgotten about this near-invincible ability." Wearing a white coat and looking increasingly like a scientist, Kahn lounged in a chair, glanced at today's newspaper, and mused to himself. It had already been 32 years since he had unknowingly been reborn into this world. If it weren't for pure gold, he would have been a 32-year-old man by now. However, after wearing pure gold, Kahn appeared only about 25 years old, a handsome man with no beard. Robin, Hancock, Sonia, and Mary, who had matured from their teenage years to age 18, would be 35-year-old women today if not for pure gold. But thanks to wearing pure gold, they all remain fixed at the age of 28. Had Robin not worn pure gold or been affected by the ripe fruit, she would now be 28 years old. In this life, after meeting Kahn early on, Robin's figure, appearance, and skin were locked at the age of 28, but she looked even more beautiful than she did in the original timeline 2 years later. This transformation, of course, is due to Kahn's years of generosity and the healthier lifestyle they've all lived compared to the original timeline. Not only Robin, but even Hancock's charm and maturity surpassed what was seen in the original timeline when she was 31. And her body and skin were in even better condition than 2 years later in the story. Hancock, who has undergone electrotherapy, would age more slowly than Robin, even without pure gold, despite being older. Now that Hancock has pure gold, she could potentially hold the title of the most beautiful woman in the world for hundreds of years. Even Scarlet, who could rival her in appearance, falls short when it comes to Hancock's figure. Beyond Robin and Hancock, Mary's fate has undoubtedly changed the most. In the original story, after being enslaved in Mariewa for years, Mary returned to Amazon. Lily was deeply traumatized. In her quest for strength, she overindulged in the island's special hot pot and transformed from a beautiful woman into a rustic, overweight, enhanced human. In this life, Mary was rescued by Kahn, meaning she no longer had to sacrifice her body for strength. Thanks to pure gold, she has remained 28 years old and has become one of Kahn's women, now a hot, slender beauty with the grace of an older sister. She also serves as the mobile warehouse and fortress for the Cross family. This is how the original 5 members of the family have changed. Back to the earlier topic. Having spent 32 years in this world, Kahn had largely forgotten the original plot. If he hadn't anticipated, as a child, that he would eventually forget much about the storyline of One Piece, he might have lost all recollection of the plot by now. Fortunately, he made notes in advance. Over time, Kahn became fully immersed in this world, truly becoming one of its inhabitants. Despite keeping a diary, Kahn had forgotten almost all the minor subplots, retaining only the key events. One of these is the Golden Lion. When Kahn first arrived in this world, he had a strong impression of the Golden Lion. However, as his power grew and the Cross family became a dominant force, distancing themselves from the other rulers, Kahn became increasingly detached. He even forgot about those who had once loomed large in his memory, those who should not be provoked. In recent years, his focus had been on Vegapunk and the world government on Warhead Island. Apart from these, only the 3 sworn brothers of the protagonist from troubled times held his attention. Even the Revolutionary Army and the red-haired pirates, once powerful forces, no longer concerned him. If Kahn no longer feared these 2 major powers, the weakened Golden Lion, who had lost his Conqueror's infusion and his world-renowned swordsmanship, relying only on his float fruit, was even less of a threat. However, the early return of the Golden Lion piqued Kahn's interest in his devil fruit. The float fruit is one of the few paramecia fruits that can rival the destructive power of the quake fruit, widely regarded as the strongest paramecia-type devil fruit. Although the quake fruit excels in physical destruction by shattering the atmosphere, the float fruit offers much more versatility. Anything the quake fruit can do, the float fruit can match. What the quake fruit cannot do, the float fruit can. For instance, while the quake fruit can break the earth, the float fruit can also tear it apart and even reshape it into mountains or other forms. The quake fruit can summon tsunamis, but the float fruit can not only do that but also control the weather, like creating blizzards. However, unlike the quake fruit, the float fruit allows its user to fly and even make entire islands float, an ability the quake fruit cannot replicate. In terms of raw destructive power, the float fruit is inferior to the quake fruit, but in terms of strategic deterrence and overall versatility, it surpasses the latter. This is why both the Marines and the world government were so on edge after the Golden Lion's return. No one wants to live in a world where an island could fall from the sky at any moment. That would be a true nightmare. For this reason, Kahn had no intention of ignoring such a powerful paramecia devil fruit, especially when its current owner was a significantly weakened old legend. Chapter 188. At 32, a natural disruptor in his prime, Kahn didn't think much of Shiki, the Golden Lion. Just like a few years back, he had already dismissed the old Whitebeard, thinking that defeating Whitebeard, who was nearing 70 and had lost his peak physical prowess and agility, wouldn't give him any sense of accomplishment. Kahn didn't even care about Whitebeard, who had lost the agility to soar through the sky and the stamina to fight for days as he could in his prime. If Whitebeard wasn't a challenge anymore, the Golden Lion, who had lost his legs and Conqueror's haki, was even less of a concern. Because of that, Kahn, who hadn't recruited any new maids in 3 years and had already brought all his maids along for previous adventures, decided he wouldn't handle this matter personally. Instead, he planned to entrust this crucial task to one of the most powerful forces of the Cross family, the Perfect Squad. For several years, the Cross family had produced only 9 perfect works. Yes, despite the passing years, only 9 perfect creations have been made. On the other hand, the number of clones and modified soldiers had reached a staggering 300,000. If all 300,000 of these soldiers stood together, they could easily fill most of Marineford. However, an island like Amazon Lily couldn't accommodate such a massive force. Luckily, in the seas around Wano, no one could enter except the Cross family. Even birds and beasts that ventured into this area were either shot down or tamed by Kral, who possessed a paramecia-type devil fruit. In this way, they could freely explore the islands around Wano. Otherwise, the sight of 300,000 identical clones would definitely shock the world government and the entire world, exposing the Cross family too early and creating panic among the major powers, turning the Cross family into the primary target of a global crusade. Wano is a large island, so even if the world government had the power to destroy a national treasure, they couldn't erase Wano as easily as they erased the island where Sabo was located. Because of this, only 2,000 of Kahn's cloned and modified soldiers were exposed to the outside world each year. To outsiders, the Cross family appeared to have only about 50,000 soldiers. The remaining 250,000 were hidden in the underground bases of Wano and another nearby island. Additionally, Kahn and Asir worked together to modify the underground bases on both islands, transforming them into self-contained spherical structures. These bases were designed so that if the surface suffered a catastrophic attack, the underground base would absorb the impact, detach from the island, and sink below the light-transmitting layer of the sea. Kahn and Asir invested a significant amount of time and money to build these bases to prevent Wano and Amazon Lily from becoming easy targets of the world government's national treasures, ensuring that their accumulated family resources wouldn't be wiped out in an instant. In Kahn's eyes, even if Wano and Amazon Lily were destroyed, these 2 underground bases would remain intact. Back to the subject of perfect works. The reason there were only 9 perfect works after all these years wasn't due to the cost, but because Kahn didn't want to mass-produce them. To be more precise, Kahn wasn't ready to produce them in large numbers just yet. If you ventured into a specific training cabin within the underground base, you would find many tanks filled with materials ready to create more perfect works. Kahn only needed to press the start button, and each training tank would activate after a set amount of time, successfully producing a miniature perfect work. Once ripened, these perfect works would immediately become a formidable force, second only to the 7 warlords of the sea. By equipping them with battle suits and powerful devil fruits, their strength would rival the warlords themselves. Of course, individuals at the level of the 4 emperors, like Dracul Mihawk, who had mastered mind, skill, and body, were exceptions. However, despite having all the materials ready, Kahn chose not to mass-produce these perfect works just yet. A force merely second to the 7 warlords of the sea wasn't enough for Kahn. He had to be patient. Once Wapol created Wapo metal, and Vegapunk perfected the technology behind the artificial devil fruits and seraphim, Kahn intended to elevate his perfect works into truly ultimate weapons on par with the 7 warlords of the sea. The 9 perfect works he had already created held significant value, as Kahn had equipped them with incredibly powerful devil fruits. Indeed, each of these 9 had a devil fruit ability, and none of them possessed ordinary powers. For example, Perfect 1 had the mythical Zoan-type snake fruit, model, Yamada no Arachi. Perfect 2 wielded the power of the mythical Zoan dog fruit, model, Nine-tailed fox. Perfect 3 was a paramecia-type fusion fruit user. Perfect 4 had the ability of the paramecia-type slow fruit. Perfect 5 wielded the paramecia-type teleport fruit. Yes, the paramecia-type teleport fruit, which had originally belonged to Van Augur, the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, giving Blackbeard a strategic advantage in capturing devil fruits quickly and moving between the Calm Belt and the New World in a short time. After acquiring the Logia-type dark fruit and making Karina its user, Kahn had set his sights on specific abilities. His first target was Blueno's paramecia-type Dordor fruit, and his second was the paramecia-type clone fruit from Impel Down. The third target was none other than the paramecia-type teleport fruit, not the slow fruit. If the door fruit allowed Kahn to bypass obstacles and reach the eternal hell of impel down, combined with the memory-erasing effects of the clone fruit, Kahn could act without leaving a trace. The teleport fruit, however, was a strategic-level ability. Much like Blackbeard's operations, Kahn had spent the past few years quietly hunting across the seas, using the powers of the teleport fruit and the door fruit without anyone noticing. Thanks to the clone fruit's memory manipulation, even if someone had seen Kahn leaving his base, they wouldn't remember what he had been up to. Giving the teleport fruit to one of his perfect works, rather than a human, was a far more effective strategy. These artificial creations, much like robots, could use devil fruits and could be programmed with absolute loyalty and even maps, making their teleportation more precise than a human's, functioning almost like machines. With this in mind, Kahn summoned Karina and Orogia, instructing them to lead 3 of his perfect works on a mission to the first half of the Grand Line to capture Shiki, the Golden Lion. Why send Orogia along? The reason was simple. Orogia had become a devil fruit user over the past few years. Her devil fruit, the paramecia-type barrier fruit, which Kahn had arranged for Doflamingo to find back in 1512 of the Sea Circle calendar.